Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Let me explain why I said y'all are racist. Using the term black fatigue to describe how you're tired of seeing certain problematic behaviors in certain individuals is racist. Using the words black fatigue is suggesting that you're tired of black people, when what the problem is those behaviors that are not tied to a certain group of people. Using words like ghetto and uncivilized to describe these people is stereotyping all black people. You're making a generalization about the entire population. What you are tired of is those behaviors, not the color of the people's skin. The irony that I was trying to point out is that you're using a term that is describing the mental toll that years of oppression has taken on black people.
Oh, here we go with this nonsense. No, we don't want to hear that. I promise you I'm going to play the rest of the video. But the fact of the matter is, when you say black fatigue, that could be applicable to any term that comes after it. It don't have to necessarily be black people. It could be black culture. For example, I believe that black culture is trash. And the things that we celebrate the most culturally as a group, as a whole, and you can't absolve everybody from it, because even though we know that black people are not a monolith, and we know that most people are not racist, or at least I don't believe that most people are racist, you can't ignore the fact that we are influenced by the things that we see the most, and that the proximity of the people that celebrate it the most. So if there's a stereotype to be spoken about, then that means that specifically,
hey, Dave,
it is earned. It is not given. It didn't come from anywhere. People didn't just make it up randomly. It is a behavior that you regularly see in certain environments.
Gifts early.
It's not conducive for the rest
I just wanted to drop a link on
America as a whole. So if I keep seeing this, or I keep seeing the majority of people celebrating it,
okay,
and again,
well, I know who both these people are. When was this?
Because black people don't necessarily rock with the cultural differences that we champion
4 weeks ago
versus what the ghetto people are championing. And for
this is actually I'm glad you. Well, I know who Heather McDonald is. And Dad's. I occasionally watch him. He's a little too Catholic for me, but which is odd for a Catholic to say. But yeah, we'll definitely watch this.
I agreed with. I was just watching some of it. I agree with some of it, and disagreed with some of it as well. But I was wondering if anybody. I haven't seen anybody review it. It was just like, if you want to or if you don't, I understand.
Oh, no. I absolutely do. As a matter of fact, I was going to do Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, that this case where this white lady basically won a Supreme Court decision. She was working in some youth program where being a gay female was an advantage, and she was passed over a couple times for promotion. And basically she said, hey, I'm being discriminated against because I'm not a white gay female. And the Supreme Court handed down a decision in her favor. I guess it was yesterday. So what I did is, I've got the stories, because there are 3 Supreme Court decisions I was going to go over. And then I have the whole Supreme Court oral argument. but it doesn't matter. I can substitute all that
or
with this.
just append
Well,
it to
no,
the end.
hey, anytime Heather McDonald is talking meritocracy, uh, the only person I wouldn't bump her for would be Amy Wax, who's even more racist.
And Stanley, real quick, because this is my morning run. I'm running my 3 mile. I'm about to
Okay,
start anyway, and it started raining, so I'm gonna have to throw my phone in my pocket. I got my headphones on, man. I'm gonna have to fall to the chat and listen. Is the rain
that's all
starting to
right.
come down? Rain's starting to come down now, but I gotta get started because work's at 7.
No, you go ahead. I'm glad you dropped that. I'm just going to go through the news, and then, like I said, the long stuff was going to be Supreme Court, but this meritocracy is actually immediate. I can do the Supreme Court stuff. I might do a show this weekend, but it'll wait till Monday.
Well, I'm not trying to interrupt your flow because
Oh
I know
no,
you got a flow. I did want to get out here and throw it up there early, so
okay. Well, thank you.
all right,
Enjoy
I'll
your
be in.
run.
All right, I'll be in the chat. Hopefully, I can breathe by the time I get back.
All right. Well, be careful. It's dark out there.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm out.
All right. See you later.
Yep.
What's up, DiCapriono? When people are fatigued with others, it isn't the fault of the blacks. Well, I think I disagree with Anton. We are not all. Look, if you want to make the argument that we are all exposed to the ditties and all that stuff of the world, so are white people. So I just don't. These people, and it's actually not just the anti-black blacks in the white shades. Even some who are kind of pro-black. As a matter of fact, it's probably as pronounced, maybe more pronounced, with the hoteps. Who definitely not only do they want to separate black culture from white culture in American culture, they don't even want to call it black culture. They want to call it African culture, which I think is even more misguided. So, Anton Daniels, I have to admit, there's some of his stuff that I'm okay with and might even agree with. I think that most people, and you know what, there's probably someone out there who thinks I'm fucked up in my culture critique, but most of the people that I've run into in this anti-black, black, white shade sort of area of YouTube have no clue about half the stuff they talk about. The culture critique is trash. I was looking at something Orthodox guy, and I didn't watch the whole thing because it was painful to listen to after about 5 minutes. Over on Black Crow's channel, there was Orthodox and NVD discussing whether race and genetics, and like, race is not genetic. There are people who want to insist on it. Yesterday there was someone up on the panel saying that intelligence, like, define intelligence. Look, I cannot define intelligence because everybody's going to see it a different way. It's like pornography. You remember that famous thing? Well, I can't define pornography. I just know it when I see it. Same thing with intelligence for me. I know it when I see it, but it's so hard to define. If people who think they know what intelligence is are really just fooling themselves. Um, life is gray. Okay, you cannot live life black and white. I mean, metaphorically, I don't mean racially. You cannot live life um, in a life of zeros and ones. That's why things like AI will never be able to replace humans. We know the difference between a zero and a one, and things exist between the zero and the one. So anyway, enough of this rant. Let's go ahead and play this video.
For you to start bringing this whole racist trope narrative, all of this other nonsense into it, It's absolutely BS, man. And we so tired of y'all leaning into something that you've never been through and trying to hold people accountable that has never done anything to you in your entire life. None of those people are even still here. All of them died off, the people that went through it and the people that perpetuated it. As a matter of fact, some of the very ones that perpetuated it were black people. Yes, black people were slavers also. So when we have this conversation, we have to have it in truth. We can't sit here and keep pretending like the things that we see on a regular basis, that you're not getting called out of your name if you decide that you don't want to align.
Okay, this thing about black people being slavers too is just a fucking, that is a true statement. However, what these fools tend to not understand is there's always going to be exceptions to the rule. Who is in control of the government or who participated in the government? Who was in control of the economy? Okay. Just because you own a plantation, you have power on that plantation. Okay. Those same people that were plantation owners, could they vote? Could they get elected to office? Could they wield the same power? These folks are simply not even understanding the their arguments in the surface level. Oh, we did it. You know, there were black people who were plantation owners too. It was minuscule compared to the number of white people who owned slaves. The folks, the white people, the bottom feeding whites who want to go, well, my family didn't own slaves. Who controlled the government? Who controlled the culture? Who was benefiting from whiteness and who wasn't? Okay, these people just do not understand what they don't know and how bad their arguments are. Of course, there were black people who owned slaves. A lot of them owned slaves on paper because they were going to buy their family members. Some of them were outright plantation owners. But I can tell you right now, if you're not in there controlling the government, the political power, or the cultural power, then you know what? There's always going to be one. So don't even bring that bullshit about, oh, my family didn't own slaves. Well, I can tell you what, maybe you kind of got here, your family was an immigrant family or something like that. I can tell you right now, you benefited from Jim Crow. Once you were accepted into whiteness, because I mean, the argument that the Irish, the Italians, think to a certain extent the Germans were not considered white, that is true. However, back during Jamestown, guess what? Indentured servitude basically died because it was so easy for indentured servants to escape, go somewhere else and blend in and look like anybody else. Part of the reason Africans wound up being slaves is they were so phenotypically distinct. You couldn't hide. So knowing a little bit of history actually does help, some of these arguments. And I suspect if someone like Anton Daniels knew anything about American history, he wouldn't be making these arguments.
With the 92% that voted for Kamala Harris. Come on, man, let's be real. Like, we have to be honest. It is a thing. It is a cultural norm. You are expected to operate a certain type of way. And if you don't operate that way, then you're going to be called Carlton or worse, because being called Carlton is actually it is a compliment, in my opinion. Being called Carlton is a compliment. I think that low IQ, ignorant people are the ones that think that it's cool to be ghetto. And I will tell you that most of the people that come from the ghetto don't want to be from the ghetto. They actually are looking to get out of the ghetto. And so the goal is to make it out the hood, not celebrate it, because there's nothing good from an environment that tried to take you out or tried to make you less than. It ain't nothing cool about it. The goal has always been to get out of the hood or to make it out. And the reason why it was a goal to make it out is because it was a gauntlet, and it was a greater possibility of you not making it out than making it out. And if you made it out, you still was a part of it, because they would say that you can't take the hood out of the person, but you can take the person out of the hood. So miss me with the whole, oh man, 39 years a slave and racist trope. We don't want to hear that no more. We over that. We tired of it, and nobody cares about what you're born as. We gonna date who we want to date. We gonna rock who we want to rock with. And I just so happen to be a person that prefers, because of my interest and my attraction to Black women. So I may prefer to date it, but I don't slight somebody else because they have an interest in or a desire to be with somebody that may not necessarily be Black. They could be interested in that person because, and it's another thing that a lot of people do. They'll also say stuff like, well, and I've done review videos in this, well, if you don't like, or if you're not aligned, or if you're not married with a Black woman, then that means you hate yourself.
Where have I heard that before?
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? How does that make sense?
What's up, Calvin?
Let's finish the rest of the video and then we'll go from there. Let me rewind it a little bit.
How is the wait? Hold it.
irony
How
that
is
I was
the
trying to
hood
point
a
out-
trap? Can you elaborate on that? Now, I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily, but I'm kind of thinking, well, I would think of it. Look, can you just tell me what type of trap? I'm not disagreeing with you, Kelvin. It's just a curious way to put it. What's up, DJ? How you doing? Mike?
Is that you're using a term that is describing the mental toll that years of oppression has taken on Black people to describe how you are tired of seeing people be loud in Walmart. Nobody said you can't call out behavior you find to be problematic, but using the term Black fatigue to describe all Black people when you know not all Black people fit into that category is stereotyping, and it's racist. This also opens the conversation for a lot more racist ideas to be spread when we're using words like, we are sick of you people. Let's not forget, just because I said you're racist doesn't mean it's permanent. You guys can learn and then choose not to be. I did not make the video to be like, you guys are racist, you guys are bad, you're wrong. It's more like, think about the word choice you're using, and if you meant one thing but you said another, try not saying that again next time. But if what you
Who the fuck is you? The tone police? Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, who are you talking to? That's what y'all get for being apologists.
really mean is that you're sick of the existence of Black people, then I can't help you, and you are just racist.
I don't think that anybody is looking for her help. And I'm very glad that y'all sent me this, because this just affirms the fact that there's a certain group of people who are always going to be victims. They think that they have some set of authority to teach you how you're supposed to be different, whether you're a Black person that says Black fatigue or a white person that says Black fatigue. And let me be very clear, a Black person that says Black fatigue is treated much worse because they have some level of proximity to say what they want to say to you than a white person that is saying Black fatigue. And for her to just automatically say that you're racist because you call out bullshit behavior and you don't necessarily rock with the cultural norms of a person or a group of people that do ghetto shit versus being able to separate the individual, get out of here. We always refer to the majority whenever you use a term or you use a set of words, most of us. And it ain't nothing racist about it as far as calling out bad behavior that you see culturally. And like I said, stereotypes are earned, they are not given. If the truth didn't fit, then you wouldn't be so offended by it as a result of it. And just like I can see her out here wearing a scarf on her head, that is something that I am used to seeing from the majority of Black women that come out, and that is ghetto. And just because you speak a little bit more proper does not mean that you're not embracing a culture that is doing some of the things that we absolutely despise as Americans.
Properly. He
Let me know what
split
y'all
in
think inside in the
infinitive.
comments. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon link is in the description. T Hanley, 40% off your first order plus 20% off for life. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm a holler.
And in the interest of fairness, the fairness doctrine that I'm at least exercising this one morning, let's hear an opposite take.
Saw the video of Shiloh Hendricks calling a 5-year-old the N-word and collectively said Shiloh Hendricks is a racist, except for the bootlicking, buck dancing black conservatives out there. Now, they saw this as an opportunity to get invited into the House and swing from the sacks of the racist right. Officer Tatum showed a video of another black conservative who says, "It is our fault that white people are calling us the N-word. No, I'm not kidding with you." And Officer Tatum was like, yeah, he's right. The white people are getting so tired of us, now they're just calling us the N-word. Because of us, it's our fault, according to the buck dancing, bootlicking, sellout black conservatives out there.
This video will pee you off because it makes me mad. She's an idiot.
When I first found out that the park video was going viral, it was terrifying, but not surprising, because obviously he was recording me. It was going to get out there at some point. I did not realize I was going to have so much support. I also just want to say how proud I am of everybody and just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back. Our future, our existence depends on standing up for ourselves and not backing down. And we just have to keep on going. There's no other option. I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't be afraid of words. Don't be afraid of the people who are so fragile.
Don't be afraid of words.
I don't think that she's right. I don't think that any child should ever be called out of their name and the N-word, but at the same time, the overcorrection and the diversity, equity, and inclusion ultimately led to an uprising, and this is what you see.
Okay, this is
to me. However,
this is where we will part company. Do you think this woman calling, a kid the N-word for trying to steal a damn juice box is because of DEI? Talk about fucking hyperbole. And it's always the idiot motherfuckers who want to come up with this bullshit. God damn. It's always the fucking midwits who just want. Be Brave talks about 70% making excuses. I think 70% of anti-black blacks make excuses for white trash whites. There's no excuse for what this woman did. And there's even less of an excuse that she profited. She learned how to monetize the N-word. To be honest, I guess, from an entrepreneurial point of view, we should be proud of her. But this fucking midwit Shiloh got frustrated with DEI is bullshit.
Speaks to a bigger issue. What it does speak to is the backlash against cancel culture, which I am supportive of. I agree.
Cancel culture
with Anton.
Okay, what do you think Donald Trump is doing right
that's
now?
Behind what Hendricks has done. White people are sick and tired of not being able to say what they want to say. But black people can say what they want to say every day of the week. Ryan Clark literally criticized another black man on television for having a white wife. Can you imagine if a white man was criticizing a woman for having a black husband? I mean, bruh. And so I feel like white people are duly upset and sick of the double standard.
Listen, you freaking half-wits. It doesn't matter what we do. A racist is a racist. No one turned Shiloh Hendricks into a racist. No one turned the people who gave money to her through her Give, Send, Go account racist. They were born that way. They were nurtured into that. No one just gets mad at black people for DEI and becomes a racist. And you know, these people throw this around all the time. You don't know anyone, I don't know anyone, they don't know anyone who has ever been affected negatively by DEI. DEI casts a wider net and makes sure that people of color, women, gay people, people in the LGBTQIA plus community are not being discriminated against. That is
And
all
veterans.
it does. For these idiots to be out here saying, blaming us, blaming people who look like them, their mothers, their fathers, their aunts, uncles, and cousins, brothers and sisters, they hate themselves so much that they take a video of a racist calling a 5-year-old the N-word and they say, we should have just been better. These people believe that if they behave enough, white racists will accept them. They
Yes.
think if they're just nice and calm and quiet and they don't act too black, that racist white people will stop being racist. This is the psychosis of these people. Imagine
Good word
waking
for
up
it.
every day, looking in the mirror and hating what you see so badly that when you're Officer Tatum and these other guys, you search out videos of black people acting badly or of white people calling black people the N-word just so you can.
You know what? I want to talk about that. And then fasting with voice. By the way, where did this that's an interesting handle. Can you give us the background behind that? Fasting with voice. That's an interesting description. I think this goes deeper than politics. I am a firm believer, at least at this point in my life, that politics is downstream from culture. So I think this is deeper than, Democrat, Republican. And just so you know, because I think you're fairly new, I think I think politics is more complicated than simply Democrat or Republican. I literally think if there were to be a natural split, there would be 4 parties. But I can get into that some other time. But no, it's deeper than just Dems or Republicans.
You can blame yourself and people who look like you. And I know part of it is just a grift. Many of them have just sold their souls
Yep.
and their
Black
entire
fatigue
community
is
for
a
few
race
extra
is a
bucks.
race
This
hustle.
is why Tatum wears the shirts that he does. This is why he has videos of people like this. And the only reason that I respond to these videos is so that other black people out there, especially young, impressionable black people, understand that these people are wrong. There's nothing wrong with you. You're okay being comfortable in your own skin. They have a problem, not you. Period.
100%. Now there are caveats to that, but for the most part, I agree. I'm here for the fight against food addiction. Interesting. Okay. You might have to you might have to hit the link to explain the food addiction. I think I know where you're going with that, but it's not something I keep up with. But anytime you want to hit the link, feel free to hit it. So I have a dilemma here, folks. And DiCapriono, I might need your help with this. I have a whole bunch of news articles, and I was gonna kind of end the show with a Supreme Court oral argument, but Dave has something that I'm actually more interested in, and I can't do both. So I think what I'm going to do, because it's 5:30 on the East Coast, I'm going to go ahead and watch this. This is Heather McDonald, and can't remember his name, but his podcast is Dad Saves America. And they're talking about meritocracy isn't racist. And I am a huge critic of American meritocracy. I think it exists, but I think that it is not actually what it says it is. Heather McDonald has some interesting takes on Western culture, and she almost sounds like CT if he was a white woman, talking about the beauty of poetry and language in muffins, in muffin shops, and tea shops, and architecture, in art. If CT were a white woman, and I mean chaotic truth, if he were a white woman, he would be Heather McDonald, blue glasses and all. So I think we're just going to do this, and we're going to dedicate this video to chaotic truth.
It's Dad Saves America.
Thank you so much, John. It's an honor to be with you.
So I've been excited to have you on for a while, but post-election, I feel like we might be living in your moment.
I would never claim that, but
Yep, that's
I'm
CT,
still
all right.
curious as to what the hell happened. I don't want to be too optimistic, but it's in my nature to be pessimistic. I've lost 4 stake bet dinners on the outcome of the election, but I actually find myself thinking if we could hold on to the White House for 12 years, we really could correct the country and return it to merit, excellence, and get rid of the hatred for white males.
Right off the bat, you're getting right to it. So,
Hatred for white males.
In this right of center universe.
Let me stop it right here, right quick. Okay, you will not get rid of it except by force. There is a reason white males have a bad reputation. Go back and read a fucking history book. This woman is literally a highly educated tea shop owner. She would never survive in a fucking courtroom. She's a Yale trained lawyer. As far as I know, she's never practiced law. This little hothouse flower would never survive in a fucking courtroom.
Cosmopolitan libertarian types to fairly hardcore in the culture war voices. And in that domain, you are the most, I think, rigorous and hard to beat of the culture warriors. You have taken on the hard issues around DEI and diversity, around the whole discourse about policing and the cops, and you have done so unflinchingly. And I think one way to look at what happened this November is a surprising number of Americans, a more diverse number of Americans than one would have expected, more or less said, I think I might be more with you. Or at least I'm not with them.
Yeah.
So is that how you see things? And am I making any sense?
Sure. I would love to believe that. I think we have to take the polls at face value when they say the economy was the big deal and inflation. But one wants to believe that one's favorite issues are also those of the voters. And I would say if there was a backlash against these larger cultural forces, it would be we refuse to tear down civilization. We refuse to accept the proposition that standards of behavior, that standards of excellence are by definition racist, which is what the left tells us, if they have a disparate impact on blacks. I have to say that I see a lot of our world up to now having been distorted by what is at present a...
And there, she, without either knowing it or knowing it and not bringing it up, the disparate impact on a particular group of people is literally the definition of systemic racism. Even colorblind laws and policies can have disparate impact That is where race is built into the system. I was watching, I don't know if you guys know, I think it's a Fox network, FX network show called The Bear. It's basically about a, restaurant culture, it's kind of centered around, this group of people building a restaurant from the ground up, a fine dining restaurant. And one of the characters in there basically talks about she goes in, she lost her job, she was laid off from her job, and she's an older lady. So she's out there beating the pavement trying to find a job real quick. And her husband is like, don't worry about it, we got some time. But she in the back of her head knows, hey, I need to find a job quick because we are kind of shaky. And, my husband's being stoic about it, but I need to get a job real quick. So she goes in to a company where she's being hired or potentially hired to do a job she did for 15 years at her last job. And what she is, she's about 75%, everything's going well in the interview. And then they say, what was your bachelor's degree in? Well, this woman doesn't have a bachelor's degree. She could do the job, but for one reason or another, she grew up in the hood or whatever, just didn't have the opportunity or the desire to go to college. Well, you know what? She can do the job, but that one little thing, that one little bachelor's degree, is standing between her and getting the job. And, the interviewer, who is way younger than she is, goes, well, maybe you can go to night school or something like that. Look, that is an example of systemic racism. Something that's just a requirement to get the job. Doesn't matter whether you can do the job. You got to have this requirement because they want to be able to, promote from within and all this bullshit. Heather McDonald hits it. Maybe she doesn't even realize that she's just given an excellent example. Disparate impacts are a problem. And people like Heather McDonald basically say, hey, if the law is race neutral, it does not matter the outcome. The law is neutral. That is literally a tenet of the Supreme Court, the conservative part of the Supreme Court. When you go and you look at some of these Supreme Court decisions, like the one that killed affirmative action, that's literally the linchpin right there. As long as the laws are colorblind, you're on your own. Disparate impacts, we can't help that when you actually can. That's exactly what affirmative action was for, to deal with the disparate impacts. And people don't want to do that. People like Heather McDonald think the impact of a law, as long as it's fair or race neutral, outcomes don't matter. Essentially, the means, who cares about the ends? So anyway, that's my rant. People who say systemic racism don't exist just saw a better explanation than I'd actually ever thought of.
A disparate impact on blacks. I have to say that I see a lot of our world up to now having been distorted by what is at present a unjustified guilt about current racism. That's why we're tearing down law enforcement, because we don't want to have a disparate impact on black criminals. It's why we're tearing down.
Yeah, exactly. She's basically saying there is no reason to be guilty about race and about racism. No reason to be guilty about it. I didn't cause it.
Medical college standards, licensing standards, because we don't have a disparate impact on blacks. We were racist. We were white supremacist. We are not that country today. And I've been waiting. Waiting for some kind of backlash against the
I also want to add, people like Heather McDonald do not ever go on podcasts or shows that are not friendly to their point of view. Dad versus America, the reason he's not pushing back is because he agrees with her. If she came on my show, she would basically probably leave the panel because I would beat the fuck out of her. I had a female yesterday who shall remain nameless who told Portia she's never coming back to this show. Apparently she thought coming to my panel would not be a tough experience. No, if you say something I disagree with, I'm going to challenge it. And you know what? If you want to push back hard, I'm going to push back harder, and fuck you if you don't like it. You better either fucking survive the experience and win the experience, or don't. But I'm not going to soft soap. Okay. I think I suspect when I suspect when I told her that you have no clue what you're talking about. Apparently she was used to I actually think it's so funny. I think there are people who are women in particular who expect to be treated with kid gloves despite they are conservative leaning and want to talk about, of how bad the feminists are and all. They literally want to come up and hang out in a rough and tumble environment and expect to be treated like a gilded lily. And don't come to my panel if you can't, take a lick or two. And it's even better if you can give a lick or two back. Fucking come up here and prove your worth and defend your ideas. But when I shit on them, don't get your feelings hurt. Shit on my ideas.
unfair tearing down of our civilizational standards, and maybe that's partly what we're seeing now.
Okay, I'll keep this quick. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell so that you won't miss more Dad Saves America as our videos come out each week. And it also really helps us because when we reach out to guests, they look at how many subscribers there are to decide if they want to come on and share their ideas. So please subscribe.
Yeah, that's
to the
such a
channel.
shame.
It really helps
But
us
they
out.
also
Thanks for
ask
watching.
if you agree with me or
Back to
not.
the show. So my goal for our conversation is to, in some sense, offer an entry point into your thinking for people who haven't come across you, and also to explore where we might disagree, because I tend to be, I'm more libertarian minded. So there's certain things where maybe I disagree a little bit, kind of, sort of, but mostly not, actually.
I disagree, kinda, sorta.
Your most recent
I'm
book
wondering
on
who's the
merit
bigger
ethics,
female
just lay
in
out your
this interview.
thesis for that, so people can get an on-ramp onto the work you've done and the arguments you're making for merit and against this, I guess you'd say, affirmative action style of approach to helping people.
Right.
And helping people of color, helping people who have been historically, at least their forebears, if not themselves, who have been oppressed.
Right.
So what's your argument?
Well, helping people of color, you don't do so by tearing down standards. You don't do so by having double standards and saying we don't expect the so-called marginalized groups, but above all blacks, to live up to the same standards as white and Asians. We'll have a set of double admission standards. We'll have a set of double hiring, double promotion standards. That's not the way you help.
Now, you notice the way she literally snuck in Asians, whites and Asians. Uh, like I said, whites are not in this argument. If we want to talk about standards, whites are not in that argument. Asians are. But she, all of a sudden, it's whites and Asians. Oh, I'm glad you had a good run, Dave.
Help people. It's condescending, and it means that you are for sure going to stunt people's ability to live up to their highest potential. The book uses as sort of core concept an idea that arose in the law called disparate impact. And this grew out of a Supreme Court case in the 1970s that looked at the fact that traditionally American anti-discrimination law says you, employer, may not intentionally discriminate against blacks. You can't say, I'm not going to hire people because I don't like the color of their skin. That intentional discrimination violates now, belatedly, finally at long last, what were our and should be our founding ideals of equal treatment for all. So we have
bullshit. The founding ideals were not equal treatment for all. I cannot believe that someone who went to law school is actually saying that. It wasn't even an ideal. It wasn't even written down, equal treatment for all. Persons of service. I wonder if she's ever heard that part of the Constitution.
We had the Civil Rights Acts in the 1960s. We said it's about.
Oh, by the way, what she fails to point out is the Civil Rights Acts in the 1960s were not the first. There were civil rights laws back in like in the 1870s, in the 1890s. America had been passing civil rights laws since the end of the Civil War, and none of them took. And it's arguable, but I would at least kind of say the ones in the 60s took. America had been passing civil rights laws forever, and none of them took. Why doesn't she tell that part of it?
About time we're going to start treating people equally. By the 70s, most of that overt discrimination had disappeared. Employers were really living up to their obligations under the law, and yet you didn't yet have workplaces that were proportionally black and white. You know, blacks are 13% of the population. And so the expectation was if you were a Google tech lab, if you were doing artificial intelligence, you should have 13% black nanotechnologists or AI researchers. That wasn't happening.
No, I disagree with her. On the surface, in a lot of cases, were argued that way. But the bottom line is there was no Google and there was no AI when these civil rights laws were passed. This is the other thing I feel that people like Heather McDonald and, you know, the government in general, and she's not in government, but she talks a lot about it. We are very unwilling to change laws or update laws or eliminate laws when they become unnecessary. And I think partially it's because there's so many laws. You know, you kind of, you know, there's so many to sift through. The bottom line is that if you're going to make the argument she's making, then you need to address why isn't Google 50-50? There's slightly more women, very slightly more women in the population than men are. She wants to concentrate on race. She wants to pick the low-hanging fruit. I don't think anyone ever argued it has to be exactly 14% and 60%. Though I have to admit, there have been cases that have made that argument. Why aren't there more blacks? There are all kinds of problems with this, and it would take me an hour to sift through them all. Needless to say, I do not have a high opinion of Heather McDonald. This guy thinks that she is the strongest advocate for the meritocracy. I literally think she's a fucking disaster. If you want to defend meritocracy, do not get Heather McDonald to do it, because her arguments are unoriginal and about 50 years out of date.
And so the courts said, well, we want to kind of expand the scope of the civil rights laws, and we're going to get rid of intention as something that is legally impermissible. Now, if an employer has a perfectly colorblind, neutral standard that he never intended to use to discriminate, but it has a disparate impact on blacks. So, for instance, if this was a power company, Griggs Power Company, it said it wanted its employees to be able to read to a certain level in order to be able to read power manuals and, how to work a utility plant. That neutral basic standard meant that more blacks were being disqualified for employment. They weren't meeting the standard.
Right. And what she wants is don't ask why. Don't ask why there's a disparate impact. Accept the disparate impact. The law is race neutral. We don't need to work any harder to figure out why more blacks can't pass the test. We don't have to ask those questions. The law is fair. That's the lazy fucking mid-wit white standard that Heather McDonald wants America to work for. Don't ask why, folks. Don't use your critical thinking. Just accept the law.
And so the court said, if you have a neutral standard, but it negatively affects blacks, we're going to call that discrimination, even though that's not your intent. So now we have this idea that a standard that is not intended to discriminate, it can be colorblind, objective, but it means that you're disqualifying more blacks. That's bad. And we've
literally, it's not intended to discriminate, but it does discriminate. That is what these people want to endorse. Coleman Hughes, another one, Glenn Lowry, all these people. Hey, it wasn't intended to be discriminatory. It just happens to be. We can't help that. There are huge problems with this.
We've taken that concept and we've gone around to every meritocratic institution, again, to law schools, to medical schools. If the LSATs, the law school admissions tests, if blacks do more poorly at those, we're going to throw those out. If blacks do more poorly at the medical college.
Notice how she's concentrating on the blacks do more poorly. Things are a little bit more complicated than that. Whites do more poorly on these standardized tests than Asians do. I would love to hear her address that disparity.
College admissions tests, we're going to throw those out. At medical licensing, we're going to throw those out because they have a disparate impact on blacks. This is a concept that destroys excellence. It destroys achievement. We see it in the arts, where expectations of a certain proficiency for instruments, if that has a disparate impact, we're going to throw that out. We're throwing out literature, and we're seeing it in the law too.
I'm sorry, Kristen.
In criminal law, right. That's why we're getting rid of prosecution. That's why we're getting rid of incarceration, because those laws also have a disparate impact on black criminals.
One example of...
Okay, with DiCapriono, that's not where I was going. The affirmative action thing is actually slightly different. If you will notice, Heather McDonald will focus on blacks. She will not talk about Asians and whites. Like I think Harvard is slightly more Asian now in its student population or student demographic than white. Berkeley, more Asian than white. Um, Bottom line is she has said, blacks versus Asians and whites. I'm saying, you know what? The only reason she brings up Asians and whites together is because she's holding on by a thread to her logic. If we're going to get rid of affirmative action, I want to see Asians who outperform whites on standardized tests. I want to see them win. Blacks should stop worrying about what whites are doing. They are second best. If we want excellence, we will go for an Asian standard. And it'll hurt the whites like Heather McDonald's feelings. But you know what? They are actually in the same boat with Asians, and she doesn't seem to be able to admit it. She will focus on blacks not meeting the standard. And I'm saying whites are about 5 years away from having problems with being outperformed by Asians. It's already happening in Britain. This is what I mean by her arguments are like 50 years out of date. Blacks and whites in affirmative action, that's not the biggest problem that's going to be coming up. It's going to be Asians outperforming whites. And to be honest, just to, kind of make half a joke, Doge would still be pretty important had Vivek Ramaswamy run it versus Elon. Vivek Ramaswamy is smarter than fucking Elon Musk, smarter than Trump. And Doge would be the shit right now if Vivek had run it.
Of this change that I've heard about is, I think it is in the symphony, the way that there was blind rehearsal or tryouts, that in order to take away racial or identity preference in the decision making, you would have the people try out and you just hear their music and you'd not see them, you wouldn't know anything about them. And so that seems like definitionally all right, perfect. It's literally like a blind test on the basis of the output.
Now look at these motherfuckers, and this is where I want to draw the parallel between Chaotic Truth and Heather McDonald, and apparently this guy too. They're gonna fucking talk about race and flutes. They want to talk about art and literature. Blacks can't play the flute as well. Blacks aren't good flautists. That's why they're not playing in symphony orchestras. Motherfucker, who aspires? Like, I love classical music. However, there aren't many whites who fucking play in symphony orchestras. So these motherfuckers want to talk about affirmative action in the Cleveland Symphony Orchestra. This is just purely laughable. If we're going to talk race and meritocracy, we need two more substantive people to talk about it.
I'll put alone. And as I understand it, this mentality you're talking about has led to the reverse. So now we're going to actively make sure that we put your race and your identity at the foreground of our decision making. How is that not just, well, I guess Ibram X. Kendi says that we need to have active discrimination to counter past discrimination, right? That's his anti-racism model. No, we need to actually actively say less of you, more of you,
Right.
because that happened in the past.
Right.
And that kind of forever, like we're always going to be doing that.
Right.
Is that a fair articulation of the other side's perspective?
No,
Yes,
it
this
actually
was,
isn't.
George Floyd race riots resulted in mass psychosis across the country. Every elite institution.
Now look at that. See, this silly woman wants to put, blue fatigue. Okay, people were fucking tired of the Breonna Taylors and the Ahmaud Arbery's and all this stuff happening, and she wants to fucking call it mass psychosis. Like, black people weren't tired of the historical role that police have had in abusing black people. She wants to forget the 60s with the hoses and the dogs. She wants black people to forget all that historical stuff. This is the problem with a Heather McDonald as a chief spokeswoman for meritocracy. She is not that bright. And little dude with the perm is letting her get away with it without pushing back on her very bad, somewhat ahistorical viewpoints.
Institution declared itself racist. You had art museums saying, we are racist. 5,000 years of
Who
Western
gives a fuck
civilization
about
is
art
racist. Our new
museums?
mission, per the
Well, I give a
Metropolitan
fuck
Museum of Art in
not
New York,
that much.
is anti-racism. You had restaurants saying we're racist. You had law firms saying we're racist. You had the Mathematical Association saying math is racist. And it was all this idea that a standard that has a disparate impact is racist. And Anthony Tomasini, who was the lead classical music critic of the New York Times, he
Okay, I have to say this. So we're sitting here talking about the lead classical music critic of the New York Times. You know what, Deacon Dave? Now I understand why. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mess with you a little bit. So you think she, oh my God, I don't think she is milk toast. I think she is pablum. Oh no, she cannot handle pushback. She would turn red, get flustered, and put white women's tears on those awful blue frames that she's wearing. Look at her. Milk toast. She's those rice flakes that you put a little milk in, a formula in, and give to your newborn once you're trying to transition them to solid food.
he called for what's called deblinding orchestral auditions. They were blind, you wouldn't know the identity. He said, I can't stand, and Alex Ross of the New Yorker, their lead music critic. This breaks my heart. These people, these classical music critics who are presiding over a dying tradition that they should know contain some of the most profound expressions of human eros, sorrow, longing, joy that's ever been created. They should be selling this art. And here was Tomasini, here was Alex Ross, here was the BBC Music Magazine after the George Floyd, during the summer of 2020, the summer of mass psychosis, saying, I can't stand going to a concert hall and
You
listening
know
to
what?
white male
She does look
composers
like Sally
and
Jesse
having
Raphael.
whites in the
Good
audience.
catch.
This is giving young people an excuse to avoid this beauty. So Tomasini said, deblind orchestral auditions so that we can make sure that we can racially engineer the composition of orchestras. Conductors are not discriminating. Nobody is discriminating. Even if you didn't have blind auditions, all that a conductor cares about is he doesn't want the first horn in a Strauss tone poem to blow his solo. He's looking for excellence. He's looking for perfection. If it was an all-black orchestra and they were the best, that's what he would choose. The idea that conductors or music managers are discriminating against the most qualified classical musicians is absurd. Here's how absurd it gets, John. Again, you would think, how can a blind audition where you don't know the identity, how can that be racist?
I wanna point out that she's right about the blind audition, but see, that's not a blind audition does not work in every hiring situation. The next thing I want to point out is, or well, reemphasize, is literally she will not bring up any other demographic but blacks. She will pick on blacks. She will talk about blacks the whole time. She will not be able to understand that there are other racial dynamics in 2025 besides black versus white. She is very much like CT, or just the anti-black blacks in general, in the white shades. It's all black and white with them. They're not capable of understanding that there are other competitors these days. Kushti, how are you? It is good seeing you, ma'am. And Chuckwu, while I have you, I think white guilt is a measure of white guilt. I think it has nothing to do with black power. Blacks do not have political power. You could argue that maybe there's some cultural power there. But white guilt is a measure of white guilt. Okay. Do not bullshit your way through black power. Black power has nothing to do with white guilt. Blacks do not have the power to make white people feel guilty or otherwise. Let's see. What do you have to say, Kushti? There's other factors. The person's name can also be exactly. Now, the blind, I think when they say blind, auditions for a symphony, it may just be a number. I don't know how those work. But what I do want to point out is that Heather McDonald will only concentrate on blacks in their complaints. She will not address the coming wave, which is going to be whites. Whites already have a problem with Jews. They have for quite some time. And Asians are going to be next. You just wait. Whites are going to start when whites. I have to tell you about this community. I think it's Johns Creek in Georgia, where damn. Let me see, can I find this story? I talked about this months ago, but it's basically a kind of ritzy white neighborhood in Georgia where Asians started moving in, and the Asians started outperforming the white kids in high school. All of a sudden, the white kids were not valedictorian and salutatorian. They weren't acing, they weren't doing well, as well as the Asians on AP tests and stuff like that. So you know what the whites did? After complaining, they picked up and moved. They literally moved somewhere else to reestablish themselves, take over another school district where there were fewer Asians and they could be number one again. So that is what a Heather McDonald would do. She doesn't want to talk about whites being outperformed. Harvard is slightly more Asian than white these days. Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, more Asian than white. I'm just waiting for the complaints.
Here's what else is racist under a disparate impact standard: speeding cameras. It turns out,
yes, it is
speeding
whataboutism.
cameras are racist.
What? Deacon
If
Dave.
they tell us, which they do, that blacks speed at higher rates, they're racist cameras. the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson,
I will, Kirsty.
waged
As a
a
matter of fact,
war
hopefully
against
I
a
can get
technology
to
called
Rap Raven's
ShotSpotter.
show.
And I don't know whether,
I didn't see what it happened.
our libertarian, non-libertarian differences will show up here. We'll see. ShotSpotter is an audio technology that picks up the sound of shootings, of drive-by shootings,
Okay.
which is important because it turns out in the inner city, which is where almost all drive-by shootings occur at an absolutely barbaric rate, 80% are never called in for various reasons. And so ShotSpotter picks it up and alerts the police, and at the very least allows first responders to get there quickly, where they may never get there at all without this technology. Well, ShotSpotter.
Now, what this silly bitch won't tell you is that most people do not live in the ghetto. That's all well and good with the shot spotter, but I would actually go to the right of her. You know what? You might just you might just have to let things play out in the inner city. Um, I would prefer that happening than to basically have a whole demographic, a whole racial demographic judged by what happens in a very small geographic region where most black people don't even live. These fools, these racists, quite frankly, who want to just concentrate on the inner city as the core of where black people live, are as stupid. And they've trained people like Officer Tatum and CT and Ock Nation. They have literally trained these people or influenced these people or paid these people to concentrate on a place where most black people don't even live. Congratulations. Oh, by the way, when I say black people, I'm concentrating on the U.S. I don't mean worldwide.
Potter tells us again that most shootings are occurring in a very small portion of Chicago on the south and west sides and sort of known
No,
hotspot
Chuck
corners
Woo, white
in
guilt is literally
overwhelmingly in
not
black
that.
neighborhoods.
Do
So it
better.
turns out that this audio sensor is racist because it tells us a message we don't want to know. So Brandon Johnson said, I want to get rid of ShotSpotter, except for the
Okay,
DNC. ShotSpotter
Dave,
said, okay, you don't like,
she
we're out of
is
here.
a
They were going
she's
to pull
talking
out
about
in
black people
February
and she's
of
talking about the
2024.
ghetto.
Brandon
I
Johnson said, not so
infer
fast.
that she thinks
Leave in
or
September,
is
but stick around
implying
for the convention.
that
And
most
sadly,
black
ShotSpotter
people
agreed
live in
with
the
this
ghetto.
annoying and incredibly insulting conditions. But that's where we've gotten to, is that a camera, a computer, a non-sentient being is racist.
So I want to
Oh, it can be.
explore.
See, again, I don't know if you guys remember this issue from maybe even 3 or 4 years ago, where facial recognition software would misidentify black people. It was literally like some sort of lighting sensing issue where um, it would misidentify black people. So, and the theory behind it is most of the people who were there, developing the software and all that, there was no one there going, hey, why is this, getting everything else right, but it's misidentifying this particular phenotype? Sometimes having black people in the room can help better stuff. So the racist part that she's talking about, again, it's just simply she doesn't know shit.
Or some term setting. There is a tiny part of me that feels like ShotSpotter sounds like the surveillance state.
I knew it. Good. Excellent disagreement.
Part of me that's like, oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about the robots or the drones gonna just start becoming Judge Dredd. But we'll set that aside for now. I'm gonna come back. I want to parse this a little bit between the race and equity things. They're deeply connected, and the police issues, which are the two areas where you've spent so much of your time.
Yeah.
But first, I want to pose a question and help, which is this all overblown? Make the case that this sort of woke DEI, disparate impact, explicit racism as the replacement for colorblindness ideology. Make the case that this is broad-based and happening in places beyond Columbia University's campus and a couple of whack jobs at Disney. Like how much of a problem has this actually been in the broad institutions of America for real? Make your argument for that.
Well, broad institutions of America, I would say in every professional school, your viewers, if they have white male sons and they've applied for graduate school, I would bet a very large proportion of those white males, if they're not in some LGBTQ category, have not.
Chuck Wu, I've read Shelby Steele. It's been some years since I've read him. I don't give a fuck if Shelby Steele says it. I think Shelby Steele is wrong. White guilt is not about the fear of being called racist. It is literally what happens when you educate your little white children about American history. Now, I won't say that, teaching kids to feel guilty, that's poor teaching. But no, if you are stupid enough, and I think Shelby Steele is simply wrong on this count, he is doing what people like an Ak Nation would do. He is literally putting himself in some bottom feeding white kids' shoes and trying to be empathetic. White guilt is not about the fear of being called racist. Shelby Steele is wrong. Thank you for bringing up Shelby Steele. I've read more bullshit about this than you have. But, I'm always willing to give my thoughts on a Shelby Steele. And I like Shelby Steele, by the way, but he has his complications.
Not gotten into their first choice or second choice or third choice for medical school or law school because they are the bottom of the totem pole. There is no more reviled creature in an academic environment today than a straight white male. And that occurs as well for the professions. In law.
Well, damn, I'm just going to have to stop every minute. Who gives a fuck? Dude, who gives a fuck about slavery? Okay, again, you don't have what it takes to make the points you think you're making. White people don't care about slavery. White people don't care about Jim Crow, which literally ended in my lifetime. White people simply have to read about it. Your argument here, Chuck, is just literally I don't even know. It's really like Be Brave level, 5th grade. My parents didn't own, or my relatives didn't own slaves. What you need to understand, and you would know this if you ever take the time to read, that plantation owners, the planter class, way back before the Civil War, literally had political power. It was engineered so that they would have political power. That was behind the 3/5 clause, to give them political power. So even if your family did not own slaves, you were still benefiting from a government that was white supremacist. You literally, the subtleties are where you're kind of losing your argument here. And the subtleties are where the Anton Daniels and all these fools who want to do a surface level, oh, I heard someone say that and I agree with it. The answers, the subtleties are in actually doing the work to know American history. And you know what? You may read it and still feel the same way you do, but at least I would have confidence that you've done your homework.
Law firms, Black law school graduates are catapulted way ahead of their GPA
Uncle Fatty, I totally agree
into
with this.
associate positions, way ahead of their white and Asian colleagues. The press hires on the basis of race. Publishing, good luck publishing a book if you're a white male, non-LGBTQ author. The media, we've seen that. Government,
the Oscars is a good example in the media space, which is they've now made explicit race quotas for your crew. Like,
I'm afraid
if there isn't sufficient diversity in the people
you
behind the
are
camera,
simply
you're not
wrong,
qualified to
Chuck.
get an Oscar now.
Black
As of, like, I
fatigue
think
is
this
just
year.
another
it's unbelievable.
race
And
grift.
Broadway,
So
after, again, during the George
congratulations
Floyd
for
race riot, there was this
falling
movement called I
for
See You White American Theater
another
that had the most
race
hilariously
hustlers
hysterical,
fancy, pithy
hyperbolic
term.
manifesto, basically blaming theater for having the gall to ever mount a play written by a white male. And they've just, this group
Aren't
has,
most of them? No, I mean, seriously, aren't
Yeah.
like most of the historical
so
plays and
cancel it,
musicals?
cancel it. So after George Floyd, like every new play on Broadway that year was by a Black author. So, and you have, I wrote about in the book the amazing institute at Juilliard, which is one of the premier arts conservatories
This woman
in the country
is doing a
for classical
culture
music, but also for
critique
theater and
about
dance.
race,
And the Black
talking
students
about
there just had
Juilliard.
this incredibly
Why would I
self-involved,
take her
narcissistic
seriously again?
meltdown when they were asked to listen to a Zoom reenactment of the African slave trade in order to increase the empathy of all students towards what Blacks went through. And out of that
Now I'm waiting for her to say the whole
centuries-long
world had
experience
slavery.
of sorrow and oppression came Black music and Black theater. But the Black Juilliard students said, "How dare you subject us to this?" And they had a complete meltdown, and they too demanded.
There were a
Wait, what were they
whole
melting down about?
orchestra
This was
of Chuck
black,
woos.
this was historically Black music that they were melting down about listening to?
This was a 3-day workshop that Juilliard had brought in, run by a Black theater professional at NYU, that was going to be an immersion in Black art, in above all musical theater, spirituals, jazz. And on the opening day, this Black theater professional, Michael McElroy, had the students watch by Zoom.
I think it's
'cause they were all
McElroy, though.
socially distanced at that point, a reenactment of the African slave trade whose dialogue came out of the TV series and book Roots by Alex Haley, Black author. And during this reenactment, the Black students were all texting each other about how this was just too oppressive and how dare they appropriate our history. It's impossible to understand. Do not ask me to explain this, John.
Okay.
It can't be explained.
Do not ask me to explain this, John. I don't know that much about Black stuff.
No, that.
But I
the
will
Juilliard
talk
capitulated.
about it.
And so these students went on a rampage. They had their manifesto saying it is racist to
riot.
ask us to learn the general American dialect. It is racist to ask us to ever go outside of our racial identity. But of course, the rule is, as usual, double standard. So Blacks can play white roles, but whites can't play Black roles. And
listen to her.
so
She's going
they
to talk
claimed
about
that
Blacks
they
the
were
whole
oppressed by
fucking
having to just
podcast.
be in a environment where, as you say, Sorry, it's a
BLM is
European
irrelevant to
tradition.
my argument. Chuck, do
We
better.
were Caucasian demographically. That's a reality. There were no blacks on
I think
the
it's a
European
perm,
continent
Yeti. I don't
for a
think it's
very long
natural.
time, and when they arrived, they were very few in numbers. You can't expect that culture to have a whole tradition from the start of black art, just as we don't expect China, in its Chinese classical opera tradition, to have African writers. China's not going around apologizing for its classical opera.
I have to stop one more time because I keep reading Chuck's. Chuck, do you understand the hand that white corporations had in the slavery industry? And I'm just doing this off the top of my head because I can't, I haven't thought about it in a while, so I don't remember the details. But insurance companies specifically, like the precursor to today's Aetna, precursor to today's New York Life, or maybe it's Met Life. There was a whole industry way back antebellum South, especially, where you could take out a mortgage on your slaves. You could use your slaves as collateral to get loans. They were literally property that you could take mortgages out on. And you know what? If you foreclosed on a mortgage, the bank could come or the insurance company could come and take your slaves and sell them off. Don't talk to me about white corporations to prove they are innocent of racism, Stanley. You do not know the history of white corporations in America. You must do your homework. You must. And Shelby Steele is one person you ought to read, but there are about a million other counter Shelby Steeles. There are historians, both white and black. There is a whole library of books that will teach you about American history. And by the way, history's interpretation, it's not necessarily facts. So read Gerald Horne and then read Sean Willentz. They basically have fundamentally different opinions about the meaning of the Constitution, whether it was a slave document or a freedom document. But the two things you need to understand is Gerald Horne is as eminent as Sean Willentz, if not a little bit more so. There are plenty of historians who are vibrant. There are so many books before you just ignorantly talk about the innocence of white corporations. Dude, you just need to. And you know what? You're young, Chuck, so I'm not necessarily fussing. What I'm saying is before you come on these into these chats, especially my chat, I don't say shit lightly. I usually have some form of, backing for why I think this. And if it's just my plain old opinion unfounded, I generally will say, hey, this is just my opinion. I have nothing to back me up. Do better, Chuck. This is not Sean Bracey's chat. This is Stanley versus the world. And you know what? We can have fun, we can laugh, and we can make shit up. But when it comes down to brass tacks, don't tell me what Shelby Steele said. I read Shelby Steele fucking 30 years ago and discounted it.
Opera, because it doesn't have blacks. India's not going around apologizing for its classical epics because they were written by Indians and not by Africans. The West is the only civilization engaged
Uncle
in this
Fatty, I have no clue.
pathetically
I stopped
ungrounded
right about the time Vanilla Ice
self-flagellation.
was popular is when I stopped
You don't pull
following
punches.
I'm
rap
sick of it.
music
I'm
because I was too
sorry.
busy
Because it is
in the Navy.
perverse.
Man.
This is the question that I've been pondering for months. What is with the West that it is uniquely self-canceling at this point?
I want to come back to that question because it's actually a profound question, and you point it out in truth, because America is a uniquely culturally diverse society relative to all of human existence and most of the planet. So, and everyone I've traveled more than most Americans, which is not hard because we don't travel that much abroad as a people. We're obviously the least racist country on planet Earth.
Right.
Like and it's like literally obvious, and it manifests my former guest, his name is escaping me, Wilfred Riley, had brought up a survey about perceptions around things like interracial marriage and all kinds of other things that would indicate the level of kind of racial prejudice.
Right.
And America was like top of the charts for tolerance of all the things that you would think suggest we're pretty good on race. And we beat ourselves up the worst. But isn't that also because we had a uniquely horrible chattel slavery? And it is, you said, okay, the Civil Rights Act in
By the way,
in the 1960s.
I need to introduce Wilfred Riley. He's actually a black right winger who is super smart. For my money, Wilfred Riley is about the smartest black conservative intellectual in the fucking country. He is just good at a lot of things. And I need to introduce him to this audience. You will disagree. Well, I will disagree with him, but you know what? The dude will back up his arguments to a degree that you better be fucking on your toes. I saw Wilfred Riley, who is right of center, black conservative, basically embarrass another black conservative because she was coming up with some bullshit, and he just fucking I saw him pick another black conservative's argument apart. So I like dudes like that. You know, even if you agree with me, you better be you better know your shit. So anyway, I know I keep stopping this. We're only 23 minutes in. Damn it.
And the changes. And then by 1980, it's done.
I did not, Kirsty. I wasn't that cool.
In 15 years, we solved racism and we should move on. That doesn't sound reasonable or fair after hundreds of years of oppression and segregation and redlining and Jim Crow and a culture that says blacks are second-class citizens or not even human in its worst form. You can't tell me 20 years and we solved that problem. Isn't this just maybe an overcorrection, but still a reasonable and necessary rebalancing that's going to get it wrong at the margins, going to overplay its hand a little bit, but still fundamentally the right thing to do?
Well, first of all, I'll answer your question about is by 1980s is enough change, but remind me to return to your claim that we had a uniquely barbaric system of chattel slavery. But it's a very valid question as to whether
everybody
from
had
64
slavery
to 1980 you could have a transformation of the culture, and that one would be right to be suspicious. Nevertheless, I would say when you're looking at a very specific issue like a minimal literacy test that applies to everybody for employment or going to high school, I mean, I guess you could say, of course, we know that literacy tests were used to exclude blacks and poll tests. But at some point, I would say when the standards themselves are so colorblind and they have no idea who is taking that exam, at some point you have to say, regardless of what the ambience may be, we're not going to tear.
Yeah, here's what she's saying is we need to ignore the history. We are post-racial, and she would be absolutely wrong. We are we have made a lot of progress, but we are not at the mountaintop. And people like John McWhorter, people like Heather McDonald, people like there are other examples. Even a racist like Amy Wax knows that we are not post-racial. That's the interesting thing. Even the racists know we are not post-racial, but like some, Heather McDonald level midwit wants to pretend that we are. The racists actually know America better than people like Heather McDonald. Be Brave knows America better than Heather McDonald. Be Brave represents, I won't say the real America, but he is part of that cultural mosaic. Be Brave is a better representative of a racist America than Heather McDonald is. She wants to fucking hide behind stories about Juilliard. Be Brave will come out and just tell you he's a racist. Now, he does try and hide behind that culturalist bullshit, but we all know that he's a racist. And the other interesting thing is, maybe somebody in this audience who goes over to Be Brave regularly, why can't he say the N-word? He needs to say it a lot more. He needs to express himself. He knows he wants to say the N-word. And you know what? That white guilt bullshit about saying the N-word, I encourage Be Brave to say it early and often. Please. You want to Be Brave.
Tear down those standards and continue and have double standards because we don't think blacks can make them. But I would agree that it would have been impossible to predict the degree of sea change in Americans' identity. And I went on an Audible listening tour for a year or two of catch up to a lot of black literature, Frederick Douglass, Native Son.
Listen to this silly
Claude
bitch.
Brown, Manchester.
Okay, catch up on shit that was written 100 or more years ago. She's catching up. Oh my Lord. I was reading this shit when I was a teenager. She's catching up, y'all. She's catching up to Frederick Douglass.
Child in a Promised Land. And it is truly sickening the degree of gratuitous nastiness that characterized American whites for a long time. I am perfectly sympathetic to Malcolm X calling
this is where this
white
silly woman goes wrong. Okay, let's not, and this is actually kind of the bad thing that the anti-reparations people are doing. They want to motherfucking personalize this shit. Okay, no, let's not blame the whites. Let's blame the culture. Now, people populate and kind of create culture, but when you try and take it down to the personal level, that's where people start feeling white guilt and shit like that. Chuckwu, the white guilt is unnecessary. What actually is the problem is the culture. And white people make up the culture, black people make up the culture, all kinds of people make up the culture. What people like Heather McDonald will not tell you or encourage you to do is stop looking at the color of people's skin Start looking at the culture they create. The culture is the problem. It's racism is a system. Racism is not a personal or phenotypical trait. Racism is part of a system. Culture is a system. Government, politics is a system. Okay, it is beyond, I am racism. Racism is literally a system, not a person or a group of people for that matter. Now, a group of people can make up a culture, can influence a culture, can even make a culture. But see, this is what I don't understand. This woman is supposedly educated and she's almost 70. I think she's 69 or 70. Why doesn't she know this? White people are not to blame. It's the culture they created and bought into that is to blame. If you teach white kids that, hey, it's not you, it's not your family, it's the culture you buy into, the culture you perpetuate, that is the problem, and that what needs to change. And it's not going to be an overnight change. It could take a fucking century. It has taken literally like 150 years to get from the end of the Civil War to 2025. It's not something you turn and change even in a century. Stop thinking that the shit can be changed so quickly. It starts with you, but it might be your great grandkids who reap the benefits. Stop blaming white people and start looking at the culture. And by the way, it's not just white people who make up American culture. It's a lot easier to deal with if you start conceptualizing instead of personalizing. Heather McDonald is not that bright, and neither is her little gentleman host.
White man a devil, given the long history of what would seem to be a white supremacist identity, because whites would go out of their way to simply put
That
blacks
is
down
Lyndon
when it was
Baines
not even
Johnson.
necessary, in just the most heartbreaking ways.
Uncle Fatty.
It is so painful to see pictures in the 1940s of Ella Fitzgerald and Duke Ellington dressed to the nines, living up to bourgeois norms of self-presentation, and still being told to go.
Living up to bourgeois norms. Look, what people like Heather McDonald and John Galt and fucking Ock Nation and all these motherfuckers want is respectability politics. And I'm not going to get into it today because I'm still thinking about it. It may just do a standalone show about assimilation versus integration. Assimilation, I think, is what people like Heather McDonald want. She wants black people to, go to the concert hall and listen to Strauss. Then they will finally be assimilated. Fuck that. American culture is not America is not a melting pot. We don't all blend. We are a mosaic. Pictures within pictures. Stop expecting black people to assimilate. Just accept us for who we are, and that's that. And Heather McDonald, with her blue glasses, wants assimilation. She wants a CT, a chaotic truth version of her extolling the pleasures of sitting at a tea shop looking at your latest antique purchases. Fuck all that.
to a different hotel or a different restaurant. The cruelty was just unfathomable.
So you can understand
I
people who
understand.
say the truly oppressive aspects of our culture when it comes to race just aren't that long ago.
That's
like
right.
like for someone my age, it can be like my parents were being called these things. I'm not saying me, but I'm just to play the role of somebody today who might be, in their 20s, let's say,
Right.
or at Columbia. So you understand where they're coming from.
Of course. And, I think racism was pervasive, but the South in particular, I mean, like who are these people? What was going on in the 50s and 60s? They're the savages with the beating up children so they can't come into a schoolhouse. I was alive then. I was a child, but I was not aware of it. And I think there was a backlash, obviously, in the North, but one would have felt like,
Okay,
who are these
this is
Americans?
another
This is
problem
absolutely
with people like
barbaric.
Heather McDonald. Heather McDonald is literally blaming the South because it was a little bit more overt with its racism. You need to go back, and while she's catching up on Frederick Douglass, she needs to she needs to catch up on some E. Franklin Frazier. Excuse me. She needs to catch up on a lot more than Frederick Douglass. He died in like 1896. So he doesn't know what happened in the early part of the 20th century up to and after World War II. I think it is so disingenuous to hear her talk about how brutal the South was when there were riots in places like Chicago. I think there were riots in LA that far back. There are places like Oklahoma. A lot was going on that she doesn't seem to understand. And, I'm from Georgia. I actually think that the North was a little bit more insidious because if you were in the Great Migration, you know what? You might go to a place like Chicago and not understand their form of covert racism. In the South, we know who to stay away from because they'll tell you to fucking stay away from me. In the North, it's a little bit more insidious. So, and then Chuck is saying and I guess he means me, your options are assimilation versus forming your own black nation. Literally, Chuck, you are not doing your homework, son. Those are not your only two options. And if you want to know what other options are, I'll be glad to discuss them with you once you hit the link. Look at this. What else does he have to say? Being enslaved in the richest country in the world is what makes Black America. Oh, Jesus God. What kind of fucking indoctrination? Oh, Jesus. Being enslaved in the richest country made us the richest population, richest diasporan. Do you know? Oh, my God. Dude, you literally sound like Larry fucking Elder or Thomas Sowell. Oh, my Lord. And then Dave wants me to drop the link. God only knows what kind of berating I'm going to take from Deacon Dave. Oh, by the way, everyone make sure you hit the like button, please. And also, if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. You will get a huge dichotomy of opinions. I think America has some issues. People like John Galt think America is a dream place for former African slaves. We are rich because we happen to be slaves of a rich country. Literally, someone literally put that in the chat just now. That's the next thing he's going to say is, hey, what would you prefer? Living in a mud hut? Oh, my Lord. White supremacy has taken this child and just fucking, molded him into an assimilationist. And his motto is, I think like white. I don't think like Mike. I think like white. So here is the link. I think like white. That's got to be a show title. You know what, Chuck? When you present me a fact, I will be glad to consider it. The fact, when you tell me what options are and you present that as a fact, you don't know all the facts, son.
But I would ask people to simply empirically observe our reality today. We're supposed to believe in white privilege. I'll believe in white privilege when I hear about a Black high school senior who puts his race down as white applying to college because he thinks that will give him an advantage.
Well, wait, hold
If
it.
there is such a student,
Well, wait, hold it. Tell us, did it give him an advantage? See, she doesn't want to fucking tell us what the results are.
he's completely deluded. He has no idea about the world because
He has no
today
idea about the world.
it's being Black which will catapult you into.
Oh, look. Oh, I love this. So that Black kid did himself a disservice by putting down white as his race. Oh, what kind of you know what? I'm not going to even I just want to know, did he get into the college? Because really, the example she's giving really is sort of a counterfactual. I need to know whether that kid got in, what the college was. She just wants to talk about it like at a surface and not tell the whole story. What is the whole story?
Graduate school, into law school, into medical school, into business school, ahead of what your qualifications would suggest. And that's true getting employed as well. Getting an opera role, getting hired in Hollywood. Being Black is
What
the key.
happened to the
Being
kid?
white is the disadvantage today. So it would have been
Okay, so she is
unfathomable.
literally here to talk about we don't have white privilege. Being white is a disadvantage. Some Black kid was so deluded that he put white as his race on a college application. What happened to the kid? Did he get in or didn't he? This is what people like Heather McDonald, she doesn't want to tell you.
I
If you
appreciate
can't
her
tell me
point.
I'm sorry, what?
I think you need a representative from every spectrum, and I appreciate her point
Fuck
of
that.
view.
No, I don't.
I don't agree with it. Now, there's things that you say that I don't agree with. I never agree
Okay,
100% from
hold on one
everybody.
sec. This motherfucker, Chuck, I'm 60 years old. Life has taught me that you are fucked up, young man, and you need to do better. That's what life has taught me. Motherfucker, you're in your 20s. Dude, I'm literally sitting here going online kind of when I want to. I've learned my lessons. I have a son that shit, he's in a better college than I went to, and I didn't go to Chopped Liver University.
I would love to be in my 20s.
Okay, all I have to say is don't tell me what life is to teach me. My life is it has taught me that I need to teach you, son. Because when you think you only have two options in the United States of America, you must, I don't know who taught you that there were only two options in your American life. America gives you about 1 billion options. What the fuck? And what does he have to say? The concept of old fool exists for a reason. Well, the concept of young, dumb, and full of cum exists for a reason too, sir. Motherfucker, you don't fuck with me. I fuck with you. Young, dumb, and full of cum. That's what Chuck sounds like this morning.
Chuck, don't fall for the trap, man. Stanley loves doing that.
Oh, come on now. Come on now. Don't give it away.
I know. That's awesome. Hey, I came up, man. Listen, I got 5 minutes, 5 quick ones.
Okay.
But I think the assimilation is a healthier alternative versus what the B Braves and CT and John and Ock talk about. I would rather see more people at the ballet than at the gun store.
Yeah, but the problem is most white people don't fucking appreciate ballet. Dude, I went to an all boys Catholic school. Do you know how often ballet came up? Never.
Probably never. Yeah.
So don't act like the ballet or the tea shop. There are like, I can't remember the exact number now, but I mean, there are enough people who appreciate, in a country of 360 million people, there are easily millions of people who appreciate ballet. But I mean, I will go to a ballet concert, probably not ballet so much because I'm not a big dance fan. I will go to a classical concert. Probably these days, because I'm older, I'd be more inclined to go hear Mozart than I would be to hear, young Thug or whatever the current rapper is. Because I don't want to stand. I want to sit when I hear music. However, you are fooling yourself if being white and assimilating means you have to go hear the ballet or sit and sip tea in some shop or go antique. That's as stereotypical as anything. I'd be much more willing to bet if you want to assimilate, learn how to fucking fish or hunt. And blacks have been doing that forever in this country. There are things that are commonalities that are more, if I sit, and I know this from experience actually, if I sit and I talk to like some, mountain man fucking about fishing or hunting, you know what? Fuck race. We start talking about fishing or hunting. There are ways you can assimilate without assimilating. You know what? I can talk fishing as easily as I can about some book I read. You need to be multifaceted. That's that's the actual assimilation. Be able to talk more than race or whatever the topic is. Nobody fucking likes ballet or t-shirt.
No, you can't knock the ballet though.
Fuck all that.
That's it. No,
you know what?
I know I went kind of high. I get it.
Well, no,
like,
if
refine your taste.
Hey, now I don't mean to be dismissive. If you like ballet, that's cool. I'm not a dance guy.
Versus a Young Thug concert, I would prefer ballet because I know what happens after a Young Thug concert. I might make it home at a
I never
ballet.
even thought that far. I'm just not into the music or the crowd.
Right. Well, that's what you got, breeding. I know people who haven't been fishing because they haven't left their hood. So I'm talking
Uh-huh.
extreme cases.
But there's also a YouTube show called Hood Fisherman. Have you ever seen it?
No, I haven't watched
Literally,
that one.
there is a YouTube show called Hood Fishing or Hood Fisherman.
Actually, yeah, I have seen him. He's got dreads.
And ice capades. Fuck you, Uncle Fatty. Hey, that's funny because when I was a young kid, like, in grade school, my father used to take me and my sister to see Disney on Ice. So fuck you. I hadn't thought about that in years. Disney on Ice. It was a thing. And I don't know. I mean, it was kind of fun to watch, but ice skating in Savannah, it only happens like in a show.
I've seen Transformers on ice. It was pretty good.
Was it really? Now, see, that's what you take kids to, though, so they have an
Yeah,
appreciation.
that's what I did.
Yeah.
I took my kids
Okay.
when they were
Well,
younger.
yeah. Definitely take your kids to like an ice show. This is no country for old men, Stanley. Motherfucker, do you know the age of the last two presidents? No country for old men? See, this is why I can't take someone like Chuck seriously. Our current president is 78 and the former president is 82. No country for old men, huh? What is this? What is this child talking about? Yeah, you were in the row behind me. You probably were, Uncle Fatty. There weren't, it wasn't a heavily black crowd at the ice capades, but there were a few. And there was something else I wanted to cover, and I cannot remember what it is now. So we'll just watch a little bit more of this. And shit, we've only made it through 29 because I've been stopping at fussing at Chuck so much. I blame you, Chuck.
Nah, you've been disagreeing with Sally Jesse Raphael Jr.
This degree of
Look, you know what? And if she said, "Hey Stanley, meet me for tea in Manhattan somewhere," I would definitely go, but we would just fuss and fight the whole time. I don't hate her personally. I just think she's either disingenuous. It's hard for me to believe that a Yale trained lawyer would be catching up because she's been talking about blacks in crime and policing for at least a decade, if not more. So it is so surprising to hear that last summer she did a listening tour and caught up on her reading with Frederick Douglass. I like fuck Frederick Douglass. That book was published like 130 years ago. Why is she just getting up to reading black people now? This is the pushback she needs to be getting.
Give her credit for attempting to get up to speed.
She's been doing it. This is not her first interview. She's been doing it. Look how old she is. She's been doing it. Look, I first came across Heather McDonald maybe 10 years ago, maybe even a little bit more. I came across Glenn Lowry back in the 90s. Dude, this is what some people like Chuck don't understand is I'm not some dude who does not know these people, have seen 100 interviews, or videos or read articles by these people. I'm not doing some surface level critique of Heather McDonald. I've seen her with Coleman Hughes. I've seen her with John McWhorter. I've seen her with Glenn Lowry. I kind of have know what her theses are. And Chucky here wants to talk to me about a No Country for Old Men, when probably the person he voted for is older than his parents. No country for old men.
Of sea change, but I would say it has occurred. And I would also say to your point about Americans being the least racist, we are so ready to be post-racial. Americans now, they're just kind of like,
Okay, this is fucking fantastical. We are so ready to be post-racial, yet there BLM riots in motherfucking Charlottesville. That's how ready we are.
like nice.
What's
They're just
crazy
nice
is
people. They
there
just
are a
want to
lot
get
of
along.
people
And
who aren't. I am a
Look,
post-racial man
look.
as an individual.
Well,
To
as
sum
an
it up quickly.
individual, the culture. See, I keep talking about, she is talking about a we, the culture is not. The culture, what is a good analogy? Um, Look, I'm ready for the tide to go out, but it's going to take 12 hours for that tide to go out. It will empty out, over 12 hours, but the tide doesn't just instantly go out because you're ready for it. It takes time.
You gotta wait for the slow to
American
catch up. I
culture,
get it.
American
Yeah.
culture is like a tide. It will be post-racial when it's post-racial. Pretending that it's post-racial is not the same thing as post-racial. Now, I do agree, even with somebody like Justice Justice Roberts. There are times when you have to kind of perk the tide along a little bit. Okay, but you're not going to be able to do a sea change. Sea changes happen over time. They do not happen instantly. And pretending that there is a sea change instead of encouraging a sea change, those are two different things. Heather McDonald wants to say, and she's not saying it here, but she wants to, America's post-racial. The people need to catch up to the culture. She's fucking totally out of her mind with that.
Yeah, because the people
The
create the culture.
culture
I
needs
get it.
to catch up to the people.
Right.
The culture is the tide. The people are kind of the fish. The culture is not post-racial. Individuals are.
That's what's unique.
And I'm
That's
sorry,
what's
what?
unique. That's what's unique about your channel. I remember back when you was doing Pop the Balloons, and I don't think you remember right now or not, but you had Be Brave and SKC on the panel with
Oh,
Stanley.
I've had Solid
All three
Snake
of
up
you.
here too.
No, but this dynamic, this particular one, where it was just you three, and
Hmm.
none of you guys remember that. I was in
Oh, I
I was in the
remember.
chat. But anyway, it was so much simpler back then. People got along. People gave each other time to respond, and you barely cussed out Brave. But I was watching a clip on the Facebook the other day, and this lady, she had a post-racial mindset. Because she said that she was gonna pop the guy's balloon based on this question: how do you want to raise your kids? Are you gonna
Hmm.
be? I'm not gonna tolerate a victim mindset for my children to come up with. And he
Hmm.
answered the question right, but I think the only reason why he did is because he wasn't American. He was a Ghanaian.
Hmm.
I don't think an American black man would have had the same answer.
Well, let me put it to you this way. You've seen me show some of Arameose Frimpong stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, well, his father was Ghanaian. His mother was from South Carolina, black woman from South Carolina. So if you want to hear about some of that dynamic in a person who actually lived that, consequently, kind of like, Obama, his African father basically wound up leaving his mother because the South Carolina black woman was like, I'm not having that shit. And the Ghanaian father, wanted to live like an African. He wanted more Ghana in the house, living in America, by the way, than African American. And it did not work, divorce, etc. So
That's just because the American culture will
no,
empower the woman
you
to
know
fight
what?
against that
When
African
you,
man.
I will not accept. Look, if you live in America, of course there's going to be a culture clash, and I'm not one to say, hey, I think white. It's a weird argument. You have heard that there is more genetic diversity in Africa, like between ethnicities in Africa. Like there's more genetic diversity between a Hutu and a Tutsi than there is between an African and a European.
I've
I
heard that
think the
before.
same. I think the same. Well, no, it is actually a fact. That's not made up. That's
Yeah,
why
and this is why they say the biggest
That's
thing is
why. That's
economics.
why when you. That's why when you talk about race being genetic, it kind of gets blown up
Yeah.
because phenotypically, what we would call black in Africa are more different genetically than a black person, phenotypically what we would call black and who we would call phenotypically white European. There's less divergence genetically than someone who might be a few countries over on the same continent. The race argument, race as genetics, gets blown up just by that fact. That's why I don't have patience with motherfuckers who want to talk about race being genetic. The other thing, and the parallel I want to draw is, say you are a Ghanaian marrying a black woman from South Carolina. They're phenotypically you're similar, culturally you're not. There is more divergence in your culture than there is phenotypically. So just because you're marrying someone who is phenotypically black in the United States does not mean there is same. You may be so divergent culturally that the marriage doesn't work. That's
Oh,
kind of blowing up. That's kind of blowing up the whole, well, blacks should marry blacks. Believe this or not, my wife and I grew up more similar than just about any other black woman I met. We were both Catholics. We were both kind of middle class. We had a lot of the same cultural touchstones than a lot of the black women I dated over my life. People are simpletons. Most of the people, like Chuck Woo, they're simpletons. They are not able to fucking think deeper than the last argument they heard on YouTube that they liked.
right.
Kusti doesn't believe it. Kusti, you get carte blanche.
Is that who was up here yesterday?
No.
Oh,
Kusti's an old friend of mine from another channel, other channels. I've known her for a while. And she can pretty much get away with calling me a bastard or a liar,
but
which is what you're doing now.
I'm glad you made that point. How you'll have more similarities over a skin color than a skin color.
But that's obvious.
That's not, yeah, but that's not the first time I've heard that. And people, if I was to say that in public, they would cuss me out. I've already
Fuck
been
'em.
called I've been called a coon. I've been called this and that because I
Well,
can.
I don't think what I expressed was coonery necessarily, but the one
But the
thing I
guy
will
who's known
say,
for it.
no. Let me finish here. The one thing I can give you a compliment on and SKC and your ilk, and frankly, I'll lump myself in. You realize that motherfucker Frederick Douglass and people like that fought for me to be free enough to choose how I want to live my life, and fuck the consequences. As long as you know that it's not gonna be, easy, there will be some hiccups, and maybe there won't be hiccups. Because quite frankly, I've literally never had a huge hiccup with my son and I, like raising my son.
Mhm.
I've had 2 hiccups that I thought were hilarious. Well, 3 hiccups. Somebody like in kindergarten called my son a mulatto, like another kindergarten kid.
Did you lose it?
And my son came back because he knew what a mulatto was, believe it or not. He said, well,
Mark
so
that.
and so called me a mulatto. I looked at him and said, well, aren't you? Technically, you kind of are.
Hmm.
I had a friend of my wife's who worked with her, saw a picture of my son and asked if my son was Hispanic. Because my son could actually be mistaken for Hispanic. And then I had a woman, believe this or not, because I used to order wood. I used to split a lot of wood every year, but sometimes we burn more than we expected. So this lady and her husband are delivering wood, and this was after my wife had died, I think. So she asked me, is your son your natural son? And I looked at her like, what? She,
Ah,
she didn't she didn't think I was my son's father. And he's not white presenting. I mean, he's mixed race. But I thought it was such an odd question. I looked at her and went, well, yeah. What did you think? So anyway, bottom line is you and SKC, as much shit as I give you and SKC, I'm kind of in your camp. Fuck what other people think. You just need to make sure you are successful enough, rich enough, if you will, um, solid of mind enough to know there will be people who just don't fucking get it. And a lot of them will be black. I told you, but a lot of them won't be. I've been called like, Stanley, you're acting white by more white people in my life than I ever have black people, which
I
is
would
odd.
challenge that. I would challenge that. That is odd.
No, don't tell me what I lived with.
No,
I'm
I'm
literally not exaggerating.
okay, it's just odd. Let me say that. I don't want to challenge your
Well, my
experience, but
life is odd, but look, I went to high school, and it could be that they were just trying to pluck my strings.
yeah, that's possible.
But the black people I knew growing up, I literally grew up with, like from fucking like 5 years old to teenagehood. These people had known me for decades or almost decades. So the black kids that I grew up with knew me. The white kids I went to high school with, I just knew them at school. They didn't grow up with me. So I was less odd to the black kids I grew up with, than to the white kids who had sometimes probably never even, had you know, a black kid in their class. Again, cultural differences,
I guess that
experiential differences. And, I firmly believe that people like Chuck Wu and Heather McDonald, they need to understand the difference between what culture is and what individuals are. Culture doesn't change that fast. Institutions live longer than individual people do. Institutions, culture is an institution, sometimes takes centuries to have significant change. And if you're not bright enough or educated enough to know this, then you know what? I will probably piss you off because I will fucking brutalize you if you step to me stupid.
I like
I
that.
wouldn't have done it 30 years ago, but I can do it now. Now
I
look at
think
him. When you talk about mulattoes, please spell it correctly from now on, Chuck. Mulattoes aren't really black, Stanley. Yes, they are. Historically, in America, they are black. One drop blackness is an American invention. Well, motherfucker, where do I live? Where do you live? I assume you live in America. I want to also remind folks that when I talk about culture, I'm not talking about world culture. I'm not talking about countries I don't live in or understand. I'm talking about the United States of America. So when I say mulattoes are black, I mean in America. I don't mean in France, where, there are other ways to look at mulattoes. Shit, everybody's French, at least at one point in time in France. Black, white, mulatto, it didn't really matter. And they had their own problems.
That white man who said, "Why are you acting white?" was their version of saying, "You're not like the others."
Well, I think of it more like something B Brave said on his show where he was fussing at CKJ3, something that CKJ3 wrote in the chat that Be Brave wants to, he literally kind of, I think it was performance, but he seemed to go ballistic. And he literally said CKJ3, it was so badly formed grammatically that, it looked like someone mildly retarded had written the post, the chat post. And I thought to myself, when it gets to a point that someone like Be Brave is talking about grammar and proper English, he has totally lost the bubble. Motherfucker, Be Brave couldn't speak English properly if he fucking thought about it. But he wants to criticize a black person for bad grammar. And I just thought that is white privilege. That is, his audience is buying into Be Brave correcting grammar when the motherfucker, he didn't correct the grammar with proper grammar, talking about it. But you know what? The other thing that's dead in American culture is irony. Irony and self-awareness are the two things that are slowly dying out in American culture. You can say some shit while being the same shit that you're criticizing. Look at John Galt in Nightshades. That motherfucker is drunk and high, criticizing black people for being drunk and high. What kind of bullshit is that?
It's from the home, so I guess it's okay. I don't know. In the
Oh,
comfort
fuck
of his
that.
own home.
You know what? If you're
Doing it
actually
outside
going to
is different.
be better than the culture you critique. If you're gonna critique, the depravity of black culture, well, don't be depraved while you describe it. Somebody might go, well, wait, what about you?
Yeah, true. When you
And
point at
by the
somebody, you
way,
got to force them to
I
point back
do
at
realize
you.
I'm suffering the same, hypocrisy. Sometimes, at least, I hope. Sometimes I hope, not too often. Dude, I'm as hypocritical as anyone, but at least I can go, hey, I'm not perfect. Kushti, I wish you weren't at work. I would love for you to bring that beautiful English accent up here, so I could lust after it. And you know me, I'm just kidding. We all like British accents here. So, what do you want to do? Should we continue on with frizzy-headed Heather, or move on to something else? Because I think we got the gist. No, not yours. Kushti is a woman, Kelvin. Let's see. I was Daniel Nixon. Do you lie? Shotguns. I figured. And now you want to do all kinds of Bernelli? Damn, that's some expensive weaponry there, Richard. All right. Well, you know what? I guess what I can do is move on into the news stories. If anybody wants to go back to Heather, we can do that. But this winds up being like we're 30 minutes in or so, and there's 2 hours to go of this silliness. And at a minimum, we ought to look at some news here. So apparently, Donald Trump talked to Xi Jinping today, or yesterday, or the day before. So Trump announces more U.S.-China trade talks after 90-minute call with Xi. I want to point out that China is the only country on earth that can go toe-to-toe and make Trump have a 90-minute call. So says here on June 5th, and today's the 6th, so it was yesterday, June 5th, 2025, the leaders of the United States and China engaged in a 90-minute phone conversation aimed at revitalizing previously stalled trade negotiations. Stalled. China was like, hey, you know what? We're going to stand toe-to-toe. And they came to a stall. The call followed months of trade tensions caused by high tariffs, rare earth mineral disputes, and disagreements over China student visas, which was exacerbated by Trump basically saying no Chinese at Harvard. Both leaders agreed to send representatives, including Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, U.S. Treasury Secretary, Howard Lutnick, and Jameson Greer to negotiate and agreed on mutual invitations to visit each other's country. Well, look at Trump treating China like it's important. Trump characterized the discussion as highly constructive and noted that they resolved any complicated issues, but he also remarked that Xi is exceptionally tough and very difficult to negotiate with. You know what? I bet Xi didn't say the same thing about you, Donald. The renewed dialogue indicates possible progress in reducing trade barriers, but experts warn that both countries face significant challenges before reaching a comprehensive deal. Xi Jinping said, hey, Donnie is easy to negotiate with. My son will go to Harvard. What about Israel, Samuel? Is there something specific you want to know? This was actually interesting. Apparently, Trump's tariffs crash exports. Canada posts a record trade deficit. So, Canada isn't China is basically my comment. So let's see what this story has to say.
After Trump's tariffs crash exports, Canada posts a record trade deficit. This article is by Ian Austin and read by an automated voice. Driven in part by a steep drop in auto shipments to the United States after President Trump imposed steep tariffs, Canada posted a record trade deficit of 7.1 billion Canadian dollars, about $5.2 billion in April. Exports to the United States, Canada's largest market, were hard hit after the president began his trade war with Canada, declining by 15.7% since March, according to data by Statistics Canada, the National Census and Economic Data Agency, released on Thursday. Mr. Trump imposed a 25% tariff on autos in April and introduced a similar levy on auto parts, although he has since suspended that tariff. This week, Mr. Trump doubled tariffs on steel and aluminum from Canada and most of the world to 50% from 25%. Canada's economy is heavily dependent on trade, and last year, about 75% of its exports were sent to the United States. Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada has framed the trade war Mr. Trump started as a crisis for Canada and made shifting the country away from its reliance on the United States a cornerstone of his leadership. The tariffs have effectively torn up the broad free trade agreements between the two nations that date to 1989. Mr. Carney on Wednesday characterized Mr. Trump's trade actions as illogical and unjustified. The drop in demand for Canadian goods in the midst of the tariff turmoil was greater than anticipated. Analysts surveyed by Reuters expected a deficit of 1.5 billion Canadian dollars in April. Exports of cars and light trucks fell by 22.9% after the tariffs went into effect. That more than wiped out a 21% increase between November and March, likely caused by manufacturers stockpiling vehicles in anticipation of tariffs. Mr. Trump has said that he wants to return auto production in the United States by making producing vehicles in Canada too expensive. Trade in auto and auto products between the two countries has been roughly balanced since they signed an auto-specific trade pact in 1965. The tariffs have created havoc for the Canadian auto industry, which exports most of its production to the United States. Trade in autos and auto parts between the two countries has been roughly balanced for more than 50 years. Stellantis has twice temporarily shut down an assembly plant in Windsor, Ontario, that makes Chrysler minivans and Dodge muscle cars in response to the tariffs. It also indefinitely suspended production of an electric version of the Dodge Charger Daytona muscle car and stopped a $1 billion retooling to make a new Jeep model at another factory in Brampton, Ontario. Honda suspended an $11 billion plan to make electric vehicles and batteries in Ontario and shifted production of an SUV model from its Canadian plant to the United States, though the company said that will not affect its overall Canadian output. And General Motors cut a third shift at a pickup truck plant in Ontario. Other factors contributed to the expanded deficit, including a rising Canadian dollar and a decline in the price of oil, Canada's largest export by value to the United States.
You know, the one thing in Trump wanting car manufacturing to come back to the United States is, and maybe I missed it because I didn't get too deep into these plans of his, but what has he done within the United States to either benefit or encourage refurbishing, retooling, or building new factories? I've heard nothing about that infrastructure part of, if you want to bring manufacturing back to the United States, what are you doing on this side of the border to make it lucrative to, tariffs are one thing, but what are you actually doing on the ground, infrastructure wise? So maybe somebody in the audience knows. So next story. And this, we are slowly creeping towards Trump and Elon and Doge. So this is part of that saga. The U.S. bought 12 million in aid for poor nations. Under Trump, it may be destroyed. Essentially, this is like USAID stuff. And $12 million worth of HIV prevention meds, contraceptives destroyed. Can't we use them here in the United States? Or maybe, it's like their expiration dates. But let's hear what this has to say. It's a longish story. Don't know if we'll get through the whole 9 minutes, but we'll get a start.
You're listening to the U.S. bought $12 million in aid for poor nations. Under Trump, it may be destroyed. A news story written by Meg Kelly, Joyce Lee, John Swain, and Sarah Blasky, and read by an AI-generated voice. more than $12 million worth of contraceptives and HIV prevention medications purchased by the U.S. government as aid for developing countries under programs that have since been discontinued will probably be destroyed unless officials sell or otherwise offload them, an examination by the Washington Post found. Government records obtained by the Post reveal that virtually all of the supplies have been sitting in distribution centers, one in Belgium and one in the United Arab Emirates, since January, when President Donald Trump halted spending by the U.S. Agency for International Development, saying it was not aligned with American interests. Much of the material is already closer to expiration than many countries would typically accept.
Yeah, I
International
figured that.
humanitarian groups and other organizations have been in talks with government representatives about taking control of the products and distributing them, people with knowledge of the matter said. But negotiations have stalled amid shifting directives from the agency's political leadership, including demands that the groups pay for the materials and that any USAID labeling be removed, according to individuals familiar with the talks. They were among 9 officials or others interviewed for this report, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss private matters or because they feared retaliation. The mandate that the USAID negotiator has been given is get us money for it, said one person with knowledge of the talks. And if you can't do that, we're just going to trash it. The State Department, which oversees USAID, did not answer detailed questions from the Post. A senior State Department official said no decision has been made about what to do with the supplies. The stalled supplies illustrate the chaotic impact of Trump's abrupt suspension of foreign aid on his first day back in office, which stunned U.S. diplomats and humanitarian groups worldwide. Secretary of State Marco Rubio ordered USAID to stop work soon after, and the agency is being shuttered. Some types of aid, including medical supplies deemed life-saving, have since resumed, but shipments of contraceptives and some medications to prevent HIV infection have not. The cuts in those areas have had far-reaching effects across Africa and elsewhere. Numerous health clinics have been shut down, leaving patients without access to family planning treatment, including contraceptives, counseling, and surgeries for birth injuries. Beyond the policy change, the stalemate over the $12 million worth of supplies, a portion of which were earmarked for 18 countries, means that impoverished communities may be denied aid that has already been purchased. An internal accounting shows that, as of late April, those supplies included over 26 million condoms, several million packets of oral birth control, hundreds of thousands of implantable contraceptive devices, nearly 2 million doses of injectable contraceptives, and over 50,000 vials of a drug that helps prevent a person from contracting HIV. The cost of destroying $9.7 million of the family planning commodities at the Belgium Center would be approximately $167,000, a record reviewed by the Post shows. The government.
Well, I think we pretty much get the gist. Doge is not necessarily saving money. It is costing money, which has been, oddly enough, one of the accusations that's come out recently, but I haven't seen a lot of follow-up on it. Doge will cost more than, and it never saved money. It just basically didn't spend money. So, Samuel, maybe this is what you were talking about. Trump connected his travel ban to the Boulder attack, which just happened recently, and apparently there are Jewish leaders who kind of object to that connection.
You're listening to Trump connected his travel ban to the Boulder attack. Some Jews object. A news story written by Ben Brash and Michelle Borstein and read by an AI-generated voice. When President Donald Trump announced a plan to bar citizens from 12 countries late Wednesday, he started by noting a recent attack on the Jewish community that was allegedly committed by an Egyptian man who had overstayed his tourist visa. The attack in Boulder, Colorado, which left 15 injured, underscores the danger posed to our country by foreign nationals not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their welcome. Trump said in a video released by the White House on Wednesday evening, "We don't want them." While some Jewish leaders have praised Trump's recent efforts to address rising anti-Semitism, others say attempting to connect immigration policy with an attack on their community dilutes their deep concerns about the hostility they face from some quarters. Jews are not asking for this. This is not what Jews need or what keeps us safe. Rabbi Jonadab Pestner, director of the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism, the largest denomination of Judaism in North America, said of the travel ban. It's not a moment to talk about immigration policy, said Brandon Ratner, senior director for Colorado's Jewish Community Relations Council. What we need to be talking about, and what this attack in Boulder honestly has always been about, is the way Jews are used to score political points when it's convenient, Ratner said, and that inevitably blows back on us, as we saw this past weekend. The travel ban is not specifically meant to address the Boulder attack, said a White House official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to offer insight into the deliberations. But the incident underscores the need for more vetting of people entering the country, the official said. President Trump has done more to combat anti-Semitism than any president in history, said White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson. Trump has marshaled federal resources to address anti-Semitism on...
Oh, damn it. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Let me bring that back. Give me one sec here. I clicked the wrong X. One sec here. So what happens when you get careless?
You're listening to Trump connected his travel ban to the Boulder attack.
And
Some Jews object.
Will.
A news story written by Ben Brahms' recent efforts to a spokeswoman, Abigail Jackson.
I wanted to point out, and I meant to stop the story, not exit out. I can understand why, the anti-Semitism point needs to be separated from Trump's deportation policies. Essentially, there are people who would think that, hey, fighting one type of racism while mixing it up with another type of racism, which a lot of people accuse the Trump administration of being, and Trump himself, like, hey, we just want to export all the brown people out. Mixing up the two, quote, racisms, fighting racism with racism is essentially the point that Reform Rabbi is subtly making. Something Heather McDonald said about Ibram Kendi, the way to fight racism is be racist in the opposite way. Now, I don't know that, those connections are actually there. Kind of artificially connecting the two, but it seemed kind of funny. Don't fight anti-Semitism with a supposedly racist policy is what this rabbi is seemingly saying.
Trump has marshaled federal resources to address anti-Semitism on college campuses, began a multi-agency task force to combat anti-Semitism, and held radical criminals accountable who target Jewish Americans, she said. The Trump administration has repeatedly cited anti-Semitism as it slashes funding to elite universities and deports foreign students it accuses of anti-Semitism. In April, for example, Trump administration declared that harassment of Jewish students is intolerable and suspended billions in grants to Harvard University. Some Jewish leaders have welcomed those steps by the administration. President Trump's efforts to combat anti-Semitism are unparalleled and are genuinely appreciated by most in the Jewish community, said Gabe Groisman, an advisory board member of Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, a network of groups. Administration officials' response to the Boulder attack shows their consistent commitment to these values and this cause, despite all of the noise and roadblocks being placed by those dead set to oppose anything done by this administration. There are many Jews who are angry at universities for allowing pro-Palestinian protests that left some Jewish students feeling unsafe, said Ronald Halber, CEO of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. I know that a lot of people don't mind seeing the universities squirm a while. For a year, America's universities and college failed them, he said. Halber added that most American Jews do not feel defunding higher education is the proper way to combat campus anti-Semitism. 35% of Jewish college students said in a 2024 survey by the American Jewish Committee they had experienced anti-Semitism during their time in college or university. The survey found that 3/4 of U.S. Jews said they feel less safe as a Jewish person since the 2023 Hamas attacks on Israel. But using the Boulder attack as the rationale for the travel ban could make things worse, Halber said. Don't use anti-Semitism as an excuse to introduce controversial policies. We're not here to be used by anybody, he said. It can whip up anti-Semitism. Some Jewish leaders say they worry Trump is politicizing the fight against anti-Semitism to promote his agenda. Some have also said Trump shares some of the blame for the more hostile climate they have faced since October 7, 2023, when Hamas invaded Israel, setting off the ongoing Israel-Gaza war. The attack in Boulder is part of what groups that track hate crimes say is rising anti-Semitism since October 7. In April, the residence of Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who is Jewish, was set on fire, and the suspect allegedly blamed him for Middle East violence against Palestinians. A month later, 2 Israeli embassy employees were fatally shot as they left a reception at a Jewish museum in D.C. That suspect allegedly yelled, "Free, free Palestine." And on Sunday, Mohammed Sabri Solomon, 45, allegedly used a flamethrower to attack a Jewish event in Boulder. Police received a report that a white male wearing no shirt was throwing Molotov cocktails at people, according to the arrest warrant filed for Solomon's arrest. He allegedly told authorities he planned the attack for a year, but was waiting for his oldest daughter to graduate from high school before moving forward. He used Molotov cocktails, which he learned to make by watching YouTube, after he couldn't buy a gun because he wasn't a citizen, according to the warrant. Solomon was born in Egypt and lived in Kuwait for 17 years before moving to Colorado Springs 3 years ago, according to the arrest warrant. He entered the United States on a B-2 tourist visa in August 2022, according to the Department of Homeland Security. He applied for asylum in September 2022, and his visa expired in February 2023. Boulder prosecutors announced Thursday that they had filed 118...
I actually have to make a comment because I mentioned it yesterday. If your tourism visa expires, I actually think, and again, there needs to be due process for this, but, your tourism visa expires and then you apply for asylum or refugee status or something. Honestly, that is the that is the first problem. You can apply for asylum or refugee status from your own country. You're here on a tourist visa to see Disneyland or something like that. You need to go back and then do it the right way. And it'll be easy to say, well, this happened under the Biden administration. Well, if it did, it did. That was a mistake. And I don't know. I think we've got the gist of this. Anyway, probably time to move on. Let's see. We are slowly getting towards the Musk feud. Musk says Trump would have lost 2024 election without him as big, beautiful Bill feud continues. Musk was a must. Elon Musk and Donald Trump publicly clashed in early June 2025 in an ongoing dispute on the social media platform X. The feud intensified after Musk criticized Trump's recent policy bill, largely for increasing federal debt, prompting Trump's first public rebuke of Musk. Trump suggested Musk opposes the bill due to losing the electric vehicle incentive and questioned their friendship, while Musk highlighted his prior $250 million campaign support. Oh, fuck. $250 million. Musk claimed without me, Trump would have lost the election to Kamala. So if it hadn't been for Musk, Kamala would have won. Ooh, talk about white privilege. Damn. Donald Musk. I'm sorry, Donald Musk. That's actually pretty funny too. Trump had some white privilege here. While Trump insisted he would have won Pennsylvania regardless and called Musk's stance unfair. It's unfair. I didn't have any white privilege. The dispute reflects a sharp breakdown in the relationship and signals broader tensions over policy and political influence ahead of the August debt ceiling deadline. It's going to be interesting to see once that debt ceiling stuff starts getting hot. So it says here, Trump expresses disappointment in Musk, questions future of their after tax bill, their relationship after tax bill criticism. Boys. President Donald Trump expressed disappointment. You know what? It's funny. Once Elon got the South Africans here, I guess he's done with Trump. Trump, you have been my useful idiot. Now I'm going to speak my mind. Now that my homies, my South African homies are here. President Donald Trump expressed disappointment in Elon Musk after Musk publicly criticized Trump's tax and spending bill in early June 2025. The conflict emerged after Musk, who previously served as a special government employee for 130 days under Trump to reduce government waste, criticized the legislation for reducing subsidies related to renewable energy. All of a sudden, Musk is a liberal. He's green, including tax incentives that benefit Tesla. The bill passed narrowly in the House and now before the Senate includes large tax breaks, defense investments, and a $4 trillion increase in the debt limit despite unified Democratic opposition. They just opposed it not for the $4 trillion. Musk condemned the legislation as a disgusting abomination and threatened to remove from office any politicians he felt had let down the American people. This is Elon Musk threatening to remove from office any politicians. Jesus, white privilege gone amok. Who is our president? Who is our political leader? While Trump praised it as a big, beautiful bill and expressed uncertainty about whether his relationship with Musk would continue. The public fallout threatens to complicate Republican support in Congress and may accelerate political and financial challenges if Musk's opposition sways lawmakers and undermines the bill's passage. Basically, who is the biggest white boy in America? Is it Trump or is it Musk? So, let's see, where do we go from here? Next story is Politico, and it's about the big, beautiful bill. Chuck Grassley. And this is actually, I haven't read it, but it sounds like something I would agree as far as objections go. Grassley wants changes to mega bill provision, limiting judges' ability to enforce court orders. He wants tweaks, even if it passes Democratic challenges over what can be included in the package. Senate Judiciary Chair Chuck Grassley said he wants to see changes to a provision in the House-passed Big Beautiful Bill that could limit judges' ability to enforce court orders. Under the provision, U.S. courts can't use federal funds to enforce a contempt order unless the party bringing the case gives a so-called security. So basically, Trump wants the plaintiff to pay for the court enforcing some sort of injunction or any sort of contempt charge. Democrats plan to challenge the measure under the so-called Byrd Rule, which limits provisions that can be included in reconciliation legislation to those that impact the budget. They and some legal scholars claim the provision would hamstring the federal court system and weaken judges' power at a time when the Trump administration is already acting with disregard for the law. So basically, the Byrd test. Basically, if you pass a budget bill, everything in there needs to be budget related. And I think probably what's going to happen is the bill's going to be stripped down, scrapped. The Senate is not that Trumpy, but still too Trumpy. So, next story. My favorite cabinet member. Musk has a Bruce Wayne complex. He's not that tough or that interesting, Bruce Wayne did not have 14 little encumbrances and a bunch of baby mamas. So I think that I think Elon Musk has white boy complex. Hey, I'm richer than you. Back in the old days, Harvard basically would rank their students by their parents' wealth. That would be figured into it, which is kind of ironic. Wealth was a consideration for class ranking and even getting into Harvard, where race is, at least up until recently. So Elon Musk is a trustafarian. He's no, Dark Knight. So Kennedy, as in RFK Jr., says charlatans are no reason to block unproven stem cell treatments. So basically, Kennedy wants to encourage quack cures or quack cure experimentation or trials. Don't worry about the quacks. The cure may be better than the quack.
Kennedy says charlatans are no reason to block unproven stem cell treatments. This article is by Christina Jewett and read by an automated voice. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. recently declared that he wanted to expand access to experimental therapies, but conceded that they could be risky or fraudulent. In a podcast with Gary Brecka, who describes himself as a longevity expert, Mr. Kennedy vowed to end what he called the Food and Drug Administration's war with alternative medicine. He said that would include stem cells, vitamins, peptides, and chelation therapy, which involves removing heavy metals from the blood. If you want to take an experimental drug, you can do that. You ought to be able to do that, Mr. Kennedy said. And of course, you're going to get a lot of charlatans.
Fucking RFK Jr. wants to either create an island. What's the name of the story? The Isle of Dr. Moreau, where all kinds of weird experiments are happening, or he just, I don't get it. I don't know. I don't get his point. He is not even a good lawyer, let alone a scientist.
And you're going to get people who have bad results, he added. And ultimately, you can't prevent that either way. Leaving the whole thing in the hands of pharma is not working for us. Mr. Kennedy cited his own experience at a clinic in Antigua, where he said he received a stem cell treatment
I've never had a Twitter account, so let alone Truth Central,
which affects his voice
or
and has
Truth
few treatment
Social.
options.
So
if Mr. Kennedy does permit broader
I get
use
all
of
my
unauthorized or
crash
experimental
out,
therapies,
Trump crash
he would
out,
be
and
reversing
Elon crash out
long-standing
news
efforts by
from
the FDA to
newspapers.
monitor and sometimes police the emerging field. Experts, including some who support alternative medicine, worry that without safeguards, an expansion of such treatments could undermine legitimate development of new therapies. The FDA now narrowly permits stem cell therapies to treat blood and immune disorders. Nearly a decade ago, the field was so loosely regulated that the agency pursued court actions to shut down rogue clinics using.
I want to point out that some of the stem cell research that's been limited is literally because a lot of the stem cells come from discarded fetuses, which intersects with the right to life movement. Stem cells from fetal, discarded fetuses are a lot more useful than, just stem cells from adults or what have you. I don't know if this story will get in there, but this is where Robert Kennedy Jr. is going to come up against another part of the right that says if you're getting, the amount of stem cells you need from discarded fetuses, that is a moral issue. I'm sure Robert Kennedy must understand this. Maybe he thinks he can defeat the religious right.
Using unauthorized treatments for a wide array of ailments. Some providers in the United States and in other countries continue to offer experimental stem cell therapies for everything from autism to Alzheimer's to erectile dysfunction. The latest move reflects an expansion of Mr. Kennedy's drive to dismantle federal health policy to reflect his long-held views, which had so far focused mainly on vaccines, chronic diseases, food dyes, and fluoride. A push to open up the field of unregulated stem cell infusions meshes with his oft-stated contention that the FDA is a sock puppet for major drug companies and faces a crisis of distrust. Wellness industry products, he has claimed, are unfairly sidelined. A spokesman for the Department of Health and Human Services did not respond to requests for comment. Mr. Kennedy's statements alarmed experts on the field of sometimes dangerous stem cell infusions, who noted that many of Mr. Kennedy's allies endorse wellness products ranging from red light therapy to magnetism. It's a complete abdication of protection of the public letting these grifters go forward, said Timothy Caulfield, a research chair in health law and policy at the University of Alberta in Canada. For him to say there are problems with Big Pharma, so we want our opportunity to be bad actors too, it doesn't make any sense. One leading expert group, the International Society for Stem Cell Research, reviewed Mr. Kennedy's podcast statements and condemned the approach as potentially allowing products that are, quote, sometimes contaminated with pathogens and are often marketed with scientifically implausible claims. It is critical that the FDA maintain its regulatory authority to protect Americans from these potentially harmful and deceptive products, the Society said in a statement. On Thursday, a panelist appearing at an FDA meeting on cell and gene therapies raised a concern about snake oil treatments. Dr. Vinay Prasad, the agency's director of the Center for Biologics Evaluation Research, responded, "We have to regulate the bad actors. We can't let that taint what we do here at the FDA." Mr. Kennedy, who also attended the event, voiced full support for the researchers and biotech executives working on gene therapies for rare diseases, including those who made history by creating a custom gene therapy for an infant named KJ. "We're going to do everything in our power to sweep away the barriers from you getting those solutions to market and getting them funded, and do everything that we can to support you all," Mr. Kennedy said. On Mr. Brecka's podcast in May, Mr. Kennedy cited other products that he'd like to see more of, including chelation treatment, which was discussed in a 2015 book edited by him that focused on widely debunked theories about mercury in vaccines and autism, and cites evidence of chelation's benefits from a few small studies. One 5-year-old Pennsylvania boy died in 2005 from cardiac arrest after a doctor tried to treat his autism with chelation. neither Mr. Kennedy nor the FDA has released a formal plan to change agency standards for stem cell treatments, which have typically been reviewed by the agency as individual therapies to treat a specific disease. Widening overall access could also happen informally if the agency decided to relax enforcement, an approach the FDA used in the past to indicate that it wouldn't crack down on unauthorized products. During the pandemic, for example, the agency allowed providers to retrofit infusion pumps and ventilators to treat hordes of sick patients. During the first Trump administration, the agency's commissioner, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, escalated enforcement against stem cell providers, whom he described in 2017 as unscrupulous actors who have seized on the clinical promise of regenerative medicine. The FDA followed through with lawsuits seeking to stop some stem cell providers, including one case that the government won on appeal in the fall.
I'm going to stop that right there. I think we have the gist. I do not, it seems weird to me that Kennedy is anti pharmaceutical and not pro pharmaceutical company. Essentially what he's going to do is loosen research standards. Pharmaceutical companies can come up with novel treatments as well as rigorously regulated research. It just doesn't make sense to me. This is pro pharmaceutical company or pharmaceutical industry, in my opinion. Maybe I'm just weird that way, but if our pharmaceutical company shit, you know what? I can bring in some people who love crystals and voodoo. Well, you don't need a PhD in biochemistry. Shit, this is going to be a holiday. It's going to be good for the bottom line. So this is, let's see here. Immigration courts dismissing cases of Venezuelan migrants sent to El Salvador. So apparently, if you are Venezuelan and you are in El Salvador, you don't have a hope. Immigration cases of some of the Venezuelan migrants who were deported to El Salvador under the Alien Enemies Act in March have been dismissed. The cases. Their attorney said, raising concern from advocates and lawyers who say the move is a violation of due process. I think that there will be some people who will get due process and some who won't. So we'll see how this goes, but does not bode well for Venezuelans or due process, but it's a real mixed bag. There are risks to coming to a country that doesn't necessarily want you. Come here illegally. It's not going to all be a bed of roses, apparently. And I'm you take risks. Sometimes the risks aren't rewarded. So next story, and this is going to be one that I might actually have to watch this and do a show while it's happening. DC's National Airport will close for hours during the apparently the Army has a birthday coming up with a Soviet-style military parade, and with Trump being the honoree. It will be Trump's army that will be doing the parade.
Another app for inventory, one for
Oh,
CRM.
God damn it.
Oh, don't
They're
forget
doing
accounting.
commercials on
Wait,
some
which
of these
login was
Washington
that?
Post stories. I'll have to figure out
Or
how
you
to
could
avoid
use
those.
Odoo, one fully
I
integrated
pay for this
system that does it
subscription,
all
folks.
without the
I
hassle.
don't expect commercials.
Ditch the app overload. Get everything your
Damn
business
it.
needs on one platform.
Get that
Try
shit out of here.
Odoo free today at
You're listening to DC's National Airport will close for hours during Army's Birthday Bash. A news story written by Lori Aratani, Ian Duncan, and Olivia George, and read by an AI-generated voice. Reagan National Airport is expected to close for up to several hours on June 14th to accommodate military flyovers, parachute jumps, and fireworks on the National Mall that are part of the U.S. Army's 250th birthday celebration, disrupting travel for thousands of commercial passengers. The celebration, which coincides with President Donald Trump's 79th birthday, includes flights by 50 Army helicopters above a military parade featuring tanks and troops. The Army's Golden Knights will parachute onto the ellipse near the White House and present the American flag to Trump. A fireworks display also is in the works.
Jesus.
The activity will require the suspension of passenger traffic at the airport, according to the airport's operator. The airport is less than 2 miles south
No,
of the mall.
Richard. As
On
far
January
as I
29th,
know,
a mid-air collision of an Army Black
this
Hawk helicopter
subscription
and a regional
only has
passenger
one
jet
tier,
on
but
final
maybe
approach
I ought
over
to
the Potomac
look into
River
that.
killed 67
The
people.
ads are a new thing,
An
though.
investigation
Not
continues
on
while officials
all
have pointed fingers
articles.
over continued conflicts between military and civilian aircraft in the nearby airspace. A notice on the website of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's
I
website
think
notes that a
actually the
scheduled
oldest
military parade
president
may
at
significantly
election
impact
was
vehicle and
Biden,
airline
actually.
traffic on June 14. To accommodate
Dang,
aircraft
maybe
flyovers
not.
along the parade route, followed by a fireworks display, the Federal Aviation Administration is expected to suspend airline operations at DCA, affecting scheduled flights, MYA said. It said customers with flight reservations for the evening of June 14th should check the status of their flights directly with their airline. The FAA and the White House did not immediately respond to requests for comment Thursday. There are 65 arrivals and 35 departures scheduled between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. June 14th, according to Cirium, an aviation analytics firm. Two people with knowledge of the discussions told the Washington Post that airlines are being notified about the closure, but that the timing remains fluid. They spoke on the condition of anonymity
Trump
because they are not
interrupts
authorized to speak
normal
publicly about the
people's
details.
lives to honor
Precise
his
hours of the
birthday.
closures depending on how the day's activities play out, and the weather, they said. Under one scenario, the airport would be closed to arrivals beginning at 6 p.m. for a 3 to 4 hour span. Departures would be halted for 2 hours, possibly more, depending on the weather. Another person briefed on the plan said if the wind allows planes to depart to the south, departures could be allowed. Flights bound for national could also be held at their origin airports, the person said. More details are expected to be revealed at a news conference on Monday, the people said. Airlines said they have begun notifying passengers about the closure. Southwest Airlines said about 20 of its flights would be affected, but that it did not anticipate any would be canceled. The birthday bash is expected to cost the Army between $25 million and $45 million, officials estimate. But the overall cost of the celebration for the entire government remains unclear. Planning for the Army's 250th celebration began in early 2024, months before Trump won a second term, said an Army official with knowledge of the event. The event was conceived as a stationary display, where people could walk along the mall and see tactical vehicles and participate in activities, including camouflage face painting and fitness test demonstrations, with recruiters on hand to answer questions. But at some point it appeared the White House learned of the celebration and became interested in expanding the event to get this parade that President Trump has been wanting for a while. An Army official with knowledge of the planning said, "The official spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss plans that have not been finalized. While plans for the Army's birthday celebration have been in the works for about 2 years, Army spokesperson Steve Warren said, the parade was introduced this year, after the administration change. He said it grew out of discussions with stakeholders across the government. Some federal workers also are being temporarily displaced to make room for about 5,000 participating service members who would be housed in downtown government office buildings where they will sleep on cots. The U.S. Agriculture Department last month directed some employees to work remotely for 3 weeks because one of its D.C. buildings is being used to house troops participating in the parade. The USDA's South Building will be restricted to essential employees from June 1st through June 20th, and maximum telework is recommended for employees who work in the building, according to records reviewed by the Post. The directive came as the Trump administration is cracking down on remote work flexibility for federal employees, with officials arguing that the practice promotes inefficiency. USDA has a long history of supporting the men and women of the armed forces. We have more than adequate capabilities to accommodate America's finest. USDA has done so during the past 2 inaugurations. This is in part due to our ideal location on the National Mall and the capacity of the building itself, the USDA spokesperson said in a statement, not responding to specific questions about how many staff were affected. Alex Horton contributed to this report.
Richard, I thought he is all about saving money. Really? Look, this is literally the dude spent money redecorating the Oval Office to look like the throne room of Versailles. Donald Trump isn't about saving money unless it's his own money. Okay, this is what I'm saying about MAGA. The MAGA movement is oligarchs dressed in jeans and a flannel shirt pretending to be Joe Plumber. These guys aren't about not spending money or not saving money. Ugh. The Army's birthday coincides with Donald Trump's 79th birthday. And you know what? He wants a big military parade. I hope he wears a birthday hat. I guarantee you this motherfucker's going to wear like a camouflage Make America Great hat again. Dude is not a good president. America is getting what it voted for. I just don't understand. Well, you know what? It's not time to say I told you so yet. This will only be like 6 months in office. I'm going to wait till around Christmas time after the debt ceiling fight. But it's okay. America will be fine. So I have been the only sadness about this particular opinion piece is there's no auto reader, so I will have to read it myself. People around President Trump are acting very strangely. Let's see. The most senior officials in the Trump administration are such a cuckoo crew that it's easy to miss the kookiness just a tick below. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dan Bongino, and I'll catch you up in case I envy you. You've been rationing your exposure to MAGA madness. He is a former police officer, Secret Service agent, and host of a popular right-wing podcast who is bafflingly given the job of second in command at the FBI, presumably so that the similarly unqualified first in command, Kash Patel, wouldn't feel overshadowed. Bongino and Patel are a match set, two peas in a Trump-adoring pod, and it's impossible to say which is odder. Or at least it was until last week when Bongino took the crown with a bizarrely self-pitying and digressive interview, where else, on Fox News. He was, well, shit, let's see here. Hold on one sec. Well, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I was hoping to actually see the Fox News interview. Let's see if I can find it. So he was there, the interview on Fox News, he was there seemingly as part of a recent media effort by him and Patel to calm agitators on the right who wonder why the dynamic duo haven't yet unveiled and detailed all the supposed corruption in the FBI they both railed against back when they were in charge of nothing more than promoting conspiracy theories and whipping up fury. And Bongino, after fewer than 3 months as the Bureau's deputy director, was feeling beaten down and trying to buck himself up. He wanted Fox News viewers to know about his sacrifice. I gave up everything for this. He wanted them to appreciate how hard he and Patel work. If you think we're there for tea and crumpets, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share, our offices are linked. He turns the faucet, I hear it. The faucet? What does plumbing have to do with FBIing? And why did viewers need to know about Patel and Bongino's workout schedules, which Bongino mentioned next? He volunteered that Patel tended to arrive at the office earlier than he did because Patel uses the gym there, while Bongino exercises in his apartment. Glad we finally have clarity on that. In this, I stare at these four walls all day in DC by myself, divorced from my wife, not divorced, but I mean separated, Bongino said. Therefore, further refining his word choice and explaining that by separated he meant apart, on account of all the grueling work he must do. It's hard, he said. We love each other, so now that's settled too. Oh man. Next month will be the first anniversary of Tim Walz's branding of Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and by implication, some of their political associates as weird. And it's obvious now that Waltz spoke too soon. Before Trump won in November and his administration turned weirdness into a credential and an operating principle. Before weirdness startled, afflicting Trump allies who seem a little less weird in the past, before episodes of Trump adjacent weirdness proliferated. Yeah. Then let's jump down to Senator Joni Ernst. The Iowa Republican isn't ultra rich, but she's acting ultra strangely. We all are going to die, Ernst said last week during a town hall meeting where one of the attendees challenged her on the consequences of proposed new Medicaid cuts. That remark wasn't just glib and callous, it was flat out weird. And her subsequent stab at damage control, which included the counsel that if you want to live forever, you should worship Jesus Christ. So the new MAGA health care plan is almost literally a Hail Mary. So, this Trump crowd, you got Trump and Elon warring like two little white boys at fucking summer camp. Yeah, this shit has gotten mighty damn weird. Drop the link, Stanley, so others can join the panel. Are you included in the others? Hey, Nightish, what's up? Sure, I'll drop the link, but I warn you now, Mr. White John Galt, I don't have that kind of patience for your usual foolishness. So hopefully you're advocating for others to join and not yourself. Oh, well, hey, that is so sweet of you, Nightish. You should definitely join the panel. Okay, here's the link. There it is. And I'm open to whatever y'all want to talk about. I do have one thing I want to show before I leave, and it's something that Fred made me aware of. Because after this, actually, all I have to talk about is the Supreme Court, and that can wait till tomorrow if I do a show, or Monday. And actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do this video. This is something Fred sent me, and this is a book by Jared Ball called The Myth of Black Buying Power. And I think the whole question of why can't blacks in America be more like Jews pretty much gets answered by the book called The Myth of Black Buying Power.
Listening to these simple Simons who stand up here and say that sounds cute, is tickling your ears, and you like, that's right, I like that young brother, do for self. We don't need them, we don't need them, we don't need them. And while your ass is sitting here saying we don't need them, you know what these white folks are doing? Yeah, we need them. What can we get? And so when we are sitting here listening to people say this, if black folks would just do for self, if we would just fund our own,
if black folks would just do for self, if we would just fund our own.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like, what I like.
Welcome back, everybody, to I Mix What I Like. Again, I'm Jared Ball. Happy to be your host. Please like, share, subscribe, support the Patreon, or do whatever you can or feel comfortable with in supporting the platform. If you are new here, please check the bio for more information on my background, and check the playlist linked in the show description for The Myth and Propaganda of Black Buying Power. That will give you some context for not only understanding my work and argument, but for some of the humor and some of what I'm just thoroughly enjoying in this clip that was sent me, and that we just have to have a little bit of fun with.
and I need y'all to do the math. The 1.61 billion from the federal government represents 10% of their investment.
So again, to see the whole thing, the link is in the show description. Please check it out. But where we're picking it up is where Roland is talking about the importance of federal government contracts to support business, and the contradiction of black people being told to support one another and do for self, while white folks go and get the big bag from the federal government and all the support that they can, from subsidies, tax incentives, straight up investment. What he doesn't mention could also be added a little bit about public policy that sets trade and tariff regulations to support one or another business. They have all of that while telling black people to do for self. So roll the clip.
Without the federal government 1.61 billion, guess what happens? They don't build 3 new plants. So now tell me this. Why would black people say, do for self? We don't need nobody else. Black people can fund this. No, we can't. Y'all, you're falling for.
One of the things I want to point out about this is Jared Ball and his crew are basically fundamentally black radicals. They are kind of the descendants of the Black Panther movement, you know, these more or less radical movements like that. And this is where they horseshoe with Soul Brothers, you know, the Thomas Sowell, John Galt, why can't blacks be more like Jews? They are basically both sides, both extremes of that form of thought are actually more independent. One is the left progressives or black radicals are a little bit more condemning of the government. And I'll get into that, but both sides think people like Roland Martin are, quote, flawed. And Jared Ball literally bought a book called The Myth of Black Buying Power, which, by the way, I've read. His arguments are relatively sound, but they're, you know, I don't know, like all things with a bias, there's some things that he gets, some things he wants us to ignore. Bottom line is black progressives, borderline hoteps, they're not quite hotep, and the anti-black blacks have a common enemy in Roland Martin. Want to point that out.
For the illusion. I need y'all to listen to what I'm saying.
Dare he say the mythology?
Message. Oh my God. Black spending power is
Chuck,
$1.6 trillion
it's
a year.
Jared, Jarrod,
Let's
not Gerald. Spell it right,
Actually,
son.
they're now saying
He
it's
has
going
a
to be well over
PhD.
2.1
You don't.
trillion. But again, this is what's important.
You know what?
It is not based
Ethan,
in anything related to
this is
income,
actually
wealth. It
a
is
great
not based,
channel.
it
It's
does
gone
not
through an
measure
evolution, but
anything
they are really good at
about
what they
how
do.
much
I don't
black people
agree
actually
a
have.
lot.
It is,
I
as the
used to be
Selleck
a
Center,
member
which
of
is often this
their
foundation
group,
of these
and I've just
claims,
kind of
as they
drifted
say in their
away
own
because I'm a
reports,
little
it
bit
is an
more
estimate or a
centrist.
projection based
But yeah,
on
they're a great
survey
group of
data
people.
about what a handful of black people in the community spend and how they spend what they spend. It is a measurement of the ability to enrich those who own the economy. It is not a measurement of what black people have and have the ability to do with as they please. The conundrum, though, is that Roland Martin
I don't know
and the
that I
black
agree
press,
that
the
the
black
thoughts
commercial
are
press,
outdated.
have to continue to make the
Beef.
claim and support the claim in order to
There are
attract
people.
white ad revenue. So this is even
I
as
don't know
he's
that it's outdated, to be
remonstrating
honest.
and getting amped. This is
Let's use a word
the cycle
anachronistic
of
that should
the
stir
recirculation,
Deacon
not of the
Dave up.
black
They're
dollar, but of the
anachronistic, not
mythology
outdated.
about the black dollar that continues to inhibit our understanding the economy and what we can do about it.
Of the money the average person spends, half, some as high as 60% is spent on housing. So if you take the spending power of black people, you got to cut that shit in half because half is going to housing. Now you're left with $800 billion. We ain't talked about food, clothing, health care. We ain't talked about partying, drinking, smoking. Oh my God.
But this is what's funny and a little frustrating because Roland himself and a number of those he routinely platforms have been holding my argument at arm's length, and this is exactly what I've been saying while they've been promoting the idea that we do have all of this money. This is wild. Back when we used
I
to
do
the
not
hate
constantly
awards, we
misuse
used to
the word,
give
you
one award
bastard.
called the Rick James Award, the F Your Couch Award.
The
And it was a
outdated
play on the famous
anachronism
Chappelle
thing
Show
was
sketch
kind of a joke.
where Rick James contradicts himself, all high on drugs and alcohol, and makes one claim in 1 second, then immediately contradicts himself, and then ends up, saying F your couch and kicking the couch. And we used to give an award based on these kinds of 180s and contradictions. Roland is definitely in the running. Should we bring that show back, the Hate Awards back? Roland is definitely going to be in the running for an F Your Couch Award because he has been part of. He's still promoting the Black Power mythology, Black spending power mythology, even in this clip. But he's been part of the main. He's been for a long time part of, and his constellation of reporters and journalists and the Black commercial press have been part of the constant promotion of this claim, and yet here he is saying that black people don't have, after they spend everything on what they need to survive, they don't have anything.
Good to
that they
see
can
you,
then
Artifacts.
turn into something
Hit
that
the
can be
link if
used
you
to
want.
properly invest in themselves. So they have, and as he'll say, now they have. We should be going to the federal government.
Brian Nichols,
as does the
you
most
are
elite white corporate
dependably.
This is
You are
exactly what is the argument of my book.
Observant of phenotype.
All that sort of stuff like that. So that
I'll just
number
express it that way.
down.
Yeah.
So now you're left with how much money does Black America have to reinvest in communities? Message. Oh my God.
Exactly.
So now you're left with, wait a minute, hold up, Roland. Now I'm
Chuck, that's an
because
excellent
now
question.
I don't understand what you're actually saying. Are you actually telling me, Roland Martin, that
And
black
I
people
will actually,
should be
because that's
looking
like a
to
fucking,
government
that's
to
the best
invest
question
in black
I have
communities?
heard
And the
from
answer
anyone
is
in
yes.
quite some time. And hit the
Because you
link,
know
Chuck.
why?
We can talk about
Texas
this.
Instruments does it. IBM does
Excellent
it.
question, and I'm not bullshitting.
Please feel free to enjoy the rest of the program if you like. The links in the show description. But this is my point. It's just that simple. Now, again, he can't deny the myth because he has to return to it to get his ad revenue from
As
those
a matter of
same
fact,
white
that's good enough for a
corporations that
show
want to
title.
be told
Be
black people
honest.
have a spending power that would make the investment in ad revenue in a Roland Martin's program worth their while. It would be the return on investment that they're looking for, would be the claim. But as he says there right there, he's contradicting himself and contradicting the claim by very accurately pointing out that black people do not have enough money, do not earn enough money, do not have enough access to wealth to pool this fantasy claim of resources into something that can be invested back into the community in any meaningful way. Big thanks to everybody for checking this out, especially to the patrons and channel members who got to see this first. For more, obviously, check my book and the full playlist for many more videos on the subject. And for those interested, the editors of the chapter I just submitted about the 150 plus year narrative around black capitalism just sent their final review.
Yeah, I'll pause it right there. Someone likes the book. And by the way, he's not an economist, but the book has been well received. I think the first edition was self-published. The second was maybe at an alternative press. I read the second edition when it came out. Again, it's more polemic than economics, but I think that it works. It'll at least make you think, and it will answer the question: why can't black people be more like Jews or Asians? Because we're not Jews or Asians. And Chuck, hit the link. Oh, you okay? No problem, Chuck. You do know you're always welcome up here, by the way. I will fuss and fight and roast, but most of the people I engage with in this audience, you know what? You can come up here and roast my ass too. Give as good as you get. Makes the show a lot more entertaining. I'm not going to be too mad at you. You come up and roast my old ass like you did, Chuck, telling me I'm old. I'm not that old, motherfucker. So let's see. Shredder says blacks can't do what other groups are doing because they're 5,000 years. While the rest of the world was. Oh, Shredder, you are such a self-hating Nightshade. It's going to be hard for me to help you out of that self-hatred, boy. What we going to have to do? What a fucking dude, Shredder. I hate to be mean, but this is exactly why blacks are failing. Black power is here. Let me put this up here because it's Chuck asked an actual good fucking question for once. And Chuck, it's the best question I have literally seen in fucking maybe months. What is black power? And then what black power is not is this fucking self-hating, head up your own ass assessment. Blacks can't do what other groups are doing because they're 5,000 years too late. Motherfucker, Shredder, the United States of America is not 5,000 years old. What the fuck are you talking about? This is literally head up your assism. head up your black ass ism. And look who is saying, look who's applauding you, Shredder. Brian Nichols. Shredder. Yes, yes, America is 5,000 years old. And blacks have been failing in America for 5,000 years. Motherfucker, don't bring that shit up to my panel. I'm glad Shredder never hits my link. I would literally make you cry, son, with that bullshit. Blacks have been failing for 5,000 years. Oh, good Lord. Motherfucker, no one, we're not Jews if you're thinking like that, Shredder. Oh my God, that's stupid. So, okay, well, let's deal with a serious and, in my opinion, good question. What is Black Power? And you know what, Chuck, when you can call in, I would love to hear. I would actually love to have an honest conversation. I literally think, and I could go on for 8 hours. I think Black Power is between a black man or a black woman's or a black child's ears. You are as powerful as you think you are. And if you're thinking like Shredder, that wowsy, whoa, blacks can't be successful because we haven't in 5,000 years. We need to depend on massa to help us be successful. Help us. Help us, oh Lord, massa. Help us. Fuck that. That's not black power. that's fucking black defeat. And if you are literally raising your fucking kids to know, hey child, black people ain't been successful in near 5,000 years. You need be brave. You need to heal. Black people, we've been defeated for 5,000 years. Motherfucker, that's not black power. Yeah, fuck, I have to put this back up. Listen to this motherfucker. Blacks can't do what other groups are doing because they're 5,000 years too late. While the rest of the world was trading and building coliseums, great churches, blacks were slinging poo for 10,000 years. That's 5,000 years before the 5,000 years I'm talking about. Son, you can't be successful, son, because for 5,000 years, blacks were failing. We ain't built no great churches. For blacks to be successful, we have to build churches for a religion that the white man gave us. If we're not building churches to the white man's religion, we ain't great, son. We have to build coliseums to be great. We have to put Christians in there with lions, and bread in circuses is what made the white man great. Black people have to have bread in circuses and coliseums to be great. The fuck bullshit does this motherfucker, your goddamn pride is what's been shredded, you bitch. Don't you ever fucking bring that goddamn shit to my panel, and thank God you never have. I will fucking shred the shredder with that defeatist fucking Uncle Tom, Uncle Remus bullshit you want to present. And your little minion, Brian Nichols, motherfucker, when the both of y'all come up, it'll be a twofer. I will make y'all look like the fucking mammy suckers you are. Ugh, disgusting. We can't be successful because we built no churches to a religion that wasn't native to Africa. We didn't build coliseums. The fucking Colosseum preceded the concept of race, moron. God damn it, these motherfuckers are stupid. So fucking. The reason that Black Power is being able to critically think, Chuck, that's essentially what it is. God damn it. Shredder. Look, if all black people are like John Galt and fucking Shredder, yeah, motherfucker, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose harder. Let's see what he says now. See how much he has to twist, skew, and pervert. Motherfucker, I'm perverting perversion. I'm mocking your fucking black self-defeating. Dude, you are literally somewhere between fucking Uncle Tom's Cabin and a fucking Joel Chandler. You know what, motherfucker? I bet Shredder, you don't even know who Joel Chandler Harris is. Let me teach you. And too bad some of this Disney stuff is copyrighted, so I can't play it. Oh, Shredder. We ain't been so. We are 5,000 years too late. You know what? I was getting kind of bored until Shredder started preaching his truth. Oh my God. Let's see here. There are, let's see. You know what? I
barbecue.
I run the risk, and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link. But see that old black uncle there with a little white boy? This is what Shredder would say black success is. We're 5,000 too late, so let's be great pets to little white people. We will make great pets. That's what people like Shredder want to give to us. If you want to be great black people, be white people's pets. So I'm dropping the link to this particular video into the chat. Not sure I'm going to be able to play it without some sort of copyright strike, but it's called Read Aloud Book, Uncle Remus and Brer Rabbit by Joel Chandler Harris. Joel Chandler Harris was a Georgian. Oddly enough, he is from Eatonton, Georgia. Alice Walker, the authoress of The Color Purple, is also from Eatonton, Georgia. And I've actually been there. when I was in college, we went there to watch a Christmas parade. So, bottom line, what Shredder wants us to be is Uncle motherfucking Remus. Literally, nobody said that, LMAO. Motherfucker, you aren't smart enough to say it. I'm translating your 5,000 years of black failure. Motherfucker, don't give me that fucking Uncle Tom soul brother bullshit about I didn't say it. Motherfucker, I'm translating because you're not smart enough to say it yourself. 5,000 years too late equals the best we can do is be a fucking Uncle Tom. You didn't say it. I'm saying it, motherfucker. Ugh, the gall. So anyway, I dropped the link. If you want to know about Shredder's life philosophy, read you some fucking Joel Chandler Harris, the Brer Rabbit. Joel Chandler Harris also wrote the Jungle Book. If you are into Disney, and as a matter of fact, the Uncle Remus tales are part of that Walt Disney thing too. The Zippity Doo Dah, Zippity A, my oh my, what a wonderful day. That is Uncle Remus tales. Motherfuckers, do yourself a favor and know this is what Shredder thinks Black Americans should be like. Still, zippity doo dah, zippity a is motherfucking Shredder's philosophy of life. Blacks, don't be like Jews. Don't even be defiant. Be like Uncle Remus, zippity doo dah, zippity a. If you assimilate, you will have a wonderful day. You fucking coon. Why did you let Shredder trigger you? Oh, you know what? Actually, Shredder hasn't triggered me. He just made me laugh. And I've had a couple beers, so fuck. Why not be entertained? Why not be entertained by the Shredder minstrel show? So anyway, before I get too far afield, y'all please make sure if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. It is a hoot. And there are divergent opinions from mine. Most people in this space would fucking kick my ass for saying what I'm saying, but I would kick their ass back. Also, if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's my personal channel where I do the occasional video essay. I might clip this whole Uncle Remus fucking mocking and roasting of Shredder because I think it's hilarious and it just needs to be clipped for posterity. The fucking coons will not win black culture. They have no clue what culture is. They don't even understand that black culture is a part of American culture. They just fucking want to be ashamed of themselves. 5,000 years too late. 5,000 years. That's a lot to catch up on, massa. Can you help? Can you help me? Can you help me? Oh, just fucking disgusting. So, at Stanley Cross 6000 is my personal channel. I only act like this when I read the fucking self-defeating rhetoric of a Shredder. Shredder brings out the best in me. All I need now is Dolomite. Dolomite and Shredder and Brian and Brian Nichols. Ooh, the best. The best of subservient Negroes. I want to serve the white man is their motto. And let's see what else. I just do not know. Let's have a look here. See if there are any copyrights. Let's do this instead.
The Classic Tales of Brer Rabbit, from stories collected by Joel Chandler.
Oh,
Harris,
come on, Blacks. Hit
illustrated
the
by
link,
Don
Blacks.
Bailey.
You are you know you want
If
to
you
disagree with me,
enjoy
Blacks.
This story,
But I'm having fun.
please give a like and subscribe.
Let's see if he reads it in
Classic Tales of
vernacular.
Brer Rabbit. Brer Fox, Brer Rabbit, and the Tar Baby.
Now, I'm going to say, and I'm going to assign characters here. I'm going to say Shredder is the Tar Baby. I'm going to say the Fox is John Galt. And Brer Rabbit, I'm going to say Brer Rabbit is King Shenard. Because, you know, the Brer Rabbit character is kind of God damn it, there's a term for it. Fuck. In Blacks, you're here. What is the term for? He's a trickster. That's what he is. I'm getting old, and I can't. These terms don't come to mind as quickly as they used to.
It was the hottest day of the year on Old Plantation. It was so hot that the potatoes on the ground were nearly cooking in their skins. Brer Fox sat at home, trying to cool himself off with a willow branch. He sat there waving the branch at his face, desperately working to get a breeze going. But he was working up more of a sweat than a breeze, so there he sat, sweating and waving and thinking. It was the thinking that finally got Brer Fox upset. He was trying to remember the cooler days in his life, the days when he was relaxed.
Now, I'm going to call Brer Fox, I'll call him Be Brave.
Those days, it might help
Brer
him
Brave.
cool him off a bit now. The trouble was, he couldn't remember a day like that recently. In fact,
Huckster, okay, thanks,
such a day
humble
in the
president.
past 6 months.
You're
He's
right.
always
I've
been
heard
upset and
Trickster, but
irritable.
Huckster is
And there's
better.
only one reason why. Brer Rabbit.
I'm glad you
Brer
know.
Fox
I'm
couldn't
glad you
remember
know
a
this stuff,
relaxing
the
day
humble
since Brer
presidents.
Rabbit had been around.
I'm impressed.
Well, maybe it was the heat, and maybe it was the thinking. But Brer Fox decided
Yeah,
then
that
and there
thinking's gonna
that he
make
had enough.
Brer
He decided
Brave.
that it was his turn to show
mighty
Brer
tired.
Rabbit who he was dealing with. Brer Fox threw aside the willow branch and went out to his shed. He took out a bucket of tar and a can of turpentine and mixed them together. What
Yeah,
he
now
got was a
wait,
large
hold it.
black
Let me
glob,
stop right
stickier than
here.
honey and
Now, Joel Chandler Harris. Oh shit, that's like back in the 19th century. But Brer Fox, Brer Brave, taking tar and going to form a creature. He's gonna be forming Shredder. It'll be let's make sure we understand that the Tar Baby character that Brer Brave is making is going to be a stand-in for Shredder's attitude about people being 1,000 years old.
smellier than a dozen cooks. Then he took the glob in the bucket, grabbed an old straw hat, a white comb, and a couple of white buttons, and walked out of the main road. When he got to the main road, Brer Fox dumped the glob out on a large log right in the center of the road.
In a way, he actually does
The hat
sell
on top of the
put.
glob,
He's a
2
hustler,
buttons and
Brian.
fries,
Yes, he sells
stuck the comb
puts.
in for a grinning mouth, and his masterpiece was ready. The Tar Baby was born. Brer Fox smiled a sneaky smile and laughed low. Then he went into the bushes nearby and waited for Brer Rabbit. He knew that Brer Rabbit would come
He's
along
trying to trap.
eventually. It was hot.
He's trying
and
to
Brer Rabbit
trap
would have
King
to pass this
Shenard.
way to get to the well. By and by, Brer Rabbit came down the road, walking and skipping, lippity-clippity toward the
Lippity
well.
clippity.
He's
Look at
just
you,
as sassy
Shenard.
as a
Lickety
jailbird.
clippity.
Brer Fox thought to himself, I can't wait till he gets his.
Brer Rabbit made his
It's
way halfway down the
Shenard.
road
I'm sorry.
until he saw Tar Baby sitting
Shredder
on
is the
log.
trap to catch
Now,
Shenard
Brer Rabbit was
lippity
crafty,
clippity.
but he was also a friendly creature, always greeting everyone who passed his way, especially strangers. And he didn't recognize the figure in front of him. Brer Rabbit walked up and stuck out his hand. "Good morning, stranger. Is it hot enough for you?" Brer Rabbit said in his friendliest greeting voice. The Tar Baby just sat there, smiling, and didn't say a word. Brer Fox
Tar
kept
Baby
laying
just
low
sat
in
there
the bushes.
smiling. My name is not Tar Baby,
Brer
it's
Rabbit tried again.
Shredder.
I said, "Good morning. How are you doing?" Brer Fox squinted his eyes to see better and lay low, and the Tar Baby didn't say a word. Brer Rabbit was getting overheated. "What's the matter? You deaf?" he shouted. The Tar Baby smiled, silent and still, and Brer Fox lay low. "You're mighty stuck up. That's what the matter
You're
is,"
mighty
said
stuck
Brer
up.
Rabbit, his furry face turning red with anger. "And I'm going to unstick you unless you answer me real soon, if you get my meaning." Brer Fox swallowed his laughter, and the Tar Baby didn't make a sound. "That's it," spat Brer Rabbit. "I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. If you don't take off your hat and say howdy,
Hey,
I'm going to bust
Dolomite,
you
what's
right
up?
open." Well, needless to say, the Tar Baby wouldn't speak, and he didn't remove his hat.
Oh
Brer
fuck
Rabbit
no!
figured
Oh
he had put up with
Shredder,
enough.
let me.
He had
Oh
greeted the
Shredder,
stranger
once
like
this
a
is
friend,
over,
and had
no,
been
I'm
treated
not
like an enemy.
repurposing it. My
Brer
mother
Rabbit
was a
drew back his
huge
fist,
Joel
and with all his
Chandler
might,
Harris
he
fan.
swung straight for the Tar
Shit,
Baby's.
I've been knowing this shit since I was like
Well, his
4
fist
years
went
old.
right into the Tar Baby and got stuck. Brer Rabbit pulled back, but the Tar Baby wouldn't let go.
That's
"If you don't
why
let me
I'm
loose,"
saying
said Brer Rabbit, "I'll
Rare
knock you
Fox
again."
is be brave.
Tar
He's
Baby didn't let
making
loose.
Tar Babies.
And Brer Rabbit drew back his other hand and swung again. Now both hands were stuck, and the Tar Baby still
Oh, that's
didn't say
funny,
a word.
Brian.
And Brer Fox kept on
Good
lying
morning,
low.
stranger. You want some foots?
Brer Rabbit pulled and
That's
tugged, but
hilarious.
couldn't get away.
Good one, Brian.
"Turn me loose before I kick the stuffing out of you," he said. The Tar Baby didn't answer. So Brer Rabbit kicked him with his right foot, which got stuck. He kicked him again with his left foot, stuck again. As if he hadn't had enough, Brer Rabbit yelled that if the Tar Baby didn't let him loose, he'd butt him right in the head. The Tar Baby didn't, and Brer Rabbit butted. And now his forehead was stuck too.
Oh shit! His
Brer Fox
forehead
was
is
gonna lie
stuck.
low. He got up from the bushes and sauntered out. Just
Stuck
as
in
innocent as a newborn pup.
a way of thinking that's just not good
"Howdy,
for
Brer
you.
Rabbit," said Brer Fox. "You look sort of stuck up this morning." Then Brer Fox burst into laughter and rolled on the ground, laughing until he couldn't laugh anymore. Brer Rabbit just sat there, stuck, and the Tar Baby sat there, grinning, and didn't say a word. By the time Brer Fox stopped laughing, a full hour had passed.
That tar is older
Brer
than
Rabbit didn't say
5,000
anything throughout
years,
the whole
though.
laughing episode. He didn't want to give Brer Fox the pleasure of hearing him complain. By and by, Brer Fox began to realize
Hey.
that this was more than a good practical joke he'd pulled. This was the
Brer
opportunity of a
Brer
lifetime,
Galt,
a moment that could not go to waste.
Brer Shenard.
This was Brer
Motherfucker,
Fox's
what
chance to get rid
do
of Brer Rabbit
tricksters and
once and for
hucksters
all.
do besides tap dance?
Brer Fox sat on a stump by the side of the road, stroking his chin and thinking out loud.
Hey,
Brer
motherfucker,
Rabbit just sat there
Dolomite,
stuck.
dude,
There wasn't much
Dolomite.
else he could do.
My mother was a huge fan
Well, I suppose
of
I've
this
got
sort
you
of
this
stuff.
time, Brer
Dude,
Rabbit.
this is,
Brer Fox
it's actually
finally said.
funny.
Brer Rabbit would have looked a little frightened if he could have, but his face was stuck on the
Yes,
Tar Baby, so he
speak
couldn't move.
radio.
Brer Fox
Joel
kept on
Chandler
speaking.
Harris, dude.
You've been acting like a
Zippity
boss at
doo
this
dah.
whole plantation
This
for
whole
too long now.
Disney Song of the
I think it's
South
finally
stuff,
time the
that's
boss
all
was
Joel
replaced.
Chandler Harris
Brer Fox let out a chuckle.
from Eatonton, Georgia.
The best thing is that you
The
got yourself
irony
where you
is
are now.
Alice
Nobody
Walker,
asked you to get stuck.
the lady who wrote
But you're always sticking your ears into
The
somebody
Color
else's
Purple
business.
is from the same Georgia
Now you're stuck
town.
for good. With that, Brer Fox got up and brushed off his fur. Now don't you go anywhere until I get back. I'm going to have myself a little rabbit barbecue. Brer Rabbit had to think fast. He shifted his eyes to the left, looking for a way out. Nothing over there.
Yep, Brer Brer
shifted his eyes
Brave
to
is
the
gonna
right,
be
and
eating
there he saw his answer.
some
There, not
Brer
20 yards away,
Chenard
was a prickly
for
briar
barbecue.
patch.
He does it
was
every
just the
show.
kind of briar patch that would get the tar off his fur if he could only get himself out. Brer Rabbit knew he had to get into the patch. It was his only chance. But he would have to trick Brer Fox. Then Brer Rabbit had an idea. I don't care what you do with me, Brer Fox.
Oh well, Shredder.
As long as you don't fling me into that
You'll
briar
laugh.
patch over there.
That's good enough.
Brer Rabbit pleaded. Brer Fox didn't answer right away. He was having a hard time finding any sticks for kindling. Well, looks like you're lucked out, Brer Rabbit, said Brer Fox, eventually coming out of the brush. I can't find any kindling to make a fire, so I guess I'll have to hang you. He began digging in his pocket for a
This
rope.
is also kind of like a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Hang me as high as
It's
you please,
all
Brer
based
Fox,
off of
said
this
Brer
sort
Rabbit,
of stuff.
but don't fling me into the briar patch. Now he sounded a bit weepy. Brer Fox dug deep into his pockets and came up empty. Well, I'm out of rope, said Brer Fox, so I guess I'll have to drown you. Brer Fox began looking around for a nearby river or pond. Drown me if you must. Sink me as deep as you want, Brer Fox, said Brer Rabbit, but please, please, don't throw me into the briar patch. Now Brer Fox could find no water. He was getting a bit frustrated. I can't see any water around here, said Brer Fox. This was Brer Rabbit's chance. Do whatever you like, Brer Fox, said Brer Rabbit. Leave me here to starve. Thrash me good.
Yes,
me to death
Chenard, and
Please, if you have any kindness
you are
in your
part
cold fox's
of the
heart,
entertainment.
please don't throw me into the briar patch.
Brer Rabbit.
Brer Fox took the bait like a hungry trout. Aha! So you don't want me to throw you into the briar patch, huh? Well, I'm afraid. I'm out of time and you're out of luck.
You often
The briar patch it
laugh
is.
at Blues Guitar, don't you, Shredder?
So Brer
That
Fox
makes sense.
picked up Brer Rabbit and the tar
Anything
baby
black
and flung them both
makes
head over
you
heels,
ashamed.
ears over feet, into the briar patch, just like Brer Rabbit wanted. When Brer Rabbit struck the bushes, a huge cloud of dust and briars flew up into the air. The briars prickled Brer Rabbit quite a bit, but they stuck themselves to the tar baby, and soon Brer Rabbit became completely unstuck from the tar baby. Meanwhile, Brer Fox stood looking over the briar patch, trying to see what had happened to Brer Rabbit. Finally, the dust settled. Brer Fox looked closer. To his surprise, all that was left in the briar patch was the tar baby, completely covered in briars. I told you not to throw me in there, called a voice. Brer Fox turned quickly to see Brer Rabbit calling to him. Maybe next time you'll listen, Brer Rabbit
Do
said.
you really, Shredder? That's
And
interesting.
with that, Brer Rabbit headed for home to clean the rest of the tar out of his fur. Hippity hoppiting, lippity clippity, all the way
Lippity
home.
clippity.
If you enjoyed the
That
story,
is truism.
be sure to give.
The book ends with truism, the storm crow. So let me just reframe because some of you came in late. Brer Fox is be brave. Brer Rabbit is King Chenard. The tar baby is Shredder, the one that fucking lures them all in, but never says anything. And apparently he's the one playing the blues guitar in the background too. Bottom line is I didn't read these Brer Rabbit tales, to my son, but my mother did to me and my sister. And, we had the books. And, for better or for worse, I know who Joel Chandler Harris is. Look, bottom line is you will never go wrong reading to your kids. You will never go wrong knowing everything you can know. And you'll never know enough. But there will be times when you can go know too little. I get on here and I joke and y'all disagree and all that bullshit. I disagree with y'all. But the bottom line is, I actually do know shit. I hadn't thought about Joel Chandler Harris until Chuck brought up what is Black Power. I think Black Power is exactly what Shredder said. Um, Black Power is thinking that you're 5,000 years too late and then discovering that, oh, wait, you're not 5,000 years too late. Black Power is fucking waking up, being woken up, that Black culture is just like American culture. There are good parts, there are bad parts. Black Power is going, fuck you, Shredder. You have no clue what you're talking about, and it's a new day, and I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do, not only because I'm Black, but because, hey, there's nothing wrong with being Black. Shredder, you are the tar baby. You need to realize that, joking aside, everybody gets stuck in that black tar bullshit that you and John Galt want to peddle. CT, Ock Nation, y'all want to peddle some motherfucking tar that people get stuck to. Thank you, Joel Chandler Harris, for making a point from a grave that is 150 years too cold. Stop the bullshit. People like like Shredder and John Galt and CT build, make, manufacture nightshades, and they make their stupid white bottom feeder allies feel comfy when they agree with them. Stop the bullshit. Or don't stop the bullshit. Build your channels, build your cash apps. Motherfuckers like me do shows and talk about you. So anyway, I dropped the link if anybody wants to come up and hash it out. That would be fine. I think I'm out of material because I'm not doing a whole Joel Chandler Harris Brer Rabbit hour. It would get old. Let's see, what else do I have in here that's interesting? Pretty much nothing, actually. My Lord, it is 9:11, and 11 minutes after 9, not 9:11. Oh, wait, hold it. Yep, we got to watch this. This is sure to make Brer Shredder. This is sure to make Brer Shredder happy. Let's see here.
African American people. Trump being in office and doing what he's doing, which is implementing Project 2025, having hired the people that he has hired and has placed in these offices throughout the federal government, is the very reason why I spent most of 2024 reading and making multiple videos about Project 2025. Because I knew, being a civil rights lawyer, and then reading their playbook, which they put online, that if they got back in office, it would be horrible for African American people. Because I knew that we would be the target. We've always been the.
This is 2025. I honestly think this attorney and reverend, he has no sense of humor.
Target. We have always been the
What's
target
up, Ryan?
of their animus. This is a fight that has been going on
No,
here
really.
on the continental United
Oh, I did
States
not see
of
that.
America.
But I
For
mean,
4
she's long in the tooth.
It has never let up.
No, maybe she took a
It
chance.
has never let up. When we get tired, they're fighting. When we need a break,
What, a
they're
new Joel
fighting and
Chandler
planning
Harris
and
book?
plotting.
Speak?
When we get weary, they're still fighting. They don't quit. They don't sleep.
Untrackable.
And I'm
Where
saying
you been,
this
man? Good to see you.
because we need to be as tenacious.
Look at
We
this
need to be
motherfucker.
as tenacious.
What are you trying to do? Build an
We
arsenal,
cannot
Richard?
slow up, rest. We can't do that. Because when we do that, that
Hey,
gives
come
them
on.
the opportunity to get even
Oh,
further
come on
ahead
now.
of us.
Joel Chandler Harris is actually
Now,
good
this
reading,
video,
especially
I
if you're
want
a
to talk to
kid.
you about how Trump is gutting, absolutely gutting, the office in the Department of Justice that has the responsibility of enforcing voter rights laws. All right, so let's go to another screen. And I want to read some parts of this for you. This is a CNN article. It says, the title is Inside
I've
Trump's
heard of that
Gutting
book.
of the Justice Department
Radio.
Unit that Enforces Voting Laws. Now, none of this really even surprises me because, again, I read Project 2025. I knew what they would do. They spelled it out. Yet, over 2 million black people voted for Trump. Now, that's the facts. Those are the numbers. Over 2 million black people voted for Trump, and millions more did not vote. Millions more of eligible black voters didn't vote.
Interesting.
And I'm going to keep saying that and saying that and saying that because voting has consequences. Elections have consequences. So this article says the Justice Department's unit tasked with enforcing federal voting laws is down from roughly 30 attorneys to about a half a dozen, about 6, as most of its career staff has departed in the face of escalating pressure tactics from the Trump administration. So the career attorneys in this office who knows how to enforce voting rights laws were forced to leave by the Trump administration. And you see, when I read and hear this sort of stuff, I think about the African-American rappers and entertainers and influencers and pro-black imposters who helped this man get reelected. I can't help but to think about those people. The mass exodus that has whittled the voting section down to a fifth of its normal size came after a relentless campaign by the department's political leaders to smear the work of the longtime attorneys, dismiss non-controversial cases, and reassign career supervisors. They said that they were going to do every bit of this in Project 2025. They talked about getting rid of what they coined the deep state so that they could put in Trump loyalists. And I knew that once those people got in, once they took place of these career attorneys and career federal employees, they would implement Project 2025. Assistant Attorney General Harmit Dillon, the Trump appointee who oversees the Civil Rights Division, which houses the DOJ voting section, has joked about how the division has emptied out. More than 200 attorneys from the division, often called the crown jewel of the department, took a buyout offered by the administration. The Voting Rights Office that enforces the
could
voting
be.
rights law was known for decades as the crown jewel of the Department of Justice because it fought for voting rights, which at one time was at least
Hold on one sec.
acceptable even for the GOP.
Speak Radio, there's something called the Internet Archive, which actually has a lot of those old books, like they came before Columbus. I've been reading, haven't quite finished. E. Franklin Fraser's Black Bourgeoisie. The Internet Archive has a lot of, especially older books. You should always check there before you actually buy a book, especially if it's old. Now, it's not the same thing as having the book. You know, it's a lot easier if you actually have the actual book or the ebook. However, like I don't want to buy E. Franklin Fraser's, 70-year-old book. If I can read it and remember it, I don't necessarily have to, house it on my bookshelf. So it's a money saving thing. They've got other things on the Internet Archive, films and stuff like that. You need to always, it's got a lot of cultural stuff. The other thing that the Internet Archive does is it takes snapshots of the internet. So, if you ever see a story with a website from, I don't know, 30 years ago, the Internet Archive possibly it came from the Internet Archive. So it's some good stuff. Well, I'm not as rich as you are, Speak Radio. $13 hurts. $13 is a dozen eggs, some grits, and some good sausage. We old people Speak Radio are not that prosperous. So only $13? Is that what you're saying? Oh, you rich motherfucker. Consider the poor. Consider the poor. As a matter of fact, look, it is the weekend. I would appreciate it, folks, if you would support your host and his desire for some Bud Light this weekend. Feel free. Feel free to support your host and this silly motherfucking show. This show has gotten out of hand. I never thought I would ever think about Joel Chandler Harris, a fucking Brer Rabbit story, talking to Chuck Woo about Black Power. This has gotten rather creative, and I don't know whether to be embarrassed or just like, I don't know what to be. But please support the show. Please support your host who's obviously gotten out of control. Support the fucking ringmaster, Portia J. She let me loose on y'all, and you might have to pay her $1,000 cash app to rein me in. And please make sure you support John Galt, his channel, which is kind of, John Galt is a tolerant person. I kind of bite the hand that feeds me sometimes. But support John Galt, the Urban Landlord channel. Please support the Stanley Cross channel, meager as it might be. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. And all the other hosts and shenanigans and stuff we're gonna do, stuff we have done. It is actually a fairly interesting place to be. Who knew you were going to learn who Joel Chandler Harris was. And let's see, John Galt be the man. He be yo man of Air and Sea. He be yo man. You like men, apparently. So next time John Galt is on the panel, make sure he knows he yo man. Oh my Lord. What are we attracting here? High gravity? What exactly is high gravity beer? No, I don't. You know, I'm good. Look at this. John Galt is heir of Aaron C's big brother. That motherfucker won't even do John Galt the respect of not doing fake vernacular. This motherfucker literally wants to express his love for his big brother in fucking misspelled, misappropriated English. This motherfucker is a white boy. Come on, dude. Hey, hey, Uncle Fatty, how you been?
How you doing, buddy?
You know what? I must apologize. I'm on this weird beer-driven rant with
Not too
my
many
love
folks,
for
who the let a guy come onto their own
about
platform,
Joel
man.
Chandler Harris on a YouTube show.
I love it. Isn't Bud Light woke?
Oh, who gives a fuck? You know what? I've been drinking Bud Light for like 10 years. I don't really give a fuck what people think. Now I will have to say, my buddy Lupin said, "Hey, here's some money. Buy yourself a better beer." And what
Damn
did I
right.
do?
Just one
Oh, what
IPA.
did I do? Hey,
Bud Light.
you know what I did? I bought 2 12-packs of the cheap beer.
That works.
No, you know what though? I always appreciate support of the show. So, Lupin's actually he's roughly my age, year or two older, and I appreciate guys that age who have fucking gone through the crucible. And you know what? They're interesting people, they are smart people, they are wise people. And
Moment
so
of
what you been
realization.
doing?
I'm just kicking ass, getting back into the work scene. Snowboarding season's finally over, so
So you got to go back to work?
I guess. Now I got a couple CNC machines that run at night. Keep those things running for all these furniture deals we're doing for these rich folks up here, and it's just fucking nonstop. Phone's ringing off the hook.
Rich.
Can't find labor to save my ass. Typical. Whatever. But I was running a couple deals here.
Oh my
got an
Lord,
AI
what have I
program that
done?
I coded an AI program to search the Project 2025 document, the mandate for leadership, all
Mhm.
933 pages, and find the references between those and the executive orders. Looking
Right.
for a correlation between copy and paste. And it's pretty interesting.
How so?
A lot of the executive orders are copy and pasted right out of that document.
Oh, well, yeah. The
Straight
thing
up.
is, well,
Straight
wait,
up.
hold it. Trump has also said that he uses AutoPen on occasion. So, copy
Here's the deal,
paste
though, is you
AutoPen.
always project your weakness onto your enemy, right? You always project your faults and your transgressions and your guilt onto your enemy before you get charged with that, so you can normalize the situation, right? That's the whole
You
kind
know
of
what though,
one
Uncle
playbook that
Fatty?
he was taught when he was
That
growing up.
is, let me tell you something. The first time I heard you say that, and you weren't the first I've heard say that, I kind of like, well, yeah, maybe. But you know what?
Think about it, man. His Tony raised him. His dad didn't
I
raise him.
was
Tony
wrong.
raised him, right? And from a lawyer's
Mhm.
point of view, being raised by a lawyer who's telling a kid that's in military school, right, whose
Mhm.
mom is a paranoid schizo, right? Whose dad is
Mhm.
so crazy, they have him in a fake office with a fake phone, allowing him to run fake business for
Well,
five
was
and a
it
half years.
now, wait, hold it. The father, I thought Fred went through dementia.
Yeah, he was so demented for 5.5 years, they allowed him to run the company with a fake phone in his office.
Yeah, my mother died of, Alzheimer's. So I'm a little like probably a little
Yeah.
soft on that.
I mean,
Let the old people be happy.
for sure. They let him be happy for sure. He thought he was running things and he wasn't. He had anyways, beyond that, man was raised by Cohen, right? And was taught these three aspects of life, right? You never show weakness, you always project strength, right? And you put your transgressions onto your opponent. So it's normalized. And if you look at the point of view from that point of view of what and how he acts, right? And how he has to say everything in triplicate, right? Because that's part of the whole deal of, you say it 3 times and they'll hear you, right? You say it
Right.
once, okay, fine. You say it 3 times, they'll hear you. You say it 30 times, they'll actually hear you, right? You say it 300 times, they'll fight for you. You say it 3,000 times, they'll actually die for you. It's hypnoprogramming.
Mr.
101.
Reed. Where the hell have you been, Mr. Reed? I have not seen you in months. So good to see you there, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Almost the longest day of
Chris
the year
is
up here.
Chris is a profligate. Where the hell have you been?
Not too many guys that would let a guy like yourself come onto their own platform and shit talk them all night long. Shout out to John
You
Galt.
know what, John? Hey, you know what? I often don't look. John Galt and I fucking had a good conversation. Look, it's almost like brothers. You know what?
Hey,
My
mutual
brother and
respect, right?
I would shit talk each other.
And
Dude,
there's
you know what? I literally once threatened to break my brother's arm, and I got up and I was going to do it. And you know what? My father caught me. I did this. Look, I haven't threatened to break John's arm. Oh, I was motherfucking dead serious.
yeah, close.
So, brothers fight and you know each other's weak points.
Well, you can push each other's buttons and not have to get to an ultimately personal level like that. That there is a mutual respect.
Well, no, you want to hurt.
Oh, sure.
When your mother pinches you, she wants it to hurt.
Yeah, right.
The cruelty is the point. Listen
Just
to
don't
me.
throw me in the briar patch.
Oh, that you know what? I don't know where the hell I got that idea.
Man, I haven't heard
But
that.
dude,
That's a good story. There's a lot of
yeah.
a lot of
Oh, there are
parable there.
tons of them.
I mean, yeah, it's
Joel Chandler Harris knew people like Tar Baby Shredder and and Brer Rabbit, Trickster Chenard, and Brer Fox Brave. Dude, these archetypes have been around for quite some time or forever. And it just kind of clicked today. It was Bud Light induced folklore.
well, it works whatever it did. How you doing, John?
I just wish I could have been a bigger dick about it. I didn't make it hurt. What's up, John? We were just talking about you. So anyway, folks, hit the link. Don't be scared. John Galt's here. He will protect you. I don't touch the stove. This is pretty funny. Let's see. Don't touch the stove. Pardon me if I laugh when you do. That's hilarious. You know what? I'm gonna laugh and I'm gonna hand you a fucking a fucking ice pack.
Well, this tastes like shit. Taste it.
So what's going on, John? Did you catch the Uncle Remus tale?
No. Who's Uncle Remus? I've heard the name. But
Dude, Joel Chandler Harris, Brer Rabbit. Oh, from Alabama, you know who Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah, I've heard the name. I'm not very familiar.
Song of the South. There is a whole dude, Joel Chandler Harris. His Uncle Remus tales were literally like a precursor for Amos and Andy and stuff like that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh shit, yeah. And you know the great thing is, they're good stories for kids. You know, they have, you know, a deeper meaning than just pointing out that, hey, Shredder is literally a tar baby.
Because Brer is like the
brother.
It's like brother. It's like a short and colloquial way of saying brother. Yeah.
So Brer Shredder, where are you, man? Hit the link, Brer Shredder.
The brave fox. That's a great association there.
Oh, you know what? Sometimes the greatest dumb ideas turn in. Yeah, I swear, Be Brave is literally Brer Fox. He is playing these little John Galts and these little Shredders, playing them like a puppet. So that, and you know what? It's all my dumbass opinion. Not like I'm
this online world and you know the panelverse, whatever you want to call it. There's roles to be played, you know, and it's hard to, you know, look within ourselves and say, what role am I playing? Is like I'm playing a character, or not being genuine, right? But there is.
But the thing is why play a role? Just be yourself.
Yeah.
You will, you know, you'll fit in. Your role will happen naturally. Don't try and play a role. Be a role.
Right. And you know,
this goes back to something Chuck. I don't know, Chuck Woo. Are you still there? He asked me, what is Black Power? And I'm literally saying Black Power is between your ears. It's what you say it is.
Flip it around. I asked myself, you know, what is white power? Because I grew up around a bunch of white power motherfuckers, and I couldn't tell you each individual person.
You know what?
A different way.
That's a good way. It can be good, it can be bad. It doesn't even have to be a power. Look, I'm just at a point to where the true colorblind is actually what you can do, how smart you are, how well you raise your family. And if you start escaping from those fundamentals, those cultural fundamentals, this is what you wind up with. Be Brave fucking is who he is because he couldn't keep a family. I don't give a fuck how successful he was. He wasn't successful. Where are the grandkids to tell stories about?
Sure.
You know, I don't have grandkids yet, but I have a son that I went through a rather difficult time with. It came through the other side, and motherfucker, I'm here to tell you the stories about how he fucking is pissing me off this summer because he can't see. He has forgotten his home training. The motherfucker cannot clean up after himself. But you know what?
You gotta let him live and let live, though. You know, you can't learn nothing sitting on the couch, right? You can't learn nothing by being told what to learn. You know, it's all personal experience, and everybody's got it, and it's all unique, and it's fucking wonderful.
Well, my bigger point actually is don't talk about culture you didn't help build. Being white And not raising a family is literally something you did not do to build the culture. You are literally a lonely old white man with a beard talking about a culture you haven't lived in since the 60s, telling black people how to be, and you can't even say the N word. The motherfucker is a phenomenon. He is a Brer Fox.
A unique
And
individual. Sure.
oh, no. Not unique, stereotypical. Motherfucker. You know what? Let me show you some Yosemite Sam Bugs Bunny cartoons. Be Brave is literally Yosemite
I
Sam.
was thinking more like Little Red Daniel Foghorn Leghorn, man. Let me show you how to do that, son.
Ooh, and then
Let me show you something now, boy.
He shoots his 6-shooters, so hard at the floor he lifts himself up. that is Be Brave.
Yosemite's a better analogy for sure.
And Yosemite Sam is just barely smarter than Elmer Fudd.
Some would say, yeah, they're cousins. There's a thing about that when I was growing up.
They're definitely related through Mel Blanc. Yep. Mel Blanc did both their voices.
Yep. That and the Fox and the Hound. He did a bunch of Fox and the Hound characters too.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that whole Looney Tunes thing. And I don't think you nor John are as old as I am. Dude, you could go through like Saturday mornings, like back in the 70s, watching. You could watch Bugs Bunny like for 2 hours, and it was glorious. It was funny.
Early 80s, that was every day after school. That was the whole point of going home after school, is to watch the cartoons after school. Right? You got your He-Man and your whatever it was, fucking Transformers. Like when I was growing up.
Well, that He-Man, you're more my brother's generation. He is like 48 or something. Yeah. He is John's age and maybe your age too.
Yep, right
no, I'm older than that.
Almost 50, we call it.
Hey, you know what? I'm telling you right now, 50 is pretty cool. If you have your health. No, 50's cool.
If you ask me, I feel like I'm in my prime.
Well, see, I see it a different way. 50 is the gateway to people letting you be a crotchety, cranky old man. No one ever goes, Stanley, you're an asshole. They just go, Stanley, you're fucking old. Motherfucker, old. You're a boomer.
Shit.
It's a built-in excuse. Once you start having, like John has that gray beard, they're not going to fuck with you if you're a little bit mean.
A little bit. Salt and pepper, we call it. Just for Men should take care of that.
Oh, fuck all that. Just let it go. Let it go to garden or go to seed or whatever the term is.
I get to see my grandbabies tomorrow, and just found out yesterday that I got another one on the way. Yep.
Good for you.
Man. Talk about
now they all live fairly near you, right?
Yeah. Daughters are a little bit south and down in Moscow in the college town that they went to college in and stayed and whatever with their system that they had down there. So I'm Coeur d'Alene, I'm like 2 hours north of them, but see him quite often still. And my son still lives here in town, so
nice.
He's finally having his little first baby. So yeah, dude, it's like,
God damn.
Next thing you know, you're freaking old and thinking
you're gonna be teaching some grandbabies to fucking snowboard.
Already picking out gear. Yep. Mm-hmm. And shit, cut my kids and all their friends and shit, half of their other friends and whatever else, but yeah, nothing better than getting out. We got
let me ask you an odd question. Has anyone compared you to Phil Robertson?
Mm.
Because he
I've
just
heard that. It's
recently
usually
died,
Dobie
and
Gillis, though.
I don't mean to make the
Yeah.
direct comparison, but you kind of
I have.
remind me of that Duck Dynasty grandpa, still a little ornery.
I've gotten that, definitely. It's usually Dobie Gillis, though, or
Really?
oh yeah.
But you're not like Bob Denver,
I
or
know.
what was damn it, was it Bob Denver? Yeah, it was Bob Denver. The Gilligan, Dobie Gillis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That or,
You remind me of that cantankerous Phil Robertson fucking I still go out and duck hunt. I'm still yep.
yeah, anymore I'm kind of, getting a little more firm on things, but for the most part, I'm just, I've been partying since the 90s. Why should I stop now?
Well, the problem is you've also built a successful business.
Yeah, we're kicking ass, dude. It's going to be
yeah.
a good year again, but still, like I said, man, I can't find labor to save my ass. And
Really?
the guys who we had lined up before took on some other shit, and I've faced
Mhm.
hailstorms a lot too, and got a good crew of migrant workers, come up here from down south, and they're not coming up this year. So good luck with anybody that has a hailstorm this year getting a new roof.
Oh wow.
Straight
Well,
up. That industry is going to suffer big time. FEMA's already screwed. I'm a FEMA contractor as well.
Mhm.
And I can't find, they still need help in North Carolina, and we got new storms to deal with still.
holy shit, they're still dealing with it, huh?
Oh yeah. We do defund everything and deregulate and fire anybody that's on a probationary status that's been there for years and years, and they're only on probation because they're getting a raise. The whole system's fucked. We're gonna see a lot of bad shit come up here in the next few months. Of the construction industry is really going to suffer. National Association of Home Builders is already calling it. And it's.
I would ordinarily take this in a weirdly political way. But I see John's back. You know what? I don't even want to go there because if we start talking, the
it's the same
current
thing, though.
administration,
it will see out of something that needs a scalpel, right? And scalpels are a lot more surgical precise, and there's a reason why we have regulation. It's because somebody took advantage of a system that we needed to regulate. So this whole deregulation thing that the Republicans have been throwing around since the 80s is a talking point.
The problem is wanting to do stuff fast without actually thinking about it. Holy shit. This woman gets like fucking 900. Oh my Lord. There's a woman you would never think. And I'm gonna bring this up. This woman has like almost 1,000 fucking people.
1,000 people doing what? 1,000 people doing
This
what?
woman has fucking like 900 people in her chat.
Oh shit. Who are you talking about?
Let's see here. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not hit. Get a little apparently.
But
She's
and
kind
then
of
Elon Musk
a
went in
left
to
of
talk
center
about the
old
big
black woman
bombshell
who's kind of
that
cute.
Donald Trump
And
is in
she's
the
got
Jeffrey
900
files.
viewers
Baby,
in
we
her
already
chat.
knew that.
Mm.
That wasn't no bombshell to me. Was it a bombshell to any of you? Let me watch the chat for a minute.
I'm not
Was it a
wedded to
bombshell
watching
to
this.
any of you
I
that
went
the
to
reason why they
my
haven't released the
algorithm,
Jeffrey
YouTube
files is because
algorithm,
Donald
and
Trump is in
I
them?
saw this. I'm
No,
like, damn.
if you following me, it shouldn't be a shock. It shouldn't be news to you that that's why they haven't released the Jeffrey files. We've seen all of the videos of Jeffrey and Donald Trump partying together around young girls. We saw that release of Jeffrey Epstein's phone book. Remember, his black book was released out on the internet during the first Trump presidency, and Donald Trump's name was all in the book.
Oh, yeah.
So that's no shock to us. We knew.
Imagine being the poor son of a bitch to have to go through all that old video footage,
those social media
looking for Trump's face so you
creators
can
to
pick
the
it out.
White House and gave them these little books.
Well, I actually thought, a lot of this stuff would have been sifted through Twitter's algorithms and software and stuff. There's a way to sift through all that.
Oh yeah, got to make sure though. Got to protect your leader.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I see an epic battle that will be almost kind of apocryphal is not the right word, where the world's richest man goes up against an American president to figure out who is more powerful in the world. And here's what's going to happen. And I'm just guessing. I have nothing to back this up. This is literally fiction from the middle of my brain. It's going to be whatever, I forget, 40 billion, whatever Elon's fortune is against the U.S. Treasury. And I think it had to become this way. Who has more resources and who can cash out shit quicker to pay the lawyers?
Canada, all of that. We know.
I see an epic battle coming. I think it's going to be great. I think it's probably the best thing that could happen.
They will never
honestly, it could have been avoided.
The way they'll release it is if everything.
Yeah, but you got two egotistical, egomaniacs that are completely attention-thriving, narcissistic. All the tropes we could throw at them, right?
It was a bust.
That neither one of them can admit fault. Neither one of them can ever admit, or show weakness of any sort. Have to project strength.
Here's the deal, though.
Object that comes up against the force.
Well, here's the rub, though. Neither one of them, as much as I want to call them knuckleheads, neither one of them are totally stupid. They can wake up and tie their own shoes. I'm actually already thinking who will replace Trump. JD Vance. That motherfucker
he doesn't have the charisma.
Literally.
He wears the eyeliner, dude. I mean, come on.
Right.
And everybody that's working for him right now has talked shit about him in the past. So there's that
right.
thing.
But the problem is there's no, and I'm sure, America always figures a way out, but it's more cultural versus, at the actual people layer. I think we will be okay, but we're going to have to go through a wilderness here. I don't see, you know what? And you're going to love this prediction. It's going to be JD Vance versus Mayor Pete for president in 2028.
That's a good call. I can see that.
No, I think it's a wild call, but I'm just going to make it. And I was wrong about Kamala, but according to Elon, I was right. If it hadn't been for Elon, she'd be President Kamala.
A bunch of new information coming out too. I mean, the big secret that Elon's holding on to is that
people on the left been doing that. Democrats have been doing that. Haven't you been paying
he rigged the fucking election?
Look, Elon is as depraved as Trump is.
Imagine the world's richest man, high on ketamine, in the Oval Office.
I'm not even going to bring that part up.
Standing behind Sleepy Joe, right? Imagine Elon in the Oval Office with Sleepy Joe.
See, this is why you shouldn't be talking such Dude, that's even worse. A motherfucker on ketamine determining who is president?
High as fuck. Watch those videos of him standing behind Trump in the Oval Office,
Oh,
tweaking out, bro.
yeah. Yeah.
Tweaking, bro. Dude's high as fuck. Imagine him doing
And
that.
look
When
at these no. But think of it, because Uncle Fatty, you are just like, seriously. Fucking Shredder didn't trigger me until you actually like what you're bringing up is literally what Americans voted for. Ketamine boy and a motherfucker who is literally not a good person.
Dude.
So
Neither of
America voted for
No.
America voted for
Son,
a drug addict
we don't
and
vote
a
for what we
comb
want,
over.
though, Stan. We don't vote for what we want. We vote against what scares us the most.
Oh, 100%.
You know, and straight up, Don has the best fear game by far that America's ever seen. The they, them, and the others, right? It doesn't matter who they are, as long as you're scared of them, right? When the upper 1% can convince everybody else that the lowest 1% are robbing them and looting them and pillaging them, right? That makes it a lot easier to pick their pocket, right?
Well,
It's
all I
just
have to
tactics.
say,
It's divide and conquer tactics is all it is, and it's it works.
well, I've told a story about, my son is pretty good at, he could possibly be, someone of significance. But you know what? I literally prayed, and you think I'm going to bullshit when I say this?
No.
I swear, if he had said, "Hey, daddy, I want to be president of the United States," I would have discouraged him. Or a politician, I would have said, "You can do better." And you know what? Not so much. Because well, fuck. I didn't raise a boy to have his soul corrupted. And I know that sounds so fucking weird to say. Dude, let me tell you another story, Fatty.
I did tell all my kids that straight up. That I was in
Yeah.
politics in school and has remained somewhat political in my adult life, and they've taken that, but both my daughters are ministers and pastors.
Yep.
My son's looked at getting into some political stuff, and as long as you realize that in order to do so, you literally have to sell your soul to the devil. That there's corporations that will want to buy you, and that's
Well, you know what? The devil is the devil. You kind of know how to deal with the devil. It's his minions that are the worst.
And it's the money game. Who's paying for
Right.
these guys? What's Citizens United is the biggest fucking thing that happened to America that's turned us into a corporation. When I'm a Ross Perot guy, right? Ross was a businessman, but
Oh,
he
my
was
Lord.
about, like, if we're gonna run America like a business, it needs to be ran like a nonprofit, not a corporation, a nonprofit corporation, right? Because we're not in the business of making money, right? We're in the business of making everybody whole, right? And strong men stand up for the least. Strong men stand up for those that have the least. Strong men help others up, right? And don't kick them when they're down. That this whole money thing and money being thrown into politics, it's turned us into a greed-based economy. And we've got corporations that have inflated everything to where the CEOs are making 3,750 times the amount of the people working on the floor, right? And get yearly bonuses every year that could feed millions of people, right? And this whole goal, like, when did it become cool to be a billionaire? Well, in the 80s, right? The late 80s.
Well, I would
decade of
actually
definite.
say I would actually say it became cool from the beginning.
Well, sure,
You know,
but there was
economics
to that.
in the United States has always been a driver to figure out how to excuse depravity. Look, 1661, 1662, right in that time frame were the first black codes in the United actually it's pre-United States.
Yeah.
Look, having free labor way back then was actually an economic driver. And you have to justify the cruelty. That's literally the root of capitalism. You have to justify the suffering. If it's rough on those kids who have to work 12 hours a day in your textile factory, there are people who are going to go, well, damn, that's too cruel. And you, as a business class, have to justify why you're doing it. It's good for them. In the end, they will be able to pay for college. Dude, economics, this is why I think economists make the worst culture critics. Glenn Lowry, Thomas Sowell, the black culture critics are the worst of the worst. Thomas Sowell, God love him, has the road to hell is paved with Thomas Sowell's literature.
Yeah. You're right on that. I can see that.
Well, I'm saying it because I know Latino won't agree, and all the fucking.
Actually, dude, like, what was it on the way here? There was this guy speaking on the radio about mental health, right? And he was saying how he and his mom, went through mental health, and now he's a grown black man with mental health. And I'm just like, I didn't know that mental health was a black thing, because the lady that was interviewing him, she asked, how does it feel to be a guy with mental whatever as a black man in America? And I'm just like, damn, this shit reminded me of Stanley. I'm like, I did not know that. You get what I'm saying? So you kind of get into me, man.
Well, no, let me tell you something, and I'm going to tell you a personal story, and I'm kind of sort of ashamed. When I was growing up, now I'm 60, you're still in your 30s.
37,
things have changed, but back when 70s, I pretty much came to maturity in the 80s. No, in the black community, and I think in the military, in a lot of places, dude, if you have to go seek mental health, you either need to be on your way out of the military or whatever. There has to be a very justifiable reason. Basically, your career is over if you are a naval officer and dude, I actually had a boss who cracked, and this motherfucker kind of scared me because
shit.
There's a whole story. He cracked up.
You never know what they're capable of, man.
He cracked up when we were doing training exercises in Cuba, and he cracked up so bad. And I don't know the whole story, but the captain got his ass off the ship.
Yeah.
So we JOs, we junior officers, had to do the engineering plant. We didn't know what had exactly happened to the chief engineer. So, motherfucker, once we get back to the States, about a month later, my boss calls me out of nowhere, the chief engineer, and he's like, "Hey, Stan, I need to come over and talk to you." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" Because I'm literally like, "What the fuck, dude? I haven't talked to you in a month after this happened, and you want to come to my fucking apartment. Well, it was a condo in fucking on Colonial Avenue in my personal reprieve. He'd never been over there before. We were never that close.
So you know it's serious.
So he comes up and he's like handing me papers to sign. He's like, "Hey, you know, the captain did this, that, and the other. I need you to endorse this." And motherfucker, I had to tell my boss, I can't do that. You know, I'm not going to fucking ruin my career to support you. I have no clue what happened. Dude, it was the most difficult moment I ever had in the Navy because, you know, you're supposed to, you know, support your boss, follow him into battle. And I'm just like, motherfucker, I'm not going to ruin my career. I think the captain is weird, but you broke. You broke, and I don't know the circumstances. I'm not going to just do blind loyalty and sign, oh, hey, my boss of 6 months is
You
right.
see how
I'm not doing that.
easy and simple that was? Like he just got rid of him. He was a problem. We get him off the ship. Why can't police do
Yeah, but that's the military.
Yeah, I know, but police should do the same thing too. It's like
And you
we
know
all
what?
see
My
everything.
captain
Let's kick
was
you out.
not the smartest. My captain was not the smartest captain I ever served under. This motherfucker broke though. You know, if you think your captain is stupid, you need to be smarter than him.
Yeah.
He will not be your captain forever. Same thing with Trump. This is why I'm not going to go all fucking maniacal over a Trump administration. This motherfucker is old. We will survive Trump. We will survive Elon. I might not, but I know my son will.
Yeah, they're fighting like girls right now.
Yeah.
Oh, fighting
That's
like
the thing with
girls. Really? They're fighting like motherfucking white boys. This is like literally white boys summer camp.
White chicks.
No.
Like, oh my god, you totally like didn't like you totally like played me, Trump. Totally. That's what
I saw you
from Elon.
with
That's what I get from him.
Uncle Fatty, go ahead. I'm sorry. We keep cutting you off.
It's like white girls, dude. It's like a bunch of white mean girls.
Yeah, that's what I get from Elon.
Straight up. Like it's petty, you know, just superficial.
Both of them are petty, bro.
You know, yeah, just, you know, yeah. But that's the thing with mental health, though, going back to that, is that, you know, it's you know, it's manly to be strong and bury that shit down, right?
That's not strong. That's like a power play type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Coping mechanisms is all, you know, life is all about coping mechanisms. And that's a coping mechanism. It is cope to suppress our feelings and you know, be the strong one in the times that we need to be strong. But it doesn't say that those strong men aren't going back to their wives or going back to their significant others and dealing with their problems and saying, look, this is how I feel, and acknowledging our feelings. Men, especially in the military,
that's a stronger man.
Man, in the military, that's, you know, no, because that's just infectious. You know, you get one guy in the squad.
Let me ask you a question though. I think men became less masculine, and there are all kinds of problems with that, you know, proposition. But I think men, and not just men, just people in general, men, women, kids, your fucking first thought it's so easy to write it down on your phone, your first bad thought, your first reaction. I think social media has made reactionary so much easier. Back in the days, and I just want to point this out. Back in the days when you had to fucking write a letter, you know, you would have time to write the letter, and it would take time for the mail to get there. I honestly think social media has so many cool things about it. The immediacy,
Sure.
But there's so many backlashes, and we can't change
Cognitive
it now.
awareness.
That genie's out of the bottle. But you know what? Literally, Elon Musk and Donald Trump are not at the top of the intellectual food chain. Neither of them are smart. They are competent. They're maybe better than average. They had advantages in their upbringing, but we're not seeing a clash of intellectual giants.
We're
We
not
are
seeing guys that
literally
are
seeing,
acting cognitively. Like,
yeah,
cognitive
it's a
awareness,
bump.
right?
It's not a clash. It's a bumping. It's chest thumping amongst the mediocrity.
Like you said, it's all
Two
reactionary.
mediocre men are just fucking chest thumping.
Stanley, and Fatty, do you remember a time in your life when you were a child or a teenager and you did something, I don't know, you said something bad to a person in your class or a kid in your neighborhood, and your parents will grab you up, like they won't hit you or anything, but they will sit you down and give you a pen and a piece of paper, and they'll say, hey,
Oh,
I
you're
want you
gonna
to
love this.
I want you to write a letter to that guy, apologizing to that guy or girl in detail, and like you're gonna come with me and you're gonna hand it to them. And I'm like, damn, that shit is the most embarrassing fucking thing. So I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna mess with people.
No,
That's a great point.
now you're gonna think there are people who are gonna go, well, Stanley, you're capping. No, I'm not capping. My mother's mantra, and I did it with my son, don't you ever embarrass me in public, because if you do, you're gonna get what you get. You didn't fuck. You did not fuck with my dude. You better be the perfect little boy, the perfect little girl. You
On
better
point.
motherfucking.
Yep.
Now
Agreed.
at home, you are a little bit more free to speak your
Yep.
mind, and then there could be consequences. But god damn it, you do some shit to embarrass me in public.
Oh God.
Oh my god.
It's all
My
about managing
turn.
expectations, right? When we can when we can actually recognize what the expectations are, right? Then we can manage them.
Yeah.
We've gotten a society now where the expectations are undefined, right? We've got these big kind of societal norms that we're supposed to abide by and be like, but there's no real definition there, right? And we've got a system where everybody's reactionary, nobody's thinking 3 seconds ahead,
Mhm.
and
Pull up a
everybody's so
camera.
emotionally triggered.
Well, I wanna add, Latino. Now, once you get to high school and college, you feel your oats a little bit, but by and large, I knew what my father you didn't fuck with, because he was actually, like, still to this day, the most pleasant, the most even tempered. But I've seen
My dad
him
too.
when you went too far. Now, my mother was a little bit more volatile. She was more my father was predictable, but you knew if he fucking like put like furrows in his brow, you had gone too far. And he was also like, you know what? If he's mad, I probably did go too far. My mother was
Yep.
a little bit more like me.
Yep.
You know, she will
Same thing here.
flash, but she'll be done. She will not fucking, like, she'll get pissed off and then
And
it's
move
over
on.
with. My
Yeah, and move
father
on.
had a longer memory.
Oh, dude, it'll be all
It's
day,
like,
dude.
motherfucker,
It'll be all day.
you know what?
Quiet. If he's being
I'm
quiet,
not,
you know,
I didn't get mad, but I remember, and there are consequences. Oh,
the last
Can
note
I
that I had to
different
write like
parents.
that was junior year. We went mailbox bashing. That's when the movie Stand By Me had just came out, right?
Oh,
And they
really?
were getting mailboxes out of the convertible. Well, we did that in the back of the truck up in the ritzy neighborhood on the hill. Started at the top of the hill and worked our way down. Lady followed us, right? She got behind us and followed us. Well, shit, next thing you know, like, I got 3 guys in the back of my truck. I'm driving.
Oh,
I don't even think I did have a license. Yeah. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Either way, yeah, we had to replace like whatever it was, 30 mailboxes, and every one we had to write a note to, and go up and hand them their new mailbox and give them a verbal apology and hand them their notes. And
yeah, it's embarrassing, dude. But I'm gonna tell you guys something. Like,
it's humiliating. It's humbling.
My dad is about to be. My dad is he's about to be 88 this year, right? Nice. So this is the thing. Like I had this conversation with my wife, and it's like my dad probably has told me he loved me maybe twice in his life. Yeah, and it's like it's not that he doesn't love me. It's just that those people back then are way different than the ones today. Like, even though they love you, they don't have to tell you that they love you. Like, have you ever seen the movie Fences or the play?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. Oh, wait, hold it. That's the one with Denzel Washington and Viola Davis, right?
It's a good movie. This is a part where
great movie.
Where's the part where the kid he's in the Marines, right? And he comes back home and he's like, damn, man. He's like, he always wondered, like, why is it that you treated me this way? Like, what, don't you love me? And then Denzel goes, like, you have a bed, you eat every day. You get to wake up and go to school and do this and all that. You think I just do that because I want to do it? Or you know what I'm saying? So when he said that, like, the kid understood. He's like, I don't got to tell you I love you for you to understand that I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything that I do should prove to you that I love you.
Yeah, my dad's the same age. It's probably really only the past few years that, with his friends starting to kind of, kick the bucket and whatnot, and the grandbabies coming around here this past year and a half, 2 years, that we're really able to actually say I love you to each other, as grown men, which I never really heard from him growing up.
Yo, bro, not even, like, I'm telling you, twice, and I remember it because it don't happen.
And not that I didn't think that he didn't. I always knew that he did, but it was just
same here.
The cultural norms, right?
Yeah, that's what it was back then, man.
Hey, I need to interrupt this conversation for a quick commercial break. Ryan and Speak Radio, god damn it. Thank you so much for supporting this zaniness. I know it's just kind of metaphysically weird, but I you know what? I love you both. Y'all are great guys, and this is the wonderful thing. The people who can just kind of deal with, oh shit, he's just being dumb or zany. This is why I appreciate Ryan. Ryan has kind of been a day one. He now I am still pissed off. Like, I just want to see Stanley get beat up by 12th man and Solid Snake. Dude used to tune in at like 2:00 in the morning just to see the carnage. But Speak and Ryan, thank you so much for supporting the show. And while we're here, please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. John and I will go back and forth and we'll snipe in all this bullshit. But in the end, it is actually John Galt who makes the decisions on this channel, who stays, who goes, who does what. And I realize that. I also realize that, hey, he probably just thinks, hey, that goofy motherfucker, he's barely sentient. And my darling, wish she was my daughter, Portia J, the mastermind behind this unleashing of, uncontrolled, unthinking, sometimes books can harm you, show is Portia J. She is really very creative, very understanding, and one of the most wonderful women, young women at least, that I've known. So you must support her. You must just basically make sure she is appreciated. So I guess that's the end of my commercial. Hit the like button. Make sure you support your hosts. And again, Ryan and Speak Radio, thank you so much for supporting the show. It means a lot to me, believe it or not. So, sorry, I interrupted. And what does Dave have to say? Really?
I just put 5 on you.
Oh no! You know what?
Don't say my real name though. Okay.
Oh no! I won't.
All right. Thank you.
Did you put something in the back? I saw
but
Dave's link.
But you see my name, right?
Wait, hold it. Where'd you put it? Because I don't see your link.
The Cash App. I sent you $5.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Don't say my real name. But we all.
Yes, sir.
It's funny because like thinking about it now as grown adults. Like.
Oh, okay. You know what? Absolutely, I won't. Sir.
Like me
and thank you too.
No problem. Me and my brothers and sister, we were talking about it. We were like, "Yo, why did our mom give us white names?"
Now, let me tell you something, Latino, dude. It is so, and I know I've said this before. My temperament is mostly like my mother was. She could flash like. My mother, she would fucking hurt your feelings with a look. It's like, you know what? It got to a point, once she could just look at you and I'm like, oh shit, let me rethink.
Yeah, that's what I do with my kids.
My father was totally different. He was a slow burn. He was nuclear. My mother was tactical weapons. My father was strategic weapons.
Yeah, I'm strategic. I just have to do.
You know what?
All I have to do is
and it's like, but the thing is like they literally, and I'm, please forgive me. My parents were married for 59 years. My mother died in her bed in her home next to my father. It was horrible for the kids, but for the motherfucker, 59 goddamn years. And my father, through planning and shit, she died in the bedroom of the house that we moved in like 1971. She knew. I was the last motherfucker in the family to know that she was that sick. It was 7 years after the diagnosis. And I noticed, well, what is she mad at me? They all fucking like, oh, Stanley's gonna be like fucking here directing operations if he knows. Dude, you know what? I love my mother. My father, I love him too, but god damn it. If you want to know what a marriage is, my father bought shit to like, I walk into the bedroom one day and there's like this crane thing to lift my mother out of the bed to help him get her out of the bed and deal with her needs. I'm like, what the hell are you, dude? This is planning. This is how you take care of your wife. This is how you are a motherfucking man.
I'm
not half the man my father proved. I was fucking shocked. My father, I've said this before, I don't have heroes because I have my father.
Amen. Yeah. That's crazy, Stanley. I say the same thing too. I say the same thing
Dude,
too.
dude, I was fucking like 59 when my
With his
mother
flaws and
died.
everything.
You know what? After seeing what they did, I'm not sure the flaws matter.
No,
I
no,
can
that's what I'm saying.
My
I don't care.
father, my mother was 81 when she died. He was doing this
Stanley,
shit in like 79 and 80,
Stanley,
lifting her.
Stanley. There was a group of like
Like,
seven.
you did what?
We had a group of like 7 friends, right? And out of the 7 friends that
Mhm.
we had, there was only me and maybe some other kid that had their father growing up. You understand? So nobody
Yeah.
else in the group had their dad around. And I'm like, damn, man, I
Mhm.
used to be pissed off because my father would always be the one to come out at night and look for me in the street and embarrass me in front of my friends. But now I look at it and I'm like, damn, I see most of my friends that didn't have a dad, and I seen them go through a whole bunch of dumb shit because they had no guidance. But I look at myself and I'm
Mhm.
like, damn, I never gotten in trouble like that. And that's thanks to my father. I felt like if he wasn't there
Well, you
harassing me
know
as a
what?
teenager,
You
you
know,
know, I
and
would have
see,
been locked
that's
up or something,
the
dude.
part. It's like your mother, you know she's gonna fuss. Wait till your father gets home.
Yeah. My mom would
It was
have my dad
like
call me
it was
over the
like,
phone.
oh shit.
You
I
hear me?
didn't think about that.
Yeah, when he wasn't
Wait,
around,
hold
like,
it. Wait, hey, hold on one sec. It's like, Mama, can't you just be mad and let that go? It's like, no, it
mm-mm.
was so bad. It's not. I will get mad and get over it, but your father needs to know about it.
Yep.
I'm like, oh shit.
Yep.
So that oh shit factor.
And that's another thing. Look, growing up, I thought that I could trust my mom by telling her things. And all I noticed was that I'm like, okay, these people must have conversations when I'm not around, and she tells him the things that I told her. But what I've noticed is that instead of him coming angry of him finding out when she told him, it would be less of a angry situation and more of a correction. You understand? More of a guidance or more of
Right.
a correction.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Accountability.
but so every time I did something bad, I would always tell my mom because I knew that was going to be the outcome. And he figured that out, and he was like, "Wait a minute."
But you know what though?
Like, you play mind
I
games.
remember, I was kind of older when my son was a baby. I would come home because I commuted into the DC area
Yep.
for work, and I'd be getting home, kind of late after dark. So my wife would, I come in the door, kind of tired, and I've been driving for an hour. Well, guess what your son did? You know what my
Mhm.
response would be? Just tell me what you did about it. And that goes to
Yeah,
the
I
point.
remember you telling me.
I assume you did something. If it's something that you need me to get involved with and correct or do deeper counseling, ma'am, I depend on you to deal with him. You're not working.
You're my co-pilot.
He's home with you. If you need me to get involved with it, I will, but make sure that, it's like you can't control. So, that's how I looked at my parents. You know, my mother could probably control it, but if it was a deeper issue, especially with a male, boys are not girls.
No, they're not.
And once you get up to a certain age, having a taller man who, um, males are more intimidating than your mother. Mothers are, I don't mean to demean women, but mothers are mothers. Fathers are
Yeah.
a little bit more threatening.
Mm-hmm. More authority. Authority.
Yeah, we had a breadboard that Dad would spank us with, and he broke that thing off my ass one day, and
Jesus Christ.
that was about the last time I got spanked.
Sir. Oh man, I don't even want to. Oh God, I got so many ass whipping stories.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was a little shithead for sure.
I was the one that got my ass whooped the most in my house, man. Like everybody, like my oldest brother was pretty chill. He's like calm and quiet and collective. Like my older brother was more outgoing and like more social and stuff. But I was always like the one getting involved with the mix of wrong people. And like now that I'm grown up, now I'm just like, I don't even want to deal with those people, man. Like I can't stand them. And I'm like, damn, that was me at one point. And I tell my wife this all the time. So I have to like readjust and rethink and say, damn, I can't judge these people like that because that was me at one time.
Yeah. That's cognitive awareness right there. Taking that 5
man,
seconds to just process it, and not just react, it's big.
Yeah, dude. It's crazy.
It's like probably my 4th rehab stint or whatever of getting busted and having to go to rehab, that you start realizing that all the shit that you got in trouble for was just like because you were trying to be cool.
Yeah. That's literally what it is. It's the same thing with for instance, like you see how John recorded that video in the subway with the girls acting all out and all that. I'm like, dude, that's just an attention mechanism, bro.
Yep.
It's just to seek attention. When people do that type of shit, it's to seek attention. When people are loud in the Walmart, when people are out, it's just attention, bro. Those people are lonely, man. That's all it is. Even though I don't condone their behavior, because it's like, dude, you're a full-grown adult. You should know better.
Absolutely.
But you don't know what that person is going through mentally, and I'm not trying to take that as an excuse for them or anything, but they got to be some shit going on in that mind because that's not normal.
No, it's the number one thing that humans try to fight for and find is acceptance.
Yeah,
it's just attention-seeking behavior is all it is, and just trying to find some acceptance for some reason of acting a certain way. And
dude, and it's gotten worse with social media, bro. Like there's people that will like make a fake life just so other people could. I don't know, yo. It's the craziest thing. I don't have the energy to do that, dude.
Well, just living in a trigger-based society where we got these key talking points and these key words that trigger people, and people that can manipulate those trigger words to manipulate whole groups of people on both sides of the political spectrum. I'm not just saying politically, but I'm thinking more religiously, like the mega churches and the whole kind of this neo-Christian movement of debasing each other in the name of Christ.
Dude, it's only going to get worse with AI too now.
Yeah.
I have a theory on this shit, man.
You know what? I don't think AI is going to do, at least in the short to medium term. We were supposed to have self-driving cars. There's a thing.
The Jetsons told me we were supposed to be flying cars by now.
Yeah, that's what the Jetsons said.
Straight up.
George Jetson.
I'm right. Speaking of after-school cartoons.
Well, I just think that, I made a comment this morning that, I don't even remember what the comment was about specifically, but I made the point that, AI at root knows zeros and ones.
Yeah.
And humans know that there is a 0.5. It does not matter. You can program your way. You can develop software that recognizes that, there is a 0.5 between 0 and 1. The problem is the software that recognizes it is 0 and 1. There's something that humans have, and I'm not super religious or anything like that, but we actually know the gray. We know there's not white. We know there's not black. We can perceive gray and make decisions from there. And slapping zeros and ones on top of zeros and ones on top of zeros and ones, that is not human facility or faculty.
Like
right?
Exactly. It's going to be binary interpreting binary. Now, this is a bullshit theory. It's just, I have nothing to support what I just said. It's literally just a feeling. AI
No, you're right.
ain't humans.
Yeah.
Yo, Stan, let me ask you something real quick.
What's up, King Shinar?
Would you be opposed to having white grandchildren?
Me having grandchildren? No. Why would I?
White grandchildren.
As long as they're flesh of my flesh, why would I?
We're talking binary numbers, right?
Okay, listen to what I just said. If they are flesh of my flesh, and I'm not that religious, but you know what? If my son marries a white girl and he's half white, the kids are white, they're my grandchildren. As a matter of fact, my son has like kind of reddish hair. My wife was a blonde, a natural blonde. Why would I be opposed to grandchildren who look like her?
Why does it matter?
But okay, I'm just saying. But
You know what?
yo,
It matters.
listen.
It matters to a racist tap dancer like King Shinar to ask stupid questions like that. They are my grandchildren. They are flesh of my flesh. Why would I have a problem with their phenotype?
Bro, if your grandchildren,
Motherfucker, King Shinar, you're here provisionally.
I was asked
Do
this
not
question by
get too
CT
comfortable.
once and John a long time ago.
I do. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Latino.
My answer to that question was, he's like, CT asked like, yo, how about if a mop head came through your head, ghetto as fuck, da 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 da. I'm like, bro, he could be a white mop head, he could be an Asian mop head, he could be a Latino mop head just like me. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at how he treats my daughter. I'm looking at his education. I'm looking at his background, where he grew up. Like, I could care less about that, but you're not gonna come through my door being ignorant. No, not in this house. So at the end of the day, I could care a fuck about race. It's just that guy better be a
bro,
gentleman.
Stanley cares about race. Obviously, you see him up here every day. You know, he has he's always preaching some shit. You know,
Motherfucker could be from Nigeria. I don't give a fuck. As long as he treats my daughter with respect, and I don't have to kick his ass.
Let me ask you a question, motherfucker. I literally showed an author called Joel Chandler Harris from Eatonton, Georgia. I told you that, hey, the author of the, I don't know why you're interrupting me. You should not be doing that.
Would you give your grandchildren a Thomas?
Okay, dude, you think that you can come up here. Look, I care about race as it pertains to American culture. In my personal life, as long as you're nice and look, my wife was pretty good looking. You know, there are some things if you're going to marry a woman, you don't want her to be an ogre. But dude, I married a white woman. I have a child.
Stanley,
I have stepkids who are
you
white.
married a woman.
Yeah, and I talked about it. She and I had a lot more. Dude, she grew up Catholic. She grew up kind of middle class. We had values. We just got along.
Was she Irish?
It was not even like, motherfucker. Her mother taught before we got married. I was friends with her parents. Her mother taught me how to can vegetables. Now, granted, it was a way to get closer to her. But, dude, I used to fucking do cold pickles, like refrigerator cold pickles. After we got married, there were pickles in the refrigerator because her mother taught me how to do that. Dude, if you really... You talk race when it's appropriate to talk race. You talk culture when it's appropriate. Literally, I was probably more racist than my wife was. And I know that's a weird thing to say. My wife never, to this day, I've literally never heard her. The most racist she ever got was like, some queer notion that, if she talked or if she read Terry McMillan novels. You remember Terry McMillan wrote how Stella got her groove back. So she thought, and you know what? He used to call her Smoothie. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Smoothie? My wife used to come to me like, what does this word mean? What? She had a goddamn PhD in a science. Motherfucker, all I have to say is race wasn't our problem. It was like, woman, read better books.
Bro, I'm the one.
You
I'm
were
the one.
asking me.
I'm the one to make.
Asking me
I'm
how
the
to
one to make
pronounce
the
a
racist
word.
jokes in my house.
Don't
I'm the
you
one that
have a
always makes the racist
dictionary?
jokes. Like I'm always the
Well,
one to make the racist jokes.
race is what people like King Chenard worry about. I
Yo,
talk about
let
it
me get
when
the
it
mic real
suits
quick.
my purpose to talk about.
Let me get the mic real quick. Talk too much, bro. Talk way too much. I don't understand it. I'll never get it. You talk too much, bro. All right, listen. You're up here every single day, mentioning B Brave's name. You have all these streams trying to
Yeah, Be Brave's a fucking
understand the white
racist.
man every single day.
I
'Cause
whoa
listen,
whoa whoa whoa.
you worship
Can
them.
you listen to my response,
You're
or do
gonna
you
have
need to
white friends.
natter? Okay, you need to natter on. And I see Be Brave is there. Be Brave is a motherfucking racist, and I think racism and racists are a bigger problem in America than what happens in the hood. The crime in the hood is less a problem than people who are fucking anti-black blacks. John Galt is a bigger problem to the black community than white racists are. And if you can't, that's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it. I think
mean,
Little Be Brave and Think is literally just a sugar cube in a big cup of black tea. He's not the problem.
based off the
Be
numbers,
Brave is just an aberration. Be Brave is a less talented Joel Chandler Harris.
based
At
off the
least
numbers, you ain't wrong,
racists
man.
like Joel Chandler Harris could write amusing stories. Be
You
Brave
hear me?
just has to come into my chat and natter on about whatever it is Be Brave natters on about. And then luckily he has people. I called Shredder the tar baby. I called Chenard the fucking Brer Rabbit.
Stanley, you're not
Look at
helping your
this little
case,
trick.
Stanley. You're not helping your
Oh,
case.
of course I am. Look, King Chenard
You
was a
fucked up,
little
man.
huckster.
You
King
fucked up,
Chenard
bro.
was up here being the
You
little
fucked up. Bro.
huckster
He's a little
asking
car
me
baby.
why I talk about race. He didn't start talking that
Oh, come
shit
on,
until
man.
Brer Fox came into the chat. Brer Fox is Be Brave. The little
He said tar
huckster
baby.
Brer Rabbit Chenard was up here talking for Be Brave. Dude, this is why people like Joel Chandler Harris are brilliant. Their tales were so stereotypical. You can actually, they're very bendy. You can make them mean anything, actually. So Be Brave. Welcome. Be Brave and Brer.
Yo, so my whole thing, right? Because I had to like go back and actually do my own research. So what I found out was if there's only what is it, 2.5 people arrested in the United States, right? That's the number that I got, right? How is it possible that what they're saying is right? If what you're saying makes what you're saying makes more sense because there's more people talking more towards the black situation than the 2.5, which I don't think they're all black.
Well, no, they're
You understand
not.
what I'm
But
saying?
let me reframe it. There is a very astronomical, if you want to put it that way, problem in the areas, the inner city, the shooting up the streets. Be Brave is absolutely right about the very
But
high crime rates
but
in
it's
the
always the
inner
same
city.
people.
Well, it is because
So
they're the
okay, so what
ones
is
who
the
get it.
argument?
They're the ones who get it wrong. Be Brave has a problem with his argument. He wants to basically take the 3% and stereotype the other 97%. That
Yeah, that's you
70% number
can't do
makes
that.
0 sense.
Yeah, you can't do that. It's the same thing. It's the same
70,
argument.
look,
It's the
if
same
you take
argument that
that
you had yesterday.
3%,
I'm sorry. It's the same argument that you had yesterday with the whole IQ situation. You can't bundle up a whole bunch of
no,
people's
you know
IQ and then
what?
get a fucking number that way. It's stupid.
Well, let me put it to you this way. It's even well that's kind of the you're right. That's the same thing. You are willing to basically make you are willing to take 97% of a demographic and basically blame them in one way or another for the 3%. And those numbers are skewed. 3% of the black population, it's more than that live in the hood. But he is literally willing to tell 70% in his mind what they are excusing. It's all within Be Brave's head, and it is an uneducated head. The motherfucker literally has an uneducated brain, and whatever wanders into his brain, he wants to put out as truth. The problem is there are a lot of people who are okay because it sounds good and entertaining. And then there are people like me who will chuckle for a bit, but then we start asking, well, wait, hold it. Where did this number come from? Why does he think that? Motherfuckers like Be Brave and Think and John Galt and CT and Ock Nation fear motherfuckers like me who ask, why do you think that? Then they have to motherfucking prove it. They have to back up their bullshit arguments. And you know what I do? I fucking cackle. I cackle like a little girl. When I fucking go into Be Brave's chat and start fucking with him, I change Be Brave's whole conversation with the questions I ask from his chat. Be Brave hasn't been smart enough to figure this motherfucker wants to talk about, well, why can't white people brag about white culture? And then I get into his chat and he never gets around to talking about white people. He didn't notice, but I did. I fucking changed Be Brave's whole agenda for a show from his chat. And I think it's hilarious. This motherfucker wants to go, well, Stanley, you must be stupid. You must be all this. All the time, I have changed his agenda with a few words in his chat.
It's
The
a real
motherfucker
binary way
never
of looking at
notices.
life, isn't it? When we can throw a wide net over everything and just use this binary effect of it's either this or it's this, and there's no in between, right? It's a false dichotomy.
Well, the bottom line is it's a lot more venal than all that. I just wanna fuck with a dumb motherfucker
This
who
motherfucker
thinks
came
he's
in
smart.
here.
Be Brave is truly Brer Fox. He
Yo,
is that animal who goes and builds a tar baby and then gets in trouble because he built a tar baby, which was a fucking like dumb idea in the first place. This motherfucker wants to talk about black culture
all
when
the
he
time, man. I'm sick and tired of this
literally
shit.
Be Brave literally has done nothing from a family aspect. He hasn't contributed a child who is acculturated. The motherfucker has done nothing for his own culture that he wants to call we. This motherfucker literally thinks he's a part of white culture when he has done everything opposite of what white culture demands. And please, Uncle Fatty, I'm being very basic. I'm being very basic in this analysis. It is much more complicated than that.
No,
Be
it's personal
brave.
experience. You know, we
Be
can't just
brave
take our
has-
own personal
Be
experience and say
brave.
it's all of humanity.
Always with the race, man. I'm sick and tired of this.
White
Doesn't it get
people
boring?
like Be Brave have literally, this is why I talk race when Be Brave is in the chat. He demands I talk race and put him in his little place. You have done nothing for American culture, Be Brave and Think, except
I think.
on your show.
Yo, how do you know
Be
that?
brave. I think Be
Oh,
Brave.
motherfucker, I've listened to the dumb bastard.
But you don't really know him.
There, wait, hold it. What is it? What is B. Bray's favorite saying? One of us is a damn fool. He gets it wrong. One of us fools are easy to dismiss. That motherfucker is literally a fucking cesspool. He's not a fool. He is a fucking crater. People fall into his trap. So
Stanley,
go
I can
ahead.
imagine one day
Go
you
ahead.
Yeah, I can imagine one day you looking at your
You
grandchildren.
do realize you're here as a foil. You
And then
realize
saying
the
back,
only
"Where the
reason
fuck
I
were you
let you
at?
up is to shit on you, right?
Yeah,
I can't imagine having white grandchildren, bro. I can't.
I mean, but his
Like,
son
I
is
can't
Well,
even.
motherfucker,
look at them like, who
do
the
you
hell
even
are these
have
kids?
kids? Do you
I have
even
3.
have do you even have a procreation partner?
Yes, I've always had plenty.
Do you have kids, Shenard?
Yes, 3.
Okay. Well, then you better start imagining your grandkids. Don't tell your kids who to marry, though.
Your
Don't
son is
tell your
gonna.
kids who.
The son.
No, are you planning on telling your kids don't marry white people? I don't want white
The son is
grandkids.
going to most likely
No,
In a
motherfucker. That's
country with 70
someone that
exactly.
looks like
That's
his mother.
exactly what you're doing.
Right.
You are dictating who your kids are going to marry because you don't want white kids.
No, I don't.
Right?
I want
Right?
my kids look like me. I want more kids to look.
Motherfucker, you know what? I want your kids to look like you. I want your kids to think like you. We need the Chenards
Oh,
so we know how not to raise our kids to be.
Stanley,
I literally don't want any kids,
this
and
is why
I already have
self-awareness
my
is
limit of
important.
motherfucker. You're
I'm saying
interrupting
this.
me. That's not going to happen.
Go ahead.
I want you to get your fair share of abuse. That's a Rolling Stone song, by the way. Dude, you sound
done?
so fucking. You know what? If you were white, you'd be a motherfucking hillbilly.
Are you done, Stanley?
Black
You
gold,
would
that
literally, dude, you would be a hood hillbilly.
Are you done, bro?
You remember that show,
No,
Stanley?
I'm not done, sir.
You remember that show,
I'm
Stanley?
sorry, what? What?
Black gold.
Which
that
show?
is.
Oh, dude. Hey, you know what? The funny thing is the first episodes were a little bit before I was born, but fuck yeah. You know, you get home from
Same here.
school
I mean, come on.
4 o'clock in the
You gotta watch the
afternoon.
classics.
Yeah, it'd be Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah, Beverly Hillbillies. You gotta watch the classics. Come on, man.
Are you gonna
Oh,
teach
come on now.
I was more of a Sanford and Son guy myself. I was more.
Oh,
same here.
did
I
you?
like
Oh,
Sanford
wait.
and Son.
You're gonna
Archie
love
Bunker.
this, Uncle Fatty.
Archie
You're gonna
Bunker was
love
my
this.
shit.
Apparently, Red Fox and the woman who played Jane Hathaway, they were either friends or they were like fucking. Can you believe that? You remember what was the secretary
Red-
Milton Drysdale's secretary. Apparently, she maybe they were just close friends. I won't go there, but oh my God, who would ever imagine? What if Ms. Hathaway and Red Fox?
Man, when I found out,
That might have been kind of like me and my wife.
when I found out,
Except my wife actually had a body sense of humor, though.
when I found out that George Jefferson
She would
was
make
gay,
me blush sometimes.
that broke my whole spirit, man. I was like, damn, the Jefferson, because this guy was a rude ass dude. It was like always a man's man. Come find out he's gay in real life.
Wait, who is that?
George Jefferson.
Sherman Helmsley, was he gay? I didn't know that.
Yeah. I found this out when he was in that movie with
It was it Hemsley or Helm? I think it was Hemsley.
Yeah, when he was in that movie with Dave Chappelle and Norman.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the name of the movie where they kidnapped the dog or whatever. Yeah. I was like, I found that out afterwards because I forgot how I found out.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does that really make a difference in the movie?
No, it don't. It don't. I was just saying, I was just like, damn, like I always looked at this guy. It's the same thing with Neil Patrick Harris, you know, and How I Met Your Mother. He was always banging chicks in the show. And when you find out that this guy, you know, you're like, oh shit, damn, he's a good actor. Because it's like, I would believe it.
Well, you know what? I was watching George and Wheezy. Like, this is literally 70s, dude. This was like maybe late 70s. So, you know, back in those days, you know, he was just a silly man, and Wheezy was just kind of like the patient wife.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in some ways, I think we have made a country where our kids can't be kids. They know shit way earlier than they probably should. And it actually started, I would say, back in the early 80s. But you know, it is what it is. And, you know, parents are still very important. But,
Check
you
out
know,
the
if
first 2
someone
minutes
had
of that.
come and said, hey, Stanley, you know George Jefferson is gay, it would have changed the quality of his clownishness and how much my sister and I enjoyed the show.
Here, I mean,
kids don't need to know this shit.
No, they thought he was gay because he was dating a white woman behind the scenes.
Good for him.
Yeah, check out the first 2 minutes of that video I posted in the back there for you.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch of this stuff. I looked into this a couple of years ago. This is one of the better, whatever, not documentary, but just kind of informational, you know, thing about their relationship, and it's.
Oh yeah, okay. This is. Let's see here. I did not hear. I haven't seen this one.
What are we watching?
Hold on one sec.
He's got it on the.
This is Orthodox's show that you see. Orthodox is actually a rather interesting character.
Yeah.
Orthodox guy.
Yeah, good dude. Good guy.
He is very much uneducated, and he often wants to pretend. Like I heard Orthodox and NVD, who I actually like. I think NVD is a good guy. They were talking on Black Crow's channel about race and genetics, and they both basically think or know, they think they know that race is a genetic thing, and they are literally ignorant. This is why kids should take science. They literally are moronic in some of their points, and it was so bad I had to stop listening.
It's good to have good rapport between each other. when he's up here.
And see, the problem is I've literally was a chemistry major. I've taken cell biology, I've taken genetics, I've taken microbiology. None of a motherfucking thing they said. If you taken high school biology, I imagine by these days, you would know how stupid you sound. These guys are literally like all they learned about race
Stanley,
and
you're gonna
genetics.
have white
They
grandchildren, bro.
okay,
That's
what
on
you're
you.
gonna do is you're going
That's
to
the way
not
you think.
interrupt me, sir. Race and genetics literally get confused
Can I,
because
if you don't mind me
seriously.
intervening when you're done?
No, it'll be quick. I'm kind of, looking. Look, you can't call black. The bell curve breaks down because if you look at legacy Black Americans, we have a whole lot of European DNA. What is black if you're partly white? The fucking argument literally breaks down at the genetic level.
Yeah.
And idiots like Chenard, idiots like Orthodox, who've never motherfucking taken, dude, literally, I was a chemistry major. I literally have taken genetics and cell biology. Now, granted, it was 30 years ago. So it was maybe easier then.
I'm only going to
This was
mention one
before
name.
the whole Human Genome Project. The Human Genome Project blew the fuck out of racism. It literally blew it apart.
And they found out also about who? Genghis Khan having a whole bunch of kids and the DNA everywhere, bro, all around the world. So this is the thing.
Or his relatives. But here's the deal. Here is the thing that takes this race thing apart. And I mentioned it earlier, and I'll repeat it now. There is more genetic diversity in Africa between Africans than there is between Africans and Europeans.
I agree.
Fucking black people are more distantly related than motherfucking black and white people. If you cannot understand what that means, it blows race out of the water. Your racist boat is not sunk, it's blown apart. Motherfucker, I'm less related to fucking some dude from Nigeria than I am to some random white guy on the street in fucking Atlanta, Georgia.
The word we don't hear a lot anymore of is bigotry, right? And bigotry is just an intolerance is all it is, right? Bigotry is not being racist, right? It's just being intolerant of other people, right? And where we used to have this, kind of
I
like
think Stanley hates black people, bro. So you can just cut that noise for real.
Maybe, but more so.
He hates black
well, no. I hate stupid people. If you happen to be black, then I hate you.
Stanley is a
You
racist.
are destructive.
Uncle Stanley.
He hates black people, bro. Don't fall for this bullshit. You
Uncle
can be
Ruckus,
racist
Uncle
against your own kind.
Hey, let me ask you a
starts
question.
from-
Hey,
levels to-
King Shenard, let me
But
ask
when
you a
lay up with a
question.
white woman and have it
Okay, this motherfucker.
Oh God.
Too much. All
Hey,
I
got
have
some
to
crackers
say
up here that I really hate. I mean, I
when
do
I
not
lay
like
this is
White
this
woman.
listen to this
White woman
motherfucker
skin.
when you lay up with a white
When you
woman.
lay down with that porcelain skin, sweet milk skin.
Dude, you
Smell
sound
of
like Be
lavender.
Brave. Like when Be Brave gets into his Yosemite Sam spitting mad, that's what you sound like. You need to run to Daddy. You
Sound
and
like a
Daddy
preacher.
hash this. You know what? I could imagine Be Brave going, you lay up with a white woman, you are poisoning whiteness. Laying up with a white woman is polluting American culture.
I've actually heard him. I've actually heard him say, "If you a black man and you lay with a white woman, then you're doing good for yourself. You're doing good for yourself." And I'm like,
You
okay.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, I heard him say that.
This is so funny, dude. When
But
I
I've never
think
heard
I've
him say
told
what
this
you
story. Well, I'm thinking when people say, black men are, becoming better, dude.
and then end up dead like that black dude. I'm
Well,
sorry, I had
all
to
I
throw
have
that
to
in there.
say is I think my wife's grandmother had a moment of like, oh shit, can't she find a white man? Except, you know what? My wife did not work. My wife, with her little PhD in pharmacology, you know what? It was like, look, and we talked about it. She could have worked. Um, Shit, she probably should have worked so I could fucking like stay home. However, her grandmother would love me. After she got to know me, it's like your granddaughter, this granddaughter could go to the lake. She used to fucking call me. Like, I'd be so pissed off at her. Why are you calling me from the goddamn lake? Um, she could go visit her grandmother whenever she wanted. Look, it's what I wanted to do. It's we were a family. Look, motherfucker,
That's
I
what
got
matters.
a son. I got a son who is at an elite engineering college. And you want to know why? Because I was working while I didn't even fucking know what my wife had done. She raised a goddamn genius. She, dude, I was working. She interacted with this child. She is responsible. The motherfucker literally never made a B. He's made one B in his life, and it
Damn,
was
good for
for
you.
band. He motherfucking made a
Yeah,
B in band.
your kid sounds like my daughter, bro. My oldest.
Right, but what I'm saying is that, and you know what? Apparently you're raising a genius too. Fuck the race bullshit. It comes down to my wife. Literally, motherfucker, I was more racist than my wife. That's the scary part.
Shit, I don't remember, dude. Yo, I don't remember. My daughter's about to hit the 5th grade next year, right? I don't remember the last time I seen a C or a P. Like, I don't. Like, I don't. Every time she comes,
were
here
told
with her grades and stuff, it would be like because they get graded by like 1 through 100, right? So it would be like a 98. She'll be like, "Damn, I only missed one question, and I know it was this one." And she'll be
Well,
mad about it. I'm like,
let me tell you what's gonna happen. She's in 5th grade. By the time there will be a day, and when it happens, if it happens, it might not. But motherfucker, you better call me. This little motherfucker who used to cry if he missed a question on a fucking test.
My daughter is. She's
He came to me the grade, a C on a test, and I asked him about it. You know what I used to cry when I made a B? This motherfucker said, well, Dad, it's passing, right? I'm like, what? This motherfucker used to cry.
Nice.
Like, it don't matter. I'm passing, dude. Chill. Relax.
I was like, motherfucker, let's reset the rules.
That's more me. My wife though would be like, you got that one wrong because you probably rushed through it. And I'm like, damn, man, like, be happy.
Oh yeah, motherfucker. I used to do that on math tests.
I'm like,
Oh,
chill,
dude,
yo.
I wouldn't check
She's
my
like, good
work.
job.
I'm like,
Like, yo.
motherfucker, I know I'm right. Here's the test because I want to finish first. Oh, I used to get my ass beat by those teachers.
Yo, man.
Stanley. I had Mrs. Corrin in high school. Stanley, you would get more answers. And this is a white woman with a beautiful Southern accent. Mrs. Corrin was the goddess of math teachers. She was just fuck. Oh, now she would be
Did you go to an
brutal.
all-white school?
No, it wasn't totally all white.
Majority white?
Mrs. Corrin would be like, well, Stanley, if you slow down a bit, you would make better grades. I'm like,
That's what
oh
my
my
wife does
goodness.
my daughter.
That shit all the time.
That's what my wife
You
does
go to
my daughter
public
all the
or
time.
private school? Public or private?
Private.
Okay, was it like a Catholic school?
Yes.
Was it all white? I don't think black people go to Catholic.
It was 96%. It was 96%. I think no, I'm sorry, 94% white the year I graduated. But there were only
Yeah, there's a school
500
in
students
Westie.
there.
in
There were
So was
only
mine.
500. There were only 500 students there, and actually, my graduating class was 96 kids. You want to see it? It's Benedictine Military School in Savannah. Would you like to see it? It's got a website.
Savannah. You had to say it like that.
Did I say it like that? Savannah?
No. That's how you have to say it. You have to say it like you got
Well,
my
you know
laugh.
what? I should have if I did. Motherfucker, I love Savannah.
I gotta get you
And
that
you know
clip,
what?
Stanley. You hear me? I gotta get you that.
I did not love Savannah when I was there. I didn't start appreciating it until I was in my 30s. Dude, it was like literally Winnie the Pooh. It was like a Winnie the Pooh story growing up in Savannah.
100 Acre Wood.
Dude, look, I grew up. One of my schools was literally next to the big cathedral in Savannah, the Catholic cathedral, and in that square was a fucking Goodwill used bookstore that I used to go to.
Nice.
There was like East Shavers, which was like the new fancy white bookstore, except I didn't know that they knew my father. My sister and I used to go into that white bookstore, and we in our little Catholic school uniforms. You know what? Now, we weren't destructive, of course. You know, we weren't touching books and getting them dirty. These people knew who the fuck we were and never said anything. We would literally just wander in there, look at the books, and wander out. And I didn't know this until like 20 years later. I had moved away. I had moved back to Savannah. So one day I go walking into the store, and Esther Shaver's like, Stanley. I'm like, you know me? Oh my God. They fucking knew. They knew who I was after I was gone 20 years and came back. They knew my parents.
Perspective.
No idea. But no, this was like a ritzy white bookstore. And Shenard will appreciate this. We were ritzy black people, and I did not know this. It was like shit. They were friends.
Ritzy?
Who knew? No, well, you have to say ritzy. You have to say ritzy to people like Shenard, because if you say that you grew up in a middle class, nothing special, motherfucker, you better wait till I'm done. Look, I'm not anything special. I had parents.
Too much, bro. You just talk.
Okay, motherfucker, how can you talk too much on your own goddamn show?
Stanley, I sent you the clip. Yo, trust me.
Okay.
Play. Yo,
Look,
I just saw.
I don't get to talk about my parents much, and motherfucker, I have a show and I want to talk about my parents. Fuck you, Shenard. My parents were fucking awesome. I'm 60 motherfucking years old saying this, and I'm not half the parent. And you know, my son, motherfucker, you better motherfucking. My parents were awesome. This is why. This is why I'm such a dilettante.
Shout out to all the parents taking care of their kids.
Shout out to all their dilettante kids.
Granddad's grass.
Motherfucker, my parents literally paid for me to sit here and kibitz with a dumb motherfucking Chenard.
Was your parent? Was your mother mad when you got with a white chick?
Oh Lord.
Oh, motherfucker, I was 38 when I met my wife. My mother, if she was mad, she didn't tell me. Now, I could tell she wasn't like fucking doing a line dance, but motherfucker, this is why you get married. Hey, dude, let me ask you a question before you go too far afield. Shenard, is a black mother going to tell a 38-year-old never been married black man who he should marry? I think no.
I think your mom would have.
I think my mother was just glad that
you finally found somebody. Shit.
It's like, you know, we've been wondering for a few years, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's like, bro, what's happening? You know?
Now we know you like pussy.
Come on. Like, for real,
dude. My parents, literally, from like the time I left home, I never introduced them to a woman I was dating. It was like 20 years. So they knew the shit was like, oh shit, this is going to happen when they met my wife. 20 years. And I was awesome. Put on a Navy uniform and you go to the O Club, you're going to pick up some chicks.
Yeah.
But none of them were that important.
Yeah, my dad.
Yes, sir.
My dad always told us, it's like, if you guys are going to bring girls in the house, make sure it's a woman that you're going to have in your life, because you're showing that woman to your mom.
Motherfucker, do you know what kind of good advice that is? That's
and ever
life
since then, I
advice.
stopped bringing chicks.
Don't be bringing
now I had to find a spot to you know what I mean?
No, but I mean, that is advice you give to kids. Look, if it's not serious now, we want you to, you know, protect yourself and be careful and all that. But when you bring a motherfucker home, this means you're serious. And oh my God, your father basically means if you bring that person home, we're going to start asking questions. We're going to start being parents. You know, you go out and sow some oats, but motherfucker, if you bring her home, if you bring him home, you know, I might meet that little boy with a motherfucking shotgun to let him know when you come to my house.
You want to
my daughter might be silly and in love, but motherfucker, her father isn't.
I'm not. Fuck that. What's hilarious is, like, not anymore, but you know, in my younger years when I was with my wife as my girlfriend and stuff, and we were like have little arguments and stuff, and let's say my parents were around, guess whose side they would always take?
Your wife's. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's just so fucking annoying, dude. I was like, yo, I'm your kid, you know that, right? It's like, yeah, but you know, I'm just like, come on, guys.
You're wrong.
Right. Like,
no, but seriously though, unless your wife has just done something egregious, motherfucker, you know what my father said to me once? You're the man. Like, you know, this little, you know, excuse the word, but it's actually a word. This little niggling shit. This little, she looked at you the wrong motherfucker. You're the man. Okay, act like a man. Fucking stop the fucking paying attention to the bullshit. And you know what? My father is.
What age did you learn?
You know what? Be the man in the relationship. It fucking means stop the bullshit. Don't, dude. I'm a details guy. I think the devil is in the details. The one thing you're going to learn when you have a wife and child in like family bullshit, you're going to learn how to screen out, how to filter out the stuff. Pick your battles, however you want to frame this. Motherfucker, if you take up every goddamn little Lego that's on the floor that you step on, motherfucker, you are going to drive yourself crazy and be no good to anyone.
Yep. You know what I do, Stanley? When it gets a little bit too hectic,
go fishing.
I lock myself in the bathroom.
That's what I did.
Yeah, I lock myself 10 minutes in the bathroom, and then I take a breather and I come back out because it's like reset.
It's a good way to manage
shit. Once my son, he caught his first fish at like 4 or 5. No, you know what? Mommy's mad. And you know, Hurricane Dolores, that was my wife. That was my wife. That was my mother. It's like, you know what? There were times when, you know, and my father was the man of the house. But you know what? This might not be. It's sunny outside. There's a lawn to mow. There's some shit to do outside. You know, it'll be all right. You gotta be a man. And that was my father's point. You know, sometimes your wife getting upset is for a good reason. You might just want to do something else. Let's all take a breather. The kids are just gonna be like fucking stirring the pot. What's wrong, mommy?
We gotta let them.
You're a man. Take the kids. Let your wife wipe it out and then come back. So that's what I mean, Shenard. Dude, life is a motherfucking beautiful thing. If you have a beautiful family and you don't invent bullshit, don't fucking follow up every little Lego on the floor, fucking enjoy it. And this is how I come to this. I motherfucking had my wife die out of the blue. No one was expecting it. It was not a long illness. It was short. It was over in a week and a half. You better motherfucking enjoy your family because it can be gone rather quick. I've experienced it.
I mean, I lost both of my parents by the time I was 18.
I don't care about your parents. It's all on you, Shenard.
So I had to grow up.
Just don't be asking them about Spy. Don't ask your kids about Spy.
I had to grow up really quickly.
Don't ask your kids about 2 girls in 1 cup either.
Ew. Come on.
What? 2 girls in 1 cup. Okay,
you do not Google that. Do not. Do not Google that. I'm telling you.
What the fuck does that even mean?
You don't want to know.
Drinking out of 1 cup?
You don't want to know.
Stop. Just play the video.
Okay, well,
you don't want to know.
Now you got me curious.
If I was in the Navy, I would say to a sailor, to another sailor, man, like, you know, type of code, type of situation. You just don't want to check it. Just don't.
That's funny. All right, well, let's play it.
No.
Oh, wait, hold it. By the way, this is The Office. That is going to be a problem. I just forgot about it. Yeah, that's got to be copyrighted. 26 seconds. It is John Galt's channel. If you want to see a Negro,
no.
Well, you know what? Let's see. Let's do a Porsche thing. Let's figure out how to minimize. Dude, I don't have that kind of guts.
Don't play it, man.
But you know what? Actually, let's see here. Is it audio or the picture that's going to be funny?
It's the audio.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, you can put
that
a,
makes
you
it
can put
easier.
you can put a thing on top.
I'm about to do that now. There
So
we
you
go.
really playing that? That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Why not?
You about to watch it?
Do you know what it says?
You talking about 2 girls in 1 cup, right?
No.
Yeah, I'm about to play that now.
No.
Wait for it.
Come on, Sam.
You're gonna get this channel.
No, I'm
I don't know
kidding.
if they can pick up audio. Or
Here we
something, I don't
go. Here we go.
Go. I do not.
Well, you do, actually. You've got this kind of like Florida panhandle thing going, whereas
Florida
what you really want is
panhandle
more of
thing
a
going.
Savannah accent, which is more like
Savannah?
molasses just sort of spilling out of your mouth.
Oh, that is.
I'm not familiar. What province is he from? He lives on Sesame Street, dumbass.
You know, I
Wait, hold on. I got to play that again. Did he say a
think more than
Savannah
I'd
accent?
heard a June bug. Nice accent. You sound like Forrest Gump. I do not.
Well, you do, actually. You've got this kind of like Florida panhandle thing going, whereas what you really want is more of a Savannah accent, which is.
Fuck you, you bastard. So, hey, there is a Savannah accent.
No,
Wow.
but you gotta let it play.
Okay.
He's like you got molasses for you.
Okay, well, you know what? I will start it over. It's actually funny. Thank you for this.
Any more than I'd heard a June bug. Nice accent. You sound like Forrest Gump. I do not.
Well, you do, actually. You've got this kind of like Florida panhandle thing going, whereas what you really want is more of a Savannah accent, which is more like molasses just sort of spilling out of your mouth.
Oh, now do the Swedish chef.
I'm not familiar. What province is he from?
He lives on Sesame Street, dumbass.
You know, I
Oh shit, it was funny. You never watched that show, Stanley?
You know, I never watched The Office.
Yeah, that's
Even
hilarious.
when it was on network TV.
There's a guy
It's
named
weird.
Stanley in the
Yeah.
show.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a character named Stanley in the show.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, black dude. He's like he works there, and he's like he has a wife.
Oh, wait, is that the Craig Robinson character?
Yeah. This dude always has
Really?
Like,
Okay.
He always has like mistresses.
You know what? I will watch it.
All right, I'm gonna get going. I gotta stop by somewhere. So I'll see you guys later.
All right. Well, you know what? I am at about 6:25. Shenard, what you got to say? Anything amusing?
I just really came up here to, he was talking shit earlier, so I had to return the favor. But all right, man.
Well, you know what though? That is a reason.
All right, peace. If you're leaving, peace.
I don't know. Uncle Fatty, I'll drop the link one more time if anyone wants to come up.
Sorry, I just got a quick work call. It. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. You know what? I'm going to drop this link one more time. And it is, this show is getting long in the tooth. Let's see here. And if anyone wants to come up, please do. To kibitz, to use a word that I love saying. And I don't know what else is going on. It is warm there. What else? I was going to do a whole Supreme Court stories and talk about the decisions, and I got derailed by Deacon Dave of all people. Yeah, bastage. It probably a good thing to be derailed by. Supreme Court is often so. Oh wait, this is let's see, the morning show. Orthodox guy has a show called The Morning Show. And I have not watched it that much. This is a clip of something that's not quite new.
Choose what you allow.
Oh wait, that must be the end of it. Well, apparently that was the end of his show. Too bad. Well, let's see what John Galt has going on. And all the John Galtians have gone over there.
Not be catching on as fast as you telling it. So the government, by their own ingenious creation, they came up with some low mortgage environment that you were able to take advantage of because you had assets, correct?
The fuck?
Right?
It sounds different, right?
Right,
Yeah, he has volume controls on OBS. OBS is kind of weird when it comes to volume.
To house this nigga because
I mean, I use it for my standalone videos, my pre-records.
Like they're migrants. Like you getting that migrant pay. You getting that migrant pay.
It took me a while to figure out how to get the volume right.
So you were telling me about that housing voucher program that where you went to a church and they showed you all the damn the church organized the event. You said it was very well organized, correct?
It was. It was. I was surprised. I was surprised.
And let me ask you this question. Well, before I get there, your last place in where were you living in Santa Clara somewhere? Your last place.
He must be talking to Philippe, another fucking moron.
The last apartment you had. How much were you?
Anti-black moronic stuff.
So the government is paying this motherfucking nigga.
Motherfucker, literally, does he look stable?
More than you paid for your own
somewhere between drunken preaching and just fucking trying to make an anti-black point. It looks painful, to be honest.
I think that liquor,
how they finance and give money to
that liquor just.
You know what? He's an adult. He's an adult. I don't care about the liquor. I care about what he's saying.
The poor.
It's like he's always trying to chase that feeling. Like he crossfades. He smokes and drinks at the same time. So like it's a certain feeling that you get, that you feel like you're on top of the world. And he's always chasing that. You know.
Have you ever been drunk, Shenard?
Yeah.
Did you feel like you were on top of the world?
No, I'm just saying, like when like let's
no,
say
motherfucker. Let's answer my question. When you were drunk, because you said you drank, did you get drunk when you drank? Did you get drunk when you drank?
Yeah.
Okay, did you feel like you were on top of the world?
There were times, yeah. I mean, that's what I call pretty much.
Did you have fun when you felt like you were on top of the world?
Right.
Did you enjoy it, Shenard?
They ain't even worried about school.
Right.
Hey, listen.
No. Did you enjoy it?
This was a long time ago. We talked about this, bro. And it's not, for nothing.
Well, let John enjoy himself, please.
Came across the same conclusion. Do you have any money in your 401k? A lot of money? No. You have no? Why not?
This dude telling his liver's fucked up.
Why don't you invest in 401k?
Are you sure?
Just look how many times he takes a hit. Takes a token.
Oh, come on now.
Just watch.
Let him cook.
You know, he doesn't even inhale it. It's like he just enjoys the act of smoking at this point.
Okay, what are you, the drunk? Are you the drunk police? Are you motherfucker? You sound like a cop. Go and pull him over. And what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Stop being all Stop
When
being a school marm.
you're chain smoking weed, you're
No,
not ready.
literally,
It only lasts like
you do not
10
get.
minutes.
You are as fucking racist as John is. Let the motherfucker do what he wants to do. You're not paying his bills.
A lady fucking crashed down through
I'm
the
not
elevator.
racist. Motherfucker, this little moralistic bullshit you like to do, who gives a fuck what your opinion is? Certainly not John Galt. Let him do what he does. It is not your goddamn business. And if you don't like watching it, fucking go do something else.
I don't know if you heard about
You are so fucking. How can you be a moronic fucking moralist? You are a moronic moralist. Stop it.
You're the type of person.
It's boring, motherfucker. It's boring.
When you see somebody doing bad, you just let them do bad.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck what John does. He's an adult. Why are you fucking caring so much? Are you his mother? Are you his mother? Okay, no, motherfucker, I'm not going to listen.
Why do you
You listen. You listen. Listen to what a man says. Stop being a fucking bitch.
Hundreds of students in the Chicago area are not sure where to turn after the federal government.
Having empathy for somebody, empathy
Motherfucker, you are not listening to what a man is telling you to do. Woman, you are a fucking woman.
Because I have empathy.
You think like a woman, you talk like a woman, therefore you are a motherfucking woman. Let the man be who he is and what he wants to do. Your fucking motherfucking, your fucking womanish concern is unnecessary. Stop coming on my panel and being a woman. You are a gay man. You are a fucking transvestite. Stop. No, motherfucker, I'm listening to you.
You're projecting.
I want to listen to John. I want to listen to what John Galt is saying, and your little pussy ass is over talking him.
Did John Brown? Was John Brown?
Motherfucker, you are over talking what I want to hear. You are a pussy. You are a pussy. Stop sounding. Dude, you do know I can put you in the back, right?
Was John Brown?
I want to listen to what John Galt is saying, not pussy Shenard. Which is it going to be? Are you going to stay on this panel and listen, or are you going to talk over what John Galt is saying? Choose your poison, son.
Well, I'm just pointing out the dude drinks too much every year, bro.
Okay.
Every year. They're not getting bonuses in stocks.
Talk to you later, Shenard.
Mutual fund shares. Right? They're taking this shit in cash. Right? Cash is king, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why they telling everybody to buy these digital fucking zeros and ones we selling? This 2025, March 26, Wall Street bonuses jumped 32% as total surges to record. New York comptroller says average Wall Street bonus breaks.
None of this matters a whit, but John wants to talk about it.
When Trump did tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I find that interesting. You know what I mean? They're getting huge bonuses, right?
Yeah.
But these dips in the stock market, man, they lose their head over it. They're so infatuated with making as much money as possible, profits over profits over profits, off of you. And if that gets interrupted in any way, they lose their minds.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing.
Hey, Philippe, do you know what a net asset value is?
Net asset value?
Yeah.
You have to remind me of that term.
So,
I have an idea of what it is, but
so a net asset value is basically the price of your mutual fund share, right?
The price of mutual fund share.
Mm-hmm. It's like the stock price, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if 100 people send $100 in or $1 in, so you got $100, and the company invests in, say, one company that the stock is $100, and then if the stock goes to $200, then in theory their net asset value should be $2.
I literally think this is John Galt trying to like talk about shit. Why would you do this in the ghetto? What does net asset value have to do with anything in the ghetto?
Right.
You live in the ghetto. Why the fuck are you trying to?
Calculate
Who
what
knows?
the net asset value of his mutual fund should be.
Who gives a fuck?
I know a guy used to work at. I know a guy used to work at Evergreen. Good buddy of mine used to work at Evergreen Funds.
Jesus God.
Evergreen Funds. And he used to calculate the net asset values every day.
Who gives a fuck in the hood?
Evergreen Fund, also known as an open-ended funds or investment.
This motherfucker is literally
they don't have a fixed index.
talking from the hood, half drunk about net asset value, as if that matters.
Basically, the mutual fund share price every day. Okay. And it's more or less an assumption, bro. It's an estimate. I should say it's an estimate.
Who gives a fuck? Who's doing the assuming?
And
This
it's not
this
a real
dude.
number based from what he told me. Maybe things have changed now. Yeah. But all of these things are just kind of propaganda-like. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, do you see the rich people around you? They didn't get rich by buying stocks. No. Right?
No. And even if they have large stocks now,
They motherfucking got rich because of generational wealth and compounding.
And businesses.
Oh God, these two fucking morons are just realizing this.
To go buy stocks, paper.
Oh my God.
It's an appeal to authority move.
What authority though?
Just, from knowing stuff that other people don't know.
This motherfucker is like 50 years old talking about net asset value. What the fuck?
Like, how would you describe them? Demographic.
I mean, it's a good way to get people to think, beyond their box too, and challenge their ideas of what financial stability is. If you're not.
Well, my question would be, who are the people you're talking to?
Exactly. Pick your battles.
It's like, you're now. Let me be honest, and this is why I'm being a little snide. These are two fucking anti-black blacks who fucking think black people have no value unless you are them. They will castigate, blow up, fucking mock, fucking roast if you don't have like a proper accent. These motherfuckers will talk about the blacks as if they are not black, but they want to talk net asset value.
Great man on the call, man. Call back anytime.
This is just, in my opinion, it's fucking moronic.
My man Philippe. I see your message out there.
I mean,
who gives a fuck?
Honestly, most shit on YouTube is.
Someone just texted me.
Very far and few between of people that are having like real substantive.
A lot of fucking stupid ass texts.
Well, the thing is, there's nothing wrong with not having substance, but you just have to know it's not. Honestly, I think half the people, like John Galt specifically, have no self-awareness whatsoever. Do you know you're talking bullshit?
I think there's a lot of that.
Now, John is literally talking net asset value. And King Shanard is right. This motherfucker is 4 sheets to the wind, not just 3.
And you hear
But
Yeah,
he
he's-
wants
the cost
to
of
act
housing
like
in
this is
DC
serious
and
knowledge,
all over the country,
serious
not just
dope
that they're doing in DC.
that he calls it.
And you
He
see,
actually thinks
rent
people are
costs,
getting something
rent
out of
costs.
this other than the
See how it
sheer
all
entertainment
comes into
value.
play. Rent
No, you
costs.
It is funny seeing
see
a
what you
fucking
did
drunk
there.
motherfucker talk
The
about
average
net
rent is
asset
around
value.
$2,300 for a
That is
one-bedroom.
literally the best thing about
And this woman
this
had
show.
$4,500
Nobody's
for it
paying
too.
attention to
For studios,
net
for
asset
2
value. They can
bedrooms,
fucking
about
Google it just
$3,000.
like you
She
did.
had more than they could pay.
They're more
She just sold her whole
entertained
house.
seeing
It's
John
probably
Galt
$3,000 for
half
I mean, I
drunk
got
or mostly
I got
drunk.
guys that do this all day though. I know guys that
And,
talk about this shit.
Really?
Like he's talking about
amazing.
like owning multiple properties and being a
I got
property owner,
this
being
shit
like
on
a
Section 8.
being the landlord
What is
and
it,
just the whole landlord mentality of just fucking with people, and you got these people and these people all and these people are all fucked up and they're all fucked up and everybody's
Damn,
fucked up,
that
but you're not,
sound high as
so it's,
fuck right there.
I know the same
4,500.
guys that rant about the same shit
Yeah,
all day
but
long.
while they're fucked up,
Well, yeah, it's if
you
you're
know,
not like,
talking about people fucked up while you're fucked up.
yeah, exactly.
Seems,
Yeah. Yeah, the irony is
that
overwhelming.
seems rather weird.
This can't be
Yeah.
fucking real.
I mean, it's not hypocritical. It's just irony.
No, is it? Irony can't be hypocritical.
You know,
Oh my! You know what? If I ever write an actual novel, it's gonna be called "Irony Is Not
Nigga, that
Hypocrisy."
shit real.
I mean, by definition,
Oh shit.
Well,
allegedly,
by definition, and
allegedly,
Oh shit.
hypocritical
That's real. That's some real
irony,
numbers.
you know,
Yeah.
something like that.
'cause, there's
Oh
the thing about things that are being observed always act different, right?
What the fuck?
Now they're saying that we can measure. We've gotten to where we can measure that one thing can be observed by two things at the same time, and be in different
Your call
states.
has been forwarded to
at the
voicemail.
same
The
time.
person you're
So it's blowing quantum mechanics like out of whack right now. But there's
What?
it's the perspective, right? So when you're the guy that's got the authority and you've got
Right.
the knowledge, you can speak with that authority.
Damn, that changes the game
And-
right there, nigga.
and get that-
$4,500. What?
That be the man, right?
Richard said they're doctors. They're doctors and don't have the time. Oh, bro, like you keep coming.
Yeah,
across-
you know what?
while
I
everybody else
am
keep doing it.
I'm almost navel gazing
That's
here.
for sure.
Um,
Why
Yep.
these people getting $4,500 for 2 bedrooms?
That's John's
Yep.
phone.
Well,
Damn, 45.
I may hop over on John's channel, but oddly enough,
Some real money there.
Little me brave
I
doing. He's probably got.
it is 11:45. I have not eaten breakfast. I've been drinking beer with no breakfast.
4,500 minus
So
tax,
Make some fresh bread.
yeah, you know, even I have to eat.
They just said $36,000
But
a year.
folks, look,
Shit.
Latino for Trump,
Yeah, Lisa,
Speak
Lisa,
Radio.
at least you own John. What you guys say?
Ryan,
I'll call you, tell you something.
thank you
So
so
let me
much
just
for
off the phone.
supporting the show.
That's all.
I appreciate it. You know, you tolerate my silliness on a Friday.
Was it in the car?
And Portia, our executive producer and frankly guardian angel sometimes.
Absolutely.
Just told me.
John Galt, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. John Galt, for as much as we go back and forth, I do consider so please make sure you also subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. How it got to 6,000, I have no idea. But let's see, what else? Uncle Fatty. Please don't be a stranger. You don't come back around here enough.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll be around.
It's always
Never know
fun
where.
to have you on the panel. And
Okay.
Orthodox Guy, I pray Orthodox Guy is out there, because it concerns me when I hear people talk about race and genetics And
Yeah.
you know what? I want to. Please forgive me, Uncle Fatty.
Oh yeah.
Dude, you did not take your white privilege seriously enough. You could have been a PhD geneticist. It's like, motherfucker, if you're gonna go and talk about this stuff, at least have an inkling of what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. I mean, I'll say he's definitely a genuine guy. He's
No. Orthodox guy, I have to say this, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. He's a good guy.
oh yeah, yeah.
So,
But man, there's just it's all about what we know right now, and we're never. We never look into the
it's
future
also
thinking that
about
we don't
what
know
we
everything.
knew then. Dude, knowledge
Right.
builds on itself at this point in time. Let me put it to you this way. Orthodox guy is not mining the coal mine of new knowledge.
Right.
He's not
Right.
discovering
That's
shit.
yeah. YouTube is all about telling people what they
Repeating
need.
ideas that were debunked
Yeah.
decades ago. That's not building knowledge. It's not what will be. It is what we have done wrong. And I'm afraid that people like Orthodox guy, Bumpkin, these guys are literally like 20 years behind current knowledge. How do
Yeah.
you build an argument about race and genetics and you are talking shit that was common knowledge before the Human Genome Project? There are new ideas. And
Get off of that
if you're going to
Newsmax.
talk about the biology and all that stuff, dude, take a fucking college class. Don't come and tell me that you're working in a warehouse and you want to talk race and genetics. That just begs for
Stop listening
questioning.
to Matt Walsh online and actually like go to a science channel.
Well, the thing is, and
mean,
I'll be honest, people like Matt Walsh are so easy to listen to. But dude, you do not have to be, just question everything. And I honestly, in my personal learning style, I can do some autodidact, but I can literally, I'm a mentor person. If
Yeah. 100%.
having a good teacher for me, and eventually you just go, well, I don't know that I agree, but dude, I had great parents. I've had great professors who just, dude, I had great teachers in high school. I've lived a charmed, Winnie the Pooh life, maybe, but it also, I just think that if you can like be humble, if you cannot motherfucking pull your pants up, and I know I'm going to go a John Galt way, dude. If you want to learn from Socrates, motherfucker, read Socrates' work and fucking say, hey, you don't have to be a dick. Most people aren't dicks. If you actually go before someone and you say, hey, I think you're smart. Can you help me achieve the success you have? Humans aren't assholes. Some of them are. But you know what? For better or for worse, if you go to Donald Trump and say, hey, Donald Trump, I think you're great, that motherfucker's going to take you under his wing. He's going to teach you what he knows. Most people, especially old people like me, oh, fuck yeah. Dude, it is a form of flattery when a young person goes, hey, I think you're smart. Can you teach me about life or, whatever? That's half the thrill of being a parent. Motherfucker, when
It's the
you're
whole part of being human, though, bro. Because like we just
God.
we're in this programmed world where we're not, first of all, it's not manly, it's not masculine, and it's not strong to ask for help. So
I
like
don't know.
like to seek help is even just like in the learning aspect of it. Like I mean, even just from when I was growing up, man, it's
Mhm.
and I've coached, I think 21 or something, 22, fucking Park and Rec soccer teams with my kids,
Mhm.
and still run into kids. Oh, Coach Fatty, what's up? And
Yep.
coaching snowboarding and coaching the race teams and shit. Like, being involved in like, all the shit.
Well,
High school shit.
Uncle
Like
Fatty, it is actually kind of a fine line because there is a culture where, you know what, you you can't run for help every time you need it. You need to figure out whether it's necessary or not.
that, and like people just don't come to YouTube. Like people come here like in this live section, right? There's like
Mhm.
the, that's like videos where you can like learn how to do things. And then
Mhm.
there's all this new personal, like emotional side of it. And people just come to this side to like tell each other what's correct and what's not.
You know what? I've literally never clicked that live button to see what's live.
Man, it's all the same
I
shit.
I got to this universe, with CT was actually my entry point.
Yeah.
I listened to a lot of politics and culture, and CT once came up in the algorithm.
Yeah.
And something he said listening to him that just kind of annoyed me. So
Yeah.
I called in, and it kind of went from there.
Yeah.
So, look,
Nice.
YouTube sometimes can be kind of a conduit to meeting people, but to
Definitely.
me, life begins off of YouTube. Life begins in your school. Life begins in your four walls.
Yeah, man.
Dude, shit, I was what, 58, 59 before I got into this YouTube verse.
Nice. Shit.
So I have an idea, of what
We had,
exists outside of YouTube.
I
YouTube
had
is
the first,
not
we were doing tool reviews. We had a bunch of tool stuff back in the day. We were doing power tool
Mhm.
sponsorships and
Mhm.
working with these guys in St. Louis, and fucking these guys came over from Seattle on Black Friday. We were doing a live broadcast at Home Depot, and we got in a full-on fist fight,
Really?
fisticuffs. Yeah, over power tools. We had the first live
Really?
broadcasted fist fight on YouTube. Got all of our channels pulled and
Holy
everything else.
fuck.
We were killing it, bro. We were fucking killing it. Like
Now
getting,
you got to put that link in the back chat. I want to see
yeah.
that.
No, I legally couldn't be on YouTube for fucking 2 years.
Really?
Bullshit. Yeah, man.
Oh, motherfucker, you didn't tell me you were a bad boy.
Yeah.
A
Yeah,
bad boy of YouTube?
It wasn't like that though. It was just fucking these guys, like we would pick shit at each other, like on like in chats and mainly in comments, right? And then just kind of started having like a little battle between the two programs, but it was jovial, But they apparently took it completely fucking serious and knew that we were doing this broadcast because we always do, sale reviews at Home Depot and Lowe's and
Mhm.
whatever local
Mhm.
power stores and had Milwaukee and all kinds of different, DeWalt and fucking Makita. Everybody was sending us tools. We do tool reviews, drop shit off the roof, like brand new tools just to see how like what happens to them, then go use them on the job site.
Now, how long? I mean, this wasn't like you remember. God damn it! What was the name of the TV show?
Like Tool Time or
With
something like that.
yeah. That
Yep,
was it back in those days?
Tool Time. No, later than that, like early 2000s. That thing was in.
Okay.
See, that was Black Friday on the Thanksgiving of it was 05. Yeah, it was 05. No, it was 06. It was 06 that So like fucking live shit came out in like, we start going live, I think in like 03 or 05. Like actual live broadcasting, like live podcasting. And see, I was 06 in the fall of 06.
Home
That was a long time
Improvement.
ago. Holy shit.
God
Home
damn it,
Improvement.
Homo Presidents.
Yeah. No, we were more like this old
Motherfucker,
house.
you
was
have
like,
been my guardian angel all damn day. Thank you. Humble President, salute, man.
it's like this old house on acid.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah, man. Power tool sectors. That's the shit. There's all kinds of money in power tool sector. This emotional sector. This is all just, you know, for the most part, this is just people talking shit about each other and telling each other what is and ought to be. And you start getting into the oughts, and that's where I start pushing back, because being a, you know, ordained minister and shit like that, and, you know, spending quite a bit of time diving into that stuff, it's funny to me that we have a lot of folks that are overlooking the first 16 words of the First Amendment these days.
Interesting. Oh, well, what do you think they're overlooking it?
Because they're too concerned about emotional shit that they're being triggered by in a system that's rigged against them and all of us.
Mhm.
You know, just the word psyop, right, is the psyop. You know.
Well, I would
This
say
is
they're
the
not
psyop.
taught. They're not taught to look there.
Well, no, because they're, you know, we're all too triggered. We're all, you know, being directed on who to focus on and what to look at, and this divisive politic bullshit. And, you know, I come at from the perspective of like the good old boys that ran the church up here. That was the skinhead compound, right? And preached from the pulpit, you know, about how to divide and conquer people with the use of the Bible.
Right.
And it, all the rhetoric, dude, I'm telling you, all the rhetoric, all the wording, the phrasing of the words, the implication of how to install those words and that xenophobia comes right out of the white power movement. Straight up 100%.
Yeah.
And when I see guys like John, it really fucking, it honestly, bro, it makes me fucking sad. that
Really?
There's a big fucking part. There's a big part of America, man, that is bought into this divide and conquer fucking mentality, right? That is 100% being pushed by the Heritage Foundation. Whose fucking heritage are they fighting for, bro? It's not an American heritage. They're all a bunch of fucking immigrants, okay, who came here too, but they're white and they're fucking rich. You know, and that shit fucking pisses me off. Because straight up,
well, you know, it is so.
It is the white power movement that is fucking running this whole fucking thing right now. And it was all the old guys that I used to sit in these fucking churches with growing up around here that used to talk about this shit and how to make this happen, right? By hiding your fucking swastikas underneath your suit and running for office. And all this wording and this rhetoric, the lingo that's being used, man, I'm telling you. The fucking
look,
the race baiting that's going on right now is 100%. I'm so against this shit. Like it fucking really it fucking, you know, it gets to me to the point where like I've hopped on CTs. I haven't fucking freaked out on John ever before. I actually kind of respect him because he's not a grifter like fucking CT. He's not. CT's pushing those buttons. You know,
I agree.
He's a grifter that
you know
can see
what?
that there's money to be made there, and is pushing those buttons in a kind of comical, sarcastic, ironic, you know. But that shit, that's what's ruining this fucking country. Is like we're all
Well,
the same
it's going to be kind of
we're
a
all American.
difficult argument that economics has ruined this country. It's why there was slavery in the first place.
And just, you know, the whole they, them, and the others, bro. It's they, them, and the others that are always coming for us, right? That are always there to hurt us. You know, never looking at each other like
Well,
we
let
can
me
just
ask you a
fucking be.
question. There is Be Brave and his global corporate machine. Have you ever heard his argument?
Yeah, and I know it. I know the argument, but it's
Really?
basically it's a backwards way of saying that the Jews are controlling everything.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, you get it then.
I mean, straight up. It's what it comes down to is we have so-called Christians, right? White people, rich white guys, fighting with rich white guys that happen to be Jews because they ran out of people to fucking conquer.
Well, let me
It's a bunch of
also
bullshit.
make an observation. It's always people like fucking Be Brave who want to make this argument. You know what? It's always, dude, if you go back and you look at someone like Lyndon Baines Johnson, it's
Fucking A, man.
always the motherfuckers who literally, you never hear like, God damn it. It's Lyndon Baines Johnson probably spoke from, his experience or, his knowledge.
Sure.
You made that point about, poor whites and pick the pockets. If you tell the poor white man he's better than blacks, you can pick his pocket, in that vein. I can't remember the exact quote. Look, that's literally most of post Reconstruction America. It's literally Wilmington 1896. Look, you don't want to build a coalition with those black people. They're not white. They're not like you. Look at all the problems they have, the crime, the stuff. Dude, this Be Brave could have existed in 1896.
Yeah.
John Galt could have existed in 1796. They would agree to fucking fight the power. Marcus Garvey meeting with the Klan. There are all kinds of problems that neither of these Bobbsey twins, to use a very 1950 Hardy Boys or Nancy Drew term. Oh, actually, the Bobbsey twins were their own thing.
Yeah,
Now
they
that I
were.
think about it. God damn it. How do I know this fucking bullshit, this detritus? Look,
Was that a choose your own adventure book or were those the regular ones?
you know what? No, it was the Bobbsey twins. It just popped in my head. Dude, this is what you get when you get this weird look. I don't know what to say other than I just wish people read more. There is a gold mine of shit you should know to put bullshit like hey, race and genetics. Motherfucker, if you actually get an education that fosters critical thinking, you will know what to say when bullshit comes your way.
Yeah, they had a
Yes, I
book
had to.
burning ceremony up here last weekend.
Oh, no. You got is there a video? They burned books? Why?
Yeah, in the library parking lot.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
What from the library?
Yeah. Third time it's happened too.
So books came back. They burned them the first time, and they spawned new books.
Yep.
All right. Well, you got to tell the story, man.
Yeah, Bonner County. There's That and my sheriff was the sheriff that a year and a half ago got busted. So he was charged, but they dropped the charges. But while on duty, he went into the local library and took 3 gay books. Right? They went through and made sure they had a list of the ones they wanted to look at. He put them in his coat and walked out with them. Bragged about it on the news. So pious, he is to get rid of the gay books.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did he take it out of the adult section or the kids section?
It was in the 15 to 18-year-old section, and these are books that have been there, basically since the 80s. They're, common books that get checked out by like maybe one person every like 5 years. But are just kind of a commonplace, like real life situation of a kid that's grown up with 2 moms.
I see.
Nothing gay about it. It's not like, it's not pornographic by any means. These are just situational life stories, right? These are just books.
Well, you say life stories. I literally had a woman on my panel yesterday. These people, life stories, what was the term she used? It was more like, damn it. I had another senior moment. It's literally like they want to turn life stories into life lessons. Like, there's a problem with people who just don't know how to think with the right tool set. Look, there are times when you want to look at a personal situation. There are times when you want to look at the larger culture. And it was kind of talking about IQ and intelligence and all this stuff. And it was literally stunning that people want to talk about IQ, but they think IQ is synonymous with intelligence. It's like, what the fuck? If you have a high IQ, it means you're intelligent. Well, maybe not. It's not necessarily a given. Why the fuck don't these people know this? High IQ, people with high IQs do stupid things. Are they intelligent? People, the fuck?
IQ is more about being able to recognize like patterns and shit and be, than it is like situational awareness, like you said before.
Right.
That's gone. Like civics is gone. Kids don't think about civics. They think about me. Right. And even getting into like just a little bit younger than me and into the whatever be the millennials. Right. That there's more of a me driven thing since like I was right at the spot where the internet came out in high school.
This is interesting that LBJ would say.
Yeah, man.
He had, but he was the one,
I know,
picking
right?
pockets.
But I know. And
Well, do you think he evolved? There is a biography that was written like in the last 5 years, maybe a little bit longer, that's supposed to be a good one. Do you think he evolved? I would say he did.
Definitely. And I think all presidents do. And how could it not? Especially being the so-called leader of the free world and shit. Like, that's a lot of pressure for a guy. And that's why we look for a strong first lady as well. Right? Especially in the modern age. We've always looked for that's always been a real strong point about who's being elected is the woman behind him. And that just completely went out of the fucking door. Like as soon as fucking dipshit came down that elevator. Or whatever.
Yeah, well,
just everything from that point, the whole drive of this anti-DEI, diversity, right? Diversity is what makes us strong. This has always been since I can remember, since I can read.
Well, since the Constitutional Convention, there were Southerners and Northerners.
Yeah. Since really, that it is diversity that makes us strong, especially in our science, in our technology, and the more diverse options, the better things have always turned out.
Mm-hmm. Well, team of rivals or
When we can
whatever
build
Lincoln called his
equity
cabinet.
in what we're doing, right? And being able to be a part of a system that builds equity for everybody involved, right? And we don't have a system where like this snowball is literally like pushing the big snowball. Okay, that's not how snowballs work, right? So equity, right? Inclusion, right? Including everybody in a system where we can like have diversity and have strength through diversity, right? But having the A, right? The A is always taken off. The accessibility, the access, right? Most people that are on this DEI stuff, whatever it was,
Yeah.
are veterans that needed.
Oh, boom. Dude,
You know?
the Pentagon, like when they took DI from the Pentagon, it was fucking mostly veterans.
100%. VAs have been cut nationwide.
I
We
was
talked
like,
about this
what?
months ago. Like, yeah, VAs, the military is screwed, and now they're just the whole mentality, like I'm saying, is straight out of the fear-based, right? Flip the narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Flip the narratives, put your transgressions onto your opponent, right? So when you get caught doing them, it's just like, well, whatever. They do it too.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a single conversation about one side or the other without the other one being brought up. As soon as you fucking say Trump, it's automatically fucking Biden, but it's fucking Biden that. So you just bring up Biden,
I've seen that
Trump
too.
this and Trump that. So like, it's just this whole thing has got everybody pitted together in a way that is so divisive that we can't see it because it's an addiction. It's literally an addiction.
I'm gonna have to say one thing though, and this is more hindsight as 2020. Biden failed. Biden failed his voters. It's almost Biden. And this is the same thing Ruth Bader Ginsburg did. These what's her name? Nancy Feinstein, Dianne Feinstein.
Oh yeah, God.
Look,
I mean,
Democrats fucking failed hard.
And still are. Yeah.
I have to say this. Yeah. Fucking Biden failed hard. He did.
You know what though?
You know what?
He did, but
he should have just
passed in like laws and.
Well, I understand that, but at what cost? A lot of it's been reversed. All I have to say is, look, leadership is not the same thing as managing. Getting legislation passed is paramount. However, Trump lost in 2020 because of a failure of leadership, failure of image. Unfortunately, you have to do both. You have to be able to be a Hollywood star and be competent. And neither Biden nor Trump are up to the task, in my opinion. No. Honestly, the last motherfucker who was competent was Barack Obama. That motherfucker. And actually, Bush Jr. was pretty competent too. They were able to do shit for better or for worse.
They had good systems behind them, that were
right. And I just don't think. I think we have literally lost that. We have literally lost.
Citizens United, man. Citizens United. I'm telling you, as soon as that money got into politics, and politics could start putting unlimited amounts of money right behind their candidate. Well,
I can't.
Democrats don't have any fucking money, dude. The Democrats aren't the ones funding all this bullshit that's going on. It's the fucking rich old white dudes that want America to be a rich old white fucking nation. Straight up.
I'm not going to be able to defeat that argument.
I mean, you follow the money, right? You follow the money. It's all going to the Heritage Foundation and straight into politics. And now they own the presidency. Okay. All the members of the Heritage Foundation, all of Project 2025 is being implemented right now and was like a year and a half ago. And if we fucking gonna kid ourselves, right? And keep beating around the fucking bush that this isn't what's going on, when Peter fucking Thiel, right? Peter fucking Thiel, the fucking third richest man.
Well, this was the dude who wanted to found a country offshore. he wanted a floating country
in the cabinet of the presidency. Tell me they haven't bought the fucking presidency. Okay, this is one big monopoly, right? Because of Citizens United. That's all it's all comes down to. The minute that they could start funneling money in, they started to. And it's all through backwoods fucking 401c nonprofit corporations that don't have to report how much funding they're putting into where they're doing, so they can shelter all their money. This shit's not hard to see. You have to look past the first thing because we're so apophenic, right? Apophenia is what's killing us. Finding the patterns, right? And seeing shit, how they work. Everybody's in this hyper paranoid state, right?
Well, let me ask you a question
about
that, though.
That's as far as we go. We don't look past what we're looking for, right? And we're being spoon-fed shit to look for, right?
How do you learn how to read patterns? And that's I have a question after that.
It's like seeing a cloud and thinking that it's shaped like a dick.
Well, that's imagination.
Well,
that's not actual. That's not an actual pattern.
Right.
What is the pattern? Is the moisture that creates the cloud? That is the pattern, not what the cloud looks like.
Right. But it's the concept.
Where I'm going with this is
it's just the concept of that. Like you find what you're looking for.
Most Americans.
Somebody else would look at that cloud and say it looks like an old man.
Most Americans are not smart enough to realize that what the cloud looks like is not the pattern.
Exactly, right? And that's the whole point of the exercise is we find what we're looking for. So when we're looking for information on news and politics,
well, you shouldn't be looking for anything. You should be looking for the pattern. Not a pattern, not what you think could be the pattern. That's where you start bumping up against objectivity and scientific method.
Right.
What you should be doing is finding out if there is a pattern.
And finding, like, when you find what you want to find, that you found it now, you challenge it. Right. The scientific method says you challenge that and you make sure that it's good and you make sure it's sound through the challenge and through the hypothesis.
And repeatable. In, hey, if someone comes up, they should be able to see the same pattern.
Yeah, we just find the first thing that we're looking for and we say that's gold, right? And then we fight for it. That's what's going on. That's what it comes down to is people are fucking lazy, right? We look for the path of least resistance. We manifest the path of least resistance, right? To make our lives easier. We don't challenge. We don't challenge ourselves. Hell no, right? We go on YouTube and tell other people like how wrong they are.
Oh man,
that's what humanity's come down.
That sounds like me.
Well, and me too. And I'm not saying that there's no ironic hypocrisy there, or hypocritic irony, but it is that it's the cycle that humanity is in right now through the ease of the Industrial Revolution. That's become the laziness of America to ship off everything that we ever used to make for ourselves because we don't want to pollute our own land, but we still want cheap shit that we don't fucking need, like shoes with lights in them and shit. Like so driven into this, like, by this commercialized culture of we have to be like citizens that make money so we can buy things.
Well, you know what? That sounds like Louboutin culture.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like I want my stilettos to have
I
a
am
red
a
sole.
material girl. Material. Right? Decade of decadence brought us all this. Like the 80s, like, the whole, that trope. And then those people had kids, like, and then they had kids. And then now we're kind of getting past to where any of the 50s and 40s influence is now in the grandparents, but we're still like, got these trad dudes that think that we're supposed to be living like the trad life in the 40s, and it's just fucking bullshit. Traditions are what you make them.
It would not hurt my feelings as long as we know how silly we look.
Oh yeah. I never for a doubt of a second don't think anything I say
Well, no,
on a live
what
show
you
is gonna be
said,
like,
what you said reminded me of a conversation that my wife and I had. And you know what? We were actually talking like what we wanted. This was after my son, we were in our house and, we were running kind of short of money. It was not like there was an abundance. And you know what? It came down to I will just have to work harder because I actually think, and she was really a good woman. I mean, motherfucker, she was literally my better half because you know me, I can be a dick. She, my son, fucking like there is no better mother. I would put her up against my mother. That woman, she was just awesome. And anyway, it just came to a point to where you know what, um, we agreed on who my son was, how he should be educated, and you know what, I'm gonna have to work harder. I'll have to figure it out because my son was just my fucking son as a kid. Fucking like, 3 months in, 4 months in, he was pretty much sleeping through the night. This child, if he cried, there's something wrong because he doesn't usually cry. That was the son my wife raised. Motherfucker, if you only knew how lucky I know I am. Look, my son got into where he is. I've had a storied life, and better than that, fuck, dude, I went to private schools. It's like I didn't ride a bus to school. These were just normal black people. They were fucking smart. My father's still around. There, it was better than the Cosbys because it was real life.
yeah. No shit.
And sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I just come off as kind of snarky and shit. Motherfucker, normal black people, normal white people, normal anybody. You just have to fucking do it. You just have to dream a dream and be serious about it. Not every goddamn dream's gonna come true, but motherfucker, it is possible in these United States. We have come to a point to where we don't have to care what color you are. You really have to care about how lazy you are. How much do you want it, bitch?
That's it.
Fucking move.
Yeah.
And this is, in all honesty, this is what young people have lost. They motherfucking think it comes easy. And you know what? Gen X, I'm Gen X, like at the very tip top of it. I personally think Gen X forgot that, shit, my parents, but I had to mow a lawn. I had to fucking, Stanley, if you want all these expensive clothes, your ass better get a job. That's the part we forgot. And not you, motherfuckers like you and me, motherfucker. This is your basics. If you want a fucking, if you want those designer jeans, Walmart jeans are good enough. If you want something better, fucking earn it.
Yeah.
This is what, motherfucker, don't sit there with, a phone in your hand because you're not going to be able to order it. Get your ass out. Fucking do it.
Fuck, I was
If
stealing my
this is
dad's
what you
truck and
want,
driving
do it.
around mowing lawns before I even had a license.
What?
Yeah, man. I was loading up my dad's shit and going fucking mowing other people's lawns.
Oh,
They
yeah.
were at work, and coming back and 3 on the tree, bro. Could barely reach the freaking pedals. Yeah.
Dude, you know
But
what?
my friends at work, I had all my friends working for me, like throughout high school, like after high school. I still have, random folks that I've known since high school working for me, doing construction shit.
Really?
Like, oh yeah, dude. Like, yeah. I mean, find a need, fill a need, right? Somebody always needs something done.
Right.
And if I don't know how to do it, somebody else does, and I can always hook them up with that, or we can figure it out. And I'm a toolaholic. I'm a complete power toolaholic. Like that's
Ooh,
my
a toolaholic. Now, I've never heard that one.
I am. I've got, there's new tools are coming out here in the next couple of weeks. We got the pipeline coming through from Milwaukee right now.
What is there, a Tulapalooza?
Yeah, man. I'm not shitting you.
Okay. I had
fucking flat
no
out addicted
fucking
to power
idea.
tools.
Well, I heard a
maintain
right tool for the right job. God damn, I didn't know, it extended farther than that.
You can sit here and talk to Sally about, getting stinky fingered, or you can use this thing to like network and figure shit out. And that's just, I don't know. I took that route and like before freshman year, and
interesting.
Shit, by the end of high school, I had, I don't know. We were doing at least 120, 130 lawns, doing the mall, whatever else, landscape company. And then the old lady got pregnant. Well, the girlfriend got pregnant. So put all that shit to bed. Fucking went to work for a while. Was doing the concrete foundations and shit, and doing big shit, and leading crews when I was in my fucking mid-20s, doing round radius concrete walls. And all these old timers would look at these prints and just go, "Fucking man, frick! How the fuck are we gonna do that?" And I'm like, math. You know what math is, right?
Oh shit. Dude, you sound like my brother-in-law.
We got 8-foot panels. Okay, we know how big the circumference is. What the fuck's the circumference? Oh, fuck, okay.
Motherfucker, that's just, dude, you know what? You do sound like my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law does tree work, or did. I think he's got his own company now.
Nice.
I used to fucking like, this is way back in the day when my son was young. I would go out and help him with these major tree jobs.
Yeah, dude.
So now this motherfucker, he knew it was geometry. He he could predict how a tree was going to fall by how he roped it out. This motherfucker literally was taking high school geometry and built a fucking, I know where the tree's going to fall. Now, let me tell you a joke or a funny story. So, dude, this is just like, I used to help him on weekends because, I live up on the mountain and, I got a new chainsaw. So I'm going to go out. Motherfucker, I love my chainsaw.
Dude, yeah.
And my wife was like, I know my wife was like, hey, Skip, make sure my husband doesn't die doing this shit. So, but dude, motherfucker, look, I know I'm a city boy, but god damn it, I can use a chainsaw. So this motherfucker like cuts a 3 a tree in like thirds, and he ropes it out. So this part of the tree is going to swing this way. A motherfucker, hey, when it comes towards you, don't be afraid of it. Just stop it. Motherfucker, I fucking ducked. And you know what my brother-in-law's fucking comment was? What are you, French? You know, the whole like the tree, you were walking past the tree. I was so goddamn embarrassed. However, the shit looks like it was gonna take me out.
Yeah.
I was so embarrassed, but motherfucker, I didn't know what to say other than tell this story. Look, trust your geometry, fucking knowing what you're doing, that math stuff. This is what these dumb son of a bitches don't understand. Math in high school, motherfucker. My brother-in-law never graduated from college. He can literally sit there and graph the shit out. This is where this is going. This is where this. And motherfucker, I didn't trust his math and got embarrassed for not trusting his math.
Yeah, fucking A.
Motherfucker, you don't have to be a fucking physicist to know what math does.
No, it's the way of the world, man. I've been drawing my own prints forever. I've got shit, I don't know, at least a couple dozen of fucking full-on general contractor jobs that I did everything from ground up, including all the prints.
But see, this is what this silly woman didn't know. When she wants me to describe intelligence, it's my brother-in-law fucking dropping these fucking 60-foot trees and the pieces go where he says they go. That's fucking intelligence, knowing what the fuck you're doing.
Trees are fucking awesome.
Could I do it? Maybe.
Right in between two houses. Perfect fucking shot.
Oh my God, dude. They don't want their house broke. They don't want their car smashed. And they're trusting you to say what you're going to do. This is going to go there. Motherfucker. Dude, I have seen fucking intelligence. I have seen shit that I couldn't do. This little redneck motherfucker just fucking put some piece of nature exactly where he said it would go. Motherfucker, that is intelligence. Dude, I'm some highfalutin dude who can use big words and I can't do that. Fuck no. That dude is intelligent. I'm not.
No way.
Now he could teach me how to do it. I could probably learn how to do it, but this motherfucker is intelligent. He did not destroy a house. He fucking put stuff where he said it would go. And at the end of the day, he's going to take that wood, split it up, make some extra money for hauling it out. And you're going to pay him for doing it.
Exactly.
That's motherfucking intelligence. This dude is going to make $1,000 for this job. And then he's going to make a couple hundred more because you want him to take out that wood and we're going to split it up and he's going to sell it as firewood.
Split it. Fuck that.
That's motherfucking intelligence.
No, dude, we got a wood miser. We fucking slab it all out, right? And then we sell the furniture back to the people of the tree that we took out of there.
Well, see, we're talking down in Virginia. You know that's.
You want to add a zero to that? We'll put it on the CNC machine. We'll engrave your last name into the headboard.
No, well, shit. Just to add a zero.
Straight up.
Just add a zero.
You know, if you got that money, you don't even need to ask how much it's going to cost. You just pay the invoice.
Dude, but seriously, you got to know what you can do, but ask me what intelligence is. It depends on the day.
Well, it's all about just not sitting around being the victim. You know, we've got this victim complex going through the fucking world that everybody's owed something, and and other people telling other people that they're not owed, but they're owed, and it's just fucking bullshit. You just got to get up.
Well,
And
I think intelligence is seeing other intelligences and just being inspired by it.
yeah,
Dude,
exactly. Yeah,
I'm a mother. I majored in chemistry, and I saw a motherfucker dropping trees that was smarter than me.
yeah, man.
Being in awe of
Yeah,
fucking
makes me think of two guys that I grew up with that are just they just got it. You know, we got these like whatever 200, 40-inch, 54-inch fucking bottoms, 200-foot tall bull pines up here that are just all over the valley, and they need to come out. They're old enough. They've hit their life cycle. You know, we'll get 6,000 or 8,000 board feet of 1-inch, 2-inch slabs, whatever. Furniture out of that shit is fucking beautiful. Getting all nice big quarter sawn slabs, and guys will split that shit up.
But you know
and burn it.
that actually comes to that old saying: necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah, man.
You get
Find a
real
need to fill a need.
smart.
Yeah. You know, just
You
find a
gonna
need,
get
fill a
real
need.
smart if you need it.
Find what people need, and necessity will, figure out a way to make that happen. Or you can sit around. I mean, I think part of what you're saying too, like going back to the Gen X thing, I had a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot, but at least a few folks that I know specifically were like, I'm never going to tell my kids no, and I'm not going to treat them the way that we were treated. And the whole kind of hippie mentality that came back in like my generation of Gen X, of just like the peace and love kind of fucking bullshit where they weren't going to ever discipline their children, right? And make their children's life just like as easy as they could for them. Really played a detriment to the this lady.
That's an interesting thing. And it's kind of
like we didn't install into our kids the things that we were talking about, earlier with, how the dads would, act a certain way, and just the accountability, right? There's no real accountability in my part of that Generation X that had kids, that was kind of the, like, free floating, cuss in front of your kids, and just, fucking la-di-da, like we're not going to instill these disciplinary things, and just kind of this blasé attitude that has turned into a bunch of uneducated people that are being easily manipulated.
I don't know. I think, like,
Poorly
there were
educated.
things my parents did. Like, I never spanked my child.
Yeah, I never did.
I swatted literally the last time he was 2 years old in diapers. I swatted him to get his attention, but I kind of won that lottery. You can literally talk to my son, and even now, if you sit him down and you talk to him and tell him the consequences of one decision or another, the motherfucker he gets it. And that is the scary part. And his mother literally trained a dream child. He will listen to you. Now he'll still fuck up. He will tell you.
Sure, but
he has told me I'm going to make the wrong decision.
Right.
But at least I know what
make.
he's going to do.
Yeah. We can't cuddle with kids. As Drew Bledsoe's dad did a program called Parenting with Dignity. It was exactly what you were just talking about. It's recognizing that situations are going to happen. You're going to have to make a choice. Always look for what the consequences are. Where's the boundary? Where is the boundary? Define it, and make sure that you define it.
God damn,
so
that
what
is
the expectation
brilliant.
is, right?
Now, the thing is, especially once your son gets to that 18 level, this is the consequence, potential consequence, as long as you're willing to accept it. Now, the other thing is don't fucking get into something I can't get you out of if I even want to bother. That is the other thing. Motherfucker, I'm not going to save you if you fuck up.
Right.
You need to know, the full extent.
No, that whole the installing of that into the youth of today, like just I'm a Boy Scout too. I'm a fucking Eagle Scout, so that kind of plays a lot into it. That
Right.
whatever, civics minded, always looking for that, that pattern in society of how things kind of work and how to always be there for people, and be a good person and help other people at all times type of thing, where that whole mindset just doesn't fucking exist anymore, straight up. We don't have the civics minded groups that kids can even go to, right? We're lucky if we can get them into like a church group or a youth group of some sort, just to kind of hang out even without the God thing. And, that seems to be kind of working right now, but there's not a lot of civics minded Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts, the freaking sports teams, sports teams used to go out and do civics minded things.
Well, let me ask you a question. If it's actually true that kids these days, I don't know, Zoomers or, whatever the generation is, there is the theory that kids are turning more to the right, a little bit more conservative. Do you think that's actually happening? Because I don't see it. Not that they're depraved, but
I think really the colleges are doing exactly what they've always done. Big cities are doing what they've always done, and the bigger the city and the more people you have together, the more likely it's going to be liberal. That people are going to include each other and be accepting of each other, right? The more you're rural and isolated, the more you're going to want to stay that way.
You know what? That is so true.
Cities are getting bigger, colleges are getting more diverse, and the white rich people are fucking scared of that.
Well,
straight up.
In my experience, the white rich people are moving out, more to.
And that happens too. Look at Silicon Valley. Okay. Look at where we're at right now. The guys that are fucking running the Heritage Foundation are all old Silicon Valley dudes, right? That were in this young push of Silicon Valley that were all fucking free loving hippies that got rich and realized that if you want to maintain your wealth,
Mark
there's only
Andreessen,
one way to do it is with the Republican Party.
Yeah.
And they've taken over that whole they've manipulated that system in a way where they've basically gone from being the young free loving hippies to the rich old white dudes that don't want to see their heritage go away.
You know what? I cannot. I think you're on target there.
I mean, it's you follow the money, and it's a real easy way of just kind of breaking shit down, almost too simplified. But really, it is. We've got guys like Peter fucking Thiel, bloodsucker.
Well, Peter Thiel, did he even grow up in the U.S.?
No, he didn't. No.
Okay, he's German or something.
He's South American or South African with Elon. And, then we got the PayPal bros that were all the Silicon Valley guys that got in with Peter on the initial run and IPO of the PayPal, right? And they all sold out and became billionaires overnight when PayPal went public, right? So now they're the fucking assholes that are like, straight up basically have bought the corporations that are the Heritage Foundation and are funding this whole thing. And now they're appointed to cabinet positions as well. Zuckerberg just came the second richest man in America here He made.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just made $56 billion in like 2 weeks.
So
Because
Jeff
the other
Bezos
asshole that's
is
running,
number 3.
the other guy that runs all the Chat GPT guy, that's the cabinet member, whatever his fucking name is. He hooked up Zuckerberg with all the new AI shit. So now Zuck's got all the new AI shit running through Instagram and Facebook, right? So like, you know, it's just a big money play. Every time Trump says tariff, okay, not one tariff has been put into effect. Not one. Not a single fucking tariff. It's actually been put into. Who's collecting the money? Where's the money?
Well, there were tariffs before Trump.
Exactly.
I think the 10% tariff is actually in force.
There's no, dude. I'm telling you, there's nothing that he has done that's been enforced. Okay, it's all the same as it was. Every time he says something about something, you know what happens? The market fluctuates, and all of these guys that are cabinet members buy a bunch of stock and then sell it on Monday and make billions of dollars in a weekend. That's the game. That's what, you know, and we're too dumb to see it because we're being told to focus on something else. It's a money grab, bro. It's just a big money grab. It always is.
Well, you know, that sort of stuff, economics, it is, at least in America, a lot of the source of evil.
Well, it's not money that's the source of evil. It's the love of money.
Well, okay. Well,
right? It's the love of
that
money.
is that. Nope. You are absolutely right.
And we've got a bunch of money loving, self-grandizing, ungodly, okay, folks telling other people that their God is the right God and got them into this weird fucking state of like thinking for some reason that Jesus backs their side. Yet they can't name a single red letter verse to save their life. And want to portray Christianity through the hell, fire, and damnation of the Old Testament. And can't quote a single fucking red letter verse.
All right. Well, you know what? I am
and with that,
actually running out of steam here.
Yep, time for another freaking Gatorade. I gotta go for a run.
Get some water here.
So think of
I have not gotten that breakfast.
Think of a stack of $1 bills.
Think of it.
So you got a stack, let's say a stack 4 feet high, right?
Mm-hmm.
$1 bills. You got $10,000, right? $100,000, you're looking about 30, 35 feet tall.
Right.
Okay. $1 million, you're looking at a stack of $1 bills, 3,500 feet tall. Okay. $1 million, right? We think of $1 million like it's chump change these days, right? Think of $1 billion. $1 billion. $1 billion is freaking 665 miles tall. Okay. Go from 665 miles to 67,000 miles. That's the difference between $1 billion and $1 trillion. Okay, and we're throwing trillions around like they're $100 bills. And we can't conceptualize how much money these motherfuckers are actually dealing with. Okay. $1 trillion, a stack of $1 trillion $1 bills, right? Is a quarter of the way to the moon. Okay, our national debt would go to the moon and back 9.5 times.
Well, I can actually conceptualize it if I must.
Right? So think it like the national debt is what we're all concerned about. Okay.
Well, no, we're not. We're not. Not all of us are concerned. I'm not.
Well, sure. But you know what I'm saying. A stack of
Right.
36 trillion $1 bills would reach from the sun to Neptune.
Oh
Okay,
wow.
and we're glad that Elon's like taking a little tiny sliver out of this. Supposedly, that's what we're glad about, right? Right. This is all a big game, dude. It's all a big money game. We got a bunch of billionaires that are trying to be the first trillion.
I'm hoping Neptune, hopefully from Mars, will be his next biggest project. I'd like to see Elon on Neptune because I know it's waiting for him there.
Anywhere but in the Oval Office High Academy.
Certain death and destruction.
Or in the front yard of the White House hawking fucking shitty vehicles. Anyhow.
In the driveway.
Anyhow. Yeah, imagine what's his name out there trying to sell peanuts? Jimmy Carter. Imagine Carter out in front of the White House selling peanuts from his own personal peanut farm. You'd be fucking kidding me.
Ew. I think he's done that. Probably not personally, but he actually did have a peanut farm.
Well, yeah, but he divested all of his assets before he went into office.
Right.
Sold
well, we won't even talk about divestiture.
Yeah.
Trump has figured out how to how much has his family made? Like $2 billion or something in 6 months. Dude, we all want to be Americans like Trump.
Over 600. Well, just him alone on the coin scam has made over $600 million on the meme coin, right? On the Trump coin, not counting Melania's coin or the kids' coin or any of the other play to pay.
Has Melania bought Slovenia yet? I think she's gonna buy Slovenia.
Either way,
I swear.
It's not like the Democrats are any better, but I'm saying, like, if we're going to really look at things, like, let's really look at things.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I have to think that Donald Trump is actually the smartest politician ever. He may not be the best leader, may not be the best U.S. president, but he is going to be the most crafty. That motherfucker figured out how to make money in office while pretending to be a populist.
Yeah, you accuse your opponent of doing the same thing. That way, when you get caught, it's no big deal. And people will actually
You guys don't agree on shit, man. I'm sitting up here listening. Fatty, you're saying everything that Stanley wouldn't. Stanley, you're saying shit that Fatty would. What do you guys agree on about this?
We have literally been agreeing
that
your brain just automatically thinks people disagree on my panel.
I haven't heard any confirmation of an agreement. There is no indicator that someone
on his panel. They can't be agreeing.
No, hell no. This is versus the world. Even Fatty got to get some work. You got to give him some work.
Oh shit! I love it.
What's up, Fatty? How you doing?
We don't agree.
I agree. Both
John,
sides are
how
probably
you doing?
That makes two people you won't call motherfucker, Fatty and Lou.
Dude,
I don't know what's going on.
I am down to my last beer. I am very motherfuckery. It's like all you are motherfuckers. There's not a motherfucker I won't call a motherfucker.
I'm in the chat. I'm like, look at this bullshit. Stanley won't even call him a motherfucker. What's up?
Well, you know what? I don't call you a motherfucker that often.
Oh, but more often than Lou, for sure.
Well,
Lou stays pretty neutral. He's good.
Lou doesn't come up here that much.
Nah, and when he does, he rarely disagrees with you. I don't know. I think that's why.
Lou fucking disagrees in the chat.
I literally try to find reasons to disagree with you so I can get at least 5 motherfuckers a week. And once I make
Yeah,
that quota,
well,
I'm
you know what?
satisfied.
This sounds like so weird when you say that. If you come up to the panel, be a King Shenard. Don't tell me Shenard has more balls than you.
He
Shenard
might.
came up.
He's been doing this a lot longer.
Shenard did a lot of disagreeing today. Don't just be eliciting responses. Fucking disagree and make it worth the challenge.
Damn, well, I gotta find something to disagree about.
Oh, come on now. You were literally just disagreeing that I think Trump is like the best politician ever. He has fucking taken the art of getting elected and, hey, I'm going to be this. And then once I'm there, I'm going to be that. Dude. The dude fucking issued a meme coin. He literally said, hey, I'm going to take an idea and I'm going to monetize it. And emoluments, shemoluments. This isn't a gift. I invented the shit. People are going to buy the shit and it's not an emolument. That is fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
It didn't exist before I got elected, bitches. This isn't me making an investment. It's my people investing into me.
Yeah.
Totally brilliant.
He's a brilliant mind. That's what you respect about him.
Trump coin did you buy, Dave?
I didn't buy none of that.
You bought some. I know you bought some.
I kept my money in my pocket.
You did buy a picture of him riding a velociraptor, holding the AR, and
it's like fuck the ghetto. Fuck, dude. My boy Trump just put out something I want to buy.
Yeah, it's a talking fish. It goes.
Did you get the shoes, Stanley?
Fuck no, but Portia did.
Oh, she did.
You know what? Portia got like the Trump gold sneakers. Look, hey, she is a proud Trump supporter. You know what? Who knows? There'll be collector's items.
No, she probably got something nice to wear with him. I hope she takes pictures when she goes out.
Do you really think Portia wears sneakers? Portia doesn't wear sneakers. They are in her Trump editory. My mother used to call one of those glass cases where you put all your little, your little treasured mementos. Portia's not going to wear that. They are in a glass case. Oh, everyone's silent.
Would be covering up those beautiful toenails with a pair of shoes.
Look, Portia's actually an interesting woman. She is not all into the baubles and stuff. Those are collector's items. One day, those gold panel, gold trinket sneakers are literally going to go into the Smithsonian, and they're going to pay her $1 million. Like, you have the last existing pair of Trump sneaks.
Here's one for you. There's a little short right there for you. That's a good one. Yeah, you're not gonna buy the Trump sneakers and actually go out and wear them. I mean, shit.
Well, I mean, is ordering them online the same thing as buying them?
Well, yeah, it's kind of like his watches that he was selling.
All right. Well, I have actually gone way over my boundaries of humor. Let's see. What have you got? Yeah, I'm stretching. Ooh, what is this? Couple ticked off by Trump watch error. Oh, we got to see this.
Dude, check it out. It's fucking hilarious.
Wait, shit.
That may now be even more of a one of a kind than he bargained for.
The T is missing.
Showing support for the president and love for his wife. Tim Pettit shelled out $640 for a watch that may now be even more of a one of a kind than he bargained for.
The T is missing. It just says RUMP. It says rump.
We had expected that it would have the integrity of the president of the United States.
The GetTrumpWatches.com site calls its products the official watches of President Trump, but in the small print, it notes that it licenses the Trump name and likeness. The site also states it has nothing to do with any political campaign, that the watches are not designed, manufactured, distributed, or sold by Donald J. Trump, the Trump Organization, or any of their respective affiliates or principals. Showing support for the president and love for his wife. Tim Pettit shelled out $640 for a watch.
That
It may now be
reminds
even
me
more
of
a one of a.
You know, in the Middle East, places like Egypt, you could get these fake Rolex watches. Oh yeah. Oh shit. You can get them for
down
like
at Fisherman's Wharf in
$20.
Seattle. Yeah, a guy has a trench coat full of them.
So that's our president. Our president is fucking selling watches from his fake Burberry.
Yeah, he makes right around 45% of everything that he licenses with his name on it.
Well, I actually do think that, you know, this watch is not Trump approved. It's some huckster.
Who knows? You know, but that's the thing with this whole movement. You know, you find people that are a bunch of gullible people that will buy anything with his name on it, right?
So how many of these watches did you buy, Deacon Dave?
He didn't have any money left after he spent 20 grand on that truck wrap.
Hey, John, how many rump watches did you buy? Am I not going to get answers from either of these gentlemen?
You see, I got 10 grand in flags, got 20 grand on the truck wrap. I bum a cigarette. This fucking Bidenomics is killing me.
All right, well, folks, I do actually have to go.
That's why I like when Tom Golly was up here. You guys never argued about nothing. Fatty's a good replacement.
Well, motherfucker, what are you too scared to replace Tom Gully?
I ain't scared of shit. What you trying to say?
Yeah, okay. I hear you. I hears you.
Well, check out the new Tiny Desk. E40 was on Tiny Desk this weekend. It's a fucking great video.
Really?
Oh, you know which Tiny Desk I like the most? That Mac Miller one. That was pretty good.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched that in forever.
Like a 30-piece bandwidth.
You better enjoy it. Trump is taking away all that NPR bullshit.
Oh, that's fine. As long as I don't got to pay for it. You said once I send the money off, it's the government's money. I'm coming around to that. I still don't like that idea.
That is absolutely true.
It's like child support, man. We don't get to tell the government where they get to spend our money. And think of it this way: put it where you want to. Okay?
Well, I think
other people get to put theirs where they want to, also. So, if
my vote goes to anything against that
the
shit.
Government is separate. I think the government is us. Whether we like it or not, we get the government we vote for. People were all into Donald Trump, and guess what?
Garbage in,
you got
garbage out.
You're getting what you voted for.
Hey, Stanley, you think that I voted for Trump because I'm anti-black?
Oh no, I didn't ask you who you voted for. I said we, including me.
Do you think anti-blacks voted for Trump?
No. Don't take this personally. I literally did not ask you who you voted for. So don't get all butt hurt.
You extracted butt hurt from that question.
No.
That's funny.
What I'm saying is I did not ask who Deacon Dave voted for. I don't really care. I know who the president is. Somebody voted for him.
Well, according to some new sources. Yeah, I won't go there.
Well, no,
Yeah, I like coming up here, but
do the same thing. I think Donald Trump is the duly elected president of these United States.
Yeah.
I do not think it's fraudulent. People voted for him. He is legitimate, and they are getting every dime of every dollar that they bought a meme coin with. Donald Trump is their meme coin. If you weren't rich enough to actually get the Trump coin, you dropped a ballot to get your president. Thank you.
I'm saving up all my money to get a pardon. I'm shooting for the pardon. Don't know what for yet. I'll figure it out.
We haven't figured out how much the pardon is worth. I bet it's worth you know what? Maybe you just take a couple of meme coins, Trump meme coins, and that's your pardon.
That's kind of how it's working out.
All right. Well, once again, I must go because I'm going to get myself in trouble or someone in trouble.
John came up. What John come up for?
John Galt, Uncle Fatty, my co-host today. And chat, I know people are drifting off. I actually enjoyed it. I wasn't even going to do a show, but you get all into it and you start enjoying yourself and drinking some beer, and it just becomes a true hangout.
Yeah.
I will clip the Uncle Remus stuff. I thought it was hilarious.
That was good too.
It was
funny.
actually funny.
I don't think I ever heard it before.
And once again, make sure y'all subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please hit the like button. Please share it with your friends because weird stuff does happen occasionally. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I'm going to clip that Uncle Remus stuff and maybe expand on it. Thank you for supporting the show. Ryan,
oh yeah, John, you was part of that.
Speak Radio, and Latino for Trump. Latino for Trump was kind of a surprise. He supported the show today, and so we go. He and I go back and forth, but you know what? I go back and forth with a lot of people who have supported over the months. And you know what? It's all in good fun. I mean when I call you retarded and uneducated, but y'all mean it when you say, hey, Stanley, you're a fucking boomer. You have no clue. Hey, in the end, we will probably never know if we're right. Our kids might. Hey, this is honest discourse. This is Stanley versus the world. This is what John Galt has wrought. And Portia's even bigger. She has more blame. It was her idea. Hey, guess what?
It fits you. It fits you perfectly, Stanley.
Stanley versus the world. Sorry, I have to drink some water.
Smoking that Georgia weed down there, huh?
No, it's it's all fun. And I that Uncle Remus shit. I'm trying to think. It was Chuck Wu with that bullshit about Black Power. White guilt equals Black Power. That's literally out of some Black Studies fucking class. And I'm like, dude, where the fuck did you get that from? No, literally, Chuck Chuck basically says that white guilt means Black power is winning. And I was like, wow, I've never heard that theory before, because how are the two connected? And he failed to connect them, at least to my satisfaction. So, Chuck, if you're out there, only people that shit will work with a Sharon Bracey level understanding of American culture. And I don't mean Sean himself. I mean, the shit sounds cool to an audience that's receptive. But motherfucker, if you actually start questioning that bullshit, it sounds like Ock Nation without asking, why do you think that? Foundational. Oh, where have I seen that before? Find day. Oh, is that Hood Conservative? Who's the foundational white Wakandan? Isn't that Hood Conservative? Black guilt is growing. The fuck does that mean? You know what? Let me drop the link so I can find out.
Yeah, how'd you get it? Why would you think that's conservative?
I don't know.
That is a good name. I like that name.
Hood Conservative is the only Black American who has roots in Black America that could possibly be guilty for being Black. That motherfucker is like, I hate myself. I'm guilty for being Black. There's the link. I've literally never met another Black American who would criticize a culture that he contributes to.
There is a separation that you won't acknowledge, but
what's the separation I can't acknowledge or won't?
The old Chris Rock stand-up.
Motherfucker, do you think Chris Rock is a philosopher? I
No.
don't fucking give a fuck. Dude, I literally don't give a fuck what a comedian has to say.
That's the point. But just like the red pill thing came from a movie. The whole idea behind the Chris Rock stand-up was that there's two groups within America.
Whites built a beautiful Wakanda. Yeah, on a fucking movie set. Okay, so you're talking about Black Panther the movie. Gotcha. Whites built the movie set and blacks made a movie out of it. Cool. I get you. Dude, I ran into that foundational. It's an alias for someone I know. I don't think it's SKC. Oh well, I do have to like kind of run.
Hey, before you go, what did you think of the Orthodox guy versus Trey last night?
You know what? I watched about 5 or 10 minutes of it. I think they're both morons. They literally don't know. It was the stupid debating the stupid. Literally. The race and ethnicity and genetics. Honestly, it was literally like, we know now that stupidity is colorblind.
I thought they had a great conversation. Truism's a pretty good host. I wish you would pull up with. I wish you would pull up over there and straighten everybody out.
Why?
Why not, Stanley? That's
Come
the
on
draw.
now. I'm a buzzkill. I'm not going over there and ruining the fun.
Even if you do that, like, okay, so if True isn't
No,
pulled up over
seriously,
here,
if you want to have a debate about genetics and race, you literally are not up on the motherfucker. We've had a human genome project.
it doesn't
Why
change the fact it was a good
just
conversation. I think
because
that's the part they pulled from it.
I've kind of broached the subject with Orthodox guy. Orthodox guy will say shit like that and literally tell you I'm doing it on my own authority because I think I'm a geneticist. It's like Be Brave being a street level sociologist. Be Brave is literally the fucking bottom feeder of the bottom feediest. Motherfucker, the reason white people don't pay attention to Be Brave. Literally, he will fucking tell you about how great and I have the gift of gab. Motherfucker, what he's saying is I sound good. That's why I get to hang out with rich white people. The problem is the rich white people are not necessarily smart. Motherfucker, you will serve their purpose even if it's, hey, you make a good martini, gift of gab guy, be a guest at the dinner party. But you're not marrying my daughter. This is what motherfuckers like Be Brave.
This is why I think you kind of over.
No, Be Brave.
This is why I think you kind of oversimplify it. And I think you're disliking him causes you to miss something. Some of the things he's alluding to.
Be Brave is a goddamn moron, and I haven't even gotten to his little black minions.
But if you think about,
I don't have to think about it, John. You don't tell Stanley how to think. Stanley learned to think.
Well, based on your conclusion,
Stanley learned to think better earlier than you or your massa. Literally, I think if you and Be Brave got together and started thinking, it would become the Be Brave and John show. It was a failure because it was literally stupidity on camera. There's a reason Be Brave and John as a show didn't work. I'm sorry if you and Be Brave didn't notice. I don't have to think. Sometimes it doesn't take thought to see failure.
Now I wish CKJ3 was up there for this. Because he won't even let me give anybody any kudos. I don't know.
Wait, who are you giving kudos to?
I think it was something Brave said. I'm not sure. But he came out the clouds in the chat.
Well, motherfucker, if you're not sure, what exactly are you giving kudos
Okay,
to?
it was John. It was John. It was John. I give John some kudos, and CK came out the clouds the other day.
Yeah, I don't understand CKJ3. He's a very interesting guy. Very interesting. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Let's see, I've seen this before, where if you use somebody who is culturally a bad example, the people can't extract what you're trying to say from it for their hate or dislike or disdain or whatever it is. They can't separate that to pull from something positive. You say something positive about it.
Interrupt you here, and dude, you are trying to get good things from a bad thing. Okay, the problem is I'm not absolutely sure you know what is good from bad. Good can be tainted by where you take it from. Literally, I have heard Be Brave for months. I've heard John Galt for months. There's literally nothing that, at least, you know what? If and maybe I have a perspective being older, I know bullshit when I see it. You younger folks, Deacon Dave, you're younger. Maybe you're extracting good from the bad. Motherfucker, I had the good for quite some time. I haven't seen anything better.
We had a conversation a while ago.
There is literally nothing that John Galt has said better or more wise than my father or people I met way before. There's nothing better. Same thing with Be Brave. Be Brave, not a goddamn thing better that I've heard that is better than what I grew up with. So save that John Galt and that Be Brave worship for y'all young folks. I'm older and I know better. Had better, thought better, read better, done better.
I like John Galt's survival guide for white folks. That was amazing. I don't think your father is giving white folks advice on how to survive around black folks.
Whose father?
Well, I don't know this. This is shot in the dark.
Oh, wait, hold it. Whose father?
Yours.
Motherfucker, you think my father cared about white folks? Motherfucker, how to survive around white folks? That is literally hilarious. Do you think? No. What your dumb ass, you wanted to answer, you gave me the answer. My father wasn't giving a fuck about white folks.
You said I didn't have it in me.
Do you honestly think that my father depended on white folks for survival? Oh my God. What the
No, he has a following, and his following isn't all black. So I think that's good advice for him.
You know what my father, his advice was? And hey, I want you to be able to compete with white folks. I want you to be as smart or as, smarter, depending on white folks. That fucking guff that you'll hear about the white man's job. Well, motherfucker, we live in a country that was literally founded by white people. You got a white man's mortgage. To be honest, if the white man did what a Glenn Lowry, when the white man gets mad, they're going to get all violent and shit. Motherfucker, the fucking anti-black blacks look black. They are black. They will go with the rest of us.
See, this is where I don't understand what the race of a person has anything to do with trying to help them survive.
Stop asking stupid questions, Dave. You literally asked me about did my father teach me to
you
survive?
was talking about extracting
Motherfucker,
good.
don't interrupt. I'm reminding you of what you asked. You want to talk about race? You asked me about my father in surviving whiteness, basically. You brought up race. Okay, you brought up race. I'm answering your racial question.
I didn't have a racial question.
My father raised me not to really give a fuck about white people.
I was using John as an example.
Motherfucker, this isn't John's show. Why do you think it is?
We were talking about the good.
We were talking. You were talking.
Yes, I use that as an example.
Well, John hasn't talked in a while. My father didn't raise me to care about white people that much. How about you, John?
Some weeks, it could be weeks, days. I don't even see white people where I live.
And you know what? I grew up that way. That's why I don't give a fuck what they think that much.
I don't think any of us do, right?
I think
I
there's a
think you
difference,
do.
though.
I think
I think
you and SKC and CT and Ock Nation and Brian Nichols,
I
y'all
think the
give a
difference.
fuck. Y'all give a fuck what white people think.
That's like a default.
I think the difference is.
Oh, that's by the default.
I
No,
think
that's
Oh,
what I'm
I
saying.
love that
What I
answer.
mean by default is that's what people
I default to what white people think.
see. You're not doing nothing different than what anybody else would do. They would assume that if you spoke on ways to look out for people in general,
Fuck
that
it.
means that
You
you
better be.
that
You
you
better
care
be
about
able.
white people because you're not talking
Okay.
about caring about blacks.
Okay. Again. See, you are a captive to your own problems. Motherfucker, you know what? I have to care about what black people care about. I have to care about what Hispanics care about because in America, well, John, you look surprised.
I just saw something on the screen. Go ahead.
Okay, bottom line is if you are so captive or captivated by what white people are doing, be brave and think is white. Why would you care what he does? You will get fixated on the wrong white person if they can talk bullshit. Be Brave talks a lot of bullshit. He's white and they're solid. I've literally heard Solid Snake as a 47-year-old motherfucker. He went to Be Brave for advice. I'm like, I could never believe that a 47-year-old black man who wants to tell me how to do shit, this motherfucker at 47 couldn't figure out how to pay his water bill. The fuck? But yet, that motherfucker will come on my panel and tell me what I'm doing wrong. Motherfucker, you couldn't pay your water bill? And you want to tell me, not only have I paid a water bill, I'm like, motherfucker, this is why you wind up off my panel, because it was so fascinating. And then Be Brave, literally, I could hear it in that little fucking white supremacist voice. It's like, Snake, you're doing the right thing, Snake. You're coming to me. A motherfucking self-proclaimed bottom feeder is fucking, and y'all are just like, yeah, Be Brave is successful. Be Brave is successful because he could tell Solid Snake how to motherfucking find his water meter. I was like, God damn, y'all are pumping up the little white supremacist head. He thinks Be Brave is smarter than John Galt. He is smarter than Solid Snake. That motherfucker is an icon to King Shanard, white supremacist, and not a very successful one. The motherfucker has no grandkids that he need be concerned with. He has that motherfucking polishing that fucking pine wall is like the only responsibility he has. He will spend a day mowing a lawn because he doesn't have a grandson to do it for him.
You didn't help Snake find the water meter?
Why would I give a fuck? That motherfucker's 47 years old.
I'm just saying, Brave had value.
Motherfucker, I have a 19-year-old. Why would I give a fuck what a grown-ass 47-year-old black man does. The only reason I know who Solid Snake is because he's my buddy on YouTube. But I'm not going to assume responsibility. And he knows better than to come up. Motherfucker, if you want to know where to find your water meter, call your mayor. Call the fucking water company in your town.
Why? He could ask Brave. Brave will tell him. Stanley won't tell him though.
Well, he made the right decision then. I didn't know you could have your little white master who will tell you, Solid Snake, the reason you can't find your water meter is because of black culture. Black culture did not teach you that you even have to pay for water. This is so fucking tragic. It is goddamn hilarious.
I had no idea this conversation would go this way.
Snake, I'll drop the link so you can come up here and I can roast your dumb ass. Oh, there you are. Yeah, motherfucker. You know what? You came up. I'm gonna roast your ass. I will not have mercy. So there you are.
Hey, Snake, I apologize. I didn't know this conversation would go that way.
Oh hell, I didn't either, but now it's happening. let me crack open my last beer so I can roast a motherfucker. I hope Be Brave will bring his lame. I want Be Brave.
Hold on, no.
I want
if you would have watched that show
with his lame motherfucking bottom-feeding white ass. It can be the Be Brave, the Stanley, and the John Galt show. Because I got all kinds of motherfucking anti-black blacks and white shades to roast. I want about 8 of y'all dumb motherfuckers up here. I want 8 of you dumbasses up here.
Why everybody got to be a dumb motherfucker to make you feel better?
Oh, mother! You know what? I'm feeling better because I'm telling the truth.
And what made you think I needed
Brave to help Be Brave not help you fucking solve an adult problem like the great white father he is?
Hey, Snake, how come Stanley didn't help you find it?
I literally listened to.
That's what it sounds like.
Motherfucker,
and I, as a black man, take offense to it.
Hey, dude, your fucking white master helped you.
Yeah, why would you think I call him my white master? Why you black people so?
He
why
knew
are you
more than you.
70% so hung up on racism?
This is black scorn.
Whatever happened to black
is
power?
A black man disrespecting another black man to his face.
Ooh, Lord.
You needed white mask. This motherfucker, you will tell me all the problems with the Democrats when you motherfucking don't have water coming out your spigot.
I do got water, Stanley.
You got it now.
I been had it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I can't. You know what?
It's part of the house I own. I told you, it's like
all I have to say.
It's like a combo, like but it's across the street. It's like a deal that the white man.
You are crying to Be Brave about I can't find my water meter. You were crying for nothing.
No, because my water meter actually across the street.
I don't give a shit about any of that. I know what I heard on Be Brave's show. Fuck all the rest. Okay. Your ass was begging, and Be Brave was loving it. Be Brave was like, Be Brave was like, oh shit, my racist ass is justified. John Galt is a holy man, and the holy man brought me Solid Snake as an offering of black depravity. That motherfucker, I have never seen a fucking bottom-feeding white man. That motherfucker was floating about 5 inches off the ground with your weak ass.
Oh
Great
Man, why
white,
you always got to
great
talk
white
bad
daddy,
about folks,
great
man?
white, be brave and think level white man. The great John Galt has told me about how smart you are. That's why I'm calling into your panel to figure out how to pay my water bill.
That is not how I see Stanley B. That's what I be saying, man. Nobody can't be trusted. You've been listening to liberal beat for
I
so
know
long.
John Galt wants
That's
to say
literally what
something,
you probably
motherfucker.
all you
I'm
heard.
ready. I'm ready for it. Motherfucker, this is
That's
so
literally all
amusing.
you heard.
It is so amusing to have three
I think you're a
anti-black
psychopath,
here,
Stanley.
three anti-black blacks for the price of one. Which
Stanley,
one?
I think you're a psychopath.
apparently,
I think you're a jealous psychopath.
Solid Snake is the anti-black spokesman for the day.
I'd be jealous too if somebody do better than me and I went to college.
Motherfucker,
got is
don't bring up college. College has nothing to do with being able to
I'm
pay
just
your
saying, who got more
college has
technical
nothing
skills,
to
though?
do
I'd be
with
jealous
being
too if I
able
couldn't
to
fix my
pay
own
your
goddamn.
home
Hell, at
utility
least I would go to a man with
Motherfucker,
mechanical skills. I
what
ain't never
does
seen
college
you
have
fix
to
nothing.
do with groveling
Well, fix
to
your mouth
a
to talk about
bottom
another
feeder
black man.
white
That's all you ever do.
motherfucker so I can
The
figure
only
out
white
how
man you
to
can talk
pay
about is
my
Brave.
utility bill?
Stop it.
Motherfucker,
Because
you're
you're
not
jealous
going
of
to
this
win
man.
this. I already won. Motherfucker, I don't have to go to the white man to figure out how to pay my goddamn water bill.
Oh, man, come on. Why you keep trying to put me down like that, bro?
Because it's embarrassing, and I'm going to rub your nigga nose
Well, I
in
tell
it.
you what, Stanley.
I'm going
Let's
to
settle
rub
this. Let's
your
settle
nigga
this.
nose
Let's settle this.
into
Let's
the
settle this.
water
I want you
bill
to
that
find the clip,
B-Brave
Stanley.
helped you
Can you
pay.
find the
And
clip
I'm
where I
waiting
said that?
for John the
I'm pretty sure you can
motherfucking
find the show.
Galt to fucking hop
Stanley, go
in
find the clip.
so I can give his ass some too.
Go get the clip, Stanley.
Y'all are
get the clip.
failures of fucking black manhood.
Oh my God, go get the clip.
Yeah,
Go find some
your
evidence.
God is not going to help you because his name is Be Brave. You know where to find Be Brave. Your God, is named Be Brave and Think, the great white God. Motherfucker,
Oh, Lord, you sound
motherfucker,
so hate.
hear what I'm saying, and there's not a
Man,
goddamn
why you
thing
gotta
you
hate
can do
him,
about it.
man? Man, Stanley, man, come on, man. You better than
Hey,
that. Be a
you
better
know
man.
what? Life is hard on these American streets.
Lord,
Speaking
have mercy.
truth, speaking truth
What
to
truth?
stupidity.
You
Speaking
just
truth
lie.
to
You just make.
stupidity.
You just lie,
Speaking truth to
Make
stupidity.
your point.
Motherfucker, I'm not lying. Did you go to Be Brave and he fucking helped you?
No.
Is that truth or not?
No. We just had a crazy question, and that's what it led to. We just had a crazy question. He asked
Dude,
you, so, hey,
I
Blake,
was
where's
in
the water
the
be at?
fucking
You know what I'm
chat.
saying? And I was like,
heard it.
damn. Okay, why don't you go watch the show instead of trying to go misinformed and shit? You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
motherfucker, I'm not misinformed. I was there to hear it. This
what did
isn't
you hear?
hearsay.
What did you hear?
Motherfucker, I
What
was
did you hear me
listening
say?
to the show
I told him
live.
I don't pay no water bill. I hadn't paid
Live,
the water
and
bill
then
since
you
I've been
went
here.
to pay the bill. You went, he told you where to go. You
No, he
showed him
didn't tell me
pictures
where
of
to
your
go. He gonna
town.
tell me where to
He
go in my
told you
city.
where to go,
Dude,
and then
you
once
say
you
you
paid the
lying, man.
bill,
Stop
you
lying
came
so
back
much,
to
man.
you
I've been living in my
came
city for
back
the fucking longest.
once
Oh,
he
no.
told
Hey,
you
Bray,
how to
what my
pay the
water
bill.
company play? What my
Don't
water company
defend
place at?
yourself,
Come
motherfucker.
on,
You are
Stanley.
making
Stop
a
lying.
noise. You are making a
Jesus
mighty
Christ, you
noise.
should have quit
You
while you
are
was ahead with
making
all
a
this
mighty
lying,
noise,
man. Stanley.
and you abjectly
Bullshit,
failed.
Stanley. Stanley,
You
stop being bullshit,
literally
man. Bullshit.
abjectly failed. You failed. Don't
What failed?
pretend.
Failed what?
Don't,
I'm
here,
out. Failed
do
you.
you,
Fuck you, Stanley. Don't
motherfucker,
nobody give a
then
damn
be
about
out.
you. You don't
Be
see the truth
out.
on shit.
Be out.
Stop.
Go. Be out. Nobody's
Damn,
gonna
all that
save your
damn
ass.
lying.
I'm not
Stop lying.
Be
Find the
Brave.
clip.
I am
Why don't you
not
go find the clip,
going.
Stanley? Find the clip and play the clip, Stanley.
Fuck no.
No,
Why
because
would
you're
I
just
do that?
lying. Stop lying so damn much. You can't stop lying.
Motherfucker, I was
Stanley,
there.
Stanley, tell the truth
I
once in
was
your life.
there. I was there.
You was there, you witnessed it, and you still want to
Do
come back
not,
and tell a lie?
motherfucker, if you ever come and tell me how to
You
live
said
my
I
life,
need that man to help
if
me
you
pay my water
ever
bill or
come up on
know
my
how to pay my
panel
water.
and
Don't
you
you know
want to bullshit
motherfuckers come to me to
around,
pay their water bill? You dumb motherfucker. You
don't
stupid
get mad,
ass
Solid Snake.
intelligent, so-called
Hey,
pro-intelligent
Solid
ass
Snake.
nigga.
Solid Snake.
You
No
fucking
one in the
boom-coon
chat,
ass nigga.
no
You married
one
a white
in the
woman
chat
and you want to
is
sit
going
your
to
black
help
ass
you.
on this internet and be rape niggas
Motherfucker,
that
you
actually do for the goddamn
failed.
community, but you want to
You
sit your
failed.
pompous
I
ass on
don't
your
ever
house
want to
and
hear
lie
about
and
being a
lie
black
and lie.
man.
Stop lying.
You will motherfucking never
Why
come and
you
tell
can't
me
stop
how to
lying?
be a black man.
Stop
You
lying then.
fucking
I can
had
tell.
to
I can ask
get
you to stop
a
lying so damn much. Why you can't stop
motherfucker.
lying?
Motherfucker, you lost.
Tell the truth,
Stop
motherfucker. Tell the
the
truth.
cap.
Yeah,
Stop
tell the
the
truth.
cap.
I gotta go to the white man because the nigga ain't worth shit. That's the truth. Tell the truth,
And the
motherfucker.
nigga you're talking
Cause you still
about,
ain't worth shit,
you
nigga.
was
You
the
ain't did shit but
worthless
downgrade a
nigga
nigga
who
all day long.
asked
You
the
had to
white
lie
man.
about another nigga to make your nigga ass feel
Motherfucker,
comfortable.
you
Shut the
are the
hell up, man.
worthless
Stop it.
nigga you're talking
Stop
about.
it, Stanley. Stop it. Stop
The
lying.
bullshit.
Stop lying, Stanley. Stop lying
Hey,
so
you're a
damn much.
worthless nigga.
I find
You're
it hard to
better
respect
now.
you if all you
You're
gotta do
better
is lie.
now. That's a good thing. Your water works now
Stop
because the white
lying.
man helped you. You're
Well, why
worthless
don't your
nigga.
ass admit it?
The worthless nigga now has running
Your
water.
nigga ass would be
That
in
is the
Africa eating
story.
shit cookies all your goddamn life if it wasn't for the white man and slavery and the military. The white man military is
Motherfucker,
to
I
push
have
your black
never called
handicapped
a
ass. Shut
bottom
the fuck
feeding.
up.
I have never
If it
called a
wasn't for the
bottom
white shit,
feeding
your ass would be
motherfucker.
on the
Now you
motherfucking
want to talk
man. Shut the
constantly.
hell up. Your ass would be out there in the middle of the Nile River trying to hunt down.
Motherfucker, White Shade paid your water bill. I didn't even go into that. I bet he paid your motherfucking water bill after he helped you find the water meter. You don't fuck with me, Solid Snake. And you shouldn't overtalk.
I don't swing that way, Stanley. Don't no man pay mine. You want to pay Stanley?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You want to pay my water bill? That's what you just said. You lied and said he paid it. Why you want to lie on that man like that?
I don't need to pay it.
I just want to know why you think I need him to pay.
Motherfucker, I was in
Why you gotta
chat.
lie on niggas, man? Why you gotta lie on everybody?
Too late now.
You just sound smart. You just sound smart. You're a fucking cardboard box of intelligence. I bet you can't even. I bet you don't know what IQ mean, do you?
Nope.
You say IQ like you know the definition. What is intelligence quotient? What does that mean, Stanley?
Motherfucker, where is your water meter? Do you remember where it is?
What you talking about, man?
Do
You
you
talking a whole
remember?
goddamn
Do
8
you
hours and then
even
got a lie on the nigga. Shut up.
Okay. Do you remember where to mail your water bill? If you know, obviously you don't. We can move on now. All right. Well, John, anything you want to say? I was going to end this shit a while ago, but your little water boy with his praising his white daddy. You want to praise Be Brave too? Oh, look at this. Reminder, whites invented the NIGGA. Stop appropriating white vocabulary. Oh, that's actually really funny.
I was talking about
you were going to praise your great white father too, right, John Galt? tell me
Well, I don't
about
get
how.
no government funds.
Well, motherfucker, your turn
The white
is
man
over.
ain't cutting me no check.
Your turn is over. You had your chance. We are done with you right now, Solid Snake. Let John Galt praise his white daddy. Be brave too. Any wise words about? You were telling me that Be Brave is as successful as me, correct?
Well, I speak in terms of financially.
Motherfucker, don't tell me. Did you say it or not? Yes or no?
I don't remember exactly, but financially,
Okay,
your
well,
guys.
motherfucker, you need to stop drinking so much if you can't remember what you say. I remember what you say.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for
You
it.
literally told me, well, Stanley, be brave. In the end, is as successful as you are. You don't recall saying that?
In the grand scheme of things, we are.
Well, let me motherfucking tell you about the grand scheme of things. Be Brave is a lonely old motherfucker. Does not have, you know what? Does he even know where his daughter is? Does he actually have a daughter? The motherfucker is literally lonely, advising Negroes like yourself. You're his fucking grandchild. Motherfucker, you're Be Brave's family. The motherfucker, no. In the grand scheme of things, motherfucker, you wouldn't know.
You can't allow
your grand scheme of things is not my grand scheme of things. No, I won't let you do shit. You need to be held accountable for your foolishness.
All right, fair enough. But again, like, as I say, Nate, I look at things, when I'm talking about
motherfucker, and I look at things differently too.
It's fine.
The way I look at things, John Galt, the way I look.
If you're not gonna let anybody talk, you know what?
You
do like what I do.
Fucking say the stupid shit that John Galt is gonna say, and I guess I'll have to listen.
I mean, you should do. My suggestion to you,
motherfucker, don't tell me what I should do.
Well, I mean, because
if you ever, you know what, John Galt should never tell Stanley Cross what to do because I have done better.
All right,
I don't listen to dumb fucking white trash like Be Brave and take him seriously. I leave the white trash listening to the John Galts and the Solid Snakes.
What is the point of even having a panel then and allow?
Oh, motherfucker! You know what? The point of the panel, the point of this panel right now is to abuse you. The point of this panel, because I was gonna go, you came up and Solid Snake came up. I assume it's for the abuse. Why did you come on this panel, John Galt? You asked me the point of the panel. There was no point until you and Solid Snake came up. You literally are the reason for this panel. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a reason to stay online, John.
Well, yes, right. I get you. I mean, I get that.
You are full of stupid questions. The only reason I'm here is John Galt, Solid Snake, Deacon Dave. I'm gonna absolve. He brought your dumb asses here. Apparently, Deacon Dave wanted to see you abused.
But you asked me a question. Yeah, I mean,
you just honestly think I cared about the answer?
Apparently not. I gotta get.
It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I gotta get
John. I already know the answer. Already know the answer. You are Be Braves. You're not King Shenard, is all I can say. You have found value in white trash and Solid Snake black males that are fucking subservient to bottom feeding white supremacists. Yeah, that's the purpose for this panel. I needed to point it out.
But now I got you.
Look at that. Hey, have either of you looked at the title of the show? Look at the title of the show.
Oh, yeah, see,
And I'll tell you why it's called this. It's all because of your white daddy.
Be brave, got you going.
Literally, the name of the show is because of your white daddy.
Get some help, Stanley.
Oh, motherfucker, you're not here to give it now, are you?
Get some help.
Motherfucker, you're not here to give me help, so why even bother mentioning it? Do better, Solid Snake. Don't
Why don't
come
you
to
go
my
ask B
panel.
Brave? Maybe
Don't
he
come
can
to
help.
my panel if you can't
I'm
defend
just
your
saying,
ass.
go ask B Brave. He can help you.
Motherfucker, I'm not going.
So why
I'm
don't you
not
go
going.
go ask B Brave for some help,
Listen
Stanley.
to this motherfucker. You know what? You are so used to go to Be Brave. He can help you. He can
Go to
help
Brave,
you.
Stanley. They can help you.
Be Brave can help you like he helped me.
That's Brave for a cookie. Brave gonna give you that cookie. Brave gonna give you that cookie, nigga. Don't worry about it. Brave gonna give you that cookie. You gonna get that cookie.
Motherfucker,
I don't know where y'all black old boomers come from, man. Where y'all guys be coming from?
You know what the cookie tastes like, don't you? You know what the cookie tastes like. Tell us how good. Tell us
every
how
other white
good
man
Be
cool
Brave.
except that one white man. All of a sudden,
that cookie good, ain't it? That cookie good, ain't it? You like that cookie?
Go get you some
Would the
cookies,
cookie
Stanley.
taste good to you, Snake? The cookie tastes good to Solid Snake. He gonna tell
you want that cookie
all
out
of
that
us.
table he
He
just
gonna
built
tell
under. You want that
all of
cookie,
us
don't
how
you?
that cookie tastes. Go, hey Stanley, go to
Oh,
Be Brave so
Lord,
you can
Stanley,
taste
what's
some of that
wrong with you,
cookie.
man? You all right? You all right, man?
Motherfucker, I'm all right because I have not become an
Golly.
abject virtual slave. You are a motherfucking slave to white trash.
Oh, God. Wait a minute, dude. You
I said
literally
it.
gave your life
I
to white
motherfucking
military.
said it.
But I'm saying you literally gave your life to the military. You literally
Motherfucker,
sacrificed your
you're
family and your
so wait,
community
hold it.
for the
So
military.
see,
So wait
here-
a minute. So I
here-
do it as a civilian, it's a problem, but you can do it, it's cool, huh?
yes.
But I do it as a civilian,
Yes,
it's a problem.
absolutely.
Don't you think that's
what
a level
I did,
that's why y'all niggas
motherfucking
can't be in
slave,
nothing outside of the white motherfucking involvement, because y'all motherfuckers don't know how to put in work in the community. You dumb motherfucker, you just proved my point.
Solid Snake, you
Sorry,
are a
piece of shit.
motherfucking slave to white trash.
Yeah. Make America great again, motherfucker.
Motherfucker, Be Brave is not a great American.
No, but I am.
I don't think so.
I don't give a damn what you think.
Good. Now that we have figured out where that goes, let me get back to John Galt, the holy man.
I like that.
Well, when Be Brave says holy man, it translates to magic Negro. You are Be Brave's magic Negro. The only thing he doesn't do is rub your head. Beef and brat.
Stanley, I tell you, man, like, just being honest, you know what I'm saying? Like, you remember the guy Nightish, you know what I mean? Like
He was actually in the chat earlier today.
Yeah. I got a good clip from Nightish, but it's a lot of times these people really are looking for answers sometimes,
and they should never come to Be Brave to get them.
I mean, they go. You ask if you're desperate for information, you may find yourself in some dark corners sometimes, without a lot of places to turn for good. Probably the best, advice, but you got to go somewhere. And Nightish didn't know where to go. I just happened to pop up on his panel because someone here mentioned he was having trouble. It's kind of the other side of the coin there. People do want to.
Did he come over to your show, John, to get answers?
No.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
apparently he didn't get answers here or on your show.
Well,
it is troublesome that a motherfucker like Nightish with gray as hell hair comes to YouTube for answers. Where does he live?
What you find is that he didn't go anywhere.
I don't care to find. Do you honestly think I give a fuck about Nightish?
No, I don't care either. I don't even know. I've never seen him before in my life. On YouTube.
Okay, well, you want to talk about him struggling to find answers? I think he's probably my age or older.
Yeah, I think he's 55. I think he said, he's similar situation to yours. His wife passed too, sometimes a lot of times when people run into a situation where they don't know the answer, many people don't even look for an answer. They just freeze. You know what I mean? And seemingly he just froze. So kudos to Snake, I guess. If you don't like who he went to ask questions to, at least he reached out, right? Instead of just freezing and doing nothing.
And you and I will fundamentally disagree about where one should reach out to. After my wife died, it's about, 12 years ago. The first thing I didn't do was go to motherfucking YouTube.
Oh God, Jesus Christ!
See, times have changed, people.
Okay, motherfucker, times have not changed that much.
But a lot of young people.
If a 55-year-old man who's actually 5 years younger, so he's in my age range. So don't fucking tell me times have changed. The dude is just 5 years younger. He is essentially my generation. Don't fucking pull that bullshit. He should go
back
to a computer. Motherfucker, why are you talking, Solid Snake?
I was just trying to make sure.
Why are you talking
from the city? I didn't want to take no.
Why are you butting in?
That was the whole purpose of the conversation. See, but you were trying to misinform the community.
Okay, motherfucker, don't tell me what I see. You need to stop. Let me finish with John. Then you can have your turn. Wait your goddamn turn.
I gotta step away. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, guess it's your turn, motherfucker. Now, what stupid shit do you have to say?
First of all, I hadn't paid for water since I got here, right? So since you want me to continue on with the story, what I was doing was I was like, well, let's make sure the water ain't rigged up in this motherfucker.
Oh my God.
Are we still talking about some type of legal penalties if we getting free water, Stanley. I don't know where you was listening there. Maybe you paused, maybe you was doing commentary. I don't know. But that wasn't the full story, what you trying to tell everybody, bro.
Motherfucker.
That shit ain't cool, Stanley.
I don't give a fuck whether you think it's cool or not. It's my take on it. You know what? No, it's actually not a problem.
Your take is misinformed.
It's actually not a problem.
Your take is misinformed.
It's your problem. It is not my problem.
Maybe it's an our problem thing then.
No, it's not an our problem. See, this is what you fucking anti-black blacks.
Didn't you just say a minute ago?
You will let me finish the story, or I will put your ass in the back.
But here you go right back on the whole fucking 180.
I will
Come on, man. How many 180s you gonna do today?
This motherfucker does not understand. You will wait your turn. Okay, dude, I don't give a fuck. Bottom line is your problem is you think there is an hour when there's not an hour. You motherfucking anti-black blacks want to fucking pretend your fucking stupid ass actions are representative of other black people. Motherfucker, your lame ass begging and scraping for advice from a bottom feeding fucking miniature white trash leprechaun does not reflect on me. Fuck you if you think it does. And stop bringing it up. I was done with that bullshit about 10 minutes ago. I don't give a fuck about your water bill. Fuck you. I was literally making fun of your dumb ass, and that it ended when I stopped making fun of your dumb ass. It is not a life lesson for black people. All it tells me is, moron, you needed help and you got it. Do not act like it's Stanley's problem or a life goddamn lesson.
It's a life lesson when you misinform people about topics.
Fuck the misinformation.
That must be a habit of the left
It
you
is
learn,
a
huh?
motherfucking YouTube show. Get over it.
No, it's a Stanley Cross versus the fucking world.
Yep.
Hit that like button. Hit that share button.
Really?
Support the host, everybody.
All right. Well, John Galt is going to change his asbestos diapers. So that's that. I'll drop the link one more time because, God damn it, we are at 9 hours and I am on my last beer. And God damn it, I actually need less beer and a nap. Miss Eternity.
Time flies when you're having fun, Stanley.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm having that much fun, to be honest. I don't like having to tell grown ass black men you should fucking have more pride.
But
And
you
fuck
haven't had
you-
red meat to
fuck
chew
you-
on today, so
Fuck you if you don't like my response. You're on this panel and you ask me dumb questions, I'm going to tell you what I think.
What is pride, Stanley?
Motherfucker, you don't know what it is. I'm not your daddy. That's
What
what
is
pride
pride,
is.
Stanley?
I can't teach it to you. That was for your parents to do. I'm not your motherfucking stepfather. Be Brave might know.
Why? Why would that be
Why?
a problem? You don't
I'm
think
sorry,
Brave
say
got
that again?
pride? You don't think Brave got pride?
I think Brave is fucking so white people don't want Brave. He seems to think that he was some big shit. Even the rich people wanted to be around him. Motherfucker, you were serving bubbly.
Wait a minute.
They were telling you to fix your tie. Like, motherfucker, if you want to work here,
I think most of the white racists would probably consider Brave a
that
nigga.
bow tie is gonna be better tied if you want to work here.
I'm just saying, let that be my opinion, though.
Why are you
But
over
that's just like
talking
this.
me? Motherfucker, let me finish my joke. No, Be Brave. Motherfucker, Be Brave is literally bottom tier. You get fooled by that bullshit. I do not. That's why Be Brave gets motherfucker. When I do a show, that motherfucker builds a show off of my show. That didn't kind of let you know that the motherfucker is bereft. There is literally nothing. The motherfucker gets show points from me.
What?
Now, okay, wait, you don't believe that?
Nah.
Okay.
I'm pretty
well,
sure Brave can come up with his own show. I think you just help him.
Well, then that lazy ass white man needs to work harder. Yeah, so you're saying he's a lazy ass motherfucker and can't
No,
come up
I
with
think
his
he's
own
functional.
shows?
You the one
'Cause
saying that. I
motherfucker,
didn't say
I'll
that.
be damned if
I
that
actually
show
consider
did not
Brave
have.
functional
I will
intelligence.
be damned if
Other
his
than just
show
being
did not.
dormant.
Okay, this motherfucker wants to defend his massa vehemently.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Motherfucker,
flip pages of books all day, but
My name has been in Be Brave's show several times, and your lame motherfucking limping hobbled ass wants to defend your massa.
Oh,
Dude,
Lord.
do better.
Dude, don't you think them days over with?
What days?
That days of calling everybody master.
Motherfucker,
You ain't never tried to be a boss in
I
your own damn
literally,
personality.
you know what? After
I think like if
listening,
I was like a
okay,
boss,
this
I find that
motherfucker.
whole term master to be a little bit, disturbing if I really, respected my crew. I don't understand
Solid
what type of
Snake,
language you be throwing, you
Solid
be using
Snake,
sometimes. But I
Solid
don't think you
Snake.
ever had a job.
You asked me if I think those
I
days
don't
are
think you ever
over.
finished anything either.
Okay. After hearing you interact with Be Brave and John Galt interact with Be Brave, I'm not sure those slave days are over.
Oh Lord, man, go ahead, man. Y'all gonna keep on pushing this pro-black,
Forgive me
bullshit into the
for my
ground.
honesty.
And the neighborhood still ain't gonna have nothing.
Motherfucker,
pro-black.
you and John Galt bowing and scraping when Be Brave is on a panel is disgusting.
Oh, Lord. Scraping when Be Brave on the panel.
Bowing and scraping, bowing and scraping. You forgot that part.
Yeah, that's how you see it. Tell the truth, you respect that man, don't you?
You're kidding, right? Motherfucker,
Yeah,
I think
you
you
do.
two literally.
Because you're going to make sure nobody ever
had
forget
to
him.
raise,
At the end of the day,
motherfucker,
Brave's going to live
don't
on
tell
through
me
the
about
voices
the
of
end of
you.
the day. Motherfucker, at the end of the day, I don't worship a
You
fucking
immortalize
failure.
that, man.
Okay, this motherfucker. At the end of the day, I don't fucking worship failures of their race. If we must get racial, if I wanted to fucking like worship a white, it would not be Brave. Motherfucker, you are literally a joke. John Galt, motherfucker, you are literally the holy man to fucking a bottom feeder. The fuck?
What the hell? What?
Modern day slaves.
I think
So
for pro-black content, I think there's better channels on YouTube than this one, Stanley. That's just me.
Where the
If you
fuck
want to provide pro-blackity black content or the pro-blackity black opinion, I think that'll be suited for better channels. I don't think this channel really needs to be covering pro-blackity black. I don't think we really get around to that area of the community.
I have no
I
idea
understand
what you're talking about.
you got a good opinion, but I mean, pro-blackity black ain't really, ain't really cutting it anymore. You know what I'm saying?
No idea what you're
Pro-blackity
talking
black voted
about.
for Kamala, so
What is pro blackity black? Can you define it? Can you define pro blackity black, please? For me and the audience.
No, I'd rather you do it every day.
Motherfucker, because you can't. You're just
pro-blackity black.
You are just whistling Dixie.
Pro-blackity black.
You are whistling Dixie.
Okay, so why do you hate bro?
You are whistling Dixie in the tune your Massa Be Brave told you. He said in the key of fucking B, and motherfucker, you are whistling Dixie like Massa told you to do it. What's up, Lou?
And that's what I call pro-blackity black.
Calling you a fucking Uncle Tom. Wait, hold it. Calling you an Uncle Tom is pro blackity black? Yeah, I guess it is. Motherfucker, I don't like people who fucking worship bottom feeding white men.
Talking to me about a conversation.
Fuck the conversation. You thought this was a conversation?
That conversation gonna last 15
Dude, when the fuck is this panel ever a conversation unless I want it to be a conversation? The fuck?
Stanley, stop it. You out here throwing bricks and you
Dude,
living in a
do
grass
not
house.
fool
Stop
yourself is my point.
How
It is
you do
no more
that?
okay.
That
It
don't
is
make no sense,
okay.
bro.
It is no more a conversation than when Be Brave put your dumb ass off his panel.
And why does it hurt your feelings so much that, oh,
It
me and him
doesn't.
can have a damn good conversation, keep the audience interested, keep the audience involved,
Fuck
keep
the
the chat out.
audience.
Oh, that's a fucking problem. Oh, no, he over there with the master. Who the hell are
Motherfucker,
you?
I must tell you this. You are fucking hoeing the wrong road.
Look, I was home with
Motherfucker,
some motherfucking
motherfucker,
ass on
you
these YouTube
literally
streets
are
to me,
hoeing the
motherfucking
wrong
nice
road.
nigga for views. So don't sit there and try to act like we ain't been out here on these YouTube streets late night hoeing together. Me, you, and 12 Man. And Tom Gully and Ryan, motherfucker. We been out here getting it. So don't be acting like that because I call into his show or we have a conversation, whatever, and now you trying to downplay me like I'm some kind of ass picker or something. What the fuck?
Really?
I'm not no ass kisser. I don't know where you
Yes,
come
you
from
are.
with that.
You are
No, I'm not.
literally. Tell us if that fucking Be Brave ass smells like freshly mown hay.
Oh,
You
man.
literally are a donkey eating the fresh hay out of Be Brave's ass.
Lord have mercy.
Motherfucker, do you actually think I don't mean what I say?
I don't give a damn if you do. You probably do. You literally voted for Joe Biden, and he wasn't even on the ballot, motherfucker. Shit, you wanted that crazy retarded robot to win again, didn't you?
What the fuck? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
No, man.
All right, well, Lou, welcome aboard.
Yo, I ain't even been here but 10 minutes. And I just came to kick it with you and John on a Friday. Salute solid kicking it with y'all, man. I don't even know what y'all talking about, but the last 5-6
John,
minutes
I think
have had my
John-
side hurting.
Well, John, I think John has started his own stream because you know what? That motherfucker needs to be bashed for his Be Brave love too. I'm fucking sick and tired of hearing grown ass black men fucking deal with. Goddamn, he's a shit kicker. And you know what? I like Be Brave too, but there comes a point in time when you gotta call a shit kicker a shit kicker.
Well, you shit kicking right now. You kicking shit because your ass ain't talking about nothing.
Motherfucker, when I kick shit, it's my own cows I'm kicking shit for.
Stanley.
Interesting.
That was okay. Go ahead. Like, I don't even want to go there because you know what? It's gonna go back into that 180
Okay,
conversation.
what you don't understand, my dear fellow, is Be Brave is just a YouTube character, and when I call him white trash, I literally know he's white trash. I don't have doubts. I don't motherfucking have to mince words. Your ass, when you go on a Be Brave panel and want to figure out how to pay a goddamn water bill, you are literally what that white trash motherfucker thinks black people are.
Okay, and you are literally what them white trash people think black people are because you literally just heard that part when I literally said you did not hear the part when I asked them. I said,
I don't give a
it's
fuck what you
amazing I've
said.
been living here for a
I
whole year and
don't
a
give
half
a
and hadn't
fuck.
had to pay a water bill, Stanley. What fucking
I
part
don't
of
give
that do you not understand?
I don't give a fuck what you say any more
See,
than
that's
Be
what I'm
Brave
saying.
does.
That's the point that everybody in the
I don't
audience that
have
was
to
at the show that know
understand,
what's going on.
motherfucker.
So here go my point.
Stop
Why you
asking
don't know
me
it?
to understand.
And why you
I
trying to
don't
bring it
have
back
to.
up?
I
Like,
don't
man,
have
come
to
on now.
understand. I do not have to understand, and better yet, I don't give a fuck. This is what you and the other anti-black blacks need to learn. You give too much of a fuck. And you
But the reason we were trying to find the water meter, Stanley, because I need to cut the water off. I already don't fix it now. So don't worry about it, you dumb motherfucker.
I'm
I
not
bet you
worried
20 bucks.
about it.
If I would have had a conversation with you, you would have started insulting me or anything else before we even got to the
I'm not
motherfucking
insulting
solution.
you.
That's exactly
I'm
why I would
literally
never hire a
calling you what
motherfucker
you
like
are.
you. Because all you want to do is get to the damn job site and complain and argue instead of fucking doing work. You don't know how to just do the damn job. You want to come in the damn job. You want to run your goddamn mouth all day, talk about your feelings and your family and that motherfucking thing else, and then the damn job ain't done. Then you want a motherfucker to give you some money after that because you somewhere you was fucking supposed to be for 8 whole goddamn hours. And then expect me to feel sorry because you had to do it. Who the fuck are you to tell me?
Well, let me tell you who I am. I'm not a part of this story. What the fuck are you talking about? What job site?
Nothing.
Motherfucker, don't you be doing those fucking flashbacks on the panel? Motherfucker, I'm literally not there. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you watching TV?
I'm still stuck on this water bill story. Somebody
You know
asked
what?
for money for a water bill.
Look,
Yeah, he said
Stanley won't help.
I said what I had to say.
Stanley won't help.
Paid my water bill.
Yeah, Stanley won't help Snake find his water meter. So Brave helped him find his water meter, and because Brave helped him,
Brave doesn't even live in the same goddamn town. Motherfucker had to come on a panel and have white trash fucking help a grown 47-year-old black man figure out what to do. It is literally
the bigotry of low expectations of what you're talking about. That's
is
what you want
why
everybody to do, Stanley. That's not how it
like Be Brave.
Man, come on, Stanley. Come on, bro. I'm
not
telling you, I couldn't find my water meter in my yard. That shit, I can tell you it's not in my yard unless it's buried somewhere and some water running through.
Here's the bottom line, because this motherfucker can't heed my point. I will never, I don't give a fuck what Be Brave does. I don't give a fuck what Solid Snake does on their own time or on panels. What I can't abide is Solid Snake coming up here and telling Stanley what he needs to do. Well, Stanley, you ought to do. Fuck you. You can't even pay your own goddamn water bill or find your water meter. If you ever come to my panel and tell Stanley how he should conduct his life or what he needs to do, motherfucker, you better tread lightly. And this is what dumb son of a bitch Solid Snake does not understand. You are not my equal, bitch. Same thing with John Galt. John Galt is not my equal. Motherfucker, I have lived more life and done more things than both of those dumbasses combined. And I've lived enough life to not worship some bottom-feeding white boy. Motherfucker, he can feed himself. He can get online and make a joke or two, but motherfucker, this is not success. If Be Brave wasted his whiteness, I'm not going to fucking worship that. I leave that to the John Galts and the Solid Snakes. Motherfucker, that Be Brave fucking can call himself white. That's about the best his 70 years have been able to provide him. Y'all motherfuckers, John Galt and Solid Snake, tread motherfucking lightly. You do not know what success is. And if you think Be Brave is successful, then you don't know what success is.
Who said he was successful? Who the fuck? My uncle ain't successful, but guess what, motherfucker? I won't mind asking him how to help me find a guy.
Motherfucker, I didn't say you did. John Galt. Not you. So shut the fuck up.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Motherfucker, did I say your name?
Why are you obsessing over?
I'm sorry, you broke up. Why am I obsessing? I assume you mean me.
Do I sound
we
bad?
can't hear you.
Okay, hold on. Do I sound better?
You do.
The question for you, Stanley, is why are you obsessed with white trash
You're breaking up again.
every day upon
Type it in the
hours
back
of
chat
Be
if you
Brave?
must have an answer.
All right.
And in the meantime, Ryan is asked, it is when you spend more time on Be Brave than you did at church this week. Well, I appreciate that you compare Be Brave to church. Say. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, where Freezo go?
About the balloon, though.
Well, I don't know. He'll be back. Probably lost connection. Oh, come on. No, Ryan, it was not a good one. And I'm kind of sorry. I think I know where Lou was going to go. But you could type it in the chat, Lou, or come back to the panel.
Yeah, like I was saying before all this popped off, man. Yeah, the Pop the Balloon shows, everybody used to get along. It was so much easier back then. You know, you and Brave used to share the panel and not have to riff at each other,
Wait,
you
hold
know.
it. Why do you think Be Brave and I wouldn't get along watching Pop the Balloon now?
Because neither one of you would join each other's panels because you guys drop each other.
Well, that's a Be Brave problem, not mine. I would come up to his panel. However, he won't let me up to his panel. I would definitely let Be Brave up to my panel, but he wants to like have timers and shit. He can come up to my panel anytime. I'd be happy to go to his panel. Be Brave's problem is he gets mad when I overtalk him and tell him he's stupid. So little white boy of Be Brave. The problem is Be Brave's white fragility. So what were you going to say?
No,
Lou?
you guys are great on the panel together.
Y'all got great chemistry, man. I don't know if I sound better, but
you do.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, y'all got good chemistry. It's just funny hearing you obsess over white trash every day.
We should never talk race. Pop the Balloon was Pop the Balloon. If you haven't figured it out, Deacon Dave, we weren't talking race. At least I'm sure it could have come up, but Be Brave's.
No, it did. It did. It came up in this.
Be Brave's take on American culture. What is black culture? What is white culture? He is literally like uneducated to a point to where we're kind of in different countries. Be Brave is literally ignorant. And as a white man, he wants to, it's almost like antebellum or just after the Civil War, where elite whites were propping up the fucking shit kickers and the bottom feeders. Like, hey,
You are white. You ain't black. You may not be as educated. You know, you may be as dumb, but your advantage is you got white skin. That is be brave. Literally.
If you was Brave's neighbor, you guys would get along.
Hold on a second. Be Brave literally thinks that he is smarter, or I'm sorry, not smarter, but better than the smartest black person. And people like John Galt kind of like agree with him on that. That's why John Galt is the holy man. Be Brave, and John Galt for that matter, and Solid Snake, and there's some other motherfuckers. The scariest thing for y'all is a black man who fucking does not get spooked by some dumbass white boy. I know more than Be Brave. I know more than John Galt. I know more than Solid Snake. Motherfucker, I'm not shy to be smart. Maybe 20 years ago, but motherfucker, I'm retired and I fucking get to say what I want to say. Fuck you if you don't agree. I know more. And you know what? I will tell you if I don't know it. I will say I'm speaking through my hat. Y'all can go boomer, y'all can go all that fucking bullshit. I know what I know.
So do you think the white man better than the black man?
The fuck? Who gives a fuck? You know what? Depends on the black man, depends on the white man. There's some whites that are better than blacks. There's some blacks that are better than whites. Motherfucker, if you're going to do a group judgment, that's called prejudice. That's basically the problem America has right now. So don't go black man, white man, motherfucker, don't goddamn bring me generics. Fucking mention a specific person. Don't fucking do that. Don't do that fucking generalization. That's why dumb fucks like Be Brave and dumb fucks like Solid Snake and dumb anti-black blacks fucking, I think, are idiots.
But do you think everybody
Motherfucker, you better be specific. Don't ask me generalities. I'm just gonna shit on you.
Okay, but why I gotta make a certain? Why you just can't respond to the question?
Because the devil is in the details, dumb fuck.
Okay, so here go what I'm saying. Do you believe in inclusion of equal? Well, what they call it, equitable inclusion? Do you believe everybody ought to have a right to be included in any group, regardless of race, creed, color, or character?
No.
Okay, so what's the problem?
The problem is your dumbass question.
What's wrong with it?
Literally, you sound like a moron.
But what I'm saying is,
you literally sound like you are fishing for something and you can't be specific. It literally, why are you even fucking wasting my time asking me? Why are you wasting my time asking stupid questions? Motherfucker, see, this is the people like Solid Snake. His little kindergarten teacher taught him that there are no bad questions. Motherfucker, there are bad questions. There are stupid questions. Don't waste my goddamn time. Stop it. There are such things as stupid questions. Ask better questions. You will get better answers. Who the fuck taught you that any question is good?
Hey, Stanley, at least I did listening class. I didn't cheat on all my tests.
I don't give a fuck about any of that. Heed my point, which is don't ask me stupid questions.
I tell you, Stanley, one thing I can tell about your character. Accountability is not your strongest virtue. Accountability is not your strongest virtue, Stanley, because you damn sure don't argue for it.
Motherfucker, I am an evil character and I don't like stupid people.
Ain't no evil
Don't be
character.
stupid.
You be lucky to be a
Motherfucker,
fucking henchman.
I fucking literally shred
Yeah,
dumbass.
Stanley, you be lucky to be
I
a henchman. Because
enjoy
to be a villain, you
shredding
got to put in some
dumb
work.
motherfuckers. I
So you
eat
got
dumb
to kind of.
motherfuckers. Dude, I will
You ain't
pour
gonna take
milk
down no
on your
goddamn
fucking
hero
shredded
if
wheat
your ass
for
ain't put in no
brains
damn work,
and
Stanley.
fucking
Stop
dump
it.
it out for the fun of
You
it.
just talking shit again. You
Stop
just talking.
asking stupid fucking questions.
Stop talking so much.
Motherfucker, leave my panel if you don't like hearing me.
Well, goddamn it.
Nobody, motherfucker,
Nope.
you're not
Hell
a
no, I
fucking
ain't giving you no
slave.
luxury, nigga. I got all day off.
Motherfucker,
I'm off all
escape
day.
the panel.
You might
Escape
well
the
start a new
panel.
stream.
Nobody's gonna set a bloodhound after you.
You might well start a new stream.
Why?
Because I'm off today.
Bye.
And
you need to fucking go and enjoy your day off.
no. What
Hey,
time
that's
you
your
started the
co-host
show
for
today
today,
anyway?
Stanley.
You
You
said
might
we
as
was
well.
at 9 hours. So you probably started with like 4 o'clock?
Dude, I'm not starting a new stream. John, I think John is doing a show right now, isn't he?
Yeah, but John trying to be solo dolo, man. I don't.
Motherfucker.
He got his
Believe me,
homeboys with him and shit.
if you go
You
and
ever
ask
tried to call
John,
in on the stream and he talking to his friends and stuff? I think that I don't know. I wouldn't do it. I know. My friends ain't
no,
shit.
you know
All my
what?
friends suck.
I think, dude,
Oh
John,
no, clip that. Don't clip that, y'all.
what the fuck are you talking about? You're not man
No.
enough? Motherfucker,
I'm
you
just
said
saying,
what you
don't clip
said.
that, y'all. Yeah,
I think
just said
John
it.
does just fine. Look, John does the show he wants to do. The motherfucking street interviews, I'm not capable. That motherfucker is a genius when it comes to that sort of show. So I don't know why you want to be an asshole, Solid Snake. John Galt is good at what he does.
Hey, Stanley,
Man, I ain't gonna
Lou
lie.
has a
Location
question.
make a difference, though. I wouldn't do it because I ain't got the location to do it.
Motherfucker, that's why John Galt is doing it.
Yeah. Shit, I fuck around and do a motherfucker the street interview, motherfucker whole goddamn gang come up there and the goddamn shootout get started out.
Don't
Watching
know
your ass
why
fire
you're
stream, bro.
nattering on. I have no clue.
Goddamn gang shootout just go down. Like goddamn fuck stream got shut down. Why? Because somebody got shot. What the fuck?
That's
Might
an
have been me.
interesting question. Can you elaborate on this, FWW? You guys think it is fair to judge blacks by using Stanley as an example? No. That's why, motherfucker, you should not use one motherfucker to judge other motherfuckers, dumbass. Stop using one person to judge a group. God, such a stupid question. All right, well.
I don't think that's, I don't know if that's a stupid question, Stanley. Come on, Stanley, we can parse that out.
Oh, so why is Stanley using B? Oh, okay. Well, I'm actually
See, that's
not
what I'm
judging
saying.
others.
Yeah, see?
Well, no, motherfucker. Let me answer the question. I'm not judging all white people by Be Brave. Be Brave is a fucking moron. I'm using the black people who worship Be Brave and make excuses for him. I'm not judging. Motherfucker, I was married to a white woman. I have a white father-in-law. No. Be Brave is the worst of whites. Now, there are worse whites, but no. I why would I judge white people by Be Brave? God damn. No, I don't lose, FWW. I rarely lose on these panels. Keep trying, though.
You rarely lose in your own mind. Say it. In your mind. In your mind. Not public opinion. No, see. To win, you got to win over public opinion. So you fail to do that. Oh, I missed yesterday. Dang, I missed yesterday. I overslept. Stanley, where you gonna get you some beer, ain't you? Stanley on ducked out the panel, y'all. It's just me and you, Deacon.
Nope, I'm still here.
No, what happened? My bad.
Stanley, I thought you were going to get your beer. I said, shit, I thought you said, fuck that. I gotta go get some beer.
I will at some point, but probably not on this show.
You got enough beer money, Stanley? You gonna fire up another one?
You know what? I'd have to leave home to get it, and I can't leave this show alone.
Nah, don't do that. But go make a beer run. I'll send you something.
I'm good. Send me something, support the show. But hold on one sec. I'll be right back. I am listening.
I think Stanley one of the 1%ers, man, in the black community. I work for a couple of them. They go
is a
golfing.
1%er in the black community.
Shit, I go golf. I've been golf buddies with a couple of them. I'm sorry, Stanley. Well, I was golf caddy. You know, yeah, they don't have too many friends.
Okay, my question was, what is a 1%er in the black community? That's the question.
A rich man.
Motherfucker, I'm not rich, and rich does not.
Why you ain't never
really
accept my
mean much.
cash app then? Why you keep sending me my shit back?
Okay, I have no clue. I have not seen a cash app.
Oh, well, what the hell happened? It was just sitting there hanging. I was like, God damn, this motherfucker don't want my money. Oh, I might got that motherfucker wrong some kind of way.
You sending somebody else money, Snake?
He was sending Be Brave.
Damn.
Did you confuse me with Be Brave?
I don't think you spelled it right. He always accept the money.
Nah, that's all right. It'll get here, dude. You know what? I y'all have been rather generous supporting the show, and I'm gonna have to be honest. Dude, I've had a few beers, and I am having fun talking shit. Some of it's shit. Some of it's actually like the Be Brave stuff. That is for real. I have a critique. I think Be Brave is a great person, but it is troubling that motherfuckers will find entertainment in pure, unadulterated racism. That shit is racist. It's toxic. And to be honest, if you can't let your kids listen to it, like your teenage kids, and I admit I'm a little weird that way. I honestly think that Be Brave is a racist. And
yeah, when's the last time you spoke to him?
He was in the chat earlier this morning. Remember, you were here.
No, I mean on a panel.
I don't remember. Not too long ago.
Was it since the debate?
Yeah, I'm sure it's been one or two times since then. No, Richard. Okay, see, this is the bullshit I'm talking about. Now, Richard says it's culturalist, not racist. See, this is literally white supremacy gone wild. White supremacy, and this is more a critical theory thing. No, Be Brave is a motherfucking racist. Okay, if he was a culturalist, and there are such things, but it's not racist, literally, Be Brave has no clue about what culture is. If he did, he wouldn't make some of the arguments he does. And you can think, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I actually do.
Hey, I think you got a secret weapon. That CKJ3. That's your
CKJ,
secret weapon.
not really.
It's like your Batman. He's Robin.
Dude, you actually think I need a weapon? Be Brave is literally Be Brave. He can only exist on YouTube. If that motherfucker actually had the scrutiny of even his own white people, this motherfucker would be laughed off of Hee Haw. The dude is literally ignorant. He, his patting himself on the back, he's the only one patting himself on the back plus his audience. Like, who I think in I hate to pick on her. White supremacy is not a group accusation. It is a culture critique, you goddamn moron. Motherfuckers, you can't figure out personal criticism from a cultural critique. This is why a lot of what I say gets confused as personal attacks. Y'all really don't know shit. And that's fine. You know what? I'm dumb for even understanding the difference. But it is disturbing when motherfuckers want to tell me what I'm doing without asking me why I'm doing it. Why are you saying this? Why are you making the white supremacy comment? It's not directed at a specific person. If Be Brave thinks he's a culturalist, then white supremacy is something he doesn't quite understand. Be Brave is a racist. Personally, he buys into racism.
I think that's a bad character assessment to make of him, man. I'm sorry.
Motherfucker, do you think I'm making a character assessment?
I just do. Yeah, I think that's a bad slander, man. I think that's a horrible slander to put on him, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, Stanley. I would never consider Brave a racist. Never. Not in my longest days.
Motherfucker, you're not smart.
If Brave was ready on the side,
I mean this with all due respect.
I promise you, I'll stop my car.
I mean this with all due respect. I'm not 100% sure you understand what a racist looks like. Because I think
I'm
you're
not sure you understand what a racist
Let me
is,
finish.
man. I don't think you ever met one. I have.
Be brave. Be brave. Solid Snake, I think you're a racist.
Well, I'm a culturalist, Stanley. I'm not a racist. I understand the importance of having a positive and upstanding and progressive and functioning culture. Okay? Now, if I got criticism against my culture, it's to a certain percentage of my culture that exhibit that behavior. Now, if you call that racist, then, well, you ain't one of them motherfuckers, Stanley. Trust me, you ain't one of them motherfuckers. You can understand shit that they don't understand.
Damn. Well put. Oh, you dumped him. You're on mute, Stanley. I don't know if you know that.
Culture is not a personal possession, you moron.
So start exhibiting that.
You don't have a culture. You do not own it. You can't pet it. You can't feed it. Motherfucker, you can't drive it. You don't have a culture. It's the other way around, you goddamn moron.
I think you get it. I just don't think you get it.
Stop thinking it's your culture.
Salute to the panel.
Who said it was my culture? I never own the culture.
Motherfucker,
I
it is not
represent the
your
culture.
puppy dog.
I only
Culture is
represent the
not
culture,
your
Stanley.
puppy
I
dog.
don't own it.
Culture is not yours.
It's not supposed to be mine. I'm surprised that
this motherfucker, you don't own a culture. The culture owns you. You participate in it. Think of it as a pool. Okay. You swim in the culture. You don't own the goddamn water, son.
So
This
Stanley,
is
do
so
you
annoying.
believe black people have a culture?
Well, you know what? I think black people have a corner of the culture. And Ignat, I'm glad you asked me that question, and it's a smart question. America is not a melting pot, and this isn't an original thought to me. It kind of reframed the way I grew up thinking of American culture. American culture is pretty much a mosaic. You know, one of those things where there are pictures within pictures. Black people have a culture, but it's not like a monolithic culture, but it's within American culture. And a lot of it depends on where you live. East Coast, West Coast, the differences in rap are a good example. It is similar, but not the same. And that's the best way I can express it. Culture is a mosaic. You don't own the culture. You contribute to the culture. You contribute to a neighborhood, but you don't live, you don't own the neighborhood. You live in the neighborhood, you don't own it. That's what culture is. And people who think it is my culture, or you know, my neighborhood is like the neighborhood across the country, really are just daft. They need to motherfucking get a grip and understand how life works. So that's my answer.
Stan, what do you think the biggest problem in the black community is today?
Black racists. The
John
anti-black
Galts,
blacks,
the anti-black black.
anti-black blacks like John Galt, Ock Nation, CT, Solid Snake, they are the biggest problem in the black community. White racists,
What I think it was.
motherfucker, I'm not done with my answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Be Brave is the least of the black community's problem. I think the self-hating fucking anti-black blacks are a huge problem. The ones who fucking want to set their Twitter accounts to look for the the videos of the crack hose stealing from Walmart and then do 2-hour shows are the biggest problem in the black community because they never look at what's good. Most of what happens in the quote black community is not crack hose. And your motherfuckers in the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, in CT's channel, and Ock Nation's channel, y'all are some fucking negative motherfuckers. Y'all, everything that happens is bad with black culture, motherfucker, because you don't get off your goddamn asses and go make good stuff or recognize the good stuff that actually does happen.
Okay, now you ain't gonna steal my argument,
motherfucker. So what did I say? What did I say? What did you hear me say?
I gotta hold on now.
No,
I gotta push back
motherfucker,
now.
I will not hold on my
That's
own
exactly
goddamn
what
panel.
I said about
I
you.
don't hold on my panel, bitch.
Well, then get
what
with
did
it.
I say was the worst thing in the black community? Do you remember what I said?
You said
I said one of the worst things
are people like you. Stop
Whoa.
hating
So you
on
think I'm the worst person?
black motherfucker.
Not because I have an opinion.
Motherfucker, did you hear what I said, Solid Snake?
So what you think? What
Stop
you think
hating
is
on
not
black
discussing is going to make a
motherfucker is
difference?
what I said.
Hold
Stop hating on
on.
black.
You think not discussing the topic don't make a difference? You think so? Who you defending, Stanley? Who you defending? Because you're taking a whole swath of people and you're trying to defend your ideology.
I was
based
very
on exclusion,
Oh,
but you
motherfucker.
ain't
I was
no
very
inclusiveness
specific.
because you don't know who in your.
I was specific, Solid Snake. If you'll go back and think.
Because we are not a monolith. Let's start from that. Let's start from that standpoint.
Okay, let me start over so your lame ass can figure this out. You
Hey,
asked
I'll be
me.
back. I'll be back.
You asked me what was the biggest problem in the black community. It is people like Solid Snake. It is people like John Galt. It is people like Ock Nation. It is people like Chaotic Truth and others. Hood Servative is a problem too. People who literally
I'm gonna ask
think,
you this,
motherfucker, why are you disturbing me in mid-sentence? I'm motherfucking specific. I'm not talking about black people in general. I'm naming goddamn names. What the fuck is your problem?
Wouldn't you? Okay, see, because you didn't understand the question.
Specific. I am very specific.
Is there rhetoric or is it the ideology that they push?
Both.
Okay, but Stanley, don't
Because
you
the
think the
rhetoric,
biggest problem in the black community is
the
that
rhetoric
there is
comes
a black
from the
community in
ideology.
America?
One.
Wait a minute, don't that defeat your argument though? Wait a minute. You
Motherfucker,
fail to
you don't
acknowledge a black
understand my
community,
argument.
but you identify
I didn't
a
say
black community.
motherfucker. I name names.
Okay, you naming names towards a community that you just said don't exist.
Motherfucker, wait, hold it. How are you confusing me being specific with a community argument, moron?
No, you just said the black community doesn't exist.
No, I did not say black people.
You say the black people don't have a community.
He said they have a diverse
culture.
culture. He said culturally they're very diverse. He didn't say they don't have a community.
Okay, again, you asked me what is bad for the culture, and I'm just going to say American culture. We can narrow it down to black culture. Self-hate black people and black men specifically, like Solid Snake, John Galt, Ock Nation, Chaotic Truth, who fucking think everything black people do is bad. You fucking set your X accounts to capture Walmart crack hose stealing shit, but you never show anything positive. I fucking never see anything positive coming out of any of your shows. You let fucking half-witted, half-baked white people like Be Brave come up on a CT panel and pretend like they're telling some truth.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Ain't you got a channel? Can't you do the same thing? Can't you provide the same service that you say that you refuse to allow everybody else to have?
No
you
clue.
just said you got a problem with what somebody else
I
can do,
literally
but you
am
literally
at-
got an established channel that we can all enjoy the show on. So why haven't you put any work in? That's what I want to know. Don't worry about what the next man doing. Why you ain't enjoying and providing what you say lacking?
What the fuck do you think I've been doing for the past almost 10 hours?
Well, I ain't been seeing shit on that motherfucker YouTube channel for the past 2 months.
Okay, this is the dumb fucking shit that I'm talking about.
I tell you what, when y'all see Silent Snake,
weren't here.
I'm gonna have game
Motherfucker, I will
I'm gonna be
put you in
uploading
the
every
goddamn back
day
if I cannot
daily.
respond. just because you weren't here to see it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Well, it didn't happen. You don't clip it.
No, I don't.
We need 8-minute shorts. You know what I'm saying?
Motherfucker, you might have to be here to experience it. The world does not.
Here, Stanley. I
My
got 2
motherfucking
phones.
show.
Well, one die, I got another one on the
My
phone.
motherfucking show does not revolve around what Solid Snake sees. You're
Yeah, I
here
know.
or
But I
you
wish I
aren't.
had a computer. Man, none of that shit
Well,
I got work.
motherfucker, is it my fault you don't have a goddamn computer? It's not.
I think
Is
I'm
it
going to buy a laptop.
no, motherfucker? Is it black culture's problem that Solid Snake doesn't have a computer?
Hell
It's not.
no. But I'm
It's
just
not
going
the
to take it
white
to a
man's.
drive when
It
I
is
go
not
to it.
the white man's
I'm
problem.
going to upload
It
that
is
shit.
not
I think it's
America's
universal
problem.
fault, man.
It is no one's problem but Solid Snake.
It's
Stop trying
universal
to
fault.
make it
Stanley,
everyone
who
else's
do more
problem.
damage than the motherfucker they call?
Motherfucker. We don't give a fuck if you don't have a computer, Solid Snake. That's a Solid Snake problem. Stop. Fucking get a computer.
This black man in America. And then you'll say you're not. But you have some of the most diabolical opinions of any man I've ever seen in my fucking life. The shit you say, I wouldn't dare let a white man say in front of my face. I
Like
wouldn't let
what?
a nigga on the street say that shit in front
Like
of my
what?
face.
Like what? Say one. Name one.
Shit, that I'm an anti-black black. That's a
You
fight.
are. Are you not?
Sure.
Name me
I'll
one.
show you an
Name me.
anti-black black.
Okay,
Stanley.
motherfucker. Name me one.
Shit.
Name me one
The
positive
fuck, you
thing.
ain't there, you man,
Okay.
stop it, man. You out here
Name
spreading
me.
rhetoric. That's all you
Name
spreading.
me.
Stanley.
Name me one positive thing that isn't a fucking rap song or an entertainment thing that a black person has done in the last 10 years.
See, Stanley, that's racist, Stanley.
I'm
Well,
telling you,
hey,
bro. I'm telling you,
well, wait,
Stanley
hold it.
is the most
Ignorant.
That's
racist nigga
anti-black.
I've ever heard in my life.
Stanley, we do this to each other.
I can talk about Marquez Brownlee, the greatest
anti-black
fucking
each
black
other.
YouTuber ever been on this
Snake.
goddamn platform,
Okay,
nigga.
Snake,
I
thank
can
you.
talk
We know
about
Snake.
Marquez
All right.
Brownlee. I can
Hold
talk
on one
CAC.
No,
Man, I
hold
can
on
talk
one
about
sec.
a lot of niggas that
Hold
done
on,
made
that's
it on the
real shit,
YouTube
though,
that
Stanley.
provide
Hold on one
positive
sec.
entertainment every day for the black community. So don't sit up here and talk about we don't do shit.
You don't
No,
do
not
shit.
everybody doing shit, Stanley. That's the
You
difference.
don't do shit.
Well, goddamn it, you up here, goddamn it. When you gonna start doing some shit?
I'm not you, motherfucker.
Shit, I ain't you.
Good.
Shit.
My point being, if Marquez Brown is doing something on YouTube, I guess that's something.
Yo, Stanley, remember last week we tried to say it was anti-black to speak like proper, right? That's what this is a form of. It's like we capitulate each other to one standard, and if we don't fit into that standard, we literally call each other. It's like we shame each other. That's, you know what I'm saying? It's anti-black. It's
I
we
understand
shame
what you're
people
saying.
for not having our same characteristics, but everybody's their own individual. But we
Right.
always put each
But
other.
see,
aside.
that is what I'm getting at. Who gives a fuck what other black people say about me?
But they're saying Snake's a nigga.
No, you know what?
You're a good
I
old boy.
don't dude, how many times, and I know I've used the word probably this week, but dude, N-word isn't something, it's not my go-to word. I have to think to say it to even say it. I did not grow up that way. All I'm saying is that when I say anti-black, if the first thing you think of is how bad, quote, black culture is, and if you actually think that black fatigue is anything other than a grift, black fatigue is literally a race hustle.
It is. I think just saying the word
these
nigga, you gotta be a fucking teenager.
These motherfuckers
Like, I don't say the word nigga.
No. Ignorant. I'm not talking about you personally.
Yeah, me
I'm
too. I'm just
making a
saying.
generalization. I'm saying if you want to come on YouTube and talk about black fatigue and pretend that it is anything other than a race hustle, there is a woman who made $250,000 on a race hustle, but there are people like a John Galt who fucking does all kinds of shows. Like, it's not a race hustle. It's real. White people are actually, motherfucker, white people, other than the Be Brave level of white, do you really think Elon Musk gives a fuck about black fatigue? Do you actually think that I give a fuck about black fatigue? It is a race hustle, and people need to be able to see it for what it is. It's race hustle of the week.
I
In
ain't gonna
6
lie, it's a
months,
poor man's
we'll get
game.
another one.
It's a poor man's game. Race hustling, religion, all that
ignorant.
for poor people. People with
Boom.
money don't think about that shit.
Boom.
People with money don't even talk about that
Boom.
fucking. That's to
Man,
be
that's
honest.
why I like you
Well,
know,
hold on.
shout out
No,
Ken, man.
That's why I
Sometimes,
like
man.
you too.
Ignorant. Boom. You fucking nailed the motherfucker.
That's why I like YouTube, because it's completely different than reality.
Yeah, ain't TV, nigga. No, let me stop. Shit. Damn it. I don't got drunk, Stanley. Shit.
You got? You got?
Yeah, I was asleep. I woke up drinking. I had bought a case of. I
Oh,
bought a case.
motherfucker. Don't do that. Don't fucking wake up drinking.
Shit, I ain't even had no coffee, Stanley. Fuck. Man,
All right, well, my point,
everybody.
I have a very specific reason for saying anti-black. If you cannot figure out that black culture is a culture within a culture, if you think everything black people do is wrong, but better yet, if you think, well, Carmelo Anthony murdering a white boy is a reflection on the black community, you're an anti-black. Motherfucker, Carmelo Anthony is not my son. He's not my family. He's on the other side of the country. How the fuck does that reflect on me? It doesn't. If you want to do 2 weeks worth of shows and lose sleep over whether it was a cleat or a knife, and I am part of that community because I kind of got wrapped up in it for a day or two. Dude, I have a black son to raise. I have a black family. I have a black father. Carmelo Anthony literally means he's had zero impact on my life.
Well,
And I know it's content. But
I agree with him. He did what he was supposed to do, and if anybody else feel some type of way, they're cowards, and they telling somebody to be a coward. I don't care what color he was. He did what he was supposed to do. You're a coward.
No, that's not where I was going with this.
Oh,
I
my bad.
think we need to just let it play out.
I mean, it's gonna.
There
play
is
out
a
how
justice system, right, wrong, indifferent. Carmelo Anthony has parents. They need to worry about Carmelo, not Stanley Cross, not Ignorant, not John Galt. He has parents. It is not a culture problem.
What's not a culture problem? What are you talking about?
Carmelo.
That happened?
Yeah, it's not a culture problem, at least not a national culture problem. It's not a black community problem. It is a Carmelo's parents problem. It is a Frisco, Texas problem. It is not an NAACP problem.
Well, the reason that we
Local
think it's
NAACP, maybe.
Hold on, Stanley. The reason it's an issue is because we know how it works in America, right?
It's
Even though
not
he
an
was
issue.
even
It's
though he was in the
literally
right.
not.
Do we know how it works?
Yes, I do.
How does it work?
If you ain't got the skin to fit in, that's
Motherfucker,
a real
I
thing.
don't judge shit. I don't do justice by skin color.
That's not you. You're not the
Okay,
judge. Listen.
if
Listen.
you are making it your problem, you have kids.
No,
You don't have
I
time
understand
for
that.
Mello.
Listen to what I'm saying. If you were that judge, right, and a kid came to you and he resembled your son, do
I'm
you
not
think
the
you would
judge. That's
listen?
my point.
Take
I'm
yourself
not the
out of this.
judge, and
Okay.
it's not my son.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, though.
Dude,
Logic.
you are
I'm giving you a
asking for
scenario.
empathy or sympathy, and
No, I'm not.
I'm not going to waste my time doing it.
I'm not doing that. I'm just asking you as
No,
a
no, no, no.
man.
You're asking me to. I'm
No, I'm
not going to
not.
do
I'm
it.
asking you as a man. If you were a judge, this is a hypothetical situation. If you were a judge and a black kid came to you and resembled your kid, do you think you would be more lenient on him or not?
I'm not a judge.
This is a hypothetical, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I have
It
learned.
doesn't.
Now, I will give you your answer right after I, as a 60-year-old man, have played a lifetime of hypotheticals with motherfuckers who want to make these sorts of points. The hypotheticals are really probably our biggest problem when it comes to race relations. I would judge that kid on the law.
Well, you're not the regular person, so you're not gonna speak rational. So
I
we have
think
to go to
I am
hypotheticals.
as regular, motherfucker. I'm as regular as you are. Seriously.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Dude, I'm just another black guy. Motherfucker, what the
But I'm
fuck do
saying
you think I am?
you're not a regular person, right? You're your own individual. That's
Fuck
what I'm
you.
saying. You're your own individual, and because any other person, bro, believe it or not, bias exists, whether you believe it
Oh,
or
no,
not.
no, no, no. I'm not denying that bias exists. I'm saying I try to look, if you know that bias exists within yourself, should you resist it or should you give into it? Within
I don't, I
yourself.
don't, I don't capitulate. I don't do anything. I'm on my bill. I do me. That's what I do.
Good. So I think that you should resist bias. You ask me that hypothetical, I basically would resist looking at skin color or even circumstance. You literally have to deal with the law. What does the law say? What is within your judgment? Now, that's the beautiful thing about the law is look, we know what the minimum the law is going to do. Is this kid is this kid
Put some clothes on the ass, man.
I think that we fool ourselves when we talk about hypotheticals. Honestly, I don't know what I would do. It depends on how the lawyer talks. It depends on the attitude of the child. It depends on a lot of things. I'm literally not there. There are things hypotheticals don't cover. You know, if the motherfucker came up popping gum and talking shit, it pisses me off. It's gonna not go. Excuse me. It's not gonna go well for him.
Talking is one thing, but physically touching, that's another. That's what I'm.
All
I
I
just
have to
know me
say,
personally. If I
all
was
I
in that
have to say
situation,
is this dependency on hypotheticals that people in this YouTube space want to do.
it's all you can
It's
do, right?
part of the
Speculate.
problem, dude.
Hey, ask me the question, Ignorant.
Oh, which one? What about the judge?
Yeah, the judge question.
Your mic like went down, Dave.
Man, hold on. I got a phone call.
All right, tap back in. Oh no, I mean he might be biased though. Dave probably biased. He probably, he probably is an anti-black. like John, so he might already don't like niggas. So he gonna
Don't do Dave like that.
I'm saying
He's only somewhat better.
yeah, just somewhat.
No, Dave, I'm just kidding. No, Dave is asking.
Is he rational?
He will give you a judicious and well thought out answer. Is my
Stanley
point.
is irrational.
Irrational.
He's irrational, guys.
Fuck you.
Lindy got up here. He made her feel smaller than a lice.
Oh, motherfucker. You know what? I wish you were here so I could do it again.
He cooked her, and
Is that a picture of Lindy as your avatar?
Yes, that's Lindy's right there. Make America white woman again.
All right, yeah, I'm back. My bad.
Dave, what up, my boy?
What was the? Tell it, man. What's up? What's good?
The question was, if you were the judge and you had a son, right, who looked like a guy came to you, looked like your son, do you think you would have empathy for him and dealing with him? You good stuff.
The letter of the law. You have to judge them according to the letter of the law, no matter what. Don't you get reviewed as a judge, like for how you rule on cases? Isn't there a review?
You got to report them, though. You got to report them to that review for them to get in the. It's called the committee review, something like that. I know what you're talking about. They got to be reported, though. And bro, I've seen.
Yeah, but
I don't know if it's me, but you glitching. Come back in, Dave. Go out and come back in. You glitching out. No judges they biased, bro. I seen a white boy go in there with horrendous. I mean, stuff you hear in movies, stuff you would not believe. Literally, stuff you'll be like, this happened in my city. Like, you wouldn't believe it. Like, you'll be like, are you serious? And you'll see a guy come in here for a chocolate bar. He stole a chocolate bar and waited for the cops because they had nowhere to sleep. They gave him 5 years. Well, goddamn, it was an almond bar. What was he said it was? A blue almond, some almond. And the white guy, bro, horrendous things I would never speak. You understand? And it wouldn't come off my tongue. Reading it hurt my eyes, hurt my heart. You understand? Reading his papers.
The fuck? Dave's back. Ask him the question again.
So Dave, salute. How you doing? I was saying, if you were a judge and a African American male, I don't know if your complexion is African American, but if you were a BLK, someone came to you and they look like your son, do you think you would have more empathy for them or no?
Dave?
He said
Well, Dave must be driving.
Dave said he would stay to the point of the law. Something about everything in the law. He said something about that, but that's not how it works. It's like you don't understand.
I think that Mr. Dave.
You're dealing with humans. That's what people don't get. You're dealing with humans, and humans have bias. They have races. They're discriminated. They're prejudiced.
Okay, I don't know. You know what? I never thought I would say this. You sound like a fucking leftist.
I can say that last part again.
You sound like a leftist. The law is the law.
Nah, see, you work for the law, so you don't think there's no problem with them. You one of them
I don't
people.
work for the law.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
Daddy government told you to get on a boat and go to Asia and go steal some Chinese rice. You would have had to go do that, right? You wouldn't even know what you was going over.
Motherfucker, the last time I worked for the government, it was the Navy. That's not the law. The Navy is not law enforcement.
Oh, you were worse. They were
Coast
dropping
Guard,
you in the
Coast
water.
Guard is law enforcement, by the way.
You were worse than you were murdered. Come on, man.
Motherfucker, really?
You're fucking John Wick over here out of water. You're a fish
Dude,
with a gun.
You are horrible.
You're a fish with a gun. You guys are dangerous, man.
No, the
military
is not.
You're a trained killer. I'm terrified of you.
No.
You know how to train
We
somebody.
just know what to do when it needs to be done.
They gotta break you down first. You know how hard that you're literally butt broken mentally. You know that? It's the only way you can comply. They have to break you. It's crazy. Right. It's just crazy, man. It's unbelievable. But it's unbelievable. But yeah, man. Anyway, we're not a monolith. I think that guy did what he had to do, man. He poked him one time, the kid died. I think that was God, if you ask me. God, like, yeah, I don't want you out here no more, little guy. Like, you can't blame. I mean, unless he had a Jason Voorhees knife and he poked him once, and yeah, he needs to go to jail for a long time. What the hell is he doing with this big ass knife? But you said he poked him with some little. I gotta see all the paperwork. And they said they charged him with murder in the first. He gonna beat that. Y'all was supposed to charge him with involuntary manslaughter. Y'all paying it. And just because he a blackity black and y'all hate blackity black, y'all want him to do 1,000 years. But if a white boy would have did that to a nigga, y'all would have said, well, that nigga
wait, hold it. Let's
around.
reset some stuff here.
First
off, let's not. Okay, you are a young solid snake at this point.
How so?
First off, let's refrain from the N-word. Let's do better. And Dave, are you there?
No N-words. I got you, buddy.
Mr. Deacon Dave. All right. Well, you know what? Apparently he has gone to sleep, and Solid Snake has
oh shit.
Wait, who's got the birds?
I'm watching birds fight right now. This is amazing.
Oh, that's cool. See, I like birds. I like trees.
It's beautiful out here.
That motherfucker is hey, I love birds. I love trees. If you are outdoors, dude, good job.
Bird sanctuary.
I am on board for being outdoors.
I love birds, man. It's a million different birds here. It's crazy.
Sounds beautiful. Can y'all hear me now?
It's enchanting, actually.
All right, cool. Y'all was talking. Y'all was acting like y'all couldn't hear me. I know y'all can hear me.
Well, no, we literally couldn't hear.
Y'all want to play games and shit.
So he can say shit, right? Nah, Dave, we already know you biased, man. You against the blackity blacks.
I'm as neutral as it gets, man. I don't pick a side, and I think that's what pisses people off.
So, what is your stance on Carmelo Anthony? Do you think he's guilty?
I think if he cut his hair, he might have a chance. But if he walk in the courtroom with them turds on his head, it's over.
So you telling me a goddamn haircut?
It can make a difference, man, and maybe people will see
it's
that.
called respectability politics.
And he has to play all of it.
The anti-black blacks and the assimilationists depend on that haircut.
Oh, okay, Stanley. So you don't think that matters?
I'm just messing with you. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Hey, Stanley, I got a question. If you see and this is a hypothetical, like ignorance.
Oh
If you
shit,
see,
he
Oh
don't like
Lord, another
hypothetical.
one.
if you're a landlord, right, and you got two rental applications in front of you, one, on the top of the application, one of them's name is Hillary. On the top of the second application, the name is Darnisha or something crazy. Darnashika or something.
It's over. She's done.
Which one? And you got one open unit, and you have to pick from these two applicants, and they're both evenly qualified. They have the what is that? They have enough money to pay or whatever. Which one are you going to pick? It strictly comes down to
Well,
which one, picking one or
see,
the
this
other.
is the problem with hypotheticals. Do I get to meet them first? Because that's actually
Okay, but if you meet them, what's you going to base it
how I'm
on?
going to. That's
He want to
actually
sleep.
how
He
I'm
gonna
going
see
to
which one he
choose.
want to sleep with first.
I am.
I know
No.
that Stanley was
Well,
method. He
not
would see which one's more
necessarily.
sexy.
I do have a story about that. Not a landlord story, but a hiring boss story. But no, I'd have to meet him. I'm not going to choose from an application unless I have to.
How do you think people choose it?
Motherfucker, I just told you how I would do it. I'm not people. You asked me, that's my answer.
You would pick the one with the most booty meat.
You know what? I would pick the one that looks the most respectable.
Motherfucker.
Exactly. You're saying what I'm saying.
No ass. He want
Right.
no ass.
So Darnisha, if Darnisha looks more respectable, Darnisha gets the place.
See why cutting your hair is important for this trial?
Well,
We
it
don't want to
depends.
acknowledge that, but that's true.
Depends.
I don't see the
So,
correlation.
hey, I'm not going to cut my hair, motherfucker. But I'm at a different place in life. I don't need an apartment.
See, Stanley, you'd rather be an NIGGA so you could get drunk and smoke weed all
No,
day.
you know what? I don't believe in NIG. Dude, motherfucker, here is the deal. I am not down. I'm not cool. Really never have been. But I've known motherfuckers who fucking were just like down. You know, they, you know, dreadlocks, you know, whatever the fuck. A smart person looks like you want to look. You got to fucking use the right tool for the right job. If you want to go work for IBM, you're not going to wear dreadlocks. Now, back in my day, it's been a while since I've had a job, but it just so happened I was raised to have the military haircut and all that stuff. If you want to work for Google now, you might be able to get a job with dreadlocks, but motherfucker, you're gonna have to be a 4.0 from like MIT. They're not gonna give that much of a fuck what you look like.
Right. You can have two qualified
But it's
candidates.
a trade-off. It's a trade-off. If you are a 3.0 from MIT, you might want to have a haircut. It just, motherfucker, that's why you have parents to look, motherfucker. You look like a slob and your grades aren't that good. You know, you need a level set.
Yeah. That was a big thing when Kevin Samuels was coming up because I used to watch him. Well, I don't believe in the high value man rhetoric or nothing like that, but
Well, I kind of do, but it depends. I mean, you don't have to be a high value man. Dude, this is what people like Kevin Samuels and John Galt and Ock Nation, motherfucker, you're not in a cookie jar. All the cookies,
Who the fuck is
all the cookies are not the same size. You might be a bigger cookie or a smaller cookie. Know where you are. Know what. I keep saying Renaissance man or Swiss Army knife, right tool for the right job. Dude, life is situational. And this is what, honestly, this is what motherfuckers don't seem to understand. And maybe it's what the military taught me. You are not, every situation is not the same. You might have to take extraordinary measures. You might have to tone it down. You might have to tone it up. Motherfucker, read the room.
That's very important. But his show, the one show that had everybody in an uproar, was the
Life
one where
is
he
not
was,
a goddamn show.
no, the one show for my example was the one where he was telling guys that you have to cut your hair if you want the job, and that was the one show that he
Oh,
got
well,
the most
motherfucker, if
pushback
you
for.
want the job, cut your hair.
Yeah,
That
yeah. So
what is the debate?
no, there's no debate. We agree on this,
Well,
but
no, not with you. I mean, the person that dude was talking to, motherfucker, if you want the job.
see, this is
There's
where you're
no
gonna catch.
debate,
This is
and
where you're gonna get mad
there's
because he
no
was talking to
motherfucking,
black
well,
men.
wait, hold it. There's no discrimination law motherfucking suit either. If you want the job, don't
Right.
sue. Do you want the job?
Well, he was talking to a bunch of black men, and all they did was give him pushback instead of trying to understand the concept. But it's not you who are going to write the criteria for why you get the job or why you don't. But don't let it boil down to something so trivial. And like there shouldn't be an emotional attachment to your hair. You could let that go for a better tomorrow. You could
Oh,
grow your
come
hair
on
grow
now.
back.
It depends. Again,
But it's like
motherfucker, I
talking
have
to
an
children.
emotional attachment to my hair.
But it was like talking to
60.
children.
Right.
Well, you're
The right,
accomplished. Like,
the right
yeah.
situational. Dude, when I was a kid, like that military haircut, and you know what? It really wasn't like it was the fashion. Okay. Afros were not a thing unless your name was Michael Jackson. You know, afros were not a thing when I was growing up. So yeah, you had the waves, you motherfucker, and it had to be like tight.
All right, thank you.
That shit was around when I was in the 8th grade, 7th grade. Plus, my parents know you're gonna have a haircut.
Yeah. I used to have long hair, and I remember crying the first time I had to cut it. My dad told me. He
Well, I
explained
had
that to
long
me.
hair until like my first haircut.
He explained that to me at what, 8 years old, 5 or 8, I forget. I don't remember. But he
Mod
explained
Squad.
it to me.
Yeah, Mod Squad, but I remember watching the Mod Squad like on TV, but no, the Afro, that was it Link? I can't remember the character's name, the black character's name, but no, Savannah, Georgia, Afros, literally, it didn't fucking matter whether you had good hair or not, motherfucker. You don't wear like these huge blowout kits.
Oh, what's the
Believe it or
one guy
not,
from the
blowout kits, that
Democrat
was
Party?
kind of a ghetto thing.
What's the one black guy that's got the afro and on the Democrat side? I forget his name.
Currently?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think his name is Justin something.
Oh, you're talking about the Tennessee, like he's in the State House on Tennessee. Yeah. That's Tennessee, motherfucker. He's not on the national stage. I know you're talking about the one he and his buddy got tossed out and had to be reelected. Yeah, I know you're talking about. But
yeah, if he
no,
had to cut his hair, he'd cry.
And it's not that big an afro.
No, but if he had to cut it, he would cry. Thank you so much.
You know what, motherfucker? It'll be the white people who cut it off of him when they take him to a tree.
Motherfucker, this is Tennessee, some bitch.
You too.
Yeah,
Oh, she was
some
sweet.
bitch.
So you need to get like me and order your beer.
No, I cut that off. I can't grow a good beard, so there is no
No,
reason for me to oil it.
no, I said order your beer. Order
Oh, I
that Bud
did.
Light. Have it delivered.
I just ordered it on I've never fucking ordered beer. I didn't know you could do it in Georgia.
Oh yeah, I think that's
It
everywhere.
says it's gonna be here by 5:05.
You got an hour and a half, man.
Motherfucker,
That's
I had
crazy.
no idea you could order beer. I always go out and get it. So thank you. And you will never believe who told me, hey, you can do this. It was a fucking Uber driver.
Oh yeah, everything they sell you can order. You can order
No,
some
but
places that ain't even on the list.
not in Georgia. I used to be able to order bourbon, like my Buffalo Trace. I used to be able to order it online, and then Georgia cut it off. You couldn't order like actual alcohol. So literally, it's been like maybe 3 years since I ordered like bourbon. And I just figured, Georgia's kind of weird. It alcohol delivery, and I would have never thought to do it if an Uber driver hadn't said, "Hey, you can do this online."
I hate to do this, Stanley, but I'm working and whatnot.
That is no problem. It is time for me. Unless someone else wants to hit the link, that is my cue.
Yeah, because
I
I'm
am
trying to.
at 10 hours and 30 minutes. My feelings will not be hurt.
Well,
You need I don't know. Here's the link, folks. I'm gonna put it in both chats. Uh I can stay on longer. I am down to 13 people in the chat. Look, John Galt is much more amusing and sometimes more to your entertainment liking. I've been on for a while. I've had a good run for today. I am okay. And I see Drip is on.
Never heard of him.
The Drip Show? Oh, fuck. You know what? I totally forgot about Rat Raven. There's a friend of mine from England who tuned in early today. And my buddy from England is going to be on in an hour and a half.
Oh, that one show, the political show, the pro blacks of
No,
England.
that's Charles.
No, the pro black show that you go on.
I go on a lot of black shows.
No, it's a pro black show from England that you go on.
Oh, that's Rat Raven. Yeah. It's his.
That's the one. That's the
Won't
one you're
be
talking
on.
about.
Yeah. And I
Right.
don't go over there. I hadn't been there in a while, but one of my friends from that show, a darling woman, Kushti Cosmetics, that's her handle. She's a darling woman and so patient with me. She's got this beautiful, she's Somali background. She's got a beautiful English accent. Man, so she visited the show because she's in Britain, and the morning show is more her time. And she's always been lovely to me, even when I'm ornery. Motherfuckers, y'all think I'm ornery just here?
Oh man! Hey, drop the link to that show if you can. I want to sub to that. I want to check that out.
Rat Raven. Yeah, I'll put the link in the back.
All right, cool. But with that,
I'm gonna put the show link in the back, and then you can watch it and sub from there.
Okay.
And it's not even to my liking, and I'm kind of, center left. This is actual pro-black. Now, this is pure pro-black. Like, they will go, not only am I pro-black, why the fuck aren't you? Get on code, motherfucker.
Oh, you gotta send FKC over there.
No, they are literally like, hey, let's make our own country black. That's not that funny, motherfucker. They are serious. And
I
used to love going fucking with them. Because I think they're maniacs. However, this has been like 3-4 years. I don't even go fuck with them because they just go, "Oh, Stanley, you're just an asshole," and we're all good.
Is it worse than Q Butters though?
I've literally never listened to a whole Q Butter show.
It's hard to do.
To be honest, just the titles alone. Now these aren't like Moorish or what's the other one? Hebrew Israelites. No. It's pretty much a Pan-African thing. Not that sort of black. There are all kinds of pro-black. This is what y'all motherfuckers don't understand. There are several types of being pro-black, and you need to fucking choose your flavor.
Yeah, I'm gonna click this link and I gotta get to work.
All right.
I appreciate you, Stanley.
Yes, sir. Dave, dude, you are so welcome on this panel. You keep me honest.
Sometimes I just want to stir the pot. But that's what's up.
No, I always enjoy it. All we need now is SKC. The circle will be unbroken.
You never know when he's gonna show up, man. But when he does, I don't even talk because I know he's like this fool.
Well, apparently my sole job is to keep Richard entertained at work. Dude. All right. Well,
all right, man. I'm out.
All right. Enjoyed it.
Yep.
Damn, I have no clue how to keep people entertained. You know what? Drip is on. Hopefully Drip won't get mad. I'm gonna abscond because actually, you know what? I've never been on Drip's panel, but there are friends there, and most of them just go, you know what? You're just an asshole. We're just gonna. It's okay if you're an asshole.
Is still trying to kill that. And here's a direct quote from the president this afternoon. He says Elon's totally lost it. So we don't expect to see a phone call between these two men, at least today. We shall see where this goes. In the meantime, the White House here, John, is trying to figure out what to do with that red Tesla with Florida plates that, remember, Trump bought at full price back in March. It's still sitting here on the White House grounds.
He paid full price.
It's either going to be given away or it's going to be sold off. The president actually has not said anything on camera about this dust up today. He dodged the question
what's up,
last
man?
evening after briefly commenting on Musk during a visit with the
now
German
he's
chancellor.
going to sell the car.
I'd
Really?
rather have him criticize me than the bill because the bill is incredible. Elon's upset.
Elon don't like that bill, Trump. He don't like that bill. He know you a sneaky link, Trump. Trump, this drip. Remember when I called you about the immigrant that we had to get up out of here?
Hilarious.
Trump, this drip. Hey, Trump. Yeah, remember I called you about the person named JP? Remember I said he was using the EBT? Didn't I tell you that? I called you and told you he was getting $3,800 a month. And I was upset. Remember I called you and told you that, Trump? That bill you trying to put out ain't gonna put it, brother.
I think it's gonna come
So
to that.
now since you petty and you and your Mickey Ficky feelings I think you gonna sell the goddamn Tesla or give it away because you mad at your baby daddy.
Oh my Lord.
You big man.
I would, I was hoping Trump would give it to Barron, as a
Tesla.
Dad buys a car.
You got it parked out in front of the goddamn White House. Dusty than a motherfucker. It ain't clean. Tell somebody to clean that motherfucker. Boy, look at here. Artifacts is Friday. I'm fuck it. It's fuck it and is the fuck Friday. That's what the name of the show is. Friday and is the fuck and will the fuck Friday. Ooh, shit. A vixen. They trying to sell the damn Tesla. Well, since you don't agree with the bill, let me get my money. What that song called? LA just want my money. Ooh la la. Yeah. Trump say,
oh,
give
Richard,
me my money.
this shit that
What is
is
ragged ass Tesla?
hilarious. You devious motherfucker.
Boy, somebody gonna
Oh
hijack
my
that.
Lord, I would have never thought of that.
Man, Dr. Carter say we got the puppet master strings on our shoulders. They got us doing this shit. They need to put one on my middle finger, Dr. Quantum, so I can that, like, know what I'm saying? Like, that'll be loud, though. That'll be loud. That'll be loud. I'm trying to tell you. That'll be live, Craig. Just give me my money. Yeah.
Because we took the EV mandate. Elon and I had a great relationship.
What up, Breezy?
I don't know if we're well anymore.
Mr. President, how do you respond to Elon Musk claims that the Epstein files?
So for his part, Musk appears to be a little bit more open to mending relations. Last night, he posted on X that he won't, in fact, be decommissioned.
You know what they said about old Musketeer? They said Musketeer was on the spectrum. I don't really go down them rabbit holes about that type of shit because I got a cousin who had a baby that was like that too. And they treated him different. You know what I'm saying? I ain't like that shit. I end up getting into it with her baby daddy grandparents, bro, because they think they know every goddamn thing and ain't read a book since 1920. I ain't bullshitting y'all. Let me just give you a prime example. We at Top Golf, bro. It's his birthday.
Silent
It's
Snake,
my
he
little
said
cousin's
nothing like that.
birthday. Bruh. She got the little homie turned towards the wall, bro. Everybody for him, they playing golf, they celebrating him, and they got him turned towards the wall, bro. Like I'm telling y'all, Drip love the kids, bro. Like, bro, I don't like that type of shit, bro. I don't like that shit. It's fucked up. I don't give a damn what's wrong with it. I don't treat him like something wrong. I always all of those point shit. Now, talk to your uncle. Or I always say I'm the uncle. Talk to me. And they be so shocked because I treat him like that and he listens to me. He was at my house about 3 weeks ago. Him and my nephew, you know what I'm saying? And my nephew be like, oh, he don't like to talk to me. I'm like, well, D3, you know what I'm saying? He gotta develop his vocal cords. I said some wild shit like that, I swear to God. It was quick though, it was quick. And he was like, okay, okay. Because he's actually older than my nephew, but his mindset is like the age of my nephew. You know what I'm saying? Or probably younger than that. But he had wanted some fruit snacks or something, and he always point and like make like a little sound. He's like, I'm like, nah, bro, you can't do me like that. You ain't finna on me, goddammit. What you want? The boy said, fruit snacks. Boy, I must have, when I tell y'all, I'm transparent. I don't give a fuck how you feel about me. That shit damn near had me in tears, bro. I ain't gonna bullshit because everybody like, he don't talk. And
Oh, you're back.
I don't believe that shit. Straight up. Because it almost got me emotional now. But I don't believe that shit. You feel me? I don't believe in that he don't talk shit now. But when I need him to talk, he talk. It might not be a lot, but when he talk, bro.
Okay, the neo-homeless? I've literally never heard that term. Is that really a thing, Nanette? The neo-homeless. Oh, my Lord.
You're not standard. Those cats make a lot of money, man. You got a lot of cats out here. They get a lot of money in their bank account. They just posing as homeless because they don't want to invest in the real estate market in no way, shape, or form. They straight up communists. They the ones producing this AI.
Wait, whoa. The homeless are communists?
Well, let's say it like this. You literally, like these cats don't, I'm telling you, they live in village. That's what he's telling you. They want to live like that, bro. They college educated, computer engineers, programmers, so forth. But they'd just rather wait till society fails.
Motherfucker, you know.
I know it sounds stupid, Stanley.
And John Galt. Man, y'all just fucking see something and you just fucking auto-generate conspiracy theories. What the fuck is it with you folks? What is it that makes one a conspiracy theorist? When's the last time you even met, motherfucker, when is the last time you even met a homeless person?
That's a computer program?
Motherfucker, literally. It's a simple question.
It's
when
a couple
is
of
the
them
last
walking around my
God
little
damn
city
it,
right
you're
now.
about to be off this panel. This is why when is the last time you met, experienced, even saw a homeless person?
Stanley. Well, what you call a homeless person? I'm talking about people that live in their cars. I talked about that the other night.
This is what gets me so.
Bad by the river.
This is why I motherfucking kick assholes off the panel. What the fuck is it with you black people like Solid Snake? You anti-black people can't fucking answer a question. When, not where, motherfucker. When is the last time you met someone?
When did I see a homeless person?
When is the
Are
last
you
time
serious?
when is the last time you met a homeless person?
Stanley, I feed the homeless every night I get off work.
So last night. Why couldn't you just say last night, motherfucker? Why could you?
I literally just walk out the store with food. And people that's homeless and can't afford food, I take all the scraps to the place to trade we just sell that day. I bring it to the house and I give it away.
I can't motherfucking answer a simple question. You could have just said last night. And we could have developed the conversation from there, but no, motherfucker, you just want to overcomplicate. What is it with you white shade loving anti-black blacks? Why can't you just answer a simple question?
Why I can't just like American culture? Why I gotta be white?
I asked, so last night is the last time you met a homeless person, you fed them last night, right?
I mean, Stanley, I know homeless people. Yeah, there's homeless people here.
Okay, you literally said that you fed the homeless last night, correct?
Yeah.
What did you give them for dinner?
Whatever we had left.
Oh, you mean at the store?
I do this every night. I work at a gas station. Whatever we don't sell, whether it be a pizza,
okay, from the deli,
be chicken tenders, whatever. It might be some. We if you ever been to a place called like what they call that place? Black people love that place. God damn it. It's not Checkers, it's something like that. But anyway, you know, we make the same menu pretty much. But it's like when we don't sell something or somebody have a DoorDash and don't nobody come pick it up, end of the shift, don't nobody come pick it up with us, we just give it away. I just literally just give away somebody food every night. And I mean, it's a lot of them, man. There's a lot of them, and I literally just sit up here at the house at night.
Those were the
live
rich people.
I literally just sort out the
those
food,
were
and I
the
feed
rich
it to them,
people
so they
you
can
were
have something to
talking
eat at
about
night.
who were homeless. They were
I
rich.
also sell them cigarettes and
Were
beer
they
if they got some
rich?
change on them.
Were
But they're
they
just cheap.
rich? You said they're all rich, right?
I didn't say they was rich. I said they pretty much don't have to live in the car, but they choose to live in the car, Stanley. They choose to live that way, man.
Oh, okay.
You don't get it. They really choose to live that way. It's a way of life.
You're
It's a
meeting them.
lifestyle.
You're meeting them and feeding them. You should know whether they can afford it or not.
Exactly. That's why I try to go and make my little change outside of it. They don't want to pay full price. But I do feed the homeless, though. You know, those that can. Those who can't, you know what I'm saying? Just take whatever you can. Just get what's left. I hate to be that guy, but it is what it is. I'm not a communist, Stanley. I don't believe all men are created equal.
Communist.
I know that's a lie. I don't believe all men created equal. I don't believe that.
They don't like your kind, so stop talking. What the fuck? How suicidal are your testimonial pleas? I swear this is an alien just come here from Mars testing out his English to see if people can understand it. Who is they don't like blacks? Who is they? Alien. Aren't you supposed to ask me who my leader is and for me to take you to him? AI bot. Oh, is that what that is? Oh, damn it. Luckily, you're here to advise me there, Richard. So let's get back to what Drip is saying.
Nah, that's for sure. You talking about the with the kids, Mr. DJ? Nah, for shit show. I'm thinking about it, just changing my thumbnail real quick on God. On God. Oh man. Yeah, man, that's crazy work. They had him turned to the wall, bro. I was upset, bro. Yup. Yeah, Vixie said get him ability to have the opportunity, and learn. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, like I'm telling you, man, that shit for real, man. Happy Friday, man. It is Friday, the fuck and is and will
Do a
fuckery,
Captain
foolery,
Kirk logic
shenanigan,
trap?
the fuck.
I have
Friday.
no fucking clue.
Yeah, we got it
Logic
all
trap?
in one.
You mean a catch
Based
20?
on who they trust. Boss man, that's bro. You just hit it on the head, I think, bro, because they be fucking with him, boss man. Like, why would you isolate him? And he got a brother, an older brother that love his little brother, but they isolate this boy, bro. They isolate him, bro. Like he gonna just ruin the world, Craig. I don't know, bro. I don't know. And I don't be wanting to say too much, y'all, because I could drop their ass off. You feel me? He ain't never stayed with me overnight, so I don't know what the shit they be seeing. They was like, he'll have a tantrum and just get to going crazy. I don't doubt that. That's part of what's going on.
Let me turn
I've
this
seen
down.
And I can't hear you over the video.
You've been on Drip's on Drip's channel before, right?
I don't think so.
Ooh, he screams so loud. It's crazy.
Well, he's a friend.
I've been on Platinum Elite. I usually hang out on Platinum Elite.
Okay.
Well, and he be making these little noises. It's like he whining, but he not. So I like me being Uncle Drip.
Well, I was going to say, you know, I enjoy listening to Drip,
And now
but
guess what they
it's
saying when I do
better
that shit? Oh, he
when
sing a
you're not
song. So
like.
guess what? On the
It's
Drip
better when
album,
you're going to sleep.
I sound just like his ass.
It just
Whatever
it
he
just
doing, I
works
do it
better
with
when
him
you drift off to
and
it.
be on. I'm talking about all in his neck, in his face, just come here. No,
Why you say that? Well, yeah, I couldn't listen to him too long personally. I ain't gonna lie. I can't listen to him personally.
We're gonna have to
I listen
move
to
away.
cats like that on the street, you know, and I be listening to him, you know, and I'm like, well, I'm a recluse. I don't really get out here like that, you know.
Oh
And
shit! Wait, hold it. Where'd you go fishing, Samuel? This is a fishing trip is way more interesting.
yeah, I'm saying, yeah, you wouldn't take a guy like that on a fishing trip, man.
Who Drip?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're talking, you'll scare the fish away. Oh shit! Really? What saltwater fishing or you go fuck? God damn it! Fishing in Maine, motherfucker, you are big time. Saltwater, freshwater.
Are you willing to date a basic man? Now that's a good topic.
Yeah, I thought so. God damn it, dude! Did you catch anything? Tell the body. You're its creator. You know what? I've lost interest on it. The bot can hit the link if it wants.
That'd be crazy.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I've only been to Freeport. Like I've been to the LL Bean store. And this is like fucking 30 years ago. God damn, dude. That must have been awesome. Did you take pictures, Samuel? If so, fucking email them to me. I'll show them. Oh wow, that's nice. Nice. Good for you. Well, let's listen to what this young lady has to say.
Okay, I went to the gym this morning and one of the gym staff asked me a question, like a dating question. He asked me, what if I met, a guy, like, a basic guy who, does go to work. He can afford to take me to dinner. He can afford to take me to lunch. He can afford to do like, the little basic things, but he can't afford to, take trips and, he can't afford to,
if he is
extravagant
not
things. How
what you
would that make me
need,
feel?
move on.
That's what the man asked me.
Or give him
I
time.
said,
Why is this a
I
dilemma?
can work with that
Why are you
as
not
long
talking to your
as
parents?
his goal is to elevate higher. I don't want anyone to be simply complacent and comfortable where they're at. Because if you settle for what he's giving you, he will never feel he has to do better. But will I talk to a man who at least has the basics? Yes. I'm telling you.
Jesus fucking Christ. Why would this man work hard for you? This is bullshit. Ugh. This is
Man, you don't know how
literally.
many of these women actually exist, do you?
I don't know. This is neither one of them deserve each other.
Hey, Stanley, remember back in the early 90s, we used to embarrass women that gave it up for a Happy Meal.
We weren't a we in the early 90s.
Well, I'm just saying, it was common, it was common.
We
Well, we
were
was in
naval,
high school back in the 90s,
we
Stanley, because I
were
forgot
not
you was
in
old
high
man.
school. We were a naval
But you were
officer.
probably a year out of college.
We were a naval officer in the early 90s, getting the pussy anytime I wore a uniform. There is no comparison, son.
Oh, I mean, not a police officer, Marine officer. Oh, shit. Well,
No,
see, Stanley, that's what
I
I'm
was
talking
Navy.
about.
I was Navy, not Marines.
But that's my point. That's why I don't understand how you gonna fight for a country that allow women to vote. And you know your seat don't mean shit to them. That's crazy.
Wait, hold it. What did you say? How
Nothing.
am I going to fight for a country that allows women to vote? Because it's the motherfucking 19th Amendment in the U.S. Constitution.
I expect women to hate me. I expect feminist women to hate me. I'm sorry. I'm not anti-black.
Y'all literally swear an oath to defend the Constitution, bitch. They didn't ask you if you like what's in it.
And we need to amend the Constitution.
Stop asking me stupid ass questions.
I ain't gonna lie, Stanley. You know what I was on the line of? I'm thinking about appealing the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. I think, why you got to drop me, bro?
You're still here.
No, I'm just saying, bro. I just feel like we need to go ahead and appeal those
ask
rules,
me
man.
questions. See, when you ask a question,
there's a couple of more amendments I think we need to go ahead and drop,
damn
bro.
it. When you ask a question, you got to give a little time for an answer.
But I ain't gonna lie, Stan. I'm anti-feminist at this point, man. Listen to this woman.
Okay, let me tell you something. This anti-feminist motherfucker, what does the 19th Amendment have to do with feminism?
I didn't say the 19th. I said the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th.
Motherfucker, you literally said women not voting.
Oh, well, that's the 19th. You're right. But, I mean, I think that would lead up to the change of the 19th.
And
I think we need to go back.
See, this is where I really part ways with the anti-black blacks.
It's not anti-black,
motherfucker. I don't get to finish. You anti-black blacks want to be white males. That's really
hey,
the
DG, what up, man? Hit the
motherfucker. I
channel,
said
man.
what I goddamn dude. I said what I said. You anti-black blacks going on about the 19th Amendment. Y'all motherfuckers want to be white. That's your problem. You want to be white. John Galt wants to be white. Motherfuckers, y'all want to be white. You want to mimic white male power. That's your motherfucking problem.
I hope you're enjoying your Eid today, DG. Welcome to the panel, man. Welcome to the show.
What's up, Dwally? Motherfucker,
yeah, in the house.
if your dumbass wants to be white, I don't have to entertain your dumbass.
Come on, Stanley. Why you gotta be so
motherfucker?
hostile?
I'm calling it as I see it. Your fucking manosphere anti-black motherfuckers want to mimic white males. Let's
talk about what this woman just said, though. She got mad at a man because he couldn't afford to feed her.
Dude, seriously, stop trying to be white.
Stanley, what do you mean? How is that white? That ain't got nothing to do with race, Stanley.
I said what I said.
So what, just because I'm black, I'm supposed to feed her?
No, this silliness about about women, the 19th. Motherfucker, y'all sound like a white misogynist. Stop. Black males look like fools when they try and mimic white male power in America.
What do you mean, white male power? I'm talking about. Hold on, wait a minute. What do you mean, white male power?
Dude, am I stuttering?
So white male power equal money in your opinion?
Am I motherfucking stuttering?
So white male power equal money. Is that what you're saying?
Richard, I'm checking my mail right now. Let me put my email address in the chat. I said what I said, dude. When I hear motherfuckers going nattering on
about how bad women are in the 19th Amendment, you sound like a motherfucking.
Chivalry is dead. You already called me a bitch ass nigga when I opened the door for you. But all of a sudden now, if I don't buy you a motherfucking plate or a meal or something
Okay,
or some
Sam.
shit, come on, man, stop it. They need to get on code. Fuck what they telling the niggas.
Well, I'm gonna
They
give
got
it a
no right
second,
to tell
Sam.
the
If
niggas
you
shit
send it
till
to
they get
one that's
married.
on screen, it'll get here. Either that or it went to.
No, it probably got too much high resolution photos. And it's gonna
It
take
could
a
have
while.
gone to the spam folder.
Oh. I know it's been taking a long time for photos to go over these internet wires lately.
I don't see it yet, Sam, but it may get here. It's Stanley at jghb.info. So anyway, I'm kind of tired of hearing this. This is the thing about the black manosphere. It literally, y'all are fucking tired. It's tired old bullshit, which tends to be fairly boring, and I just get bored with it.
I'm just saying, how is it tiring for us to ask a woman to meet us where we at?
I heard you say repeal the 19th, or this is why women shouldn't be voting. So the same
Exactly.
old
Women
bullshit.
shouldn't be voting. Women shouldn't be participating in any administrative factor of the government at this point. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Sounds like a white boy.
Nope.
Yeah.
Sound like a patriot.
How is it patriotic to deny women a constitutional right? Tell me how that's patriotic.
How is it not?
Motherfucker, it is the law of the goddamn land.
How you think you ain't just a tool
Motherfucker,
being
don't
used
you
to touch the
dare
white man?
interrupt me. Don't you dare interrupt me when I'm talking about the United States Constitution.
Well, I'm gonna listen to you, but I don't agree with you.
Motherfucker, then you better listen intently. You basically not. If you want the Constitution changed, motherfucker, go through the process.
Fuck that, Stanley. They
There's
literally
whining,
using their grant citizenship.
there's
Stop that
whining
shit,
like
Stanley. They using their
whining
move to
like
grant
a
citizenship on the backs of black men, and I ain't gonna tolerate that shit now.
fuck you. You don't have a choice but tolerate it, you dumb son of a bitch. It's in the goddamn Constitution. Stop whining like a motherfucking white boy. Next thing, I'm going to hear you talking about reverse racism. Motherfucker, the law of the land is the law of the land. If you want to be a true white boy, fucking start an amendment process. But motherfucker, I'm bored hearing you whine about women's rights on my goddamn panel. Stop it. Obey the law or change it.
Well, Stanley, that's a white boy thing. The 19th Amendment. There ain't no black man thing.
No.
That's a lie, Stanley.
It is a bottom feeding white boy thing to whine like be brave.
Ain't no bottom feeding white boy gave up no right to no goddamn woman. Now you a damn lie.
Okay, you're
ain't no man gonna sit there and let no woman buy no land before he buy it. Cause that woman can easily just allow a pirate to come in, rape her, and have kids, and we just have goddamn property rights, and the kids can leave me on no property rights for they citizenship.
Lost the goddamn
do you even
argument.
understand how the Constitution of the country works?
Motherfucker, you already lost. Stop complaining.
Well, that ain't what the audience saying. That ain't what the comments in the chat saying.
I
don't understand what you're talking about.
The audience is not on this panel.
No goddamn woman out here with all these goddamn rights. That's what we at now.
Panel.
Shit, you can't even fight for the men to stay in the houses no more.
Dollar Snake.
But you allow illegal immigrants to come over here and get $20,000 goddamn grants.
Why don't you join the audience?
Man, get the fuck on, man.
You need
You
to
saying
join the
you working
audience.
at McDonald's, but you quiet about the
Join
motherfucker that
the
sits there
fucking
someday and just come to the
audience.
goddamn country
Join
and receive
the
a goddamn
audience.
federal grant money of $20,000 he ain't got to pay back. But my child going and enroll in college at HBCU, he got to be suffering his whole goddamn life with student loan debt. Stop that bullshit, Stanley. That's a double standard I can't allow you to have.
Fuck you. You are complaining about shit you have no hope.
To the 16 people in the chat, man, hit that like, man.
You are literally you can't change it. Stop whining about it, bitch.
I can't change it because a motherfucker like you got a right to vote. Because you fought for the country. Man, I'm back to the whole pre-civil rights war rights, motherfucker. Fuck you, man. Just because you fought for the country, you just supposed not to take your ass back to Africa. But ain't no way in hell you should have the right to vote and contain goddamn public policy when your ass can't even differentiate the difference between a motherfucking man and a woman.
You know
Fuck
what?
your shit, man.
What I at this point,
You just use that shit as some kind of glamoristic ass motherfucking posture. Fuck that. You don't mean shit.
At this point, I can't tell between a fucking white boy or a white man. You're neither. Don't tell me, motherfucker, I had the privilege of defending this goddamn country. What the fuck have you done? I've literally defended the Constitution in a motherfucking war overseas on a motherfucking ship in dangerous situations. And do you actually think I'm going to sit here and allow your silly ass to tell me about the Constitution, motherfucker? Fuck you. You need to fucking level set your dumb ass and realize who you're talking to, Solid Snake. Motherfucker, I don't talk about it a lot, but I'm a goddamn tried and true patriot. Fuck little boys like you who talk about shit but never defended it. Do better, son.
And you a motherfucking racist. And
Do better,
you, man. Stop doing that shit, man. Stop blaming white people for everything.
Do better, son.
You do better. Do better by your goddamn uniform and represent all Americans. Stop trying to motherfucking draw lines. Stop that bullshit, Stanley.
You talk a good game, but motherfucker, I've done shit. Stop the cap. I've defended the Constitution. I have more of a right to criticize it than your lazy motherfucking ass. Stop it. Don't pretend that there is equality on this panel. Stop it.
Stanley, you only defended yourself pre-goddamn conceived goddamn ideology. Your notion of what the fuck American culture and American country was. That's what you defended when you did it. But now that you know and you know better, goddamn it, I expect you to speak better. What in the hell wrong with you hollering about you defended your country? What the hell that mean?
I didn't. Well, wait, hold it, motherfucker. Wait. I'm not gonna let you sit here and fucking talk shit, motherfucker. You don't think I defended the country, motherfucker? You are such a sad little boy. You need to stop throwing your little motherfucking temper tantrum, son. Be a man. You're talking to a man, motherfucker. You better stand up and stop sniveling about women voting, bitch. If you have a problem with it, fucking fix the problem.
Hold on. Hey, y'all,
I don't have to hold on.
Stanley, stop. Stop. You wrong. You wrong. Just admit you wrong.
Have not. You have not.
Just admit you wrong, Stanley.
Privilege to tell me to stop. Fucking get a good goddamn attitude adjustment, son. I'm literally fucking getting tired of hearing you talk shit. Enough. Act your age.
You're not even a part of.
Motherfucker, I keep telling you to act your age. Act your age, man.
Well, why you don't think your age?
Motherfucker, I'm acting my age, telling you how to act. Young
why you
man.
keep putting me in the back, man? You keep letting all my smartest shit go out the window.
You can't seem to get a hold of your temper tantrum. Dude, if you have a problem with women voting, there's not a good goddamn thing you can do about it. Do the process of amending the Constitution or shut the fuck up. My panel is not your fucking red pill fucking crying place. I don't give a fuck
God, Stanley, really?
Women to vote or not.
Really, Stanley? Really,
yes,
bro?
Really, Solid Snake. Solid Snake, I said what I said.
Do you know the danger these women possess to our young men out here?
I do not know the danger
that we got in this country.
The only danger is you
These
drowning.
Women are a danger to.
The only danger, Solid Snake, is you drowning in your fucking fake white woman tears. Stop your fucking whining. Exercise your goddamn Y chromosome. Stop acting like a double X.
You defending women's right to vote, but I'm the one that got goddamn women tears.
Is it in the Constitution? You son of a bitch. If it's in the Constitution, I've defended it. What you're doing is crying white men's tears when you're a black man. Stop your motherfucking white man immature fucking crying. It's boring.
Okay, so you defended the white races you still complain about.
I am literally telling you.
So you defended those white races you claim Brady to be. You claim Brady to be. You defended those too, huh? You defended those too, huh? That's what you did. I'm supposed to be proud of that. I'm supposed to be proud that you got out there and used the white man system to defend and fight the white man wars on the backs of black people so you can sit back and complain about the white man country the rest of your goddamn life. Is that what I'm supposed to believe, Stanley?
Yes.
Man, stop the cap, man.
Dude, you sound
You don't believe none of that shit. And if you do, you're a goddamn psychopath. And I'm correct.
You are literally... Dude, you had to, you know what? Why am I even bothering?
You over there, guy. You support a military that bombs the same fucking people that own convenience stores in your goddamn community. Stop the shit, man. Stop the cap.
I'm literally
Stop the cap, man. Stop the cap.
I'm listening to a white ass licker. I'm literally listening to a white ass licker. I'm listening to a white ass licker criticizing me for defending the Constitution. This motherfucking country has gotten out of control, and it's white boys like you, Solid Snake, that are the problem.
Wait. The white people that put you in the military. The white people that put you in the military told you to fight that battle. But you want to try to complain because I'm sitting up here standing up for the culture they created. Man, come on, man. Stop the cap, Stanley. That shit don't work.
All I have to say, Solid Snake, is good cosplay.
I know I'm the greatest.
Stop pretending.
But you need to stop the cap.
Stop pretending to be the hotep you're not.
Stanley, whoever said I was a pro-black, I'm pro-man. I'm pro-American.
You're literally.
Damn, why you can't get that through your skull?
Motherfucker.
What the hell that mean being a pro-black? When a nigga
hear your cap. I hear
I'm scared of the black men and the white men. I'm scared of the black women and any goddamn thing on this planet. So please, Stanley, please. And I'm pretty sure many young African American males feel the same way.
Solid Snake.
What y'all simp ass motherfuckers ass out here? Hollering about you anti-black. No, nigga. No, nigga, you don't know what it takes to make a man. And you still ain't trying to accept it.
You know what, motherfucker? I literally have never asked a white man how to pay my fucking water bill.
You know what you asked that white man to do? How can I be a better American for this country? And I bet you sent your ass out there on that Navy ship, and I bet your ass sat up under all that goddamn water, and you didn't give a damn about that sub compressing on your black ass if it ever got shot, because you were doing it for the white man in the white man country. So shut the fuck up.
Dude.
Nigga, you fought for me to ask that white man to pay my water bill. Bitch, if that's the case, so stop playing. But I never did it, but you mad, nigga. You mad I don't have to ask a white man for a motherfucking thing. You mad, nigga, that I use your motherfucking weapon against a black man, and I utilize it to procure a future for me and my goddamn kids. So shut the fuck up while you sit your ass out there in that white man submarine bragging about your motherfucking white badge that the white man gave you from his white military. You sorry piece of shit.
You know what? This might work with other black people like yourself who are really the more you yell, the calmer I get, because I know I'm better than this.
Everybody hit that like button.
I know.
Support the host of the show, y'all. Support the channel.
Dude, you are amazing, Solid Snake.
Let's try to outdo the government.
Oh, dear.
Show this nigga we civilians appreciate him too.
Civilians like you do not know how to appreciate.
You damn right. I damn sure ain't. I ain't gonna never understand it, Stanley.
You will show your ass to the white man and then fucking pretend that I worship the white man. Motherfucker, you literally asked a white man to help you figure out how to pay your water bill? And you want to talk to
ask the white man how to be an American citizen.
I love
you literally asked the white man how to make you a better American citizen. And you think you earned all your stripes through that military by dating a white woman and having a baby. So how the hell you got stripes, nigga? You got your stripes through the white man. All your stripes come through the white man, through the white neighborhood, through the white school system. So please shut the fuck up trying to complain about black people. They got to complain about how black people functionality working right now. Please. That's because we got questions, nigga. We got a reason to have questions. Because we invested in the community. You not, nigga.
Dude.
Stop it. The only damn thing you do is want to sit up here and brag about your half-white family.
Oh my God. Now it's gotten to a family level. Look at you, motherfucker. You just want to make it all personal and shit. I'm impressed.
Well, that's what you try to do.
No, motherfucker.
Oh, don't get mad now, motherfucker.
No.
Don't get mad now.
Backtrack now.
No, don't get mad now. Backtrack shit.
Motherfucker, you want to make this
No, nigga, that's what you do. No, nigga, because I got an all-black family.
Let's make it mighty
I'd be a fucking failure, but it was mine created by me. Through my own goddamn will and not through the white man oppression, nigga.
You want to talk about...
I don't blame no white people.
Motherfucker, you
I blame niggas like you.
Families. You won't talk about families.
Yeah, talk about my family, Stanley, with all your carrying ass energy. Let it go, Stanley.
I'm gonna let you open up this
they go to line, nigga. There you go, right there. Oh, fuck you think I'm scared of, nigga?
You better be scared, motherfucker.
Man, you got me fucked up.
Yeah, I got you fucked up, and you even know you're fucked up. You are literally saying you are literally saying, dude,
I just people to destroy my culture, nigga.
I just heard you
So
say you're
stop
fucked up.
it. Stop bragging. Stop trying to call me anti-black because I call out some shit I see.
Dude, you are
Provide
not.
content, nigga, and stop trying to judge motherfuckers. Because you ain't that one, nigga. You ain't that one.
Dumbass
You
to
ain't
be
that one,
a white
nigga.
worshiping, be
Like
brave.
any goddamn woman give a fuck about a second-hand man,
Literally,
nigga. You a second-hand man of a white woman, and you want to sit your ass up here and talk about a black man.
That's what
Sit
I'm
your
gonna do.
second-hand ass down.
Motherfucker,
You
ain't
a second-hand
black.
man of a white woman, nigga. You already been married to God. You can't marry no other black woman. So what honor do you have to attribute to them? Nothing. Shut the fuck up.
Motherfucker, what black woman did you marry?
Damn.
Then motherfucker, this is what the anti-black blacks do. They will fucking fuss at you about something they didn't do. Motherfucker, what black woman did you marry? You need to shut the fuck up. You need to be afraid of yourself, Solid Snake, not me. Motherfucker, when I let you back up on this panel, I want to know the black woman that you motherfucking married.
I want to know why you ain't married that.
Motherfucker, I told you how to get back on this panel and what to do when you get to it. Which or what black woman? Which black woman did you motherfucking marry? Motherfucker, I married a white woman, but I married a woman. You want to tell me about the black woman I did marry? Motherfucker, Solid Snake, what black woman did you marry to set an example and talk about? Motherfucker, have you ever been married? You need to shut the fuck up and stop embarrassing yourself.
Give me a reason, Stanley. You gonna give me a reason to get married? Other than losing half of my shit for the rest of my life?
Really?
Man, get the fuck out of here.
Yep, you go ahead and add her on.
Hey, stop it.
All I have to say is don't talk about who I married or what color
you
she
want to get
was.
mad at a white man.
Your failure
Because
of
he got
a
an
man,
opinion.
your failure of a man ass, motherfucker, you didn't marry a woman. Motherfucker, why is it the fucking people who want to talk about what a man is and what a family is and all this fluffy bullshit? Motherfucker, you never got married. You didn't marry a white woman. You did not marry a black woman. You just didn't get married. And now you want at 47, ask a fucking 60-year-old man who is not your father, by the way, what reason to get married? Motherfucker, too goddamn late. Stop the bullshit, son. You're not in a position to fuss like the fusty old black woman you sound like. You don't sound like a male.
Stanley, who said I wanted to get married, Stanley? Did I ever say that?
Motherfucker, I just asked you if you'd ever been.
Hell no. And why would I?
Then, motherfucker, what right do you have? Okay, what right do you have to talk about someone who actually was married? Color is not the problem you should be fussing about. I think you weren't worth marrying is why. Motherfucker, you better stay in your goddamn lane.
Well, I am worth reproducing, and that's all it needs right now. So what in the hell did you fight for? Why did you advocate for marriage when we got a goddamn 70%?
You are the culture you complain about, motherfucker. Motherfucker, you are literally the nigga who is a baby daddy, and then you want to talk about how bad black culture is. Motherfucker, you're contributing to what you're complaining about. And don't let me start on another motherfucker on this panel. at least I fucking didn't have a child out of wedlock, motherfucker. You are the nigger culture you complain about. Is it a self-evaluation when y'all talk about Black culture? You're creating it. Motherfucker, I hear what you've done, what you talk about, and I never want to hear you talk about how toxic Black culture is, because motherfucker, you're a main contributor to it. So let's get back to YouTube.
That's all I ask is for men to have the basic bullshit, and unfortunately, men out here still don't. And I also told him that men and women and just everybody in general, you must date within your means. Now, a man having basic bullshit, like we can work that out. You know, you got to be in therapy, you got to be getting help for whatever your past problems is. You know, basic bullshit. So for that type of man who has basic bullshit, you need not approach a woman who has stamps on her passport, because if you can't afford to do a fancy dinner and you know you can't afford to do steak, lobster, and shrimp already, why would you go and try to pursue a woman who has stamps on her passport and you know she likes to travel? Not only does she like to travel outside the country. So I just always say date within your
Which
means.
one, Dave?
But
I
sometimes
don't think they have
date
mustaches.
within your means
I think
aren't
you.
the people that
I
you
think
want.
you're.
So you be wanting people who are outside of your means, and that's where your problem comes in at. So
I would tend to
I
disagree
mean,
with
honestly, I
that.
wouldn't mind dating a man
FWW.
with basic bullshit, but when you be
Stanley
around me more, you'll
supremacist.
see how hardworking I am, how motivated I am, how determined I am just as an individual female. So you're gonna have to, you know, be moving and grooving and on the grind, because I'm on the grind. And if you ain't on my level, I mean, you're eventually gonna get
Go
left
right
too,
now,
and
Rick.
that's just tea.
Okay, so I wanted to respond to this real quick. I thought it was an interesting question, because it's something that I see coming up a lot in this current relationship climate, right? Where men and women are just trying to figure out what is going on in these dating streets. Now, one of the things I find the most interesting about this question out the gate, particularly when it's
got the
asked to
email.
women of whether or not you will date a basic man or an average man, is rarely
Give
do
me
I
one
ever
sec.
see women
I'll,
consider whether or
just
not
fix
they
this up.
themselves are basic or average. Like, we forget that for every basic man, there is a basic or average woman. And being a basic or average woman is not disrespectful. It is not disrespectful. It's not dishonoring. It is not an insult. It is just a fact. Like, not everybody can be a queen, and everybody can be a billionaire. Not everybody can be an elite. Like, there are ranks, there are levels, and it is what it is. So what I, again, always find so intriguing about these questions is, like, why is there never a consideration as to whether or not the woman herself is average? That, like, it's rarely a part of the conversation, but it's a real thing.
I
Like, women can
am
be
at
average.
about
Actually, most women are
11:34
average.
there.
Actually, most women are basic. And again, that's not an insult. That's just a fact. But I think if there was more honesty around that, then I don't even think we would have these questions. Because water seeks its own level. And honestly, like, since the majority of human history, people have been dating in their station, dating in their lane, dating in their own social, economic
And guys, I'm gonna
class.
have to
It's just
duck out
now
for
in
a
modern
minute or
culture
two.
where a lot
The
of those
deer's gonna
social
meet me at
concepts
the
that were
door.
already there have been
Yeah.
dismembered and
You're right,
disintegrated, and
Dave.
people
It'll
are
be
trying
here
to
in a
create their
couple
own
of minutes.
reality and their own sense
I'm
of
kind of
normalcy
excited.
and doing
I've
things
never
according to their
ordered
own
their
what they think
via
is right.
Uber before.
It's only in this current
This
confusing
is a
space that
privilege, folks.
those things have been
I will never have to
convoluted,
leave the house
but on, like, a
again.
basic level, like, people date within their class, date within their means, and have always done so. An average woman will usually end up with an average man. This is why, like, the Cinderella story is usually so significant, because it's not common to see a
See
rich
her
man go with, like,
standing, and I
an
don't
impoverished
like
girl.
the gestures.
And trust me,
It's
you're
weird.
probably not going to see a rich man
It's a
going
weird
with an
dress.
impoverished girl who's ugly. If a rich man is going with a girl who's poor, it's because she's beautiful or his type of beautiful, right? And so that is all things that need to be taken into consideration. Like,
oh, leave a tip.
And that brings me to my another point.
Tip? God damn it.
What women consider average is different than what men consider average, because a woman may look at another woman who is not making as much money or who doesn't have a college degree or who a customer service rep and say, she's just an average woman. But a man may look at that customer service rep. And so the things that women consider average is a lot different than what men consider average. And I think this is also why there's a disconnect, because when she went in there, she talked, in order for two people to get together, both people need to be getting something out of the deal. It's not just a woman gets what she wants or a man gets what she wants. Both people have to be getting something out of the situation. So a lady can have all these basic requirements that she wants, but a man still won't have his own.
Happy Eid, DT. I don't know if you're still here, but happy Eid, everybody. All you Muslim sponsors and members of the channel, you know.
I was sent this article from the New York Times a couple of times.
I really
and I
wish
think it
you would
does
have had
an amazing job of speaking on the divergence
I would have loved to
of
see
men
a
and
little
women, boys and
12-year-old
girls.
girl.
It's titled "Why Boys Are Behind in School from the Start." It says, as the expectations for kindergarten have risen, the changes have put boys who tend to mature later at a disadvantage. Here's the artwork that they used. This is super duper interesting to me. She says, girls have been outperforming boys in American schools for decades, from elementary school through college. But even gender gap in education starts even earlier. Boys enter kindergarten less prepared than girls, and this early deficit can compound and help explain some of the recent struggles of boys and young men. She says across measures of kindergarten readiness, including reading, math, motor skills, and behaviors like socializing, paying attention, and regulating emotions, girls score higher than boys. And here's the graph. It says girls outpace boys in kindergarten. Share of U.S. children ages 3 to 5 considered on track for kindergarten in 2022 and 2023 combined.
You know what I'm saying?
Overall, girls
that's good content,
are prepared
Stanley.
71% of the time, boys 58%. Math and literacy. All of these measures, girls are outperforming boys. Math and literacy is 73% to 67%. Social and emotional skills, girls 88%, boys 81%. Control of emotions and behaviors, girls 77% and boys 70%. So it's not that dramatic in all categories, but still girls are outpacing boys. All right, motor skills, 75% girls, 61% boys. And it says these are averages, and researchers emphasize that there are many boys with strong skills and girls with lagging skills. Other factors also contribute. The gaps in kindergarten readiness by family income and by race are larger than they are for gender. But over the last 2 decades, as those gaps have narrowed, the gender gaps have become more consequential. Kindergarten has become significantly more academic because of the effects of a national law
we already
passed
see what
in
they produce in the
2001,
community,
with
so
children
why would we?
expected to spend more time sitting
I
still
believe in
and learning
segregated
math
schools,
and reading.
especially at younger
And many
ages
boys do
like
not
that.
enter
You know
with
what I'm
skills to
saying? That
meet
way
those
we don't get so many
expectations. There's
indoctrinated
that
young
national law,
men.
the No Child Left Behind. I do
Pro
believe
woman,
that
you know what I'm
this
saying? It
started
starts at the home and needs
George
to end
Bush,
at the home.
GWB. And
You know
so
what I'm
we could
saying?
look back, and if this is
We don't need to be sending
2001,
our little
that means the
boys
young
off to
men
women to
of
be
right now
educated
are the
in
ones
this
that were
political
impacted by
atmosphere
this national law
that we
in
just witnessed. You know,
2001.
that's how
Let me
we got to
continue
the
though.
society we
Adding
have
to
today.
that, childhood
That's
has
just me
changed in
though.
recent years in ways that could have set back boys further. The isolation of the pandemic delayed young children's development. Parents are increasingly stressed, and children are spending more time on screens. These factors affect all children, but they may have been particularly hard on boys, who scientists have shown are more vulnerable to hardship. Taken together, these changes set boys on a disadvantaged path throughout school. Jayante Owens, who studies inequality in schools at the Yale School of Management, has found that boys' behaviors at age 4 and 5 predicted the amount of schooling they finished by their mid-20s. Skills build on themselves. So children who don't master kindergarten phonics or counting could remain behind in future grades. and children who struggle with academics or behavior risk developing negative perceptions of themselves as learners. That instigates a cycle where a boy doesn't think I'm smart, doesn't think I'm good at school, and if you're told enough times that you're not good at what the teacher is expecting of you, you start to manifest that, Professor Owen said. Jordan Green, who lives in Tulsa, Oklahoma, said her son just finished kindergarten by the skin of his teeth. In pre-K, he was always in trouble for being too rowdy, and his punishment was to skip recess, which Miss Green said backfired because he couldn't let out his energy. In kindergarten, he was behind school benchmarks for learning letters and numbers. The school has suggested testing for dyslexia or ADHD. Miss Green, a forensic scientist, wonders, though, if he's just a normal, hyper-extroverted little boy. Regardless, she said, it's setting my son up to always feel behind and always feel like he's not good enough. Basically, what that law said, where we have to make sure that the kids can master this test, and they did that 2.5 decades ago, it has set these kids up. And girls are excelling in this, but boys need, they should be playing in kindergarten, doing blocks and doing certain things, going outside and all of this. The fact that they are requiring testing for little kids is ridiculous to me. And if they are seeing that the results are not coming back how it should be, why are teachers not changing things? Why are administrators not changing up curriculum or changing up standards? This is kindergarten. They should not be expected to be doing all of these things.
Hold on.
And
Stanley,
teachers
hold on.
should be
Pause.
allowed to help
Yes, sir.
shape curriculum that best fits kids.
Why am I
See, I
pausing?
don't mean to feed my argument anymore. And I hate to see the
Wait,
bias
hold it.
in her.
Whoa. What argument?
Okay, the bias that I have, and it's surprising that this video showed up right next after what my diatribe was a minute ago.
Wait, hold it. Let me tell you why it did. I have a saved file, so they're stacked. So that's why it showed up. It was selected to watch at some point.
Okay, well, all I say is exactly what I was saying. I'm listening to the bias and the feminism in this woman's voice.
The bias. Just let me know what the fuck
sorry,
you
man.
think of
Listen,
it.
man, we can't be letting everybody's woman take care of
aren't
another
doing
woman's black
anything.
child. I don't think black women know the enough for that.
Motherfuckers, honestly, Solid Snake, who gives a fuck about the bias? Tell me what you think.
What I'm saying is, why would you say that this black young boy or this little boy, because we know he black, has ADHD? Why are you diagnosing this young man with a disease or some kind of mental disorder when you yourself walking around with it? Been educated, been indoctrinated in it. I don't think these women nowadays that come out of school are able to raise our young men in high school and college. I just don't believe it.
Why is your ass not marrying them?
That's why I'm not marrying them.
Okay, motherfucker.
They too indoctrinated.
No. This is
Stanley. Why you ain't married then with all your money, all your benefits you got? You ain't married either.
I literally called you a numbskull.
So what are you talking about?
I literally called you a numbskull. Now what you need to do, numbskull, is fucking shut up and let me finish my point. If you have all these complaints, stop leaving the women alone to raise the boys. Step up.
We can't.
And stop fucking whining.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
I said what I said. Stop the pussyfooting, stop the pussying, and fucking stop complaining. If you have a problem, fucking be a father and marry the woman, or at least be in their lives. I have zero patience for this kind of numbskull logic. Now may I play this goddamn video?
Oh, Lord. So all the pro-feminists don't join the chat, huh?
This is kind of
Motherfucker,
interesting,
fuck the
and it's
pro-feminism.
baffling to me that they won't
This
fix
has nothing to do with
the
feminism.
same patterns nationwide. Kindergarten readiness data shows that many children enter
I think
unprepared,
a
but
pro-feminist worse
consistently
than an
fewer boys are
anti-black.
ready
I
than
think
girls
a
by about
failed
10 percentage points.
motherfucker who wants to whine about women raising boys and all this shit, motherfucker, unless you have stepped up once in your life, you don't get to fucking whine on my panel.
I think we need to just start a
about
communist
motherfucking
system for men.
listen and fucking enjoy the ride. The
I don't
deadbeat
understand half the
motherfuckers,
shit you're
the
talking about.
deadbeat motherfuckers are always the one.
So why they gotta be deadbeat, Stanley? How you
I don't
gonna
know
call
why
every
you.
man that got an
Why
opinion
are
about it
you
like that a deadbeat?
interrupting me?
That's
Why
pretty
are you
goddamn biased.
interrupting? Okay, bitch, stop interrupting me.
Why I gotta be a bitch?
Because you're complaining like a bitch.
You the one complaining.
Enough. Motherfucker, you don't get to talk about any of this bullshit. You have never put your foot to the fire or a ring on a finger. You do not impress me. Motherfucker, you have not. Dude, stop the goddamn complaining. Stop the fucking feminist bullshit. 19th Amendment should be repealed bullshit. Dude, step the fuck up before you step on my panel and talk about shit you have no clue about. Do better, bitch. And stop being a bitch.
That's what you would do, Stanley. That's
Motherfucker, I didn't tell you to talk. You're acting like a bitch. You will speak when I fucking tell you to speak, bitch.
Man, stop it.
Motherfucker, for what? How? What is different? Motherfucker, you are literally sitting here on a panel talking about bias and feminism. Motherfucker, please stop this bullshit. You sound shrill.
Okay, I might be shrill, but it's the truth.
Motherfucker, if you're shrill,
my lawnmower guy. Why
if you are
cut my
shrill,
yard?
stop it.
I gotta let him know, man. Come cut my yard. The hell?
You have let people know what? That you're shrill.
You know, I gotta tell this white man to come cut my goddamn yard. I don't know why the hell he came cut my yard. Fuck you mean?
What's up, Lou?
I don't know why you tripping, Stanley.
Y'all giving me a show today,
You know
man.
why
Shout out to
I'm
y'all.
tripping? Because god damn it, I'm fucking tired of hearing you fucking fake red pill motherfuckers.
What up?
Motherfuckers complaining about women you never married.
And I'm not gonna marry him, Stanley.
What fucking family or woman or anything did you commit to? Why is it always the fuckers who never did shit complaining about what other people do?
I want to know why the
motherfucker. I don't. You want to know? Well, motherfucker, go and find out. This is so frustrating.
Did he say that he was more afraid of women than a white man or some shit like that?
I am. Yes, I am. I am more afraid of a black woman than a white man. I'm sorry.
He doesn't know what he's saying.
I'm sorry. Yes, I did say it.
Why? Why would you say that shit? Why would you say that you're more afraid of any woman than any man? Like, why would you do that?
Because it sounded funny. Go ahead, say it. It sounded funny. Motherfucker, say it with that country accent.
I don't hate on the accent. The accent cool. It makes the show. Don't do that.
Okay, wait a minute. I gave y'all a good minute to contemplate that answer. I thought if y'all asked that question out loud, y'all might have had an answer that might have came to y'all in y'all senses. But you say, why am I afraid of a black woman more than I'm afraid of a white man? Are you serious?
Lou asked the question. He's the only one who
Did you
cares.
ask me that serious question? You asked me a serious question.
I
Why
didn't
am I
ask
afraid of a
you
black
anything.
woman more
I
than
asked
a white
you.
man? Are you serious? You asking me that question.
See,
Logically.
this motherfucker has conveniently
Okay.
forgotten what he said.
I asked the
I have
question.
not
Yeah.
conveniently forgotten what I
Any
said. I
woman,
just conveniently asked you a question.
any
Why
woman,
do you
any
think
man,
that?
any woman, any man. I don't give a fuck about the race part. It's the man and woman part. What woman? Like that doesn't register to me, bro. It just doesn't. Even if I think of reasons,
Okay,
any
well,
reason that I could think of is not a good
you ever
enough
got
reason.
some pussy in your life? You ever had some pussy?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's that further
how powerful it is,
enhances
right?
my question.
So you know a
Yeah.
lot of men. You know a lot of
Hey,
men
Lou,
that got that
this
can't
is
control
this
that
is
power
a
with that pussy, right?
motherfucker. This is a motherfucker on the schoolyard from fucking like 40 years ago when he was 7 years
No.
old.
It's guys
No,
like you, like on the schoolyard.
Do you know how fucking high school that sounds? Yeah, ever had some pussy? Motherfucker. You are 47 years old asking if a motherfucker has had